Hokage give me a face, Chapter 241 to 260. Chapter 241 Conan was caught. Is it related to Jiraiya? When Tsunade asked this question carelessly, Yizan and Sarutobi's expressions suddenly changed. That moment, Jiraiya looked at Yizan fiercely, with suspicion and speculation in his eyes. Stinky boy, hell in heaven. You didn't write it, did you? Ah, me, how is that possible? Jiraiya, you have a disease in your head, do you think I can write this kind of book at my age? Besides, the two of us have such a good relationship, I would take things like, Jiraiya is a big idiot, author name. This seems to be right. Jiraiya nodded hesitantly, but the doubt on her face did not dissipate. Hey, that's not right. As if thinking of something, Jiraiya glared at Yizan again. Stinky boy, how do you know the author's name is, Jiraiya is a big idiot? I've seen it. Have you seen it? Yeah, as Konoha's know-it-all, what else do you think I don't know, idiot? Yizan picked his fingernails in disdain, fell down, and comfortably rested on Tsunade's lap. Humph, you're an idiot, Jiraiya pouted, muttering in a low voice, looking at Sarutobi again. Don't look at me, I don't know about this matter, and it's just a small book. You can't use Anbu's investigation, and 913 and I think this book not only did not pollute the mind of the Konoha ninja, but a way to relieve stress. Jiraiya, haven't you written it yourself? How do you know, Mr. Sarutobi? Of course I know, I'm a small Taobao expert. I found the book you wrote under a pseudonym at the stall a long time ago. Sarutobi raised his chin proudly, as if Taobao made him feel very honored. When Sarutobi said this, Jiraiya has no way to refute it. He wrote this kind of book himself, but now he wants Sarutobi to severely punish other authors, which makes no sense at all. And, Jiraiya left the office and sent the idiot away. Sarutobi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As if remembering something, he turned his head to look at Yizan. Xiaozan, how about you? What's the matter with you? Me, it's not a big deal. It's just that Might Dai's wife is not in good health. He and I are also friends. It depends on whether you have any supplements and medicinal materials here. Bring him some. Regarding Yizan's purpose, Sarutobi agreed immediately without thinking about it. Although the war has consumed a lot of money, Konoha is very rich because of the previous 210 billion funds. Sarutobi has never been a selfish person. With this money, he developed Konoha's economic construction, including the welfare of ninjas and civilians, and it has also improved more than 100 times than before. Sarutobi ordered, and soon one sent Anbu to send some. Tsunade had already handed in the task, and there was nothing else to do. The two held hands and left the office happily. Baby wife, come to my house. Why are you going to your house? Play ninja kill. No, I want to go back and take a shower. Hey, take a shower. Yizan's eyes widened and his saliva almost came out. He pulled Tsunade with anticipation on his face and said excitedly, I want to take a bath too, let's take a bath together. Bath together? You bastard, do you want to take a bath with me? Want to kiss me in the shower? Think beautifully. Tsunade raised her green finger, flicked Yizan lightly, and then covered her mouth and snickered. She liked to half squint her eyes when she smiled, and you keep a curve like a little mouse who stole food. Humph. Yizan pouted and turned his head in annoyance. Tsunade lowered his head, kissed his cheek happily, put his hands behind his back, and jumped into the distance. Little pervert, you go back to accompany your little girlfriends first. I'll come to you to play ninja kill after taking a bath. Seeing Tsunade leave, Yizan shrugged, turned and walked towards his house. Ninja kill can be divided into 5 people and 8 people to play. Kushina, Mawako, Conan, himself, and Tsunade, who happen to be 5 people, can play 5-player game. I'm back. Opening the door, Yizan walked in happily, and before he took a few steps, he found that the atmosphere at home was very strange. Hey, What's the matter? When I walked to the living room, I found Conan lowered his head and didn't say a word. Mawako and Kushina's faces were not very good looking. What's wrong with you? Yizan walked over and hugged Kushina's waist, but was gently pushed by Kushina, with a trace of blame in her beautiful big eyes. Stinky hooligan, it's all your fault. Why put the book on the coffee table? Kushina blamed inexplicably, making Yi Xuanzhong like a monk puzzled. As if remembering something, Yizan looked at Mawako, and his tone became more and more puzzled. Mawako, didn't you say that you were going to take Conan to Xiaopao's house for a few days? Why did you come back? And, what happened to Conan? Speaking of Conan, Kushina and Mawako's expressions suddenly changed, and Conan, who had been sitting on the sofa with his head down, was even more shocked, and his head dropped even lower. It's all your fault. Put your disgusting book on the coffee table. Conan read it. Conan, too, why are you reading a book written by this stinky hooligan? It's clearly written on the cover. Under the age of 18, it is not allowed to read such books. Kushina rebuked loudly, but Yizan's eyes became more and more strange. Conan just watched it. What are you excited about? Besides, you're a little girl, okay. You're 3 years older than Conan, and you're still teaching Conan here. How can it be the same? Conan is so pure. Oh, you mean, you're not pure. Bastard. Are you going to do this? I'll hit you. I'm just telling the truth. Humph. Kill you. Kushina jumped on Yizan at once, like a little lion, biting when he opened his mouth. Pain. Kushina. Enough of you. Bite again, I'll fight back. You fight back. I see how you fight back. Ah. You rascal, you dare to bite me. Little murderous department, curse you not to grow up in the future. Bah, you rascal, shut your crow's mouth. I don't grow up here, but you are the one who suffers. Huh. Chapter 242_5 People Playing Game. The lounge at Shimura's house is large and gorgeous, and the yuhi wooden floor is covered with a soft wool carpet, which is clean and tidy. The 5 people sat around a low round table, with Tsunade on the left of Yizan and Conan on the right. Kushina deliberately stayed the farthest away, with Yuhi's face, and he lowered his head slightly and dared not look at Yizan. It's me who suffers, tisk. All arrows are fired. Yizan glanced at Kushina from time to time, which made Kushina even more shy. Not only Kushina, but Conan has also been silent. I read Yizan's book so much that I didn't notice Mawako and Kushina who came out of the bedroom. They were caught, making her shy and afraid to raise her head. Such a weird atmosphere also made the whole game less interesting. Seeing Tsunade yawned a little bored, Yizan rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Tsunade, switch places with Kushina. Huh, oh. Tsunade nodded, stood up and walked over. For some unknown reason, Kushina didn't refuse, but glared at Yizan and sat down beside Yizan awkwardly. Where have you just been? All arrows are fired, Mawako, it's your turn to dodge. Oh, sorry, I didn't dodge. Mawako immediately reduced her general's health by 1. Ninja kill continued. Yizan was unlucky, because he didn't dodge in his hand. He was quickly killed by several women's single kill and group wounds. He raised his identity card. Traitor. The 4 girls continued to fight, while Yizan watched the battle, his eyes rolling, obviously thinking of some bad idea. Ah! A sudden soft cry attracted everyone's attention. They saw Conan's face. Yuhi pursed. They couldn't help but care. Conan, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just got bitten by a mosquito. Conan said softly, holding a card in his left hand and pulling one out of his right hand. His arm was shaking slightly. I went across the river to demolish the bridge, and to remove Sister Tsunade's shield. Flawless. Ha. I've always kept it. Tsunade laughed smugly, and her smile drew everyone's attention. At this moment, no one noticed that Yizan's hand was quietly touching Conan's leg, rubbing it gently, making Conan's face even more moist. Without playing cards, Conan retracted her right hand under the low table, trying to pull Yizan's hand away, but how could her strength be comparable to Yizan's? No matter how hard she tried, Yizan's hand was like a stone. On her leg, she couldn't get it down. Conan, it's your turn to get out. Huh. The sudden sound woke Conan. She raised her hand sharply, and squeezed one of the cards with her right hand again. I have a flash. No, Conan, this is a Nanban invasion, you should kill. Ah, I didn't kill. Conan was a little panicked. She found that Yizan had taken an inch, and actually started to move inward. She finally couldn't help it, and subconsciously patted her leg. Snapped. With a soft sound, Yizan's hand retracted like lightning. Only at this moment did the girls realize that Yizan was actually doing such a bad move. Stinky bastard. Little pervert. Shimura Gen. Kushina Tsunade and Mawako glared at the same time. They didn't expect Yizan to really start bullying Conan. The three women's glare made Yizan feel guilty and shrink his neck, but at this time, Conan took the initiative to speak for Yizan. It's okay. Just now, a mosquito was on my lap. The teacher helped me to drive away the mosquito. Well, even pigs won't believe this kind of idiot explanation, but since Conan took the initiative to say so, the girls can't say anything else. They understand in their hearts that Conan, this stupid girl, seems to be unable to escape Yizan's palm. Heart. But seriously, apart from Mawako, who is not pretty, Tsunade and Kushina, didn't they all fall into Yizan's palm? In terms of Yizan's character, nothing that falls into his palm can escape. This stinky bastard. Kushina glared at Yizan fiercely, and the next second, she was shocked, and her leg was touched by the other side. Kushina is completely different from Conan. Her fiery personality is destined to not give up. Seeing Yizan's fingers climbing up one by one, she swooped over and instantly threw Yizan on the carpet. Dead woman, what are you doing? What am I doing? Humph. Bully me. Kill you. Bite you. Bite you. Ah, bastard woman. I'm not arrogant, you still treat me as a sick cat. Today is your death anniversary. The two hugged and rolled around on the hand-woven high-quality wool carpet. Tsunade, who was beside him, clenched his fists with black lines on his face. Finally, he couldn't help but slammed it hard. Boom. Boom. The scene of the chicken flying and the dog jumping disappeared. Because the table just rolled and knocked over the table, all the cards were messed up, and everyone started to shuffle the cards again for a new round of ninja kills. Ooh, Sister Tsunade, it's obviously the rascal's fault, why did you even knock on me? Kushina pouted aggrievedly and quickly played a card. All arrows are fired. Shine. Tsunade played a flash slowly, looking at the little yuhi bag on Kushina's forehead, a little embarrassed. Sorry, Kushina, if I only hit the little perverts, he will definitely not give up. It is better to put you two have knocked, so everyone can continue to play cards. Ooh, excessive. Equip the ninja crossbow. Kill, kill. Tsunade's sister, you will die before you dodge. Hey, Kushina, you're looking for revenge. No, I am the Lord, I judged you to be a rebel, and I did not retaliate against you. Okay, you guessed it right. Tsunade opened the ID card, and it turned out to be a thief. She pouted angrily and saw the four of them continue the game. She suddenly stood up and sat down behind Yizan, her chin resting on Yizan's shoulder, and she hugged Yizan with both hands. Waste. Little pervert, the traitor is you, right? Defeat the Lord Kushina. If the villain wins this round, I will reward you with something good tonight, Tilda. Really? Of course it's true. Tsunade blew the hair in Yizan's ear badly, which made Yizan's heart beat faster, as if he had been beaten with blood, and instantly came to a state. For tonight's reward, Kushina, you're done. Humph. You rascal, if you help me fight another rebel and let me win, I will reward you tonight too. Chapter 243 Tsunade's Gift. Tsunade, Kushina, Tsunade, Kushina, Tsunade, Kushina. On the hand-woven wool carpet, Yizan sat cross-legged, whispering something, holding a flower in his hand, pulling the flowers one by one. Tsunade, Kushina, Tsunade. Hey, no more. Yizan was taken aback, looked at Kushina regretfully, a little ashamed. I'm sorry Kushina baby, I have to help Tsunade win you tilde. Humph. Kushina Tsunade snorted lightly, looking at the cards in his hand, and a hint of momentum finally appeared on his face. Come on stinky rascal. I still have a big loyal minister. Even if you help the rebels, I don't necessarily lose. Sorry, if you're talking about loyal ministers. Yizan glanced at the bloody Conan and played the cards in his hand cruelly, crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Conan, demolish your last hand. Iron chains. Wine. Fire kill. Boom. Conan, who was equipped with rattan armor, was killed by wine and fire, and 3 drops of blood disappeared in an instant, and Kushina, who was chained by iron chains, also suffered a disaster, and 4 drops of blood instantly turned into 1 drop. Woo, Conan, why do you have to equip rattan armor? I'm sorry, I only have a drop of blood. I can last a few rounds with a rattan armor. I didn't expect the cards in the teacher's hand to be aimed at me. Conan was extremely aggrieved. She looked at Yizan pitifully, her big eyes flashing with tears. It's not enough to play a card, right? Oh, Conan, oh, don't cry, come, let the teacher hug tilde. Yizan immediately took Conan into his arms. As soon as Conan, who was aggrieved at first, entered his arms, she felt a burst of warmth. She comfortably drilled into Yizan's arms a few times, and the grievances in her heart dissipated instantly. Conan is finished. Seeing Conan's performance, Tsunade and Kushina looked at each other sympathetically, and they knew that if this continued, obediently Conan would fall into Yizan and could not extricate himself. After the last round, it was already pitch black, and looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Conan and Mawako yawned, obviously tired. It's almost there, today's event is over. I should probably go back to rest. After Tsunade finished speaking, Conan and Mawako nodded in agreement. Although Kushina still wanted to play, everyone was tired and she couldn't say anything. Clearing the table, Tsunade got up and went to the entrance, put on his shoes, and was about to go out when Yizan ran over, his eyes full of resentment. Hey, did you forget something? Forgot what? Tsunade stuck his finger on his chin like an idiot, looking up at the sky, looking very cute. Don't be cute. Where's my reward? What reward? Hello. That Tsunade was about to cheat, Yizan suddenly turned his face into a small bun. Looking at Yizan's cute appearance, Tsunade finally couldn't help it, and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Little idiot, what's the matter? What kind of reward do you want? She proudly pinched Yizan's cheek and pressed it lightly, squeezing out Yizan's bulging air. I want a reward anyway. As for what reward, I'll take you home and talk about it. Regardless of whether Tsunade would refuse, Yizan immediately put on his shoes, opened the door, and pulled Tsunade towards the outside. Mawako, Conan, Kushina, go to sleep, I won't be back tonight. Boom. The door was closed, Yizan and Tsunade left the house. Mawako shook her head speechlessly, Kushina snorted angrily, Conan stood obediently at the back, a little silly, as if thinking of the plot in the Fan Yuhi's erotic book, Shi Yuhi's face, swipe, down. Kushina's sister, teacher and Tsunade's sister will not go. Conan, what are you thinking? Say it, don't think about the dirty stuff in the books. But doesn't Sister Kushina really want to see it too? I'm a mature girl, I won't be polluted by these things. You are different, you can't watch these until you grow up, when your mind is mature. Oh. The 3 girls in the family are going to wash up and go to bed. On Konoha Street, Yizan and Tsunade are snuggling for a walk. The evening wind in early summer was a little cool, and under the faint street lamp, the 2 shadows were tightly intertwined. The residents of Konoha all went to bed early. At 11 o'clock in the evening, there were only Yizan and Tsunade on the street. The 2 kept whispering and walking for a long time, and finally came to Tsunade's house. Little pervert, thank you for sending me back. Bye Tilda. Tsunade smiled and kissed Yizan's face, turned around and walked towards the door of his house. Wait. Yizan opened his eyes stupidly, and asked Tsunade suspiciously, baby wife, didn't you say, sleep with me tonight? Ah, sleep together. When did I say that? Tsunade scratched his head blankly, looking stupid and cute. Stinky woman. Don't say anything. You clearly agreed. Seeing that Tsunade wanted to cheat again, Yizan puffed up again, looking a little angry. I didn't say yes, little pervert. I just said I'd give you a gift, but I didn't say I wanted to sleep with you Tilda. Tsunade smiled and pointed at Yizan with his finger, his face full of pride. I just kissed you. One bite, isn't it just a gift for you, little slut? Don't be too aggressive Tilda. Confused. Yizan's expression at the moment can be described as dazed. He was dumbfounded in place for a whole minute, and it was only with a light sound that he realized that Tsunade had gone home and closed the door when he was in a daze on 3.4. Hey, stinky woman, you play word games with me. Come out, come out. Yizan stood on the street and shouted, and after a while, Tsunade appeared in the window on the 3rd floor. She said goodbye to Yizan with a smile, and closed the window with a crashing. Hey, this stinky woman, it's so nasty. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she will lie. Yizan knew that it was impossible not to be strong today. He puffed out his mouth, jumped up, and climbed up the 3rd floor like a spider. Chakra formed filaments through the crack of the window, pulled it gently, and opened the window. Lock. Ah, little pervert. Stinky woman, today you are finished. Chapter 244 The Elder is dead. The next morning, Yizan, who had slept with Tsunade all night, stretched his waist comfortably, feeling very good. Physical training will continue after Might Dai is ready. There is no news from Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Today is the weekend, and everyone is not going to school. Let's go out and play with your friends. Thinking of this, Yizan decided today's schedule, but his thoughts hadn't lasted for too long. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared not far from Yizan. Master Zan. Huh, what's wrong? Yizan was speechless. Anbu actually came to him. In this case, something big must have happened. Wait, don't talk about it. Let me guess, is there a mission on Dead Monkey's side? No. Is Hatake Sakumo looking for me? No. Not at all. Then why are you looking for me? I'll tell you 30, if it's nothing serious and you disturb my interest again, I can't spare you. Yizan waved his small fist and threatened, making the Anbu sweat profusely. He bent down pitifully, his tone full of fear. Master Zan. This subordinate has an emergency report. I just got it. The news, the death of the elder Uchiha. The Lord Hokage ordered me to tell you the news. Cut. If you die, you will die. Tell me. What? The great elder is dead. How did he die? Yizan's eyes widened in disbelief, and it was only at this moment that he remembered that the great elder of Uchiha, isn't it Makoto's grandfather? Reporting to Master Zan, the elder Uchiha died peacefully in his bedroom at 6 in the morning because of his old age and his physical injuries when he was young. Anbu's report made Yizan frown deeply. If the elder Uchiha died, it would be troublesome. Trouble. Big trouble. The elder Uchiha is the only representative of Uchiha's Dove faction. The great elder dies, the Dove faction will no longer be able to produce powerful people. At that time, the lineage of the patriarch will definitely control the Uchiha clan. For Yizan. Mind his shit. My Makoto, hurry up. I have to go to Uchiha right now. Makoto, don't cry. I'll be right there. For Yizan, his Makoto is a big deal. Makoto's parents passed away at an early age, and he was brought up by his grandfather. Now his only relative has passed away. What a serious blow to Makoto. Sage mode, on. Futon wind style mode, on. Hurry up. Swish. Sound. This elite Jonin level Anbu only felt his eyes blink, and in the next instant, Yi Zan disappeared. Every time I see Lord Zan's futon, wind style, mode, I am shocked. It's so fast. As expected of Lord Zan. Anbu adored and sighed, and in the Uchiha clan, a large number of clansmen gathered outside the Great Elder's mansion. Although the ideas were different, I had to admit that the Great Elder paid a lot for the Uchiha clan, and it was worthy of everyone's respect and farewell. The largest house in the mansion had been turned into a mourning hall, and Makoto knelt beside the coffin with tears on his face. The sudden death of her grandfather made her completely unacceptable, and the departure of her last relatives made her feel infinite sadness. Sarutobi, Danzo, and the two major advisors were all in the mourning hall, and they silently offered Jinchuriki column incense for the elders. Call out. A gust of wind blew, and Yuzan appeared in the mourning hall in an instant. His appearance made the faces of the Uchiha people in the first row of the mourning hall change, especially Uchiha Ida and Uchiha Fugaku, who were in the lead. Dad. Well, give Jinchuriki column incense for the elder, and go take care of Makoto. Danzo nodded to Yuzan. Yuzan didn't say anything. Shengshang bowed 3 times for the deceased, then came to Makoto's side, and squeezed Makoto's hand gently. Makoto, here I come. The short words were full of a strong sense of security. Makoto raised her head with tears on her face, and then she desperately threw herself into Yuzan's arms and burst into tears. Brother Zan, my grandfather is dead. Woo woo, my grandfather is dead. Makoto cried pitifully, which made Yuzan sigh. He hugged Makoto, patted her back lightly, while comforting. Makoto, death does not mean the end, but a beginning. Your grandpa walked peacefully. It's not painful. I think, grandpa is in the spirit of heaven, and he doesn't want his only granddaughter to be so sad. For Makoto, Yuzan was her only support, and only Yuzan's words could comfort her fragile heart. As Yuzan continued to comfort, Makoto's cry gradually slowed down. She sobbed one after another, buried in Yuzan's arms, and the tears completely soaked Yuzan's clothes. Come on, Makoto, follow me to the back room to rest for a while. You've been crying for so long. No, Brother Zan, I want to accompany Grandpa on the last part of the road. I want to accompany Grandpa. He said this. Makoto's cries came out again. Yuzan immediately hugged her, and his tone became more and more gentle. Makoto is here to accompany Grandpa. Brother Zan is with you. Okay, please don't cry. 203 now. Let your grandfather leave in peace. Afterwards, Yuzan ignored the strange gazes of the people in the room and actually accompanied Makoto to keep the spirit. During this period, no one dared to disturb or stop Yuzan, including Uchiha Ida and Fugaku, who were all silent, treating Yuzan as a transparent person. In their hearts, Shimura-zan is the young genius who killed Hanzo of the salamander. Even if he wants to deal with it, he can't deal with it in front of him, let alone in front of the 4 high-level leaders of Konoha. Yuzan stayed in the Uchiha family to accompany Makoto. Of course Sarutobi, Danzo and the 2 advisors would not stay here. The 4 of them put on the incense, glanced at Yuzan, and left the Uchiha family tacitly. Danzo sighed softly until he walked into the Hokage building and walked into a very secret small room. Then, the shielding barrier rose up, covering the 4 high-rise buildings. Elder Uchiha died. Uchiha Ida should be so excited now. After waiting for so long, the Uchiha clan will finally be unified. Humph. He waited for so long, but he didn't expect us to be waiting for him. Sarutobi, you don't have to defend Uchiha this time. Once the elder dies, the dove is over, and Uchiha's ambition will be completely released. 2 advisors. I support it too. Chapter 245_Take Makoto_. As the first bloodstain in the ninja world, the Uchiha family is extremely powerful. Several years of war in the ninja world, Uchiha's elites have emerged one after another. Although there are no quasi-cage level powerhouses, Uchiha's 3 Tomo Sharingan, Jonin and Elite Jonin have reached a very terrifying number. And the most important thing is that Uchiha's Ordinary Jonin, because of the 3 Tomo Sharingan bonuses, has a real combat power comparable to that of Elite Jonin. Uchiha's Elite Jonin belongs to the most powerful group in Konoha's Elite. Insight Eyes, Hypnotic Eyes, and Replica Eyes. Uchiha's ninjas have extremely strong demonic illusion attacks, invincible copying ability, and invincible insight ability. This seemingly unremarkable ability in the original book is actually very defying. For example, during the Chunin exam, Sasuke learned the physical skills that Lee Rock only learned in a few years, and it is easy to see through Lee Rock's attacks. Of course, these abilities are effective for Chunin and Jonin, but for more powerful people, it seems a little insufficient. But now the emphasis is not on 1v1. If the family defected, the Uchiha family would be wiped out, but Konoha would also suffer an unbearable price. I reminded you before, to destroy the Uchiha family before the war. After the baptism of the war, the strength of the Uchiha family has increased several times, raising tigers. Danzo, what you said is wrong. Without the Uchiha family, can Konoha stop the attack of the 3 kingdoms? Humph. Alright, stop arguing. The 2 of you have come to this point. Let's discuss how to suppress the Uchiha clan. With the current strength of the Uchiha clan, it's best to use attrition tactics for 10 or even 20 years. Time will wear out Uchiha's strong men. It is absolutely impossible to destroy Uchiha directly. Konoha must preserve his strength and prevent the enemy from taking advantage of it. Support. Okay, let's discuss in this direction. Uchiha clan quietly. On the other side, Yizan had already helped Makoto back to her own bedroom. After crying all day, Xiaonizi's tears were almost dry, and her throat was almost hoarse. She clutched Yizan's clothes tightly, like a stray kitten that no one wanted, looking very pitiful. I've been crying for a day, are you thirsty? I'll go get you some water. Yizan pulled away, but her clothes were tightly held by Makoto. Looking at her crying face, Yizan came over again and gently wiped her cheek. My dear, I won't leave you, he said softly, and finally let Makoto let go of his hand a little. Yizan seized the opportunity, quickly poured a glass of water, ran back in an instant, and hugged Makoto lightly. Come on, drink water. Yizan held the glass to Makoto's mouth. Makoto leaned close obediently, drank it in small sips, and quickly drank the glass of water. Are you still drinking? Yizan asked. Makoto shook her head gently. She opened her mouth to say something, but finally closed her mouth and buried her head in Yizan's arms without making a sound. Hey. A week after the burial of the elder Uchiha, Makoto's mood finally recovered. He didn't fully recover either, but after a week of enlightenment and company by Yizan, he got better. The death of his only relative, it makes no sense for Makoto to stay in the Uchiha family. Yizan thought about it and decided to take Makoto to live at home. You want to take Uchiha Makoto home? Well, what, is there a problem? In Shimura's study, Yizan was a little puzzled, and it was not difficult to pick Makoto home. It's not a problem, it's just. Danzo frowned and said slowly, a week ago, Sarutobi and I and 2 advisors decided to target the Uchiha family and suppress them. However, since the end of the Ninja World War, Uchiha's strength has increased several times, and Makoto is the great elder after all. Granddaughter, I want to take her out. The patriarch's lineage will definitely not agree. Disagree. Humph. Are they still fighting Makoto's idea? Yizan angrily angered him. Seeing his son's unwillingness to give up, Danzo was silent for a while, and finally nodded. Uchiha Makoto is his future daughter-in-law no matter what. If he can't even do this, Shimura Danzo will be sorry for his name. That's it. Tomorrow morning, go and pick Makoto back. Don't worry about anything. Don't be afraid to ruin my plan with Sarutobi. Do whatever you want, I'm here when something happens. After Danzo finished speaking domineeringly, he turned his hand and patted Yizan's head gently. Seeing the smile on Yizan's face, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Heaven and earth are big, and he is not as big as his precious son. If he can't even fulfill his son's requirements, he will be the leader of the root, and he will be in vain. Picking up Makoto home, no one knew what the reaction of the Uchiha clan's lineage was, and how strong the reaction was. Early the next morning, Yizan came to the Uchiha family. He walked straight through the downtown area of the gathering place, walked into the great elder's mansion, and woke up Makoto, who was still in a daze. Makoto tilde. Well, brother Zan. Makoto yawned like a kitten and rubbed her eyes, then she opened her hand and hugged Yizan's neck directly. Brother Zan. Makoto, brother Zan came to see you today, it's something very important tilde. What's the matter? I just want to take you to live in my house. Think about it, Kushina, Konan, Mawako and the others are all in my house. It's not fun for you to stay in the Uchiha family by yourself. Why don't you live in my house? It's so lively. Yizan squeezed Makoto's face gently, making Makoto a little shy. Since her grandfather died, she has no relatives in Uchiha. She thought about it and felt that it was really boring to be alone in Uchiha, and finally nodded and agreed. Yizan's suggestion. Then brother Zan, how long are we going? Go now. Now, then wait, I'll pack up, brother Zan, wait for me for a few minutes. Makoto quickly packed up, a few dolls, some clothes, and Makoto quickly put away. Brother Zan, I've got it. Well, let's go. Chapter 246_I would. Yizan and Makoto walked out of the great elder's mansion. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many Uchiha people, and just as they were about to leave the Uchiha settlement. Stop! A loud roar, a large number of Uchiha elites poured out and surrounded Yizan. Shimura-zan, where do you want to take Uchiha Makoto? Uchiha Fugaku's tone was gloomy, and his eyes were full of cruelty when he looked at Yizan. He wanted to deal with Yizan for a long time, but because of the strength and power to deal with, he couldn't deal with it at all. Today is different. When he heard the news that Yizan took Uchiha Makoto to leave, he immediately informed his father, "You must know that Makoto is the granddaughter of the great elder. Family. Take Makoto away. Don't even think about it." Uchiha Ida immediately dispatched with his son and a large group of masters in the clan, and intercepted Yizan when Yizan was about to leave the gathering place. Uchiha Ida, Uchiha Fugaku, what's the matter with me? Yizan squeezed Makoto's hand and exerted a little force. He gave Makoto a comforting look, his eyes were calm and confident. 350. Infected by Yizan's self-confidence, Makoto's fearful emotions disappeared instantly. She stood silently beside Yizan without saying a word, as if she was a gentle wife. No matter what happened, she followed Yizan without complaining. Yizan held Makoto and Uchiha Ida against each other. Neither of them said a word, and it was unknown how long it took. Uchiha Ida's eyes flickered, and his tone was solemn with a murderous aura. Shimura-zan, Uchiha Makoto is a member of our family, you are so silent. Taking Makoto away loudly, do you despise our Uchiha clan too much? He deliberately brought the matter to the entire Uchiha clan, and even used the words, "look down," to arouse the self-esteem of the surrounding clan. As the strongest family in the ninja world, your own family is actually looked down upon. Not even if you are Shimura-gen, who is famous in the ninja world. Large number of Jonins and elite Jonins surrounded Yizan, and the terrifying atmosphere was intertwined around him. He wanted to suppress Yizan from the momentum, but Yizan just sneered disdainfully, and a blue wind gradually appeared on his body. Uchiha Ida, do you think I'll be scared by doing this? It's just wrong. Yizan raised his head slightly, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. You thought I would be afraid, but in fact, you were afraid of me. You were afraid that I would use force to take Makoto away, and with the strength of your father and son, you are no match for me at all. That's why you arouse the self-esteem of the ninjas around you and let them standing on the same front as you and fighting against me, am I right in my analysis? Yizan's words made Uchiha Ida's face change slightly. He knew that Yizan was very smart, and he couldn't say Yizan in words. Thinking of this, he took a step forward, chakra broke out, and Yuhi's 3 Tomo flashed fiercely. Shimura-san, I know you like Makoto, but the Uchiha family has not allowed intermarriage with foreigners since ancient times. I can't accept your behavior. Leave Makoto, otherwise don't blame me. Don't blame anything. Uchiha Ida, do you still dare to do something to my son? The low voice was cold and fierce. At that moment, hundreds of black shadows appeared at the top of the surrounding buildings, and the terrifying murderous aura bloomed, causing the hundreds of Uchiha tribes below to turn on Sharingan at the same time, and everyone's face appeared cautious and solemn. Shimura Danzo. Sound. Danzo appeared beside Yizan. He stared at Uchiha Ida with a deep face, and his voice carried unscrupulous domineering. My son is going to take people away, and whoever dares to stop me, I will kill him. Shimura Danzo. Are you crazy? Uchiha Ida's eyes widened in disbelief. In his heart, Danzo is a guy who focuses on interests, but today's performance. Hundreds of root members are not afraid of life and death, but the Uchiha people are gradually retreating. You Uchiha Ida stopped Makoto, we still don't know why. Isn't it just for marriage? But even if we don't get married, it will be a matter of time before we regain the Dove faction. It's just that the time will be many years later, but it won't make fun of everyone's life. This is a root that has no humanity and is not afraid of life and death. When it comes to fighting, it is definitely a lose-lose ending. Lord Patriarch, a Uchiha Jonin said, looking at Ida with an unfriendly look, fighting against the Shimura family for a little girl, my life is not so cheap. Yes, the Patriarch, although Uchiha Makoto is the granddaughter of the Chief Elder, but now that the Chief Elder is dead, it doesn't make much sense to leave her granddaughter, let them go. Another Jonin also persuaded. The words of the two ninjas made the surrounding clansmen realize, and after a while, several Jonins began to persuade them. It was obvious that they did not want to get involved in this personal conflict. The sudden infighting of the Uchiha clan made Danzo narrow his eyes slightly. He paid special attention to the two Uchiha Jonin who spoke first, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Of Uchiha Ida, the aura of cohesion has been completely broken, and more clansmen are unwilling to participate in private conflicts, while Uchiha Ida himself, seemingly expressionless, has already retreated in his heart. Although the Uchiha family experienced the baptism of World War II, their overall strength has increased several times, but compared with the huge group of Konoha, they are still too weak. If Uchiha and Konoha go to war, half of Konoha is killed, and Uchiha will be destroyed by Konoha. Danzo's meaning is already obvious. For his beloved son, anything can be done, and these roots are inhuman killing machines. No matter how unreasonable Danzo's orders are, they will do their best to implement them. You know, Danzo is Konoha's second in command, and a fight between Uchiha and Danzo is tantamount to rebellion. At that time, there is no other way to go except to rebel to the end. Thinking about this, Uchiha Ida finally flinched. He glanced at Makoto, then at Danzo. His tone was extremely serious. I can let Uchiha Makoto leave, but Uchiha has never allowed intermarriage with foreigners. If Uchiha Makoto leaves the family, she will no longer be one of our Uchihas. Uchiha Makoto, you. I do. Chapter 247_Celebrate. Danzo, you are so impulsive. In the back room of the Hokage building, the four high-rises sit opposite each other. The face of Sarutobi's rebuke. Danzo just raised his eyelids slightly, and Sarutobi bit Kiba with his light-hearted look. Aren't you going to explain? Explain what? Danzo raised his eyelids again, took a sip from the teacup, and Sarutobi's leisurely look made Sarutobi even more uncomfortable. What to explain? What did you say you should explain? I only made a strategy last week to slowly wear down Uchiha's power, but today, you actually pulled the whole route to Uchiha to go all out. If Uchiha Ida really went crazy, what to do with you? No, Uchiha Ida will not go crazy. Compared with the entire Uchiha family, this kind of insult will not make him too angry. Danzo slapped his mouth and nodded with satisfaction. Tea nice, where did you buy it? Don't change the subject. Oh, let's get down to business, where did you get the tea? Bastard Danzo, I told you not to change the subject. Tea was given to me by Ryujiro Teama. Suga, it was my Xiaoshuan who protected him to go to the tea country to become a new name. Why didn't he send some to my family? Seeing that Danzo seemed to be chatting with old friends, Sarutobi reluctantly held his forehead and looked at the two advisors. I don't care, you guys. Sarutobi was sulking. Danzo was happy. He smiled, and slowly revealed the truth in the suspicious eyes of the two advisors. You guys think my behavior today is very impulsive, but I actually did it on purpose. I just want to see how Uchiha's cohesion is. Moreover, I found some breakthroughs today, which may be able to kill Uchiha's power faster. Oh. 4 high-level executives began to conspire again, and on the Shimura's side, the lights were brightly decorated, and there was joy. Welcome to Makoto. Cheers. Quote. In Shimura's restaurant, the girls took care of Makoto. Compared with Kushina and Konan's quietness when they checked in, Yizan specially threw a banquet for Makoto's check-in. Grandpa passed away and was expelled from the family. Makoto suffered a great blow. Fortunately, Yizan was there. Seeing Yizan trying so hard to make herself happy, a smile finally appeared on Makoto's face. She gulps down the orange juice and almost choked because of her happiness. Slow down, no one will steal your orange juice, little idiot Tilda. Yizan fondly rubbed Makoto's hair, making Makoto's face turn to Yuhi in shame. HMPH. The stinky hooligan is so abhorrent. When my sister and I came here, we were not treated like this. Kushina snorted softly and drank the orange juice in one gulp, her big eyes full of discomfort. Boo. While Kushina wasn't paying attention, Yizan immediately kissed her on the lips. The sudden attack made Kushina feel ashamed and angry, so he raised his hand and squeezed towards Yizan's waist. Ah, smelly woman, let go. It's okay to let go, unless you promise me a request. What request? The request is, to celebrate Makoto's stay, we will kill ninjas all night tonight and fight until dawn. Ah, Konan's face changed, his little nose wrinkled instantly, here again. Sister, this is not a celebration of Makoto at all. You are here to fulfill your own wishes. Mawako couldn't help but complain, raised her hand and tapped Kushina. The girls complained, and even Yizan covered his forehead. Kushina is good at everything, but he especially likes playing Ninja Kill, and often pulls everyone to play. Humph. What? It's great for everyone to have fun together. Makoto, you say, do you want to play? Finding that everyone was unwilling, Kushina slammed on Makoto and hugged Makoto's arm coquettishly. She blinked her big eyes, and she was extraordinarily cute. This, play. Makoto glanced at Yizan cautiously, and nodded softly after finding that Yizan had no objection. Makoto is the protagonist of the day. She spoke, and everyone no longer objected. Kushina urged everyone to finish the meal quickly, and then hurriedly pulled Makoto to the lounge. Stinky hooligans sit next to Makoto, Konan sits here. Kushina pointed out everyone's position carelessly. She deliberately stayed away from Yizan, and said with a proud face, Makoto, Konan, you are working hard tonight, you must be on guard. Smelly hooligans bully you, he. Said to play all night, really played all night. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky was bright. Danzo came home a little tired, and unexpectedly found that everyone was playing cards around the coffee table. Yo, are you still playing? Yeah, today we celebrate Makoto's stay, and kill ninjas all night. Yizan half squinted his eyes and looked drowsy, but the other girls were elated and in good spirits. Oh, by the way Xiaoshuan, Orochimaru sent a message to Hokage's office in the middle of the night. looking for you. It seems to be related to Kakuzu. Since you are not sleeping, let's go and have a look. Danzo's words suddenly awakened Yizan. He quickly wiped his face and temporarily subsided his sleepiness. Has Kakuzu's question been successful? Hey, I'll take a look. You call first. I'll be back in a while. Mental torture of the ninja killing. Yizan ran out of the house in a hurry. He yawned tiredly, and after walking a few steps, he was dragged to the ground. He swayed left and right for a long time, finally turned around and walked towards the other side of the street. I'm so tired. Yizan kept yawning. His eyes were more than half closed. I'd better not go to Orochimaru and Kakuzu. Go to Tsunade's house to sleep first. These stinky women are killing me. Now. Yizan dragged his tired body and staggered to Tsunade's house, and slammed the door a few times. After waiting for a long time, he saw Tsunade wearing a pajamas opening the door, and only after finding that Yizan was outside, did he open the door. The door let Yizan in. Little pervert, don't sleep at home, what are you doing with me? It's only 5 o'clock in the morning. Tsunade closed the door in annoyance, and wanted to say more. Yizan threw himself into her arms. Wife, don't talk about it, I'm going to sleep. I fought a ninja all night, I'm going to sleep. Chapter 248_Gululu. Yizan slept until the afternoon before waking up. The sun in Konoha's early summer is not too harsh, and the soft light sprinkles in the bedroom, with a feeling of laziness. Yizan yawned lazily, slapped his mouth a few times, and pulled out the bed cover blankly, and a scent of fragrance came into the bedroom from the living room. He sniffed, and his stomach growled with hunger. Baby wife, I'm hungry. Yizan shouted towards the living room, and after a while, Tsunade's figure appeared at the door of the bedroom. She was wearing a drowsy pink yuhi color. Her blonde hair was casually placed on her head, no makeup, but her face was flawless. Little pervert, get up now that you're awake, and make a mess of my bed, I hate it. I'm here to make you hate Tilda. Yizan smiled lazily, like a big slacker. As soon as he got up, he tidied up the shop, and hugged Tsunade with a smile. Wife, kiss. Don't. It stinks. Go brush Kiba first. Tsunade gently pushed Yizan away and escorted him into the washroom. Then she returned to the living room with a few plates of side dishes on the dining table. This was her first time cooking, and she didn't know why. When Yizan slept in, she went to the vegetable market to buy a few vegetables, and planned to give this little pervert some surprises. Yizan was really surprised. When he came to the living room from the washroom and found several dishes on the dining table, his eyes widened, as if he had encountered something incredible. You fried it. Tilda. Oh. Yizan took a careful look at Tsunade, and found that Tsunade held his hands cutely. Yizan finally swallowed, picked up chopsticks tremblingly, and put a vegetable in his mouth. The taste is not bad. Yizan was a little surprised. Under Tsunade's proud eyes, he took a bite of every dish. Okay. Is this really your first time doing it? Of course. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't cook. Tsunade raised his chin proudly, as if he had found something, and immediately shut up. A dizzy smear of yuhi appeared on his pretty face. Little pervert, I just made a slip of the tongue. I'm not for you. I'm hungry and I'm cooking for myself. Oh, I'm hungry to cook for myself. Yizan nodded clearly, but looked at Tsunade with a sly look. It turns out that my Tsunade baby wasn't specially made for me, so sad. Eat yours. Talking so much. Tsunade flicked Yizan lightly, stood up, and jumped to the windowsill, obviously in a good mood. Oh yes, I'm going to Orochimaru's place in a while. What's wrong? Kakuzu, I don't know how Orochimaru's research is going. I'll take a look. How about you? What are you going to do? Me, I don't know. Why don't I wait for you at home? Wait for me. Well, I'm going to buy some food and continue cooking for you at night. Tilda. Tsunade turned to look at Yizan. She had her hands behind her back, and her face was yuhi-yuhi, with a rare little woman smell. Tsunade, you know what, you're committing a crime. Hee, little bastard, come and offend me tilde. Gulululu, you brought it on yourself. Tsunade hard. Yizan stomped to Orochimaru's laboratory. Kakuzu seemed to be discussing something with Orochimaru in a low voice, and looking at Kakuzu's posture, it seemed that his depression had been relieved. Hi, Orochimaru, Kakuzu. Yizan greeted the two of them and walked over. How's the research on Dikyu? I'm still researching, and I'm already looking forward to it. It is indeed a secret technique that can last forever. At my level, it will take 2 years to fully repair Kakuzu's body. I just don't know. Can you wait? Orochimaru said in a low voice. The hoarse voice had a hint of inexplicable meaning. Needless to say, I don't exist and can't wait. It's all up to Kakuzu himself. Kakuzu, are you willing to wait? I don't care. Time is the least valuable in my eyes. Kakuzu shrugged, rarely pretending to be coercive. This is already a very good thing for depressed patients. Yizan and Orochimaru have different personalities, and there is nothing to talk about. He chatted with Kakuzu a few words, and finally patted Kakuzu on the shoulder and left the laboratory. It was not until the door of the laboratory was closed that Orochimaru turned his head. He looked at Kakuzu stubbornly. His brown snake pupils shone with a hint of doubt and coldness. Kakuzu, you won the bet this time. I'm curious, you must have only met Shimura-san, right? Why are you sure that Shimura-san is willing to wait 2 years? Because I can feel Shimura-san's sincerity towards people. He is different from you. He is a happy person. He treats me sincerely and doesn't take advantage of me. So he is willing to waste 2 years of his time letting you to treat my body. Maybe you never know. Shimura-san's purpose is just to hope that my body will recover and I can find a wife in Konoha to get married and have children. What? He is willing to waste 2 years waiting for you to recover just to let you, superficially, return to a normal human body, just to let you marry a wife and have children. So you are different from him. Shimura-san told me that family, friendship, and love are the most precious things in this world. I didn't understand it before, but now I. Kakuzu closed his mouth halfway through his words, his eyes gleaming, a gleam of new life after the death of despair. But now, I seem to understand what is friendship. 4.3, thank you, Shimura-san. Yizan had no idea that his actions had moved Kakuzu. He came to Mite's house and the door was opened by a woman in her 20s. Are you, Xiaozan? Hey, do you know me? I'm Dai's wife. Dai has been talking about you all this time, please come in. Dai and I have always wanted to thank you for the supplements you sent before tilde. After the woman finished speaking, Dai also came out of the bedroom. He handed the baby in his hand to the woman's hand, and gave Yizan a thumbs up happily, looking very happy. Xiaozan, thank you for your supplements. My wife's body has finally recovered. In order to repay you, I decided to accompany you to run 50 laps around Konoha every day from today. Chapter 249 _ Huge change. Practice, play, practice, play. Yeergu's demonic life soon passed 2 years. 2 years may seem like a long time, but in the eyes of Yizan, who is happy every day, it seems like it was just yesterday. In the past 2 years, Yizan's physical fitness has become stronger and stronger, and his height and chakra volume have also experienced a blowout growth. If it was said that 2 years ago, Yizan only reached Tsunade's neck, then now, Yizan has surpassed Tsunade by more than half of his head, growing to about 1.71 meters. Not only that, since he is still in the explosive stage of his body growth, Yizan will continue to grow taller as time goes on. As for how much he grows to 1.8 meters, I don't know. Yizan is now a little over 13 years old, and in 10 months, Yizan will be 14 years old. I don't know if it's the influence of the transmigrator or the effect of the fruit's ability, but Yizan's, some aspect, development has not shown any effect, which makes him anxious, thinking that he was born with impotence. Fortunately, Konoha has Tsunade with superb medical skills. She carefully inspected Yizan's bones and body and found that Yizan is a late development. Compared with boys who can be hard at the age of 11-30-12, Yizan is about 13 to 14 years old. Will mature. Ridiculed by Tsunade for the past 2 years. Today is the graduation season. The students in the lower grades are still studying hard, and the students in the 6th grade have started their graduation exams. Compared with the harshness of the war years and Yizan's super difficult cramming style education, the current graduation examination is extremely simple. It only needs to draw lots and use the 3-body technique well to pass the test. Needless to say, Yizan's friends, even the laziest Shikaku has the strength of an elite genin. A group of people passed the graduation exam with ease. In order to celebrate that everyone officially became a ninja, they moved the grill to move the grill, and bought vegetables. After half an hour, they gathered in a familiar place, beside a remote and uninhabited river. Hey, Might Dai, are you taking your son to practice? Yes, this uninhabited river is not only a gathering place for everyone, but also a training place for Yizan and Might Dai. I don't know since when, Might Dai took a kappa-headed cub to practice together. This cub is the future Might Dai. Might Dai is more than 2 years old, with thick eyebrows, a kappa head, and wearing a green tight training suit handed down from ancient times by the Might family. His training is very simple, that is, jogging, doing some squats, etc., without harming the body. Because Might Dai and Yizan have been practicing together for a long time, he and his friends have also become friends. Although Dai is an adult with children and a wife, his personality is very funny and he gets along with everyone very happily. The friends arrived. Might Dai also stopped practicing. He wiped his sweat with a towel, trotted over to set up the grill for everyone, and Kushina and Makoto were playing with Guy. Hee. Guy, do you want to eat grilled fish for a while? Kushina kept pinching Might Guy's face. He was over 2 years old and he was very cute. I want to eat it. I want to eat grilled fish. Might Guy sucked in his saliva. He couldn't help drooling when he thought of the fragrant and golden grilled fish. Want to eat? You call sister, and I'll invite you to eat. Sister Kushina, I want to eat grilled fish tilde. Ha ha ha, and Makoto didn't shout. Beauty, Makoto sister, I want to eat grilled fish tilde. The 2 women kept teasing Might Guy, until Yizan came back with some wood. Kushina let go of Guy and threw himself into Yizan's arms. Oops, idiot, you've lost all the wood. Yizan put his arms around Kushina with one hand and barely held half of the wood with the other. He was very strong, and dragged Kushina to the grill. Just throw the wood away. Stinky hooligan, I want to eat grilled fish. Kushina kept coquettish. Yuhi's long hair was very bright in the sun. In 2 years, Kushina and Makoto have also grown up, and they are so watery that people can't help but want to take a bite. Judging from the age of Kushina and Makoto happens to be the age of Naruto Sakura and others at the beginning of the original Hokage. Sakura, who debuted in the original book. Kushina is still a petty temperament. Not only did she not settle down in the past 2 years, but she became more and more lively, and she especially liked to act like a spoiled child around Yizan. Makoto is gentle as water, elegant and beautiful. In 2 years, she has come out of the grief of her grandfather's death. Although she will miss him, she is also praying that he will have a good life in heaven, with more and more smiles on her face. Where's Conan? Might Dai asked suspiciously when Conan wasn't there. Conan went to Jiraiya to train today. She went to practice the joint strike with her 2 buddies, so today it's just us guys. Minato, go catch fish. Yizan shouted not far away. Minato and Mawako, who were leaning against each other, were startled and separated in a hurry. Minato ran to the surface with Yuhi's face and almost fell into the water. Minato, be careful, Mawako 037 said worriedly. Minato looked back with a bright smile, and at that moment, Yizan didn't want to care. Kushina, look at your sister. Minato is so strong, and you're still worried about him falling into the water. Cut. Haven't you heard that women are idiots in front of love? Kushina lightly poked Yizan with the tip of her finger. She suddenly felt very happy, and jumped onto Yizan's body all of a sudden, wrapping her hands around Yizan's neck, like a koala. In the past 2 years, many things have changed. For example, Yizan's height and length have made Kushina hang in the air. Snapped. Ah, nasty. Kushina's face was Yuhi, and she jumped from Yizan's body suddenly. Her ass butt was hit by Yizan, which made her feel very shy. The flames rose, the grill was brushed with oil, and the black pill was still small, standing on Inazuka's paw, watching Yamanaka Inoichi drooling continuously. Wow! It called out to Inoichi in a hurry, and Inoichi took out a bag of dog food from his arms without expression. Compared with other food, Heiwan prefers to eat oil that has been brushed with black pepper and cumin. Lumpy dog food. Inoichi, I think it's time for you to find a girlfriend. Ah, I think. Chapter 250 _ The Heat of Hell Heaven E. Hey, did you hear that? Hell Heaven, the second part is out. In many corners of Konoha, some people gathered in 2s and 3s, some ninjas and some civilians, all men, and everyone had a wretched expression on their faces. What? The second volume is out. God has eyes. God has eyes. I've waited for 2 years, and finally the second volume is out. A civilian took out a very shabby fan Yuhi from his arms. The erotic books, which he bought from others at a high price 2 years ago, are like treasures. Jiro, your body is about to collapse, are you still watching? What do you know? This is a masterpiece. Let's go. Go and buy the second one. I'm going to buy it too. Large number of people rushed towards the Konoha bookstore, and in the Hokage office, Sarutobi was busy working, but if you look carefully, you can see that Sarutobi's eyes are shining, and there is a brand new pink Yuhi book hidden in the pile of documents. Hell Heaven 2 is indeed the genius Shaozan, and only Shaozan can write such a masterpiece. Can't stand the entanglement of the little girl Kushina. After 2 years, Yizan published the book Hell Paradise 2. Aoki Paradise, again. This time, Yizan decided to create hunger marketing, compared to the first 10,000 books. This time only 1,000 copies were released. Sarutobi was bribed in advance, and all actions were completed under the condition of confidentiality and swiftness. If anyone dared to pirate, Sarutobi would send Anbu to arrest them mercilessly. In Sarutobi's words, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the genuine copy. This store is the only selling point of Hell Paradise 2. Aoki Paradise, and each copy is priced at 30,000. At the author's request, each person is only allowed to buy 1 copy. If the ninjas who use the transformation technique want to be scalpers, please respect yourself. Once I find out, I will report to Lord Hokage directly, and the consequences will be at your own risk. Quote. The shop owner didn't just say it verbally, he really asked people from the Konoha sealing class to set up a seal array at the door of the store, specifically to break the transformation technique. This kind of seal array is very low level, and the shop owner spent a lot of money. Konoha ninjas are organized, and the seal class readily accepts them, which also makes those ninjas who want to be scalpers have no choice but to give up this plan. Since the first part attracted a lot of fans, when the news of the second part came out, there were already more than 2,000 people in front of the bookstore. Civilians and ninjas, including Jiraiya, were also caught in the middle, chatting with a few elite jonin in a low voice, wait in line. For an entire hour, I finally arrived at Jiraiya and the elite jonins in front of them. Several elite jonins paid for books in turn. When it was Jiraiya's turn, something went wrong. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiraiya? The shop owner had seen Jiraiya's portrait, but in order to avoid admitting his mistake, he still specifically asked. Yes, what's wrong? Jiraiya blinked, and for some reason, a bad feeling rose in her heart, especially the crowd in line behind, all looking at herself with weird eyes, making him uncomfortable. Sorry, Mr. Jiraiya, the author said that this book can be sold to anyone in Konoha, but it can't be sold to you, he said. Seeing Jiraiya's wide eyes, the shop owner was a little scared, but he thought about it dozens of times. The pure prophet. He swallowed, and finally got the courage to say Yizan's original words. The author said, Jiraiya is stupid, and idiot, not selling it to you. Asshole. Teacher Sarutobi, you have to call the shots for me. In Hokage's office, Jiraiya pouted and looked unhappy. He vowed to find the author of the book. Because of the Yuhi fire of this book, his Jiraiya name is becoming more and more Yuhi. All Konoha knows about the crazy ghost Jiraiya, because the author's name is, Jiraiya is a big idiot, which also makes Jiraiya the laughing stock of many people. Jiraiya wants Sarutobi to call the shots for him, but Sarutobi can't. Taking Yizan's bribe, if he dared to reveal it, the entire Hokage building would be overturned by Yizan. Thinking of this, Sarutobi moved his arm and pushed the brand new Hell Paradise 2 feet deeper into the file mountain, making sure that Jiraiya couldn't see it, and then slowly said, Jiraiya, although I am your teacher, I am also Konoha. The Hokage, the rules, the system, everything needs to be followed. As a Hokage, I must protect the privacy of any civilian. Jiraiya, it's hard for me too. Sarutobi refused, making Jiraiya even more aggrieved, and at this moment, the door of Hokage's office was pushed open again. Yizan, Tsunade, and 7 Jonin filed in, 3 elite Jonin standing in front, 4 ordinary Jonin standing behind. Yizan took Tsunade to his own sofa. Seeing so many people coming together, Sarutobi remembered that today was Genin's grouping day. He gave Jiraiya a reproachful look and put his hands on a crystal ball. After a while, the crystal ball appeared. Grade 6, Ninja School. Mr. Duanmu was standing on the podium, holding a piece of paper in his hand with his name written all over it. Hair Arena, Aoki Takako, Fujisaki Yayoi, the first class. Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, the third shift. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Mawako, Inazuka Claw, fourth class. The fifth class. Sixth class. Teacher Duanmu kept reciting, until he read the last group. He paused slightly, and his tone was a little puzzled. Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, 10th class. Teacher Duanmu, are you mistaken? Why are there only 2 of us? Kushina asked in confusion. Teacher Duanmu shrugged and said that he didn't know. At this moment, in the Hokage office, the 7 Jonins had left, and they had accepted the order, and Sarutobi would randomly assign them to these genin to be their instructors. Jiraiya, the Namikaze Minato group will be handed over to you, okay? Tisk. A genius, a QB, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force, a little girl from the Inazuka clan. Mr. Sarutobi, you have given me a lot of pressure. No problem. Then, Nara Shikaku and the others, who will bring them? Let me bring it. A young voice suddenly sounded from outside the office door, and in the eyes of everyone, a man in his 20s walked in. Chapter 251_grouping. Who are you? The visitor is 20 years old and looks relatively young, with a hint of rebelliousness between his brows, like a wild horse, free from any restraints. Brother Jiraiya, I haven't seen you for many years, don't you recognize me? The man smiled, his eyes softened when he looked at Jiraiya, and when the words, Brother Jiraiya, were uttered, Jiraiya's pupils shrank sharply, with a look of disapproval on his face. Confident expression. You are, Shinosuke. Damn, I haven't seen you for so many years, and I've grown so big. If you don't tell me, I don't even know you at all. Jiraiya laughed and gave each other a big hug. The relationship between the two was obviously very good. Even if they had not seen each other for many years, they became familiar in an instant. Jiraiya for a while, the young man finally looked at Sarutobi, but when he looked at Sarutobi, his soft gaze disappeared, and instead there was a trace of resentment and displeasure. This time I came back, just to fulfill the responsibility of the Sarutobi family. I brought Ino Shikacho to Chunin, and when they can stand alone, I will go back to the daimyo. Oh yes, I heard. My brother has already been born. When he mentioned his younger brother, his tone finally softened. Sarutobi sighed softly, and nodded silently. The weird atmosphere made Yizan and Tsunade look at each other. From the conversation between the three, it can be seen that this person should be Sarutobi's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke. Yi Shuenkai was too lazy to take care of Sarutobi's family affairs, and he didn't like Sarutobi's Shinosuke's character very much. As for Sarutobi Shinosuke, of course he has heard of Yizan's name, but he just glanced at Yizan without saying a word, turned and left the Hokage office and walked towards the ninja school. Humph! What are you pulling? If it wasn't for my self-cultivation in recent years, with just the look in your eyes, I would have beaten you to the ground with one punch. Yizan pouted angrily, making Sarutobi a little embarrassed. He was really afraid that Yizan would beat up his eldest son when he got angry. Although Shinosuke was an elite jonin, he couldn't stand Yizan's lesson. He. Shaozan, don't be angry, Shinosuke is just like this, he is naive, let him, order Tilda. Huh, dead monkey, I'm only 13 years old, your son is 20 years old, and you want me to let him. You're smart, you're Konoha's genius Shaoshuan, and Shinosuke is too stupid, so don't bother with him Tilda. Sarutobi begged bitterly. After all, he was his own son. If he was maimed by the lawless Yizan, he would be reluctant to bear it. As for Yizan, it doesn't matter, anyway, he won't have too much contact with this person in the future. In the crystal ball, the ninjas who had just entered the office one by one entered the 6th grade Class A to lead their group, but Jiraiya was not in a hurry. He glanced at Tsunade and Yizan, wondering who Kushina and Makoto belonged to. Be an instructor. Okay, the last group. Shaoshuan, this is what you asked for yourself. Who are you going to let them be their instructors? Myself. What? You? Sarutobi was stunned, and then suddenly realized that this stinky boy was with the girl in the name of the instructor, and he didn't have to do those difficult tasks. It was a smart plan to take it easy. Stinky boy, you're smart. But, according to the Konoha system, the ninja team must be in groups of 3, you. Humph, dead monkey, I've already figured it out. The last member of my coaching team is Konan's house. Konan's face is not very good. Ooh, Konan, my lovely Konan, my dear Konan, just promise me, come to my team. Yizan hugged Konan and kept coquettish. He buried his head in Konan's hair and drilled go. Konan's unique lily-like fragrance makes him feel refreshed. But, it was said before that Yahiko Nagato and I went to the Land of Rain to develop the organization, and now you are like this. Konan hesitated. She has been practicing with Jiraiya most of the time recently. 3 have been in Konoha for 3 years, and Jiraiya feels that the strength of the 3 is enough to protect themselves in the country of rain, and then slowly develop a new organization. No, Konan, I regret it. I can't bear you to suffer in the country of rain. Yahiko and Nagato are enough, Konan, woo-woo. Yizan was holding Konan in a fake cry. His chin was on Konan's shoulder, and he happened to see Kushina on the sofa. That Yizan was fake crying, Kushina threw a Byakugan in disdain, and Yizan gave Kushina a boom, with a smirk on his face. Cut. I can't bear. Kushina whispered and found that Yizan was staring at her. She was a little puzzled, and following Yizan's gaze, she found that the other party was staring at her skirt. It really is a stinky hooligan. She looked at Yuhi all over her face, quickly closed her legs, just spread the book on her legs, and happened to be seen by Yizan at the scenery in her skirt. I'll teach you a lesson later. She waved her paw viciously, indicating that Yizan must look good. Yizan and Kushina were quietly making small movements, but Konan didn't notice it. Being hugged by Yizan, she was a little shy, and besides being shy, she was also very tangled and hesitant. In the end, should I go to the Land of Rain with Nagato Yahiko's 2 partners to develop, or should I join Yizan's guidance team? One side is friendship, the other side is inexplicable feelings. and this inexplicable feeling made Conan hard to let go, especially Yizan was reluctant to let himself go no matter how he hugged him, so she gradually did not want to leave. Teacher, if you don't leave, what about Yahiko and Nagato? We promised them before. Conan's somewhat compromising tone instantly made Yizan's eyes light up. He knew that as long as he added more fire, darling Conan would definitely stay. Conan, don't worry, I'll talk to Yahiko Nagato. The country of rain is bitter and tiring, I believe, they don't want you to suffer with them. Conan, don't forget, 3 years ago, why did I choose you as an apprentice? Why did you choose me as an apprentice? Conan's heart moved, and he finally recalled the original situation. Chapter 252_book. The next day, Conan officially joined Yizan's guidance team and became Makoto and Kushina's teammates. Yahiko Nagato has left Konoha and headed towards the land of rain. 3 years, they and Jiraiya developed deep feelings, but for the sake of ideals, to save the common people, and for world peace, Yahiko and Nagato resolutely embarked on the road to the land of rain. No matter how difficult it is, they will persevere. Go down. I want to change the country and build a bridge of hope to world peace. Nagato, what do you think? Our organization is called Akatsuki, how about that? Akatsuki. Nagato froze slightly, while Rinnegan shone suspiciously. Yahiko, why is it called Akatsuki? Because of Akatsuki, the first light that breaks the darkness of dawn. We, Akatsuki, will save the world and bring hope to the dark world. Yahiko and Nagato have dreams, and here, Jiraiya has just sent off 2 apprentices and welcomed a new student. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Mawako, Inuzuka Claw, the 3 friends are familiar with Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya is also a friend of Yizan, and there is not much strangeness in contact. Mr. Jiraiya. Minato, Mawako, Xiaopa, haven't we seen each other in a few months tilde? How are you doing? Not bad, now that I have graduated, I am full of energy. Namikaze Minato smiled brightly, emitting a not weak chakra wave. Minato, your strength, have Chunin. Yes, not only me, but Mawako has become an elite Chunin, and Xiaopao also has the strength of an elite Genin. Minato's words made Jiraiya a little surprised, and he was a little accustomed to it. If he is a good friend of the stinky boy, a little genius is acceptable. Since everyone's strength is good, let's try to do some D-level tasks first. If possible, we will directly increase the difficulty of the tasks next week. Jiraiya is a person who teaches students according to their aptitude and does not stick to the rules. Under Jiraiya's teaching, the 3 of Minato will definitely make rapid progress. On the other hand, Yizan is lying on the sofa lazily. Makoto cut the apples, 1 bud and 1 bud feed it into his mouth. Hey, you rascal, didn't you say you're going to get a mission? What are you doing? Kushina wandered around the room a little irritably, and finally became a genin, ending the boring campus life. But now Yizan doesn't go to Lord Hokage to get a task. Even if it is a D-level task, it is better than boredom. Oh, why are you in a hurry? As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Can't you just rest at home for a few days after graduation? Rest, humph, sloth. Ha, how dare you say I'm a slacker? Give it back to me in hell heaven too. When Yizan stretched out his hand, Kushina was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were a little dazed. What? Stop talking. Well, don't you want to do the task? As long as you return the book to me, I will take you to the task. Yizan spread his hands carelessly, but he didn't realize that Conan's little face on the other sofa was already visible to Yuhi. She kept winking at Kushina, but Kushina smiled wickedly and suddenly pointed her finger at Conan. Want a book? You asked Conan for it. I lent it to Conan not long ago. Circled.operator_circled.operator. As if hearing some incredible news, Yizan's eyes widened exaggeratedly. He turned his head to look at Conan, and found that Conan's face was full of Yuhi, and CCI was speechless. Conan, you Yizan got up and walked over, bent down, and put his head in front of Conan's eyes. It turns out that you are also a little pervert. No, Conan shook her head vigorously. She was just curious, sheer curiosity, by no means a little girl. I still don't admit it. You peeked 2 years ago, and now you blatantly asked Kushina to borrow it to see it. You still say no. No, Conan shook her head stubbornly, not admitting anything. Her face was yuhi, and she was about to faint from shyness. At this moment, Conan didn't realize that Yizan was getting closer and closer to her. When she finally realized that the distance between the two was too close, she suddenly leaned forward and pressed their lips together gently. Conan's eyes widened in surprise. Her brain was chaotic, the feeling coming from her mouth made her very comfortable. She didn't resist, she was foolishly thrown on the sofa by Yizan. Hey! With a soft cry, Conan realized that Yizan's hands were already swimming around her body. She was shocked. She supported Yizan with both hands, and pushed Yizan away with all her might. Yizan was a little surprised when Conan pushed him away. He didn't expect the lovely Conan to resist him one day. Sure enough, Loli hasn't succeeded in education yet. Conan kept sorting his clothes on the sofa. Yizan also lost the idea of continuing to bully Conan. He smacked his mouth in boredom, and finally stood up and raised his hands high. Everyone, go do the quest. If we don't do the quest we will die of poverty. Kushina, Makoto, Conan, go and do the quest. Yizan rushed out like an idiot. Kushina was helpless, and asked Makoto to appease Conan's emotions, and followed Yizan to leave the house. After a while, Conan's emotions calmed down, and Makoto took Conan's hand to go out, only to find that Yizan and Kushina disappeared. What about people? Probably go to the Hokage building. D-level tasks are nothing more than boring tasks such as weeding and cleaning up river rubbish. After a whole day of hard work, Kushina, Makoto and Conan completed 4 D-class missions in one go. I'll be here today, let's all disband. After Yizan finished speaking, he rushed over and kissed the 3 women's faces one by one, then turned around and disappeared without a trace. Humph! This stinky bastard must have gone to Tsunade. Sister Kushina, what do you say? You promised me before that you wouldn't tell the teacher about my reading of Xiao H books. This. Cough. Conan, today was an accident, I couldn't hold back. Humph. Chapter 253 Finally grown up. The autumn wind in Konoha is a bit cool, and at 7 p.m., there are a few stars scattered in the night sky. Yizan staggered to the door of Tsunade's house, holding a bag of fried chicken and soju in his hand. He patted the door hard. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Crunch. The door opened a crack, and after seeing Yizan, Tsunade opened the room and let Yizan in. In the shower. Well, just finished washing, you wait first. Tsunade wrapped her hair in a towel. She was wearing a white and large nightgown. Yizan glanced quietly, it was a vacuum. Since Yizan is now taller than Tsunade, although his face is still a little immature, it is not as big as before. While Tsunade was wiping his head, he hugged Tsunade from behind, put his head up, and took a deep breath. Tone. Wife, you are so fragrant. Che, it's obviously the smell of shampoo, but with this kind of superficial sweet talk, do you still want to tease me? Tsunade twisted her body, but did not break free from Yizan's embrace. She simply stopped struggling, half leaned in Yizan's arms, did not speak, and quietly dried her hair like this. Few minutes later, Tsunade was about to change a towel, but Yizan hugged her tightly, preventing her from leaving. Why, the hair is not dry yet. I know, it's not bad Tilda. Yizan leaned into Tsunade's ear and blew lightly, causing Tsunade to tremble all over, and the strength that had finally appeared gradually softened. Little pervert, why are you crazy today? She said softly. Her tone was tender and angry. She turned her head halfway, raised her head, and looked at Yizan's chin from the corner of her eyes. I'm not crazy. Oh yes, let me tell you a very interesting thing. Today I quarreled with Kushina, and guess what? Kushina accidentally leaked Conan's secret. Conan's secret? What secret? Hee. Conan, I actually asked Kushina to borrow Hell Paradise 2 feet to see the little erotic girls now, one after another. Yizan slapped his lips and shook his head like an elder. His behavior attracted Tsunade spat lightly, and with a little force, broke free from Yizan's embrace. Bah, you are such a person, you get cheap and sell well. They don't let you make money, little pervert. Tsunade turned around. Even though his hair was still dry, he walked over to the coffee table and picked up the bag, which exuded a strong fragrance. Hey, isn't this fried chicken? Hey, new variety, honey and spicy chicken wings. Eat it once and you'll be addicted. So exaggerated. Tsunade didn't believe it or not, but the strong fragrance did make her salivate. She quickly opened the bag, took out the square plastic box inside, and opened it. At that moment, the strong fragrance intensified tenfold and filled the entire room. Wow! Tsunade yelled, eagerly picking up a piece of chicken wing and eating it. Then she narrowed her eyes happily, like a cute kitten. Delicious. Quote. Delicious, right, eat more if it's delicious tilde. Yizan sat next to Tsunade with a smile, staring at Tsunade like this, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Tsunade is really super cute now. He kept eating like a kitten, squinting his eyes from time to time to savor, then opening his eyes to eat, occasionally making a squeak of good food. He watched Tsunade eat like this for 10 minutes, and finally, a box of chicken wings was eaten up. Well, so satisfying. Throwing away the last bone, Tsunade's face was covered with a lot of oil. She happily ran to the bathroom to wash up. After washing her face and hands, she jumped back. Little pervert, where did you find such delicious food? After she was full, she leaned lazily on Yizan's shoulder. Yizan raised his hand and took her directly into his arms. Hee. I called the owner of the barbecue shop to develop it. I know you like this type of food. Yizan smiled and kissed Tsunade. In his heart, this is very satisfying and can be eaten by the woman he loves. Have fun and be stronger than any victory and power. I hate it. It will please girls. Tsunade smacked Yizan lightly, raised his head with a happy face, and brought a kiss to Yizan's lips. One more time. Boo. Come again tilde. Boo. Hee, this time it's my turn. Yizan put one hand around Tsunade's neck, lowered his head, and kissed her on the lips fiercely. The two of them were reluctant to part with this kiss. Their lips were pressed against each other, and there was a slight snort from the nose from time to time. After a full 10 minutes, the two men parted breathlessly. Tsunade's face was full of Yuhi's dizziness, and water seemed to be dripping from his beautiful big eyes. Little bastard tilde. Little idiot tilde. Little bastard tilde. Hee. Tsunade happily buried his head in Yizan's arms, arched mischievously, suddenly got up, and pushed Yizan on the sofa. Little bastard, let's play a game. What game? No matter what I do, you are not allowed to move tilde. Huh. Yizan's eyes widened, and before he said anything, Tsunade leaned down and pressed his lips again. If you don't object, you agree. From now on, I'm only allowed to bully you, and you're not allowed to move. The black sky is getting deeper and deeper, and the sounds of the outside world are decreasing as time goes by. When the whole of Konoha fell silent, and even the street lights on the roadside started to turn off, the Tsunade's house also turned off the lights, and it was dark. On the sofa, Tsunade was leaning on Yizan, and in that 5.2 black world, Tsunade's little face became more and more Yuhi moist. Shaoshuan, she whispered softly, her face Yuhi a little scared. Huh. That thing is giggling at me. You bastard, when did you grow up? Hee, just now, that, Tsunade. Huh. Be my wife. Quote. On the dark living room sofa, Yizan got up, moved outside, hugged Tsunade, and slowly put her down. There was a rustling sound, and the large nightgown fell to the ground, showing a pure white under the dim moonlight. 10 minutes later, with a cry of pain, a happy sonata sounded throughout the room. Chapter 254 Super delicious honey spicy chicken wings. The early morning sun was very soft and somewhat warm. Yizan yawned and half opened his eyes. What caught his eye was Tsunade's flawless pretty face, long eyelashes, and Yuhi's face with traces of last night's madness. Thinking that he had fought hard for 3 hours for the first time, Yizan felt that his life was really perfect, and he had given him a strong body. If it wasn't for Tsunade, who was really dying, he would still be able to continue fighting. However, last night was still a bit too much. I suppressed my energy for more than 10 years, which made Yizan's self-control a little out of control. Tsunade was also the first time. If it wasn't for the physique of the Senju family, how could it withstand a 3-hour attack? Even so, Tsunade finally conceded defeat. Called, good brother, please, I was wrong, and other words to concede defeat, which made Yizan extremely proud. However, let's make something for Tsunade. Thinking of this, Yizan wanted to pull his arm away, but he made a slight movement, but he woke Tsunade. Awake. Tsunade half opened her eyes and looked at the little man in front of her. He wasn't even a little man, at least he was taller than herself. Thinking of this, she made 2 snarky noises, hugged Yizan, and put her head on Yi30. Xuanwei. Idiot, what are you laughing at? Hee, it's just laughing, it's just being happy, little pervert, I'm still in your hands in the end. She happily arched back and forth in Yizan's arms. Perhaps the movement was a bit big. She suddenly took a breath of air with a frowned slightly, and her face became bitter. Idiot. It hurt so long yesterday, and of course it hurts now. Quickly treat it with medical ninjutsu, or even your physique will not recover in a day. Tapped Tsunade lightly, but Tsunade hugged Yizan proudly. She shook her head vigorously, thief, and said nothing to heal. Little bastard, I'm not treating it. This is my first time, I have to remember this feeling. Even Tsunade is a young woman, and a woman is such an inexplicable animal, she would rather endure the pain below than treat it, just to remember that today, she gave her most precious things. To Yizan. Hey. For Tsunade's behavior, Yizan was moved and very distressed. He slapped Tsunade's butt hard, causing Tsunade to cry out in pain and look at Yizan with tears in his eyes. Idiot. Big idiot. Little pervert. The two hugged each other tightly, talking about boring gossip like this, but life, isn't it like this? As long as you are with your loved one, no matter how boring you are, you will feel extremely happy. For example, at this moment, Tsunade had a bright smile on his face and looked at Yizan with infinite tenderness. Hey, little bastard. Have you ever abandoned me one day? No, I swear, I will never abandon you in this life, in the next life, or even in the next life. Cut. Slick tongue, but, I like it tilde. The two of them were tired of sitting on the sofa for a long time, and it wasn't until after 5 p.m. that Tsunade recovered from the Senju clan's physique. It doesn't hurt anymore. Well, it doesn't hurt anymore, but, I'm so hungry. Tsunade pouted pitifully, and Yizan sighed helplessly with his big twinkling eyes. You idiot, I said before that I would get you some food and bring it to you to eat, but I ended up starving on the sofa all day, idiot. I'm a fool, I want you to accompany me. Tsunade grinned, but her smile only lasted for a few seconds, and her face fell again with a goo-goo sound. Hungry. Let's eat if you're hungry, eat yesterday's sweet and spicy chicken wings. Thinking of the spicy chicken wings, Tsunade's saliva flowed out again. After the two cleaned up, they quickly went out and went straight to the Konoha Commercial Street, the most luxurious barbecue restaurant. Yizan is the major shareholder of the barbecue restaurant. Many years ago, before the Second World War, he invested with the money given by Danzo. As soon as he entered the door, Yizan unexpectedly found that Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato were eating barbecue at the barbecue restaurant, and his breath was instantly captured by Jiraiya, raised his hand and greeted Yizan. Hey, breath, Tsunade, what a coincidence. Oh, it's a coincidence. Yizan smiled, told Tsunade to get a seat, and had a meal. It was best to be lively. Honey and spicy chicken wings, give me a large supply, and prepare some good beef, that's all. After saying hello to the store manager, Yizan and Tsunade sat down. Tsunade held Yizan's hand like a little woman all the way, and half snuggled. That strange attitude immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hey, Tsunade, what's the matter with you? Jiraiya asked, and the three of Minato also looked over. It's nothing, I'm just hungry and want to eat. Tsunade said this, but looking at Yizan, the deep love in his eyes could be felt even if he was 10 miles away. Tsunade, no way. As if he understood something, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly widened, and the chopsticks in his hand, crash, fell to the ground, but he was just dumbfounded, his eyes full of inconceivable. Boom. Oops. Brat, what are you doing? HMPH, Jiraiya, Tsunade is my wife, if you look at it this way, be careful, I will gouge out your eyeballs. Yizan waved his fist viciously, causing Jiraiya to shrink his neck in fright, and pouted a little unhappily. What, just relying on your own strength to be so arrogant? Tsunade is my teammate and comrade in arms, you. Huh. Yizan's eyes widened, and Jiraiya suddenly froze. He snorted, turned his head, and muttered in his mouth, obviously complaining. The weird atmosphere disappeared instantly after the spicy chicken wings appeared. The moment he saw the chicken wings, Tsunade grabbed them and ate them happily. Chicken wings. When did Tsunade start eating chicken wings? I'll try one. Jiraiya glanced at Yizan, and after asking Yizan's consent, picked up a chicken wing. When he took the first bite, the rich fragrance filled his mind instantly, his eyes widened exaggeratedly, he couldn't believe that there was such a delicious food in this world. This. Jiraiya didn't know what to say, he didn't know how to describe this deliciousness, he felt that even a second wasted now is an insult to chicken wings. Delicious. Quote. Chapter 255 _ The interception of the three girls. The following week, Yizan completely abandoned his genin team. Tenten and Tsunade were tired of being together, laughing during the day and grumbling at night. Fortunately, after 3 years of physical training, Yizan's body was able to withstand consumption. Yizan was happy here, but Kushina was dissatisfied. One morning, when Yizan left Tsunade's house to buy breakfast, the three girls attacked instantly and caught Yizan. Kushina, Makoto, Konan, why are you here? Yizan scratched his head stupidly, completely unaware of the anger in Kushina's eyes. Stinky hooligan, you are our team's instructor. It's been a week. A whole week. Do you still want us? Kushina bit Kiba tightly, hanging most of his body on Yizan. Kushina didn't know that Yizan's flame was very prosperous at the first taste. She was hanging on Yizan's body. The girl's body that was not big but had developed made Yizan feel a little hot in his heart. Yizan subconsciously held Kushina's butt, looking at Kushina's beautiful big eyes, his breath suddenly became hot. Huh, smelly hooligan, what's wrong with you? Yizan's strange behavior made Kushina a little puzzled. She blinked her eyes cutely, and her cute appearance made Yizan's blood start to boil. Since it was still early, the place where the three girls intercepted Yizan was another remote trail. In the entire trail, there was no one except Yizan and the three girls. Makoto and Konan stood beside him. Kushina was hanging on his body. Yizan's heart was pounding. He looked left and right, and when he realized that there was no outsider, he suddenly took a few big steps forward and pushed Kushina against the wall, buried his head, and kissed him fiercely. The hot breath made Kushina's head confused. She passively opened her mouth. Her whole body was suspended in the air, her back was against the wall, and Yizan kept kissing her. Yizan's sudden behavior stunned Makoto and Konan on the side. The two little heads didn't understand at all why Yizan suddenly acted like this. The long kiss lasted for a full 10 minutes before it ended. Kushina was weakly held in Yizan's arms. Her white neck was slightly raised, her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were open to Yuhi, and she looked extremely cute. Brother Zan has gone bad. Makoto pulled Conan and took a step back quietly, and was about to run away, but Yizan suddenly turned his head and looked over. Makoto, Conan, still want to run. He put Kushina down gently, denga-denga-dang, a few steps and rushed in front of Makoto, hugged Makoto, and kissed him. After Makoto and Kushina were bullied by this villain, Conan naturally couldn't run away. After a full 30 minutes, Yi Shuinkai walked out of the alley in good spirits, followed by 3 cute girls with red faces and red ears. Let's go. Didn't you say I wouldn't accompany you? Go to the office to get a mission. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi stood by the window sill, holding a long thin whole pot in his hand, leisurely watering the flowers, and there were scissors beside him to trim the branches and leaves of the flowers. This is a small potted plant that Yizan bought last year. There are 5 in total, and they are placed in the Hokage office, and Sarutobi is responsible for the care. He felt that Sarutobi was working too hard every day, and occasionally got tired, so he asked Sarutobi to stop work, water the flowers, and relax. This stinky boy treats me better than my own son. I really don't know where Danzo's luck comes from. Sarutobi shook his head, sighing in his heart. Everyone thinks that Hokage is beautiful, but they don't know how tired Hokage usually is. There are countless documents that need to be handled by themselves. 1 month or 2 months is nothing, but this is a year-round job. No weekends, 365 days of hard work. Boom. A loud bang, the office door opened, and Sarutobi didn't have to look to know that no one dared to kick the office door except the brat he was talking about. Yo, dead monkey, watering the flowers. Yizan walked in carelessly. The 3 girls were a little cautious, and they didn't dare to be too presumptuous towards the leader of the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Ah, I'm watering the flowers. This is a potted plant you brought. If it dies, why don't you fight for me? As soon as Yizan came in, a smile appeared on Sarutobi's face. He put down the watering bottle, small joke. Che, I'm not working hard. If you dare to keep my flowers to death, I'll buy 500 potted plants next time, exhausting you. Yizan lay lazily on the sofa, pulled up his clothes and patted his belly. Before he came, he went to have breakfast with the 3 daughters, but he ate too much, and until now he was suffering. Eat less, and do everything in moderation, no matter what you eat or that, you must be in moderation. Sarutobi frowned at Yizan slyly trivially. His tone was very reserved. He believed that Yizan would definitely be able to hear it. Sure enough, when Sarutobi used that extremely wretched, trivial expression to control himself, Yizan understood. He pouted, and asked speechlessly, "Look at this, you all know." Ha. Your father, Jiraiya, including Orochimaru have heard about your performance this week, but you don't know, Jiraiya cried all night, saying that you bullied his goddess. Sarutobi laughed, not sure if it was broken by Yizan. He also became fond of teasing Jiraiya. But then again, you just mentioned Orochimaru. How is Kakuzu? I didn't tell you. Actually Kakuzu came out a few days ago. Huh, why didn't I know? Who dares to disturb you in this state? Sarutobi shrugged helplessly. Kakuzu was brought back by Yizan, and according to common sense, Yizan should be notified of this matter first, but Yizan Tenten and Tsunade had sex. Go to disturb, it would be strange not to be beaten into a pig's head. So, where is Kakuzu now? I'm looking for it. After Sarutobi finished speaking, he put his hands on the crystal ball. After a while, a quiet cafe was displayed on the crystal ball. Kakuzu was sitting and chatting with a woman in her 30s, but most of the women were talking, and Kakuzu was listening. Sarutobi used the crystal ball technique to capture Kakuzu's moment. Kakuzu also felt Sarutobi's chakra. He said a few words to the woman, then left the cafe and ran quickly towards the Hokage building. Chapter 256 Changes in Kakuzu. He is 1.85 meters tall, with yellow skin and a relatively strong body. His face and mouth are somewhat similar to Orochimaru. Overall, it looks very safe. Tisk tisk tisk. As expected of Orochimaru, he is definitely number one in the world in terms of body modification. So, now you can control the resentment perfectly. Yes. Kakuzu nodded. There were no cracks or black lines on his face or body, only a black line left on his lower back. This black thread is the key to using earth resentment, that is to say, at a critical time, he can still split his body without reducing his strength. Afterwards, Kakuzu took out a storage scroll and tapped it lightly, and with a burst of white mist, 4 monsters poured out of the scroll. Orochimaru changed my ability to a storage scroll, so I don't need to install 4 additional hearts on my body in the future. Because of the grievances of the earth, even if my main heart dies, I will not die, and I can replace it immediately. In terms of stealth, it's better than ever. As expected of Orochimaru. Yizan nodded with satisfaction. Kakuzu's body was not only successfully repaired, but also enhanced his concealment. 2 years of 573 were not wasted in vain, and looking at Kakuzu's mental state, it was much better than before. Have you been suffocated in the research institute? So just a few days after you came out, you started picking up girls. As soon as Yizan asked, he immediately made Kakuzu's face full of yuhi. He didn't know how to explain it, and seemed to be in a hurry for a while. Kakuzu, who was willing to do anything for money at first, and later suffered from severe depression, Kakuzu is now much better than before. Of course, it cannot be said that his depression has been cured, but it has eased a lot, and it will continue to develop according to this trend. Will be cured one day. Heart disease still needs a heart medicine doctor. Now the ninja world is in the stage of self-cultivation and recuperation after World War II. Even if Kakuzu is used, there is no place for him. After thinking about it, Yizan has a plan in his heart. Kakuzu, let's do it. I'll arrange you as Chunin for the time being. You can rest in Konoha or do CB level tasks. It's up to you. The woman who chatted with you in the cafe just now seems to be good. Don't miss this opportunity. Yo tilde. Yizan winked his eyes with a smile on his face, making Kakuzu shy again. He did not speak, but bowed sincerely to Yizan, then nodded to Sarutobi, and turned to leave the office. Kakuzu's situation improved. Yizan felt a little relieved. Konoha had one more cage level, and in the face of danger, he would have more protection. Okay, dead monkey, let's get down to business. I'm looking for you today to pick up a quest. Forget about the D-level quest. Are there any fun C-level quests? It's okay to travel far away, just play with my girl. Tilda. Bah, who is your family? Shameless. Compared with Makoto and Conan, Kushina has the most lively character. She held onto Yizan's cheek, vicious, but with 9 points of cuteness. You are my family, my Kushina, come on, kiss me. Yizan pouted and leaned towards Kushina's face, so scared that Kushina immediately shrank her head. She gave Yizan an unhappy look. If Lord Hokage wasn't here, she would definitely repair Yizan. Kushina quieted down and Yizan did not continue to harass. He held Makoto in his left hand and Conan in his right hand. Although the 2 little girls were very shy, they did not break free from Yizan's claws. They just lowered their heads and looked very cute. There are a lot of tasks recently, and there are all kinds of tasks. I took a look. There is a C-level task that is very suitable for you. Do you want to do it? What mission? Protect the master bridge builder Akwiki and go to Kikyo Castle to build the bridge. What? Kikyo Castle? The sudden mention of Juyuan's name surprised Yizan. That was when the Second Ninja World War had just begun. In order to defeat the advance army of the Land, Yizan used the detonating talisman to blow up Kikyo City. It has been at least 5 years since now. Hearing this name again 5 years later, Yizan couldn't help but be surprised, because this feeling is too strange. Kyonkyo Castle, didn't I blow it up? Yeah, it was destroyed by you, but you dismissed all the civilians in the city, and almost no civilians were killed or injured. They rebuilt a new Kikyo Castle on the right side of the crumbling mountain range, but due to the original explosion, the entire mountain range is no longer connected. Oops. I can't tell. You will naturally understand when you get there. Will you accept this task? Take it. Sea-level tasks generally do not encounter ninjas. To protect the bridge building master Akuiji, in order to prevent bandits along the way, so this is just a sea-level task. The land of the land wants to do business with our country, but the mountain range has collapsed. If we take a detour, the caravan of the land thinks it will take too long, so the new Kikyo Castle discussed with the merchants of the land. Decided to build the longest, tallest, widest and greatest bridge in the world for half the money. Quote. Akwiki's face was full of excitement. As the world's #1 bridge master, he shouldered a very heavy responsibility. Because the plan was too large, it took him half a year to design the bridge building plan, and the materials needed to build the bridge. Has long been hoarding in the new Kikyo city. How much did it cost? Yizan sat on the top of the carriage with nothing to do, and the three girls walked at the forefront keeping vigilance to prevent accidents and enemies. About 100 million. What kind of eyes do you have? Do you think I'm telling a lie? Hey little brother, let me tell you, I am the world's #1 bridge builder. The bridge I built this time is definitely something you have never seen in your life. Huge project. What kind of eyes do you have, huh? The stinky boy has never seen the world. Seeing Yizan's increasingly disdainful eyes, Akwiki was a little excited. He finally decided that Yizan had never seen the world, and turned his head, feeling that chatting with such a kid was a waste of his energy. I didn't encounter ninjas along the way, but there were quite a few bandits. The three girls were all elite Genin's strength, and they easily defeated these bandits. Half a month later, Yizan's team finally arrived at New Campanulaceae City. When he saw everything in New Campanulaceae City, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. No way. Akwiki, are you really going to build a bridge here? Chapter 257 _ The world's first bridge. New Kikyo Castle, built on a broken mountain range, has existed since the samurai era and has a history of thousands of years. Its aborigines also have unimaginable feelings. When the population was demobilized, the Konoha ninjas went too far, and even used bloody means to deter the civilians. When the Kikyo city collapsed and the mountains collapsed, these civilians who had lived in Kikyo city for dozens of generations spent a few years rebuilding a new city on the broken mountain range. At that time, in order to achieve the absolute effect, the detonating talisman was buried as deep as the base of the mountain range. All the Doden Earth-style ninjas use the Doden Earth-style technique to go into the mountain and buried it hundreds of meters deep, so when it exploded, the mountain range was very shattered. Thoroughly. After several years of construction, the new Kikyo Castle was built on the right side of the broken mountain range. The right side corresponds to the direction of Konoha, and the left side corresponds to the direction of the land of Earth. So I told you at the beginning, brat, what I'm going to build is absolutely the greatest bridge in the world. With a face full of excitement, Akwiki stood at a higher position in New Kikyo City. The place where he entered his eyes was a super abyss 2,000 meters wide and more than 900 meters deep. The abyss stretches endlessly, and there is no end in sight. In addition to the gloomy and cloudy weather today, Yizan looked down and found that he could not see the bottom at all. This is the abyss left by the Big Bang. Well, this abyss used to be the highest and most prosperous place in Kikyo City. Unfortunately, the big explosion shattered the foundation of the mountain range, and the entire mountain range collapsed, leaving only this abyss that can never be crossed. Indeed, even a powerful ninja must use chakra to absorb it on his feet, step down from the mountain wall to the bottom of the abyss, walk 2 kilometers to the opposite side, and then walk up step by step to reach the opposite side. Even if the mountain wall is slippery after the rain, if chakra accidentally fails to attach, it will fall directly. At this depth, once it falls, even a strong cage-level person cannot survive. Can you really build a bridge in a place like this? Humph. I am the world's #1 bridge builder. I spent half a year analyzing the plan. Although it is difficult, at my level, given me 3 years, I can build the strongest and most spacious bridge in the world. A bridge that can accommodate 5 horses walking on the bridge at the same time. Quote. 3 years. Seeing Aokwiki's sacred expression, Yizan sighed softly and built a bridge in 3 years, but how many 3 years are there in life? I admit, you are indeed the world's #1 bridge builder, and the bridge you built will indeed become the greatest bridge in the world. To send you to New Kikyo City, my task is considered complete. Then, before I leave can you tell me, what name are you going to name this bridge? In this world, the name of the bridge is taken by the master of the bridge. Seeing Yizan's heartfelt appearance, Aokwiki was full of pride. He shook his head and slowly said the name of the bridge. This bridge is made of the most sturdy materials today, even gods can't destroy it, so I named this bridge, Kanabi Bridge. When I came, I walked for half a month because of the presence of Aokwiki, and when I went back, I arrived home in just a few days. Kanabi Bridge, well, so this is Kanabi Bridge. Lying on the sofa, Yizan whispered, although he didn't know if this was the Kanabi Bridge in the original book, but if the land of the land really wanted to call, this bridge would indeed become a very important transportation hub. Leaving Konoha for so long was a very uncomfortable thing for Yizan. Thinking of Tsunade's perfect body without fat, Yizan felt a flame gushing out. He looked up and saw that Makoto was making dessert in the kitchen. Then he turned to the hallway and saw that Kushina and Konan were sleeping in the bedroom. What a great opportunity. The flames that had been suppressed for more than half a month made his eyes light up, and he crept over and hugged Makoto from behind. Makoto. Ah, brother Zan. Being hugged by Yizan, Makoto's pretty face suddenly became dizzy. She bowed her head shyly, although Yizan's hand was dishonestly placed on her fierce, she did not resist. Makoto, come and let my brother kiss. Yizan's breath was hot and full of inexplicable attraction. He held Makoto's face and pulled Makoto into his arms. He leaned his head forward as much as possible, and kissed Makoto's lips in a strange posture. Being kissed by Yizan, Makoto's brain was immediately chaotic. She responded to Yizan's kiss stupidly and clumsily. After 5 minutes of kissing, she realized that something was pressing against her, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Brother Zan, there is something against me. Makoto looked confused. She never read those books, she simply didn't understand what it was. And Yizan liked Makoto's confusion the most. He smiled wickedly and his tone became hotter. Makoto, it's my brother's thing, touch it lightly. He guided Makoto's movements, seeing that Makoto's hand was about to touch. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, Kushina lazily stepped on his slippers, and came out, crunchily. Oh, Makoto, why aren't the pastries ready yet? I'm starving. Kushina's bedroom was not too far from the kitchen. When she walked to the kitchen door, she was shocked to find that Yizan was hugging Makoto tightly. The most important thing is that she found that Yizan's trousers were wearing a big tent. Stinky, smelly rascal, you. She widened her eyes in disbelief. She, who likes to read books, of course understands what it is. Yuhi's dizziness was all over her pretty face. She covered her mouth stupidly, and was stunned for a while. And at this moment, because of Kushina's appearance, Makoto let out a soft cry and broke free from Yizan's embrace. Perhaps too shy, Makoto quickly rushed into the bedroom and closed the door with a bang. The Makoto that he received just flew like this, which made Yizan unable to react for a while. He still kept his hands in a holding position, staring at Kushina stupidly, and the two of them looked at each other like that. Then, Yizan's eyes changed, and he glanced at Kushina from top to bottom, and a trace of evil passed over the corner of his mouth. Chapter 258 _Weird Smell. In the lounge at Shimura, house, Conan is curled up on the sofa origami. More than an hour had passed since Makoto made pastries before, and Conan and Yizan had finished eating a plate of delicate pastries. Makoto glanced at the bathroom a little worriedly. It had been a long time, and the cakes were all finished, but Kushina had been staying in the bathroom, and the sound of rinsing and brushing Kiba was heard from time to time. Kushina, aren't you hungry and want to eat cakes? Brother Zan and Conan have eaten up the cakes, do you want me to make you another one? No, I don't want to eat anything today. Don't call me for dinner, I don't want to eat anything. After a while, Kushina slowly walked out of the washroom, her cheeks turned to Yuhi, and she looked at Yizan, her eyes shy and angry. Asshole. As soon as she thought of the fishy smell in her mouth, she had the urge to rinse her mouth. Although she had seen it in Hell in Heaven, she didn't expect that when she really faced it, the smell would still make it difficult for her to accept it. Hee, Kushina, come here and sit next to me Tilda. Yizan patted the sofa with a smile, feeling refreshed. The scene in Kushina's bedroom 20 minutes ago was so cool. So cool that he can't stand it. Damn, smelly rascal, disgusting. Kushina bit Kiba tightly, and finally sat next to Makoto. There were 3 sofas in the lounge. Since Yizan occupied the longest sofa, she could only squeeze a bunch with Makoto. Kushina's weird behavior made Makoto and Conan a little confused. Makoto didn't understand the reason at all, but Conan had read the book. As if thinking of something, she stared at Kushina with piercing eyes, a little skeptical, not very sure. Sister Kushina, you just... Conan, I just want to brush Kiba. I've been eating too much sweets lately. I'm worried that Kiba will grow. Hey. Kushina smirked, and finally fooled Conan. Conan let out an "oh," and continued to fold on the sofa and origami. This kind of sea-level long-term task, because of the journey, there will always be a bit of exhaustion. After finally returning home, I am lazy and don't want to move anything. It is very comfortable to just be in a daze. Well, of course, Yizan didn't want to move, because the flame had been eliminated, and when he found Kushina staring at him, he also looked at Kushina, and looked at the corner of Kushina's mouth specially, and that scene reappeared in his mind. When he thought of that scene, Yizan became hot again. How could he do a task for more than 10 days at a time? Yizan's energy was very strong, just once. Kushina, accompany me out to buy something. Yizan said as if he was chatting normally. If it wasn't for the wicked smile on his lips, Kushina would have believed it. Humph. Disgusting rascal, I'm not going. Kushina shook her head vigorously, and said she wouldn't go out with Yizan alone. She was not allowed to be bullied by this bastard in some remote place. Kushina doesn't want to go, or, Brother Zan, shall I go with you? Makoto didn't understand, she just wanted to accompany Yizan, but Kushina understood. Seeing Yizan's success, Kushina's expression changed, and she immediately grabbed Makoto and smirked. He. Makoto, let's accompany him. Conan, do you want to come? I'm not coming, you guys go. Conan shook his head and continued to origami. Kushina didn't mind either. As long as Yizan was not allowed to be alone with one of the girls, he would not be bullied by Yizan. Stinky hooligan, let you bully me. Kushina glanced at Yizan proudly. She was about to sabotage Yizan's plan. She did it. If there are 2 girls, Yizan is really not easy to shoot. This kind of shameful thing is the easiest to do alone. HMPH. Smelly woman, don't let me take the chance. Yizan also glared at Kushina. The 2 kept eye contact, swords, and even the air was filled with fighting intent. Bah, you disgusting guy, you actually let me eat you. Disgusting. Still looking for a chance. Never think about it. Hey, that might be. Definitely. I will definitely stop you. In a flash of eye contact, the 3 put on their shoes and slowly left the house, and at this moment, Conan suddenly put down the paper in her hand and stood up quickly, her eyes twinkling, and she crept to the window. After discovering that Yizan and the 3 had really left, he sneaked into Kushina's bedroom. Suck. What a strange smell. Conan kept sniffing her nose, and she smelled a faint but fishy smell. This is definitely not the taste of Kushina, and Kushina never brings food into the bedroom, excluding the smell of food like fishy smell, which means. Conan kept thinking, as if thinking of something, immediately lowered her head, and searched the neighborhood. She kept searching, and finally, she found that there was a difference in the corner of the bedding. Conan picked up the bedding, brought the corner to the tip of his nose and smelled it, and a fishy smell rushed into the nose. That's it. It's exactly as described in the book. After watching the second part of Hell and Heaven, Conan finally guessed what it was, and when she thought that Yizan and Kushina were here and there 20 minutes ago, her face suddenly became Yuhi. Teacher is good or bad? To do this with Kushina's sister, and still use your mouth. Too bad. Conan thought like this. Her face became more and more Yuhi, and finally, she rushed out of the bedroom 0.0 shyly, but did not find that a paper flower that was folded before fell into the bedroom. Yizan and Kushina didn't know that Conan had found out about the two of them. He was holding Makoto with his left hand, but his right hand failed. Kushina didn't hold hands with Yizan. She ran to Makoto's side and took Makoto's other hand. Stinky hooligan, didn't you say you want to come out to buy something? Say, what are you going to buy? Kushina knew that Yizan's words to buy something were just an excuse. She kept provoking Yizan and raised her chin proudly. I buy. Of course I buy things, I buy. Yizan was speechless. He looked left and right, and suddenly, the smell of chili wafted into his nose, and at that moment, he seemed to think something, and drooled out. Something to eat. Chapter 259_Food and Year. The Shimura family was suddenly busy. The thick pepper choked his nose. Yizan, who never entered the kitchen, was actually busy in the kitchen. Dried yuhi peppers cut and seeded, ginger sliced, garlic seeds peeled and smashed, green onions cut into sections, spices crushed. Makoto and Conan cut things. Yizan used a big scoop to get the oil. The oil in the iron pan was already cooked to the point of maturity. Yizan immediately threw a lump of butter next to it. There was a crackling sound, and a few drops of oil splashed. It was in Yizan's hands. Oops! Yizan shouted. Makoto immediately came to look worried. Yizan shook his head with a smile, scooped up the oil with a big scoop and poured it on the butter. Almost, put in the onion, ginger, and garlic. Put in the dried yuhi peppers. The bustling kitchen became more and more choking, and it took a full hour before the kitchen stopped. Hey, stinky bastards! What are you doing? Kushina slapped the seeds in confusion. It wasn't because she didn't help, but when she went into the kitchen and cut 20 or 30 dishes of vegetables, she cut her fingers, and after a few sips of oil, she almost smashed her fingers. After a pot of boiling oil overturned, Yizan forbade Kushina from entering the kitchen. I'm making something very, very, very delicious. I won't tell you now. Yizan was mysterious, including Makoto and Conan. He didn't say anything. By the way, this is a cross-century delicacy that I made. How can we eat such a good thing? Kushina, go and call Tsunade. Has Mawako and Jiraiya out of the village on a mission during this time? It's a pity, Minato and Claw can't enjoy it anymore. Go see Shikaku, and if you're at home, call the three of them. Why should I shout? Excuse me, you kitchen killer, go. Yizan glared at Kushina and started to wash vegetables together with Makoto Conan. They had just bought a lot of things at the vegetable market, 10 kinds of meat dishes and 10 kinds of vegetarian dishes, as well as internal organs such as tripe and duck intestines. A large number of dishes took a lot of time to process, and when Kushina came back with Tsunade, Yizan had just washed some kelp and was currently cutting the lean meat. Ah, Xiaoshuan, what are you doing? Tsunade walked into the kitchen. The smell of oil and chili made her sneeze, and then she walked into the kitchen to help cook together. Don't say it now, I'll say it when it's ready and eat. Yizan blinked mysteriously, turned his head to look outside, and found Kushina huddled on the sofa lazily. Hey, stinky woman, why don't you move? Stinky bastards, I've found everything that should be found. Shikaku and the others are not at home, and my sister and Minato are not back. No one else. In other words, Tsunade was alone in the house in the end, so many dishes would definitely not be able to be eaten. Yizan finally decided to put more than half of the dishes in the refrigerator, which would save time and not waste. The setting sun has been setting for a long time, and the stars in the night are sparse. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, the hungry people finally sat at the dining table with a big iron pot in front of them. Under the iron pot, Yizan specially made a square iron box. The fire was burning in the box, and the yuhi oil in the iron pot was also boiling, exuding a spicy fragrance. This thing is called hot pot. It was created by this genius, it's unique, and it's absolutely delicious. Yizan proudly held his head high, and shamelessly stole things from the 21st century. Then, he picked up a piece of tripe with chopsticks and put it in the pot. After scalding it for a while, he picked it up and put it into a small bowl with oil and garlic. After soaking for a long time, I ate it in one bite. Delicious. The strong spicy fragrance and Yizan's appearance made the girls drool. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and they were already hungry. Following Yizan's demonstration, they each picked up their favorite dishes and put them in the pot. Immediately, the Shimura family heard all kinds of admiration. Good times. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Hot, scalding me. Woo, delicious. Kushina, you idiot, don't you know how to slow down? But it's really delicious. A happy and peaceful happy life passed like this for a year. Practice by yourself, practice with girls, have sex with Tsunade, get tired with Tsunade, bully Kushina, bully Makoto, bully Conan, eat, sleep. Before he knew it, Yizan was 14 years old. A crow flew over Konoha, and every time it flew over the head of an elite jonin, it cried out unpleasantly, attracting the attention of many elite jonin. Hey, this is... Yizan raised his head, his eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. He stood there for a full 10 minutes, and it took him a long time to remember. Oh, this crow is calling, it seems that there is something wrong, and he is going to the office to gather. The door of the office was not closed, and it was full of people standing inside. Yizan stood at the door, looking at the open door. A very strong obsessive-compulsive disorder developed in his heart. This is the first time in my life that I didn't kick the door when I came in. It's so frustrating. Thinking of this, he immediately pulled the 2 doors, and with a squeak, he closed the office door directly. Then, boom! With a loud bang, Yizan kicked the door open, raised his head, and walked into 580 carelessly. In the office, Sarutobi watched Yizan come in with a black line on his face. He just saw Yizan closing the door, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he finally couldn't help but ask, Shaozan, you can come in directly, why do you want to close the door and kick it open? Because it's so cool. Kicking the door of Hokage's office feels like slapping you in the face. Yizan's cheerful look made Sarutobi's face even darker. When he found that the ninjas around were holding back their laughter, he sighed helplessly and directly handed the banana on the table to Yizan. Be good today, there is something important, don't make trouble. Hey, the one behind, close the door. Door closed, Sarutobi's expression finally became official. He raised his head and swept the jonin assembled in the office, and found that Jiraiya and his eldest son were not there. Where's Jiraiya? Where's Sarutobi Shinosuke? Boom. As soon as Sarutobi finished speaking, Jiraiya kicked the door open and walked in with Sarutobi Shinosuke. His carefree appearance reminded Sarutobi of the word, slap in the face, and at that moment, Sarutobi was furious. Oops. With Jiraiya screaming, Sarutobi threw his beloved pipe on Jiraiya's head. Chapter 260 The 5 Nation Joint Entrance Examination. Ooh, why is it always me who gets hurt? In Hokage's office, Jiraiya pouted pitifully, with a large bag on her forehead. Generally speaking, the stupidest are the most easily injured. Yizan sat on the sofa shaking his head, looking at Jiraiya with mocking eyes. Damn brat. It's all your fault. Hee, beat me up if you don't want to. You. Boom. The pipe hit Jiraiya's head again, and the pain caused Jiraiya to burst into tears. He sobbed and looked at Sarutobi, but Sarutobi beckoned with a ruthless look and asked Jiraiya to return the pipe. It's obvious that the stinky boy is so annoying, you know to hit me. Jiraiya murmured in a low voice, not daring to be arrogant anymore. He shrank his neck and stood aside. The noisy atmosphere finally disappeared. I am looking for everyone today, it's a big deal. Sarutobi knocked on his pipe, put on a leaf cigarette, and struck the match. After a while, a puff of smoke rose from the office. The 3-yearly 5-nation joint Chunin exam is about to begin. This time, the exam will take place in Kurigakure village, the land of water. Everyone knows that winning or losing the Chunin exam symbolizes the strength of the new generation of the 5 nations. We'll wait 3 years on purpose. We Konoha have never lost in the Chunin exam, so this time can't lose either. Sarutobi's tone is serious. Chunin exams seem unimportant, but actually determine the trend of world politics and business. These politicians and businessmen are very smart. They have a broad vision. Looking to the future, which country is more likely to be powerful, they are more willing to go to which country to develop, and they are willing to entrust tasks to make the country more prosperous. This is the true meaning of the 3-yearly 5-nation joint examination. Because of this, the 5-nation joint examination is extremely cruel, and there are many talents. Those who enter the top 8 in the 5-nation joint examination will almost become famous Jonin masters in the future. Sarutobi's words made the Jonins a little excited. The ones who were recruited to the office were all Jonins who were taking students. They all wanted their students to stand out, but this kind of cruel competition has a very high mortality rate. I'll come first. I, Sarutobi Shinosuke, would like to take my team Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and take the exam. What? Shinosuke, how can you bring newcomers to the competition? They are newcomers who just graduated, how can you let them die? The speaker was an elite Jonin named Hanataro Yamada. He was the vice principal of the ninja school. All students are naturally familiar with Ino Shikacho, who has only graduated 1 year. Hanataro, I understand your thoughts, but I am their instructor. I know what their strengths are, and they have graduated for a year, so they are not completely new. I think they are qualified to take the exam. Sarutobi Shinosuke immediately blocked the other party back with a word. Indeed, the Shikaku 3 are Ino Shikacho, after all. As the next generation of patriarchs, the 3 of them are extremely talented, especially the traditional cooperation of Ino Shikacho, which makes they can deal with stronger enemies. I'm coming too, myself Jiraiya, willing to take my squad Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Mawako, Inazuka Claw, and take the test. What? Jiraiya, why are you booing along? Hanataro, as Shinosuke said, as their instructor, I know their strengths, and Namikaze Minato is a super genius that I and Hokage-sama value very much, and you can't measure him with ordinary thinking. And there is also Mawako, the Kyubi 9-tails person Jinchuriki column force. Thinking like this, Jiraiya strengthened his determination to take the exam. Namikaze Minato is already an elite Chunin, Mawako is also an elite Chunin, and although Inazuka's claw is weak, she is also an elite genin. Staying at the genin level has been doing low-level tasks, which is not good for their growth. Okay. The speeches of Sarutobi Shinosuke and Jiraiya immediately stirred up the competition among the Jonins. Many of them were good enough to take the Chunin exam, but they just kept waiting for this triennial joint exam. I Hasegawa, willing to take my team. I am Muchinba, willing to take my team. I, Yamaguchi Katsupe, would like to take my team. One by one Jonin came out, at least 7 or 8 Jonin came out. At this moment, Yizan picked up his fingers lazily, and slowly stood up in the eyes of everyone's doubts. I, Shimura Gen, would like to take my team Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, Conan, and take the exam. All the top students in the last class have taken the Chunin exam. Seriously, they are not newcomers. They have been practicing with the instructor for a year. Their strength is much stronger than when they left the school, especially the group of Namikaze Minato, who worked hard in Jiraiya under the guidance. The strength increases day by day. Shimura's home. What, you want us to take the Chunin exam? Kushina widened her eyes in surprise and raised her voice high. Be quiet. Are you so surprised? With your strengths, it's totally possible. Yizan lay lazily on the sofa. Makoto obediently cut fruit and fed him. Kushina is a lazy bastard who doesn't usually like to practice. Even with Yizan's supervision, her strength is still around the elite genin. Fortunately, her Uzumaki clan's physique and chakra are more than 10 times that of ninjas of the same level. Comparable to Chunin. Makoto's strength is stronger, and he seems to have a warm personality. He cultivates very hard and quietly, and has reached the level of Chunin. The most important thing is that the death of the elder a few years ago made her start Sharingan. After several years of training, at present, she has a single tomo in the left eye and a double tomo in the right eye. After this Chunin exam, she should be able to open a complete double tomo. As for Conan, don't look at Conan's young age. Maybe he is really talented. He already has the strength of Chunin at the age of 11. Well, of course, she can't compare to Kakashi of the next 5-year-old genin and 6-year-old Chunin. After all, her practice time is not long, unlike Kakashi who received Hatake Tsukumo's teaching since childhood. Yizan turned to look at the other sofa and found that Conan was holding a piece of paper in his left hand and a detonating amulet in his right. She started to study the paper escape last year. Under the guidance of Yizan, she is trying to integrate the detonating amulet into the paper escape to increase the power of paper done. Seeing this, Yizan nodded with satisfaction. He felt that the team he brought was enough to take the Chunin exam. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 261 to 280. Chapter 261 _ spray at the door. The quota was established, and after 3 days, everyone gathered at the gate of Konoha, preparing to go to the land of water together. Taking exams in other countries is very risky, especially for some super geniuses, who are easily attacked by other countries. Yizan is not afraid. There are 10 Konoha teams participating in the 5-nation joint examination this time. That is to say, in addition to Yizan and Jiraiya, there are also 8 elite jonin, enough to deal with any problem. The people haven't gathered yet. There are only 5 groups of people at the gate, but at this moment, the other jonins are hiding far away, including the 2 chunin guarding the gate, and they quietly retreat a few steps back. Their faces are nervous and their foreheads are covered in sweat. Fool! How dare you call me a fool? Aren't you an idiot or something? Yo, you went to be the guardian of the Fire Country's daimyo, thinking that he was very powerful and arrogant. Thinking that protecting the daimyo is very noble. Brainless. What a shame for your father. Boy, you have the guts to say it again. Just say it. What can you do if you scold you? Hit me. At the gate of Konoha, Yizan and Sarutobi Shinosuke kept fighting each other. Yizan couldn't get used to Sarutobi Shinosuke for a long time. Jonin, the mere elite, dared to slap his face at himself. The atmosphere at the Konoha gate became more and more solemn, scaring everyone into hiding. The son of the number 1 and the son of the number 2, 980, are about to fight. This is incredible. They want to stop it, but they dare not stop it. What if they anger the 2 young masters and beat themselves up? At this moment, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato appeared lazily in the distance. When he found the 2 people who were about to start at the door, he immediately stared in horror and rushed over like the wind. Hey, you 2, what are you doing? Jiraiya separated the 2 and stood between them. This boy scolds me. Shouldn't I scold you? What did you say? Oops, alright, the 2 of you, both Konoha ninjas, let's be more harmonious. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to strike again, Jiraiya immediately made a round. He smiled and hugged Sarutobi Shinosuke's shoulder, pulled Shinosuke aside, and whispered in Shinosuke's ear. Don't mess with Shimura-gen. Make him angry. Don't say I can't save you. Even if Mr. Sarutobi comes to save you, he dares to beat you up in front of Mr. Sarutobi. He sucks like that. Nonsense. Do you think the rumors in the ninja world are fake? He really has this strength, and he really has this courage. Don't think that Mr. Sarutobi is very powerful as Hokage. You don't know, Shimura-san often reprimands Mr. Sarutobi in the office, can't even tell, so don't mess with him. Jiraiya patted Shinosuke a few times, then smiled and leaned over to Yizan's side. Before he could speak, Yizan turned a big Byakugan, turned his head, snorted lightly, and looked like he was ignoring him. That, Xiaozan. Humph. Oh, the most handsome Xiaoshuan in the world, just give me a face. Today's affairs, forget it. Humph. That Yizan was still ignoring him. Jiraiya rolled her eyes, as if thinking of something, and whispered in Yizan's ear. On the way to the land of water, I will pass a town, and I heard that there are the best in the world. Entertainment, do you want to see and see? Huh. Yizan's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested, but when he noticed the vicious gazes of Kushina, Makoto and Konan a few meters away, his neck shrank, and he quietly choked back his mouth. Forget it, how could a decent person like me, Kunzi, go? That kind of place. Jiraiya, you are so bad. After he finished speaking, regardless of Jiraiya's embarrassed expression, he walked over and wanted to hold Kushina. Kushina slapped off Yizan's claws, ran to Jiraiya's team, and stuck to Miwako's side. Stinky hooligan, why don't I go with you? I want to go with my sister. She made a mischievous face, which made Yizan sigh helplessly, but fortunately there were Makoto and Konan. I'm going to accompany Kushina. Makoto was shy, and was embarrassed to hold hands with Yizan when there were so many people, and Konan took a step back with a face full of Yuhi. You know, she is Yizan's apprentice in name. The end, all the three girls actually went to the Jiraiya team. Seeing this scene, Yizan was finally angry, and Jiraiya was crying and crying without tears. Xiaozan, it's not my fault. Ooh. The scenery of the water country is not very good, because there is too much water vapor, it is foggy most of the time, and the view is not wide. After several years of development, the popularity of the country of water has finally become active. Although it is not as good as before, there are still many people coming and going in large and medium-sized towns. The 3-yearly 5-nation joint examination lives up to its reputation. Look, along the way, there are not only the specialties of the water country, but also the specialties and delicacies of the other 4 countries. According to previous information, many civilians from the 4 countries came to the water country just to watch this game. Jonin doesn't need exams, so Chunin's exam is the highest exam that can be watched by the common people. Of course, it is only this kind of joint examination, and it is the last single-player PK to watch. Just like the World Cup, the finals will attract people from all over the world to watch. As long as they have money and love, anyone can watch it. The same is true for the Chunin exam. The presence of wealthy businessmen and nobles from all over the world can indirectly promote the local economic development. Because of this, every time the 5-nation joint examination is conducted, they will do well in terms of security. Even if there are ninjas fighting in private, they will try to avoid ordinary people. After all, this is the common interest of the 5 countries. Makoto, come, eat a glutinous rice ball. I didn't expect that you can eat Konoha-style food in the land of water. Yizan jumped happily. 4 years after the end of the Ninja World War, his body happened to be in a period of explosive growth. Compared to before, he was short, tender and cute. He is now a beautiful boy of 1.74 meters. The cute baby fat disappeared. Along the way, no Kurigakure ninja recognized him. Makoto, look at that big fat guy named Tsukazan Fubuki, haha. Isn't he ugly? Brother Zan, keep your voice down, in case someone else hears. Before Makoto could finish speaking, Sukazan Fubuki suddenly looked towards him and walked over step by step with a strong momentum. Chapter 262 Poor Sukazan Fubuki. Boy, what did you just say to me? With a sturdy figure and majestic momentum, he deserves to be the owner of the shark muscle. Sukazan Fubuki's strength is at the top level among the elite Jonin. Sukazan Fubuki recognized Jiraiya in Yizan's team at a glance. Even so, he still came over with a strong momentum. The Kurigakure ninja's character is very violent, even if there are 10 elite Jonin in front of him, even if there is Jiraiya, a maniac who is well known in the ninja world, he is not afraid. After all, this kid scolded himself just now. Anyway, at least you have to apologize to yourself, right? Sukazan Fubuki is also unwilling to destroy the 5-nation joint entrance examination, but for the sake of his own dignity, it is not a big deal to ask for an apology. And looking at Yizan's appearance, he should be the students of this group of elite Jonin, but he didn't expect that if he was really a student, how would he know his name? Boy, what did you just say to me? I said you were ugly. Look at you, you look like a pufferfish with green paint on your face. Your name is Sukazan Fubuki, are you a fat pufferfish with watermelon skin? Yishuanji didn't know what to be afraid of when he was in trouble. He smugly picked his nostrils, dug out a ball of booger, rolled it into a ball, and flicked it lightly on Sukazan Fubuki. Boy looking for death. Boom. The terrifying murderous aura erupted, and Sukazan Fubuki suddenly pulled out the shark muscle on his back. However, in the next second, Jiraiya and a group of Jonin burst out with momentum at the same time, instantly suppressing Sukazan Fubuki back. Mad Ghost Jiraiya, what do you mean? Suppressed by 10 elite Jonin together with Jiraiya, Sukazan Fubuki's expression changed, and he slowly put away his aura. His face was ugly, his eyes were fierce, as Konoha like this. When the student scolded someone, the teacher came out to help. This is the head of the 5 kingdoms. I wonder what your thoughts, Lord Hokage, will be when you know about it. Quote. Sukazan Fubuki deliberately used Sarutobi to press them, but didn't know that Yizan was not afraid of Sarutobi at all. The more Sukazan Fubuki was like this, the more trouble Yizan wanted to cause, especially when he saw the sneer on Sukazan Fubuki's face. He stopped Jiraiya who was about to speak, and stood up lazily. Sukazan Fubuki, right, the 7 ninja swordsman, right. It's awesome, right, I want your shark muscle. He said lightly, and in the next second, Sukazan Fubuki felt a flash of blue light in front of his eyes, and his back lightened. When he realized it, Yizan was already standing not far away with the shark muscle. So fast. Sukazan Fubuki's pupils shrank sharply, and his whole body was tense with a huge sense of crisis. He didn't concentrate just now, but even so, he is a top elite Jonin, a mere child who actually took the shark muscle of his back before he could react. He was cold all over, chakra overflowed his body, and his eyes were fixed on Yizan, grim. He was waiting for the shark muscle to stab Yizan's hand, and the moment Yizan let go, he would be able to take the shark muscle back. However, 1 minute has passed, 2 minutes have passed, and the bandaged shark muscle did not move. It tightly contracted the barb in the bandage without resisting. The shark muscle is actually a wise fish, and has a special affinity for the powerful chakra. When it feels the chakra in Yizan's hand, it is straightforward. Because Kyubi 9 tails chakra restores power, Yizan's chakra contains a destructive aura similar to Kyubi 9 tails. But the shark muscle can clearly feel it. What a chakra that fascinates fish. Shark muscle loves it to death. A fish, where is there any loyalty, good and evil, in its heart, Yizan is its master. No one knew that the shark muscle had already had these thoughts. At this moment, Yizan held the shark muscle and kept tapping the body of the shark muscle with his fingers. Finding that the shark muscle didn't stab himself at all, he finally turned his head to look at Sukazan Fubuki, blinking his eyes full of doubts, as the shark muscle broken. Why didn't he open the barb to stab me? Sukazan Fubuki. A day later, the crowd finally reached the village of Kurigakure. At the entrance of Kurigakure village, there are hundreds of people lining up. In order to ensure the safety of wealthy businessmen and politicians, everyone who enters the village needs documents or something to prove their identity. We are Konoha's ninja taking the exam, this is our document. Jiraiya handed over the document, and the ninja at the door read it carefully, nodded, and let everyone in. Hey, Sukazan-sama, why are you here? When the line was about to finish, the gatekeeper ninja spotted Sukazan Fubuki at the back of the line. It's okay, I'm going to meet the Konoha candidates, you don't have to worry about me. Sukazan Fubuki said covertly, if you look carefully, you can find that Sukazan Fubuki's back is empty, and the ninja sword that symbolizes his identity as a group of 7 has disappeared without a trace. If you look more carefully, you will find that there is an extra machete wrapped in bandages on Yizan's back. The machete absorbs a little of Yizan's chakra from time to time, and feeds it back, only to find that Yizan's chakra is full and can't be fed at all. Not going back. Due to the 5-nation joint examination, the streets of Kurigakure village were crowded and lively. Walking on the street, Sukazan Fubuki suffered from the gazes of some Kurigakure ninjas from time to time. He finally couldn't take it anymore, trotted to Yizan, and begged pitifully, Shimura-zan, give me back the shark muscle, all the previous things. It's my fault. It's your fault originally, and it's not that I don't give you the shark muscle. If you want it, you can just take it. I'm not greedy for your shark muscle. Along the way, Yizan said this sentence many times, but Sukazan Fubuki didn't dare to take it, because when he took the shark muscle from Yizan for the first time, he was stabbed with blood from the shark muscle. Looking at the shark muscle on Yizan's back, Sukazan Fubuki's face was full of grievances. He didn't know what happened. It was obviously his own shark muscle. Ooh, shark muscle, come back soon. If this goes on, how can I get a foothold in the village? Chapter 263 Visit Kurigakure village. Sukazan Fubuki followed Yizan like a little sidekick. He wanted face, and he lost his shark muscles, so he didn't want to say it. The only thing he is looking forward to now is that the shark muscle will change his mind, so he has been following Yizan, and every hour, he will try to touch the shark muscle, although so far, the shark muscle has hurt himself with barbs. His little follower trip did not last long. Seeing that Yizan entered the VIP building with his shark muscles on his back, he leaned against the wall weakly and slapped himself a few times. I told you to pretend. I told you to pretend. What's wrong with being scolded by others? If you have to provoke others, it's over. He kept slapping himself, until several ninjas came over from not far away, only to find that Sukazan Fubuki was slapped and looked very strange. Lord Sukazan, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm fanning mosquitoes. Sukazan Fubuki turned around in embarrassment. He decided to find a room in a nearby hotel, and he would not be a human if he didn't get the shark muscle back. But, how do I get it back? Or, go find some snacks that shark muscle likes to eat. Thought of snacks, Sukazan Fubuki thought of a Sata Sanway. Because there was no suitable carrier, this wild-tailed beast had been sealed in a certain sea area by the village of Kurigakure. He frowned and kept thinking, if he could use the 3 tails, could he regenerate the shark muscle? Attract back. Sukazan Fubuki started his own action, and in the VIP room, Yizan and Kushina lived together. There are 2 shops in the room, which can accommodate 2 ninjas. Although the economy of Kurigakure village is not good, the 5-nation joint examination that takes place every 3 years and only once every 15 years, Kurigakure village will not be too shabby. Entire Konoha team came, occupying 22 rooms. Fortunately, the VIP building has a lot of floors, enough for the candidates from the other 3 countries. Why do you want me to live with a rascal? He's a bastard. He'll bully me. Putting down Xingli and other things, everyone had lunch in the restaurant on the 2nd floor of the VIP building. Kushina pouted and kept protesting, but under Yizan's threatening gaze, everyone dared not speak for Kushina. Makoto, Conan, sister, you have to decide for me. Kushina kept begging for help, and Makoto and Conan finally escaped Yizan's clutches, so they didn't dare to help Kushina. If they saved Kushina and trapped themselves, that's pitiful. Wanted to speak for Kushina, but Yizan just glanced at Namikaze Minato. Minato immediately grabbed Mawako. In front of love, Mawako abandoned her sister immediately, making Kushina even more aggrieved. Stinky bastard. Kushina knew that no one could save her. She kicked Yizan hard under the dining table, and ate with her head down. I'm going to eat a lot. Kill me. The time for the Five Nation Federation exam was March 6th. Yizan and the others were not too late. It was noon on March 5th. Lunch. Jiraiya began to process the certification of the leading teacher. Otherwise so many foreign elite jonin appeared in the village of Kurigakure, which would cause unnecessary trouble. With one more day to go, dozens of students scattered around the landscape of Kurigakure village. With Yizan and his friends, except Shikaku, who wanted to go back to sleep, everyone else agreed to visit Kurigakure village. Haimaru stood on Inuzuka's claws and screamed, grinning and looking very happy. Haimaru, what's your name? It's been 6 years and I haven't grown up. Little bastard. Wong wong wong. Still quibble, it's just a little bitch, as naive as someone. Kushina gave Yizan a fierce look. Her hand was always being held by Yizan, and she was in a bad mood and directly took the black pill as a punching bag. Wong Wu. Being reprimanded by Kushina, Kuromaru blinked pitifully. Maybe he really didn't grow up. He bowed his head aggrievedly, and lay on Inuzuka's claws weakly. Oh, Haimaru, don't be sad. Kushina is teasing you. I believe that within 3 years, you will definitely become a large dog. Yizan rubbed Haimaru's head, finally making Haimaru happy. It squinted and barked a few times, and then Yamanaka Inoichi handed over a piece of dog food. Wong. 9 people and 1 dog wandered freely in Kurigakure village. Due to the holding of the Five Nation exam, Kurigakure village is very lively today. In addition to the ninjas and civilians from the Land of Water, there are ninjas and civilians from other 4 countries on the street. Zan even saw the managers of several shops in Konoha on the street, and it was obvious that he made a special trip to Kurigakure village to watch the exam. Everyone played all the way, ate and drank all the way, until 9 o'clock in the evening. They returned to the VIP building, ready to wash and sleep. However, hey, stinky rascal, first, don't bully me tonight. In the room, Kushina was a little nervous. Seeing Yizan lock the door, her little face was already exposed to Yuhi. Hey, don't worry, the Chunin exam will take place tomorrow. No matter what I do, I won't bully you tonight. Don't worry. Yizan smirked, took off his clothes and pants, and walked into the bathroom in slippers. I'll take a shower first. Do you want to take a bath together? Think beautifully. By Kushina, Yizan just shrugged, and after a while, the water flowed, and Yizan's proud singing came out. I hate it. What songs are you singing in the shower? But 2.8 Kushina rolled her eyes, stood up cautiously, and tiptoed towards the door. She didn't believe that Yizan didn't bully her tonight. To be on the safe side, she would go straight to Makoto and go to sleep. Put the 2 bunks together, enough for 3 girls to sleep. However, she had just passed the washroom and was less than 3 meters away from the door when a large hand suddenly stretched out from inside, grabbed Kushina, and pulled it in fiercely. Ah! Kushina screamed, and the hot water made her unable to open her eyes. She passively hugged Yi Shuangguang, Yo-Yo's body. Her cheeks became more and more dizzy. Bastard! Let me out! Hee, Jindu came in. Still want to run? Come on baby, take a bath with me, hey. Chapter 264 Kushina eats again. 10 p.m. Yizan was lying on the bunk wearing a nightgown, psyched out a slug and talking on the phone with Tsunade. Kushina brushed Kiba in the bathroom for 10 minutes, and rushed out angrily with the sound of, denga-denga-dang. Stinky rascal. Next time, I'll bite you off. Kushina said angrily, making the slug on Yizan's shoulder a little curious. The long tentacles were gently waving in midair, and on the other side, the slug on Tsunade's shoulder asked suspiciously, Kushina just said that he wants to bite off something from Xiaoshuan. and Kushina brushed Kiba in the bathroom for a long time before. What are you talking about? Ah. Tsunade covered her mouth in surprise when she heard the slug's words, as if she felt the same way. Her face suddenly turned Yuhi. No. Nothing, I don't know. Huh, you don't know, why is Yuhi's face? Cough cough, I have a cold. Xiaozan, Tsunade has a cold. At the same time, the slug immediately sent a message to Yizan. Yizan was stunned for a moment, as if he understood something. A wicked smile crossed the corner of his mouth. Tell Tsunade, when I go back, I will definitely treat her cold. Yizan deliberately said the word treatment very seriously, and the slug also had a firm eye and passed Yizan's tone. While the two were talking on the phone, Kushina finally changed her clothes and rushed out of the room without looking back. Yizan was slightly stunned, and Tsunade also got the news. Ha 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 ha. Stupid Xiaoshuan, who told him to bully Kushina, tonight, let him stay alone in the empty room. Poor ha ha ha. Tsunade covered his stomach and laughed. Although Slug didn't quite understand, he was happy with Tsunade. Bouncing around. HMPH. I hate it. If you are alone, you will be alone. Yizan pouted unhappy, rolled over and lay down, pulling the bed cover to cover his head. Little Slug, go back and play with you tomorrow. Bye Tilda. Boom. With a puff of smoke, the slug disappeared. Yizan was sleepy here, but Kushina, Makoto and Konan worked together to move the two shops together. Fortunately, the area was large enough to accommodate 3 little girls. But, is it really okay to leave Brother Zan over there like this? Makoto was a little worried. There's something wrong with me. That stinky bastard actually treated me. What to you? Kushina accidentally missed something, which immediately attracted the curiosity of Makoto and Konan, especially Konan, who suddenly put his nose up to Kushina and smelled it, but he didn't smell any strange smell for a long time. You just took a shower. Washed with the teacher. Kushina panicked and suddenly got stuck. When she got stuck like this, Konan suddenly realized that Kushina took a bath with the teacher, and also used her mouth. Thinking of this, a Yuhi halo appeared on Konan's face for a moment, but fortunately the room had been turned off and no one noticed in the darkness. The early morning of the next day, a rare ray of sunshine appeared in the misty Kurigakure village. Candidates who were preparing to take the Chunin exam came to the ninja school in Kurigakure village one after another. This is the examination room, a traditional written test. Hey, what about Xiaozan? The students entered for the exam, and the instructors were waiting outside. Jiraiya looked left and right, and suddenly remembered that Yizan had not been seen all morning. Should be still sleeping, that little brat. Sarutobi Shinosuke said softly, with some dissatisfaction. Everyone came, but he didn't come, and he didn't take the rules seriously. Ninosuke, I have already reminded you, don't trouble Xiaoshuan, and... What are the rules and regulations? Xiaoshuan is a master who is not afraid of the sky and the earth. The more you tell him the rules, the more miserable you die. As if thinking of something, Jiraiya sighed in fear. In Konoha, he was the one who was tortured the most by Yizan. Because of this, he knew Yizan very well. If Shinosuke was so mean, he would definitely be beaten by Yizan. I don't even know him, Mom. However, they got one thing right. Yizan is indeed sleeping now. He is also a slacker, and the Chunin exam is not their business at all. These instructors are mainly to protect the students from being attacked by the powerful Jonin. In the exam, they are really useless. The Chunin test is divided into 3 parts, a written test, a field outdoor survival test, and a final one-on-one duel. The written test will take one morning, and the second field survival test should be held at 2 p.m. today for 3 days, but the task can also be completed by force. Yizan's big font lay on the bunk and slept until noon, and was woken up by Kushina. He half opened his eyes in a daze, and after finding the lovely Kushina, he hugged her directly and pulled her into his arms. Oh, why? Someone is watching. Kushina was ashamed, and opened Yizan's arms. At this moment, Yizan realized that there were many people standing at the door, with Makoto 043 and Conan in the front. Hey hey hey. Yizan's head was covered with black lines, only to realize that he was only wearing underwear pants. He immediately wrapped himself with a bed cover, and his arms that were not too thick were streamlined muscles. Jiraiya, Minato, Choza, get out. Look again, I'll beat you. Yizan waved his fist viciously, finally frightening the group of men away. Makoto and Conan took the initiative to close the door to prevent men outside from peeking. Okay, the door is closed, what kind of bed do you have to wrap? A big man. Kushina walked over and lifted Yizan's bed, and immediately, the perfect muscle in the underwear pants showed, instantly making Makoto and Conan covered his eyes shyly. Makoto covered her eyes completely, while Conan quietly opened a slit. She secretly aimed at Yizan through the gap between her fingers, her face yuhi, she didn't know what she was thinking. Kushina's reaction was the best. After all, she had been bullied by Yizan twice. She had already seen her figure. Even so, the little girl's peculiar restraint still made her face yuhi. She quickly picked up the clothes and pants on the sofa and threw them on Yizan, turned around, and pulled Makoto and Conan out of the room. Stinky hooligan, hurry up and get dressed, everyone is waiting for you to eat. Chapter 265 Inhuman Exam. 9 of us have passed the written test, some of the rest have not passed, some have passed. I don't know them, so I don't know them very well. In the restaurant, Yizan was eating with everyone. This triennial exam made it more difficult in every way, so that elites could be screened out and the final one-on-one effect could be increased. I'll come too for the big field test in the afternoon. Yizan finished drinking a sip of soup with an order that could not be refused. Although he had confidence in the 3 girls, if something happened, he couldn't cry. He might as well disguise himself as a student and go in to protect him. He was always a little uneasy. When the strength reaches a certain level, the 6th sense may be fulfilled at some point. Regardless of whether there is any danger, Yizan has to enter. Yizan made a decision, and everyone stopped talking. There were still 2 hours before the exam time. Yizan left the restaurant and prepared to find a suitable target to disguise himself. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hundreds of candidates who passed the written test left the village of Kurigakure by ferry, and after a few hours of bumpy rides, they came to a giant island with purple mist. The candidates disembarked one after another, while more than a dozen Kurigakure Jonin stood on the side of the boat. The elite Jonin headed by them smiled with bloodthirsty and cruelty in their smiles. The second exam is held on Dead Island. Oh, you may not understand why it is called Dead Island. It's very simple, because the purple mist on the island is poisonous. If you breathe it in for 24 hours, you will die unknowingly. And during these 24 hours, the strength of all of you will continue to decline due to toxins. What? How is it possible? Toxic Island, what the hell are you thinking in Kurigakure village? Do you want to kill all our candidates? Such a terrifying situation made all the candidates excited. Even the candidates in Kurigakure village did not expect that the exam would be held in such a terrifying place. Facing the excitement of the candidates, the elite Jonin just smiled, and the cruelty in his eyes became stronger and stronger. There are no animals, no food, not even water on the island. But we have already hidden in the island in advance. There are many boxes, not only food and water, but also antidote. Listen. What I'm talking about now is the key. Elite Jonin paused, and in the eyes of the candidates, he seemed to have become a demon. An antidote can only detoxify for 12 hours, and can only be used once in 12 hours. If you drink 2 bottles at the same time in 12 hours, the 2 bottles of antidote will condense into poison. Immediately kill. Remember, even if you find an antidote, within 12 hours, you can only drink 1 bottle. One more thing, the antidote, food and water on the island can only make 1/3 of you survive, understand what I mean? Elite Jonin sneered, waved his hand suddenly, and suddenly, the huge transport ship began to leave the coast. Wait, Don't go. I don't want to die. Don't be like this. I don't want to stay here. I want to abstain. Abstain. A ninja kept crying. He stepped on the sea and rushed to the transport ship desperately, but the next second, a kunai penetrated his heart. Still want to abstain. I'm really sorry, all of you have signed a life and death agreement before, and your death has nothing to do with Kurigakure village, unless you have the confidence to defeat me and other dozen jonin. Otherwise, stay on the island. 3 days later, I'll pick you up. Kurigakure jonin's frantic killing intent frightened everyone to act, and it was not until the transport ship disappeared into the thick fog that the candidates gradually came to their senses. Why does the antidote have to be used every 12 hours? Obviously, in this way, even if someone gets a few bottles of antidote, he can't use it immediately, and the antidote in his hand has become a hot potato, and will be besieged by other people. Don't forget, that person just now. It is said that the antidote on this island can only support 1/3 of the people to survive. This is only the maximum number of people, not counting the people who died in the middle of robbing the medicine, and even fewer people who can pass the test. Quote. Fear. Terrible means. This island is like a secret room. In the secret room, only a few people are allowed to survive. In this desperate mood, everyone will go crazy, and they will kill people desperately. If they have to do it, they will even slaughter their partners. Of Kurigakure. Compared to the forest of death in Konoha, the exams in Kurigakure village are simply inhumane, as if they were killed for the sake of killing. Go, let's go find the potion. A group of candidates reacted first, and they quickly moved towards the depths of the island. The elite jonin had already made it clear that there are no animals and no food here, which means that there is no hidden danger, and the biggest danger comes from other candidates. From these candidates who can desperately fight in order to survive. Found it. At this moment, a boy's voice attracted everyone's attention. As if he had reacted, the boy's face was full of fear, and he found that these hundreds of candidates exuded murderous aura at the same time. I don't want it. I don't want it. This box. Whoever wants to get it. The boy immediately dropped the box in his hand, and the box smashed to the ground, revealing the contents inside. 3 purple medicine bottles, 3 bottles of water, and a few sealed breads happened to be able to support a team. Grab. The teams who thought they were strong rushed over immediately, while more teams spread out in all directions. Since the boxes on the island can guarantee the survival of 1/3 of the people, there is no need for them to take action immediately. In the chaotic situation next, whoever is injured and who consumes chakra is the loser. Confused. Everything is messed up. More than a dozen teams began to snatch the medicine bottles on the ground, and the rest of the teams rushed to the depths of the island. This huge island is full of forests. As long as you find enough medicine to hide, you will definitely survive for 3 days. Do not forget, if there is no antidote, the poisonous fog on the island can kill people in 24 hours. In other words, in order to survive, within 24 hours, you must win the potion. Chapter 266_Confluence. What to do? On the shore of Death Island, 9 people gathered together. These were exactly Yi Zan's 9 friends. Unity is strength. With our strength, few of the candidates this time have our opponents. Together, the 9 of us should be able to complete this exam. I heard a long time ago that Kurigakure village is an inhumane village, and I saw it today. This kind of completely forcing candidates to kill people, even not allowing candidates to abstain, or dying if they don't pass, is too much. Where's Big Brother Zan? Didn't Big Brother Zan say before that he would take this exam quietly? I don't know, he should be disguised as one of the candidates, unless we can't pass, otherwise the rascal won't help us. I don't need Brother Zan's help. This is our Chunin exam. Everyone, come on. Come on. 9 friends, Namikaze Minato and Mawako are the strongest, and Nara Shikaku is the smartest. Any group needs a leader. Because this exam is too sinister, Shikaku eventually becomes everyone's military advisor and advises the team on the 440th road. Our speed is 1 step slower than others. There must be a lot of boxes buried in this huge jungle in the middle of the island. Think about it from another position. If I were the examiner, I would not let them easily find the boxes. That is to say, the boxes it's hidden in a very hidden place, so they can't find it in a short time, and now what we need to do is. Nara Shikaku turned to look at the distant shore, where there was still a fight, and in just a short while, 4 candidates died for the 3 bottles of antidote on the ground. That's how ninjas are. Either you die or I die. Although the village of Kurigakure has gone too far, I have to admit that they are the real ninjas. Shikaku sighed softly and looked at the 7 or 8 people who were still fighting. His eyes flickered. The first thing we have to do is to seize the 3 bottles of potions on the ground. The little friends started to move to survive, but on the other side, Yizan suddenly shot, knocking out 2 sand ninja teammates. This is a sand ninja with a similar body and height that he found before the exam, and dressed up as one of them with makeup. Be honest, even Yizan didn't expect such a terrifying exam in Kurigakure village. In terms of the strength of his friends, he should be able to pass it safely, but for some reason, there is always a crisis in Yizan's heart, so he quickly stunned the other 2 sand ninjas and prepared to join up with their little friends. Yizan jumped and walked towards the coast for about 10 minutes, and finally walked out of the huge jungle. Standing on the edge of the jungle, he saw many candidates lying on the ground and wailing on the shore, while his little friends gathered to pick up the potions on the ground. Hey, there's a sand ninja there. Shikaku was the first to spot Yizan, and since Yizan was dressed exactly like Sharen, Shikaku didn't recognize him at all. After Shikaku said, everyone turned their heads to look at the same time, and found that Yizan came over in a carefree manner, holding his head up, with a very arrogant look on his face. Hey, 9 of you, give me the medicine in your hands. Yizan spread his hands, as if everything seemed natural, leaving everyone stunned. Boy, did you make a mistake. You're the only one who still wants to rob. Is there something wrong with your head? I have no problem with my head, it's because of your problems. Don't give it to Dad, be careful Dad beats you. As if addicted to playing, Yizan twisted around proudly, his chin almost lifted to the sky. A few men didn't react, but Kushina Makoto Konan, who was standing behind, had a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. The extremely familiar movements and arrogant attitude created a picture in their minds. It was the bad boy. Stinky hooligan. You have no end. Kushina squeezed out of the crowd. Zhang Kiba danced claws and rushed towards Yizan. She hugged Yizan fiercely, and pulled off Yizan's wig and color stickers, showing it all at once Yizan's face. Bite you to death. Ah, stinky woman, you are a dog. It hurts. Let go. Humph. Don't let go. Kill you, kill you, kill you. 5 minutes later. Yizan and Kushina stopped panting. His shoulders are covered with Kiba marks, bitten by Kushina. Stinky woman, you're finished. When the exam is over, I'll let you know why Huar is like Yuhi. Yizan glared at Kushina viciously, clenching his fists and biting Kiba's teeth. Humph. The exam is over. I'm Tenten and Makoto Konan together, so I won't give you a chance. Kushina's face was Yuhi, and she hugged Makoto and Konan's arms timidly, as if she had found a sense of security, and waved arrogantly again. He shook his fist. With Makoto and Konan protecting me, I won't let you succeed. Cut. Yizan pouted and decided to teach this lawless woman a good lesson. As if thinking of something, a smirk flashed across his mouth, and he made a he sound from time to time. Hate. Facing Yizan's smirk, Kushina's face Yuhi whispered. The two flirted with no scruples. Shikaku Minato and other people were covered in black lines. He wanted to tell Yizan that we are still dying. What about the island? But no matter what, Yizan's appearance did give everyone a sense of security. At least, they don't have to worry about being poisoned to death. Ah, Shikaku, what are you talking about? I feel very safe with me. Please. This is the Chunin exam, how could a decent kun like me cheat for you? You are all a bunch of men, be responsible. Ah. Don't worry, if you are poisoned, I will collect the corpses for you. Tilda. Yizan smiled and patted Shikaku's shoulder, causing Shikaku's entire face to collapse. He blinked pitifully, trying to use cute tactics to change Yizan's mind. However, at this moment, Yizan had already ignored Shikaku, and turned to hug Makoto's waist, whispering something in Makoto's ear, causing Makoto to chuckle from time to time, while the other paw was still holding Conan's hand. Important to friends. Big Brother Zan is too much. That's right, Shikaku, we're on our own, don't need Brother Zan's help. Wong Wong Wong. Chapter 267_Arrogant Bet. The 9-member team turned into a 10-member team, walking on this purple mist-filled island. Poison mist, give me face and stay away from me. The golden force field only enveloped Yizan. The poisonous mist on the island was very weak, and it would take 24 hours to kill a person. In terms of Yizan's current physical strength, even if he unlocked the fruit ability without limit, it would not consume much. You guys have to work hard. After 5 hours of searching, I found a box. Hey, I came back from the jungle to find you, and found many boxes along the way. Is it because you are too weak? Tilda. Walking beside the girl, Yizan kept taunting Shikaku and Namikaze Minato in front of him, which made several friends look a little unsightly and a little aggrieved. Brother Zan, what level are you? What level are we? You are a genius comparable to the first Hokage, how can we compare with you? You can't say that, Shikaku, your IQ is still 190, much higher than mine. Also, believe it or not, your son's IQ will be higher than yours in the future. Cut. I don't believe it. My dad said that although our Nara family often has IQs of 170 to 180, so far only me and my ancestors have an IQ of 190. Could it be that my future son has a higher IQ than our ancestors? You don't believe it. Good. Kind of bet me. Bet. Say, what bet? Nara Shikaku has a certainty of victory. In his heart, if his son's IQ is really higher than his own in the future, that is also the blessing of the Nara family. If that happens, he will admit it. Therefore, the advantages of the traversers are really incomprehensible. Yizan snickered, looking at Shikaku's back in front of him. An idea came to his mind. Shikaku, if you want to bet, bet big. If you win, I will wear nothing and run around Konoha. If you lose, you're wearing nothing and running around the Konoha, bet it. Huh. Such a heroic gamble finally made Shikaku turn his head and look over. He stared at Yizan in disbelief, and his tone was extremely surprised. Brother Zan, you are serious. If you lose, don't be fooled. Bah, do you think I've ever played a fool? Dare to gamble. Bet. Shikaku doesn't believe in evil. He really doesn't believe that his future son's IQ exceeds 190. You must know that he himself has a high IQ that has been seen in a century, comparable to the IQ of his ancestors. However, why did Brother Zan know that I would have a son? Shikaku looked confused, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that the land beside Yizan was different. His eyes widened, and his face finally turned happy. I found the box, Brother Zan. There must be a box in the land next to you. The sky was dark, the sun set over the sea level, night fell, and a few stars appeared in the sky. In the jungle filled with purple mist, everyone was sitting together. How do you feel? After inhaling the poisonous mist for a few hours, I feel that my strength has dropped by 20%, how about you? Me too, the examiner said that the poisonous mist will weaken the body and cause death until 24 hours later. So far, we have found a total of 9 bottles of potions. I suggest not to sleep tonight. I speculate that the rest of the teams have extra potions, so they are not in a hurry and can sleep to replenish their energy, but we can't wait. I suggest that you specifically look for those teams that have traps all around, ready to rest and sleep, and grab their remaining potions. I agree with Shikaku's suggestion. I agree too. Agree. I don't agree. Just when Shikaku's suggestion was passed unanimously, Yizan quit. He yawned lazily, his eyelids drooping. Why don't you sleep? I'm so tired to say. Brother Zan, don't be afraid of the poisonous fog, and you're still talking slander here. Hey, Shikaku, you're so smart, you've seen it all. Quote. Everyone was speechless and decided to ignore Yi-zan. This is really bullying. And, Shikaku's proposal was approved with 9 votes in favor and 1 vote against. Everyone drank the antidote and could resist the poisonous mist for 12 hours. Let's go. Get started. In the darkness of the night, 10 shadows shuttled through the jungle. Although the jungle is large, there are hundreds of candidates scattered on the island. It took a whole night to search for it, and I still can't believe that one team could not find it. No one noticed that on the dark and foggy sea at this moment, a ship slowly sailed towards the dead island. Here, it's here. The purple poisonous fog of Dead Island is obvious, and at a glance, it is known that this is Dead Island. 5 masked black-clad ninjas stood at the bow of the boat, and when the boat reached the shore, 4 of them jumped off. Number 5, you are guarding the boat, who will kill who? There can't be any news. Good. The man called. Number 5 feet grabbed the anchor. He didn't know how many tons it was. The anchor that would take at least 5 or 6 strong men to lift was lifted with one hand and threw it into the sea. Whoa! The water on the shore was not deep, and the anchor soon sank to the bottom. After stabilizing the boat, he stood silently at the bow, under the cover of darkness. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to see anyone on the bow. Is the news from the second elder of Kurigakure village reliable? Is the QB 9 Tails person Jinchuriki column force really on the island? The second elder is Ghost Lantern Wanyu's closest clan. When Konoha used tricks to trick Ghost Lantern Wanyu into sneaking into our village, he was finally killed by Lord Raikage. Although he hated us, he hated Konoha the most. This news can't be wrong. Yes. The 4 of them rushed into the island jungle, and everyone exuded the breath of the top elite Jonin. Any one of them can kill all the candidates on the island, but in order to ensure the absolute capture of QB, 9 Tails Kumogakure village sent 4 of them, including the boat guard, who is the strongest ace of the Golden Horn Force, number 5. The Mad Ghost Jiraiya and Konoha's elite Jonin are all in the village of Kurigakure, remember. Others can kill, but definitely not the QB 9 Tails Jinchuriki column. As long as the complete QB is not 9 Tails triggered, the mere Jinchuriki column force form is not our opponent at all. Quote. Chapter 268 Unexpected Enemy. Why is the flower like this, Yuhi? Why is this? Yuhi. Yuhi looks like it's burning. Boom. Oops. What are you doing? Excuse me, what song are you singing at night? We are now quietly searching for other teams. Kushina clenched his fists and glared at Yi-zan, while Yi-zan hugged Kushina's waist with a smile, but was slapped off by Kushina. Hate, don't touch me, go bully your Makoto. Makoto. Brother Zan, Conan said she misses you. Huh, Sister Makoto, don't talk nonsense. That Yi-zan was looking over, Conan's pretty face instantly turned to Yuhi. She pursed her lips and was about to say something, but Yi-zan grabbed her little hand. The warmth from Yi-zan's palm made her bow her head shyly. Hey, I said you guys, don't show your affection. If you show it like this again, I'm afraid Inoichi won't be able to stand it. As soon as Shikaku said it, everyone found that Inoichi was expressionless and took out a piece of dog food from his arms from time to time to eat. Yi-zan sighed softly, his tone was full of sighs. Inoichi, you should really find a girlfriend. I know, but I can't find it. Yamanaka Inoichi's face was expressionless, and he chewed the dog food faster. Looking at his expressionless expression, who was swallowing all the pain in his stomach, everyone imagined a miserable and tragic scene. Inoichi, how about I introduce you a girlfriend? Choza asked cautiously. That moment, Inoichi's eyes burst into a dazzling light, almost illuminating the entire dark night. You say, I'll listen first. He remained expressionless, but his tone showed a hint of excitement. It's from our family, Akamichi mailing, you. No need. O_O. Akamichi Choza smiled awkwardly. In fact, he knew in his heart that the girls of the Akamichi family, maybe only the boys of the Akamichi family could like it. Well, even boys. Basically, only girls from the Akamichi clan can take their fancy. At this moment, Inuzuka Claw suddenly sniffed his nose, his eyes lit up, and he immediately waved to everyone to stop. Little Claw, what's wrong? I smell the other candidates. Just 500 meters ahead on the left. The Inuzuka family is born with a keen sense of smell, and with targeted practice since childhood, the nose of Inuzuka's claws is more intelligent than that of Kuromaru. Very good, I found the target so quickly. Keep quiet, everyone is approaching quietly. Yizan lazily followed the crowd and started sneak attacks and battles. On the other side, 4 elite Jonin from Kumogakure village were also advancing in the dark jungle. Their boat stopped on another coastline, so they took another road. Along the way, has killed 3 groups of candidates in seconds. Why can't I find it? What's the hurry? This island is so big, we have 3 days, and I still can't believe it. Remember the time for the antidote, I don't want to drink 2 bottles within 12 hours. As soon as the leader's voice fell, suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance, the expressions of the 4 were condensed, and chakra erupted at the same time, turning into 4 thunder lights and rushing forward. Shish. Elite Jonins are extremely fast, and Kumogakure ninjas who practice Raiden, thunder-style, ninjutsu are even faster. In just 2 seconds, the 4 rushed to the explosion. Yuhi hair. 2. The information is correct, and one of them must be the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column force. Completely ignoring everyone present, the Kumogakure ninja in the lead stared at Mawako. Compared with Kushina, Mawako's strength is much stronger. In his judgment, Mawako is a Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, person Jinchuriki, column power is very likely. Go on. Except for the 2 Yuhi-haired girls, the rest, not a single one. As the ace of the Golden Horn Force, this man knows that the villain can't pretend to be coercive, and that pretending to be coercive is easy to be counterattacked. He didn't give Yizan and the others any time to react at all, he directly used all his strength. The aura of the elite Jonin erupted, mixed with violent thunder, and instantly killed Nara Shikaku. At the same time, the other 3 elite Jonin also burst out with all their strength, and the thunder roared, illuminating the night. The sudden accident, the sudden attack, shocked everyone. No one thought of how 4 extremely powerful people suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked, but among them, Yizan's eyes cooled down. His 6th sense was right. Before the exam, he had a hunch that something was going to happen, so he came in disguised as a candidate, and now, the crisis it's coming. 4 top elite Jonin, Shikaku, Inoichi, Makoto and Konan were chosen first. Thunder's speed, fast to ultimate. Even Yizan couldn't save 4 people at the same time. Is it finished? At Yizan's speed, even if he tried his best, he could only save 1 to 2 people, but he didn't want to watch his partner die. At that moment, Yizan burst into rage. Space. Give me face. Space is imprisoned. Wow. The golden force field spreads instantly, enclosing all the surrounding space. For a moment, I can't move. Can't move at all. 4 Kumogakure ninjas condensed in midair, their eyes widened in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. They almost succeeded, and the leader, with his fist flickering with lightning, was only a few centimeters away from Shikaku. The face fruit can communicate with all elements, whether it is wind, thunder, fire, or space and time. But the communication space itself consumes a lot of physical strength. Not only that, according to the strength of the imprisoned enemy, the physical strength consumed will also increase exponentially, and to imprison the 4 top elite Jonin, Yizan's physical strength is almost exhausted in an instant. Sage mode, on. Boom. 3.6 Several Yuhi-colored patterns appeared, and Yizan's physical strength soared tenfold. All chakras are transformed into Sage Art chakras, and the destructive breath of Kyubi, 9 tails, and the divine breath of Sage Art radiated from the violent emotions bloom at the same time. Big Brother Zon is so scary. So strong. Is this the strength of Big Brother Zon? The opponent can kill us in seconds, but Big Brother Zon actually stopped the 4 of them from attacking in an instant. Come on, teacher. Smelly rascal. In order to save the 4 partners, Yizan didn't have time to control the size of the force field when he spread the golden force field. The golden force field includes all the little friends. They can't move, they can only look at Yizan, watching with admiration. Go to hell. 4 chops. Chapter 269 Haven't you already? The moonlight in the dark night was round and bright. In the jungle of Death Island, Yizan sat motionless on the ground. Canceling the sage mode, endless exhaustion rushed in. The 4 of them had the strength of Mitarashi Zishao at random. He had no idea that Kumogakure village would dare to send so many people to kidnap Kyubi, 9 tails people Jinchuriki column force. But that's right, without Yizan, today's ending must be the death of all the friends and Mawako being kidnapped. Death Island is a few hours ocean journey from Kumogakure village, and there are still 3 days until the end of the exam. Even if it is discovered by then, at most, it is believed that the little friend died in the hands of other candidates, and they have no idea that all this is the behavior of Kumogakure village. After the spatial confinement ended, the little friends regained their mobility again, and everyone surrounded Yizan with worried eyes. Brother Zan, how is your health? Are you alright? Brother Zan, don't hurt your body because of us. 30 inches Brother Zan is so strong, nothing will happen. God bless you. Inexplicably, Choza began to pray to the sky, which made Yizan full of black lines. He stood up abruptly, and knocked hard. Boom. Ah, Brother Zan, it hurts. Idiot Choza, I'm not dead yet. Yizan glared at Choza viciously, his feet softened and he almost fell, but fortunately Kushina hugged him in time to prevent Yizan from falling to the ground. Well, it smells so good. Kushina, your murderous part seems to have grown up a bit. Boom. Ah, smelly woman, you hit me again. Humph, I'm just going to hit you. Kushina's face Yuhi squeezed his fists and found that Yizan was almost knocked unconscious by himself, and then rubbed his temples for Yizan a little embarrassed. Stinky rascal, it's not serious after all, be honest. Ooh, but I can't be honest. Who told my Kushina to be so cute? Cut. Slick tongue. Kushina spat lightly, and finally let Yizan bury his head in his arms. This nasty bastard kept arching his head. He was like this, and he wanted to take advantage. Years of physical training have achieved good results. Looking back on the fight with Hanzo of the Salamander a few years ago, it was only forbidden to use space ninjutsu in an area, and he fell into a coma. But now, he directly imprisoned a space, and only exhausted all his physical strength, at least not in a coma. This is not the same. It is forbidden to use space ninjutsu, but Hanzo of the Salamander is not allowed to tear the space and use the instant body technique, and today is a completely frozen space, and the difficulty is more than 100 times more difficult. Don't talk about what happened today. The situation involved is very complicated. I will go back and discuss it with the top management. I have heard from the dead monkey before that Kumogakure village has been moving frequently recently. It's the price. But, don't worry now, pass the test first. Shikaku, you can search them. They dare to come to the island of death, they should bring a lot of antidote. There are indeed many medicines. Shikaku searched a lot of storage scrolls and found a total of 20 bottles of antidote, as well as some ninja tools and money. But, Brother Zan, I think there should be more than 4 of them. Oh. Death Island is an isolated island in the ocean. They must have come by boat. Since there are many candidates on the island, they will definitely keep people on the boat to prevent the boat from being driven away by the candidates. Not only that, since they have antidote on them, they will representative, Kumogakure village also participated in this operation. Quote. Shikaku held his chin and followed the clues to deduce some situations one after another. Everyone was accustomed to Shikaku, deduction, but Yizan opened his eyes in surprise, his eyes full of admiration. Okay Shikaku, your IQ of 190 is still a little useless. Not bad, not bad. Quote. Shikaku looked at Yizan blankly, as if he had become Inoichi's twin brother. He turned around like a robot, squatted down, hugged his knees, and buried his head in his knees. A burst of resentful purple energy emanated from him. The background wall turned black and white directly. He hugged his knees, and the voice came out lightly. It turns out that there is still a little bit of use. It turns out that there is still a little bit of use. It turns out that there is still a little bit of use. In any case, everyone was safe in the end. The extra antidote can last a day and a night, so everyone found an open place, surrounded by various detonators and traps, ready to rest for a night and act tomorrow. Shikaku guessed that the Kumogakurjanin on the boat on the shore should be left alone for the time being, and Yizan must have to clean up. Now he is mainly raising his spirits and waiting for Yizan to recover his physical strength. Namikaze Minato and Yamanaka Inoichi watched the night. The rest either leaned against the tree or slept directly on the branches. After a stressful day, everyone felt a little tired, including Yizan, who was exhausted. Soon fell asleep. The next day, when Yizan opened his eyes, the sun was almost overhead. He yawned lazily, slapped his mouth a few times, and fell into a daze, thinking he was in his own house. Stinky rascal, get up quickly. Humph. What a big slacker. He usually says I'm lazy, but it turns out he's more lazy than me. Kushina squatted down, held Yizan's face and shook it, and found that Yizan was still squinting lazily. She directly grabbed Yizan's cheek, pulled his face outward, pulled it back, and pulled it back again. Come on, it's really fun. Well, stinky woman, let me go. Yizan half opened his eyes lazily, his cheeks pulled to the sides by Kushina. Yesterday's physical exertion made his whole body limp. Although his physical strength has recovered a little, he prefers to be lazy and not move. Stinky rascal, can't you get up? No, get up. Come, let me sleep for a while. Yizan yawned and fell in love with his eyes again. Kushina pouted and wanted to do something. Makoto and Konan came over. Okay, Kushina, let Brother Zan sleep. He was so tired yesterday, let him sleep for a while. Tilda. That's right, the teacher was exhausted yesterday trying to save us. The teacher is so kind to us. Konan, don't be deceived by the stinky hooligan. He is full of bad ideas. Maybe one day, you will be bullied by him. But, Sister Kushina, aren't you already? Chapter 270 Minato, give me face. The sun was a little bit west, and the team was walking in the jungle. Kushina and Konan were at the back of the team, whispering something close to each other, but because the voice was too low, even Yizan couldn't hear it clearly. Konan, you're too much, I almost said it. Sorry, Sister Kushina, can you tell me what that feels like? Konan asked shyly, his eyes full of curiosity. Her words made Kushina's cheeks pierce Yuhi's cheeks, and she quietly looked ahead. After realizing that no one was paying attention, she leaned into Konan's ear and said softly, that kind of feeling is disgusting, I don't want to come again for the third time. Remember, don't be bullied by the stinky hooligans. When this exam is over, the three of us will join forces to prevent the stinky hooligans from taking advantage. Sister Kushina, should we form an alliance? We have already thought about the name of the alliance. It's called, Like Watching Little H Book Girls Group, what do you think? Not so much. The two girls whispered. At the front, Yizan was holding Makoto, and on the right, Namikaze Minato followed Yizan's pace. Brother Zan, do you still remember the Hiraishin scroll you gave me a few years ago? Well, remember, what's wrong? Yizan glanced at Minato curiously, did this kid learn it? Hiraishin is indeed the unique skill of the second generation Hokage-sama. Although I have worked hard to cultivate in the past few years, I have not made much progress. But you used that space to confine yesterday, I seem to feel a little Namikaze Minato was a little unconfident, but researched after a few years, he finally got a bit of an eyebrow, and he really didn't want to give up. Yizan has always been very good to his friends. Seeing Namikaze Minato frowning a little cautiously, Yizan patted his shoulder carelessly, showing the appearance of a domineering president. Minato, tell me, what are your requirements? Why are you being polite to me? We are good friends. Yizan's carefree attitude finally made Minato relax. Due to Yizan's stronger and stronger strength, Minato has always been a little afraid that the distance between the two will gradually become farther, but it is obvious that Big Brother Zan is still Big Brother Zan, and there is no change. Brother Zan, I hope you can use yesterday's space confinement for me. Last night's duration was too short. I feel a little bit, but I still feel almost, if you can. No problem. Simply imprisoning Namikaze Minato alone, Yizan will not consume too much physical strength. After all, Minato is only an elite Chunin now. Compared with the 4 top elite Jonin, each other has 20 Minatos. Space, give me a face, space is imprisoned. The golden force field appeared, and under the control of Yizan's consciousness, it only enveloped Minato. At that moment, Minato found himself unable to move, not even blinking an eye. At this moment, Minato finally felt the situation in the surrounding space, as if an illusory thing suddenly appeared in front of him, and Minato's hard work for several years, the insight of Horaishin's assiduous research, finally showed a blowout growth at this time. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time passed by, and everyone stood there and didn't understand what the two were doing. At the 28th second when the space was frozen, Yizan suddenly found that his physical strength had increased tenfold. His complexion changed slightly, and he immediately cancelled the fruit ability. I'm sorry, Brother Zan. It's okay, how are you feeling? Success. Success. Well, I found the feeling of space ninjutsu. I was trying to tear space with chakra just now, sorry. The face of Minato's apology, Yizan waved his hand again. In order to fight against Minato's tearing space, Yizan's physical strength in the last second accelerated 10 times, but it was still much worse than the consumption last night. Compared with his physical strength, Yizan is more concerned about the Horaishin technique. He stared at Minato with piercing eyes, and his tone was a little urgent. Minato, use it and let me see. Wait, Brother Zan, I need to create a special technique. This is not difficult. Although I couldn't use it before, I have already learned the theoretical knowledge. Wait for me. Yizan was excited, and Minato was equally excited. As the second generation Hokage's unique trick, he certainly knew what it meant by learning. That is to say, from now on, he has inherited the essence of the second generation of Hokage, although it is only a part of it, but he is only 14 years old, so proud. Minato took out a special kunai from his ninja bag. Obviously, he had prepared it long ago. Then, following his understanding just now, he put chakra into the special kunai. After a while, a kunai appeared. Typesetting. Call out. Kuwu broke the sky and flew out of 100 meters at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared in Kuwuban, completely ignoring the distance of 100 meters. Wow, what is this? The little friends never knew that Minato was practicing Horaishin, and they saw Minato throw a kunai and suddenly appeared 100 meters away. It's the art of Horaishin, Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, you must have heard the second generation Hokage's trick from your parents. This is the art of Horaishin. So handsome. Envy. I'm envious too. Everyone's eyes were full of gold stars, and they all watched Minato come back from a distance with admiration, not to mention Mawako. She had long been in love with Minato, and now, she was already tugging at the corner of her clothes, and Minato was so handsome that she couldn't extricate herself. Minato. Mawako. You, so handsome. Ah, which? Minato scratched his head shyly, his eyes were erratic, and he was not good at dealing with emotions. At this moment, Yizan suddenly patted Minato on the shoulder. attracting Minato's attention. His eyes flashed with strange colors, and strong anticipation bloomed in his pupils. Minato, you've always wanted to beat me, didn't you? Now that you have learned the S-level forbidden technique Hiraishin, your strength has undergone tremendous changes. I won't bully you, I will fight you with Chunin's chakra. Would you like to? The illusory golden force field spread and turned into a Yuhi color force field. Yizan immediately released chakra, controlled the amount in Chunin, and deliberately provoked Minato's fighting spirit. Minato, give me face and beat me. Chapter 271 The Art of Hiraishin. The team that stood still for about 20 minutes started up again. Facts have proved that no matter how good Minato is, he can't be Yizan's opponent. Minato, are you seriously injured? Seeing Minato with a bruised nose and a swollen face, Mawako was extremely worried. It's okay, Big Brother Zan is merciful, haha. Minato smiled brightly, but his heart was a little bitter. Learning the technique of Hiraishin, his self-confidence really exploded, and Yizan deliberately lowered the chakra, making Minato ignore the deterrence of losing face and bravely choose a duel. Pity that, for Hiraishin's sake, Yizan didn't give Minato a chance, and beat Minato into surrender in minutes. No one knows that at this moment, Yizan's consciousness has been immersed in the sea of consciousness. He flipped to and fro in the sea of consciousness, watching the golden screen keep drooling. Open black lens bracket. The Art of Hiraishin, white, 20 ingots close black lens bracket. After the Second Ninja War, Yizan accumulated more than 50,000 yuan of treasures, and upgraded the skills of Hiraishin. In the eyes of the local tyrant Yergo, it is not a problem at all. Upgrade. Yizan spent 700 ingots in an instant to upgrade the technique of Hiraishin to gold. At that moment, a lot of information about space poured into Yizan's mind, as if he had practiced space ninjutsu for decades, and his understanding of space had reached a realm that was unique in the ninja world. The fruit of face is really bursting. Yizan withdrew from the sea of consciousness, his eyes were fixed on the front 200 meters, and he used chakra to tear the space apart and appeared 200 meters away in an instant. Circled.operator. The sudden appearance stunned everyone, and the rest of the friends were not very clear, but Namikaze Minato, who had been practicing Hiraishin for several years, could not be clear. That, Big Brother Zan, you just... Shish. Yizan was constantly in the air for a moment, because he was tearing the space directly, so he couldn't see the trajectory at all in that moment. Minato for the last time, and seeing Minato's shocked expression, he twisted his buttocks proudly, and the whole person jumped uncontrollably. Minato, in fact, I already know the Hiraishin technique, and I'm far worse than you. Work hard. Yizan patted Minato on the shoulder. He didn't know how to spell shame at all. Of course Minato didn't know that Yizan was blowing his skill book. He looked at Yizan with admiration and almost regarded Yizan as a god. Brother Zan, it turns out that you already know the technique of Hiraishin. You are so amazing. I have seen the scrolls, and even the second generation Hokage-sama couldn't do it to your level. You are so amazing. Quote. The rest of the friends don't understand, but Minato understands. Hiraishin must use special kunai coordinates, but Yizan can teleport anywhere out of thin air without using anything. This level has surpassed the second generation Hokage. In fact, this is also Yizan's good luck. The practice of space ninjutsu is completely dependent on the understanding of space. The entire Hokage world, there are very few people who can use Hiraishin. The second generation Hokage and Namikaze Minato have high comprehension, but they died too young to practice the Hiraishin technique to ultimate. Another example is the future Namikaze Minato's several guards, Shiranui, and Yivashi. They also have a little space understanding, so they can use the Hiraishin technique, but because their understanding is too low, they are almost useless. Oh yes, you wait for me. As if thinking of something, Yizan suddenly disappeared. 2 seconds later, Yizan appeared again, holding a bloody kunai in his hand. Brother Zan, This is. The Kumogakure ninja on the coast has been resolved, and the ship has been destroyed. Let's continue with the test. Yizan held his head proudly, and kept admiring in his heart. It is indeed a bug-level ninjutsu. After practicing ultimate, he actually traveled 10 kilometers in an instant. Crossing to the coast, the Kumogakure ninja pierced the opponent's heart with a knife in the blind spot behind him. Full-level Hiraishin does not need a special kunai or coordinates. As long as it is a place that can be seen by the eyes, it can tear the space with chakra. The farther the distance, the more chakra is consumed. Just now, Yizan first looked up at the sky, teleported to a few hundred meters in the sky, and then looked at the coast 10 kilometers away. After finding the ship, he teleported directly over. It's easier to come back. He doesn't even have to look at it. He recalls the place just now in his mind, and he just tears the space and returns. Well, the Golden S-rank ninjutsu will always bring unexpected surprises to Yizan. At least at this time, Yizan finally has the confidence to fight against the third-generation Raikage alone. Even if he can't break the Raiden Thunder-style armor of the third-generation Raikage, he will keep it invincible. The days that followed were relatively uneventful. The little friends kept looking for other candidates, and after defeating them, they took the potions. They encountered the remaining 3 Konoha teams. They didn't attack, but they didn't accept the opponent's invitation to form a team. When the Kurigakure village examiner's boat came again, less than 1/5 of the people on the island of death were left. There were originally more than 400 people, but only 80 people survived. It was terrible. Huh. A yuhi, colored light emitted a sharp whistle and exploded into the sky. After the examinees in the jungle saw it, they frantically ran towards the coast. This was the signal agreed before, and the examiner was coming to pick up the person. Yizan did not appear. He used the Hiraishin technique to teleport to a height of 3,000 meters, and looked at the huge ant-sized transport ship below. The futon wind-style mode was turned on, and it floated high in the sky. After a few hours, perhaps feeling that the wait was almost over, the transport ship finally started and left the coast. Yizan floated in the air following the transport ship, and after a few more hours, he finally returned to Kurigakure village. But at this time, Yizan is not easy to enter. Every village has set up a super large sensory barrier covering the whole village. Once Yizan breaks in, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. About it, he used the Hiraishin technique to teleport into the grass not far from the gate of Kurigakure, took out the certificate of Instructor Konoha from his arms, and swaggered in. Chapter 272 Let Sarutobi call the shots. The second round of the Chunin exam is over, and the next is a one-on-one duel. This time is the 5-nation joint examination held every 3 years. Each country will gather some elites into this examination. Although the strength of the small partners is very strong, not all of them have entered the finals. Kushina and Inuzuka Claw faced a powerful enemy in the first knockout round and voluntarily conceded defeat. Makoto and Choza happened to meet Minato and Mawako in the knockout round. There was no way, no matter how they fought, they would lose. They abstained and let Minato and Mawako advance. Shikaku got lazy and automatically abstained. Inoichi successfully advanced. Konan was young, although her strength was good, but she lost in the second round of knockout due to experience problems. In the end, Konoha advanced to the final with Minato, Mawako and Inoichi. The finals will not start until a month later. This is a special situation for the 5-nation joint entrance examination. First, it is to wait for nobles from faraway places. Second, it is to develop the economy. At least this month, the economy of Kurigakure village will be greatly improved. Big improvement. Yizan's team failed, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. With Jiraiya and a group of elite Jonin around, there was no problem with safety, and this was the 5-nation joint test. No matter what happened to Kurigakure village, he wouldn't dare to mess around. I'm gone, back to Konoha. Don't say hello to the 3 generations of Mizukage tilde. Che, what hello, just his strength. Yizan said him, referring to the 3 generations of Mizukage. Ghost Lantern Wanyu died in the Land of Thunder a few years ago. Of course, Kurigakure village will choose a new Mizukage. Yizan does not know it, nor does he know its name. According to the memory of his previous life, he vaguely remembers that it is the follower of the first generation of Mizukage, and feels its momentum. Not even Cage level. A quasi-Cage level expert is considered the strongest in the current country of water, but the strength of the 3rd generation Mizukage is just a little bit stronger than Jiraiya, not worth mentioning. Hey, brat, what's not worth mentioning? If he's not worth mentioning, wouldn't I be even more worthless? Huh, Jiraiya, haven't you always known? In my eyes, you've never been worth mentioning. Damn, believe it or not, I beat you. Boom. A loud bang, Jiraiya was punched into the ground by Yizan. He clapped his hands in disdain, and walked towards the gate of Kurigakure village with the 3 girls. You still beat me, you really haven't taught me a lesson for a few days, and your skin is itchy. Humph, you still beat me. Looking at the back of Yizan's gradual departure, Sarutobi Shinosuke on the side exhaled softly. Only at this time did he really feel Yizan's strength. He was able to punch the mad ghost Jiraiya with 1 punch. Personally. Not only strength, but also an irresistible aura. For example, at this moment, Jiraiya raised her head pitifully and looked at Yizan's back. Apart from crying, she couldn't raise any emotions of resistance at all. Woo, stinky brat, when I get stronger, I will definitely get my revenge back. The Chunin exam in Kurigakure village is still going on, and Yizan has returned to Konoha with his 3 daughters. Dead monkey, you have to call the shots for me. In Hokage's office, Yizan kept slapping the table. He pouted in grievance and looked extremely pitiful. Xiaoshuan, who provoked you? Sarutobi's eyes widened in surprise. In his heart, only Yizan could bully others in this world, and he had never seen Yizan bullied by others. Humph, it's the ninjas from the Kingdom of Thunder. In this 5-nation joint examination, the Kingdom of Thunder actually sent 5 top elites, Jonin, to kidnap Mawako. If it wasn't for me to protect them all the way, my Kushina, my Makoto, my Konan. It's all gone. In Yizan's heart, her little girlfriends are his heart. If something really happened, he would cry to death. Oh, the Kingdom of Thunder sent 5 top elite Jonin to kidnap Mawako. This is no small matter. Come on, call Danzo and the 2 advisors. Tell Danzo that his son was bullied, urgent information. Sarutobi ordered the 3 hidden Anbu to leave the office immediately, and 10 minutes later, a violent chakra approached from afar, and rushed into the office with a boom. Xiaozan, what's wrong? Danzo's face was full of tension, but when he found Yizan lying on the sofa safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his son was fine, everything would be fine. After a while, the 2 consultants also came to the office. Seeing that everyone was there, Sarutobi coughed lightly and said slowly, Xiaozan just came back, and the news he brought back is in the 5-Nation Federation exam. Kumogakure village sent 5 top elites to kidnap Uzumaki Mawako. What do you think? Quote. Stupid monkey, you left out the most important thing. Not only did they kidnap Mawako, they almost killed all the Konoha candidates, almost killed my Kushina, my Makoto, my Konan. Do you know the priorities? Quote. Sarutobi had black lines all over his head. Although he wanted to say that Kyubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column power is important, he opened his mouth in Yizan's rebuke, but he didn't dare to say it. Xiaozan, let's talk about unimportant things first, and then let's talk about your little girlfriend's business, okay? Danzo followed Yizan's words, then looked at Sarutobi, and continued, the Kumogakure village has been making small moves in the past few years. When the 3 generations of Reikage were defeated, they may have been unconvinced and wanted to make a comeback. In recent years, their actions have become more and more a lot, just didn't expect that they've already put their minds on Kyubi, Nine-Tails. Once, there will be 2 times. If it wasn't for Xiaozan this time, Kyubi 9 Tails Jinchuriki column force has been captured by Kumogakure village. Not only that, but our next generation of Konoha Ino Shikacho will all die in their hands. This kind of thing must not be tolerated. It was Homura Mitokado who spoke. He pushed down his glasses slightly. His face was very serious. Sarutobi, I think it's time to strike the Kumogakure village with thunder. Objection. If we take action, the Kingdom of Thunder will surely unite the three kingdoms of earth, wind, and water again, and it will be another ninja war. I think we can issue a warning to Kumogakure village. Kaharu, I don't think warnings are of any use. Everyone knows the virtues of those Kumogakure people. Indeed, we can't openly take action, but if we don't teach the Kumogakure village a lesson, they will only intensify their bullying on Konoha. Chapter 273_Kiba for Kiba_. In the northeastern forest of the Fire Country, more than a dozen black shadows shuttled through the dense forest. Hatake Sakumo is at the forefront. He is wrapped in Anbu combat uniform, and unless he is familiar with him, it is impossible to tell who he is. Yizan and Kushina are in the middle, followed by a dozen people, all members of Root. The Kingdom of Lei did not dare to provoke Konoha openly, nor could Konoha attack the Kingdom of Lei openly. Yizan discussed with the four senior executives and unanimously decided to take the exact same revenge. The 5 Jonins from Kumogakure village didn't go back. The third-generation Raikage must have guessed that there was an accident. They were also cautious. For 3 months, they did not allow the two-tailed Jinchuriki column to come out to do the task. Sakumo, is the news accurate? The news is accurate. In order to attract the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force, in the past 3 months, we have sent countless people and spent a lot of money to release CA-level tasks in Kumogakure village. They have long run out of manpower. Jinchuriki column forces sent out. It's just a matter of time, after all. Who told us Konoha to be rich? Hatake Sakumo smiled. All of Konoha's current development is because of Yizan's collapse plan. As one of the diehards who love Konoha deeply, Hatake Sakumo admires and appreciates Yizan from the bottom of his heart. How far is it? Through the country of soup and the country of the moon. In 2 days, we only need to ambush at the border of the country of thunder and wait for the other party to take the bait. Very good. Kushina, how about you? Are you okay? No problem. My sister can become a Kyubi, 9 Tails Jinchuriki column force. I'm definitely not worse than my sister. 2 days later, the border of the Land of Thunder. This is a relatively narrow canyon, only about 10 meters wide, with rock cliffs dozens of meters high on both sides. Yizan and others were ambushed on the cliffs. The sun gradually shifted from the east to the west, and 6 hours had passed. Everyone waited quietly without making any sound. At this moment, Hatake Sakumo's eyes narrowed, and he moved his body back. His tone was a little dignified. Come on. At the far end of the canyon, a few people appeared. Except for an ordinary person who looked like a wealthy businessman, the other people exuded a strong aura. 2 Chunin, 1 Jonin, and 2-tailed Jinchuriki column force, the configuration is good. Yizan chuckled, and also shrank his head back. They only needed to calculate the walking speed of each other. Revealing the head is easy to be discovered by the other party. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Yizan and Hatake Sakumo counted the time silently in their hearts. When the time reached the 5th minute, Yizan and Hatake Sakumo looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Go. Shish. More than a dozen black shadows rose into the sky and fell instantly, surrounding the people below. Enemy attack. No, you are Konoha ninjas. As if he understood something, the pupils of the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force shrank sharply, and the power of the tailed beast burst out in an instant. He figured it out. He was caught up in Konoha's conspiracy. Don't need to say anything. It's really an idiot to ask why. The current two-tailed Jinchuriki column force is not Yugito, but a man. Yugito is the next generation. But today, Yizan is determined to take revenge on the Kingdom of Thunder. This two-tailed, he cannot return it to the Kingdom of Thunder. Kill. with an order from Yizan, except for one, root, who stayed in place to protect Kushina. The rest of the roots were killed. Together with the cage-level powerhouse Hatake Sakumo and Yizan, they all killed them. 2 Chunins and 1 Jonin in Kumogakure village were instantly killed, and the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force was frightened and angry. Life and death crisis. He exploded all his power, knocked back 3 root members with one blow, and frantically moved towards the far side. Run away. Can you run away? We carefully selected the place. Do you still want to run? Dirt, give me a face, stand up. Rumbling, rumbling. The earth shook, and in the eyes of everyone in shock, the land a few hundred meters away suddenly rose, forming a huge earth wall without gaps, blocking the canyon with cliffs on the left and right sides tightly, blocking the two-tailed people. Jinchuriki column force escape. However, Jinchuriki column Liaverway is not a rookie. He immediately stepped on the dirt wall and climbed up, but in the next second, something even more shocking happened. The illusory golden force field that no one can see spreads, and the earth wall that has risen to a height of tens of meters suddenly develops horizontally and extends in multiple directions, directly forming a cover, which covers the entire sky and blocks 2 without any dead ends. Taito Jinchuiki column force all escape routes. What kind of power is this? Break it to me. The two-tailed man Jinchuriki column drank violently and hit the earth wall with all his strength, and a large area of the earth wall collapsed, shattering a large area, a deep pit of tens of meters. However, what came into sight was still the earth wall, as if endless. There is no end in sight. If you stand at the top of the canyon, you will find that the thickness of this earth wall is increasing. The illusory golden force field has enveloped a range of several hundred meters. Even the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force cannot break such a thick wall. Just when the two-tailed Jinchuriki column tried to attack the earth wall again, a dazzling thunder burst, the ultimate, unable to react. The breath of death spreads into the bone marrow, and the pupils of the two-tailed Jinchuiki column force shrink sharply, condensing all the chakras in the back. PFFT. White light flashed, blood splashed, and the white short knife flashing thunder smashed the tailed beast's coat, and cut a huge gap in the back of the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force. If it hadn't been for him to concentrate all the chakra in the end, it has now become 2 corpses. Konoha White Fang. It's you. The world-famous Konoha White 4.3 Kiba, unique samurai-style attack, combined with the white short sword and Raiden, thunder style, the two-tailed Jinchuriki column knows that if they don't use the last resort today, I'm afraid they will fall. But, if the last resort is really used, he will die. There is no chance of surviving. Puff. Ah. Was another white light, and the two-tailed Jinchuriki column screamed. His right hand, from the elbow, was cut off by Hatake Sakumo. At this moment, more than a dozen roots also rushed in front of the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force. In the face of the situation where there was no escape and then there were chasing troops, the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force finally went crazy. Konoha Chop Suey, don't think you've got me. It's a big deal. It's over. The seal of the two tails is completely lifted. Chapter 274_seal success. Roar. A huge cat-shaped monster roared. The blue-black chakra was burning frantically, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Two-tailed Jinchuriki column force knew that he was doomed, and at the last moment, he lifted all the seals on his body, that is to say, two-tailed, free. The people of Kumogakure village are short-tempered and tend to go to extremes. This is not a semi-liberation similar to the hypnosis technique, but a complete lifting of the seal and freeing away. Losing the tailed beast, the human Jinchuriki column force itself will die, and with Hatake Sakumo, Yizan, and the lineup of a dozen elite Jonin, he knows that if he doesn't do this, he will eventually die too. But even if I die, I want you all to be buried with me. Boom. The shocking explosion sounded, and the black and blue chakra ball instantly smashed the human Jinchuriki column force. Killing the human Jinchuriki column force, Orway roared up to the sky like event, for this person who had been imprisoned for a long time, it wanted to kill it for a long time. And just as Erway roared up to the sky, Hitaki Tsukumo suddenly attacked. Cage-level chakra condensed on the short knife, condensed into the ultimate thunder, and was forcibly transformed into a dazzling pure white by Hitaki Tsukumo. Hitaki. One slash. Swish. The white sword light flashed, and the small half of the tail fell off, and the tail of the second tail was directly cut off by Hitaki Tsukumo. Although the essence of the tailed beast is a chakra group, the tail instantly turns into a chakra and dissipates when it falls to the ground, but the pain is really transmitted to the soul of the second tail. The severe pain of the body being cut off, make Erway extremely painful. Ah! Erway screamed, fell to the ground and rolled over and over again. It has never been injured, let alone the severe pain of cutting off its tail. Stupid humans. Die. Nourishes. With a piercing sound, 7 black and purple chakra balls appeared beside Erway, and the chakra balls flew out so fast that they even formed a phantom in the air, closing off all the escape routes for Hitaki Tsukumo. The complete 2 tails are not comparable to the previous Jinchuriki column power state. Although it is not as powerful as Kyubi 9 tails, its chakra volume is far more than cage level. Facing the rapidly attacking chakra ball, Hitaki Tsukumo put a lot of Raiden, Thunder-style blessings on his feet. He is a speed-type cage level himself. Although Erway's attack is fast, it is not impossible to avoid it. Just when Erway attacked Hitaki Tsukumo and focused all his attention on Hitaki Tsukumo, Yuzan finally shot. Sage mode, on. The art of Hiraishin. Swish. There was no concept of distance at all, no trajectory at all. Yuzan instantly appeared behind Erway's head. Facing this huge-tailed beast, Yuzan was as small as a bug. But at this moment, Yuzan's aura reached the extreme. He stared at him and used the strongest attack he could use so far. Double the heart of the strong. Senpo, Sage Art. Futon, Wind Style. Spiral Thrust. The strongest S-rank single attack that was enhanced several times by Sage Mode was doubled by the heart of the strong. Yuzan shot suddenly, the blue fingertips easily penetrated Erway's brain, and then... Whoa! A huge whirlwind erupted from the fingertips, tearing most of Erway's head into pieces. The broken head fell to the ground, turned into a chakra and disappeared. Although the tailed beast will not die, its body is a chakra. The tail was first cut off by Hitaki Tsukumo, and most of its head was chopped by Yuzan. Its breath plummeted, and the pain of crushing its head was truly reflected in its soul. This is an indescribable pain. This kind of pain actually caused Erway to go into shock for a few seconds. This opportunity, Kushina finally stepped forward, quickly hand seal, and a large number of chakra-solidified golden chains emerged from her body. Seal. Adamantine sealing chains. The shock's second tail was entangled in the chain without any resistance, but Kushina's strength was too weak. Although the Uzumaki clan gave her more than 10 times the amount of chakra of the same level, she was unable to pull it in the face of the tailed beast. Take all the shots and kill me. Senpo, Sage Art. Futon, Wind Style. Spiral Thrusts. Yuzan shouted violently, stabbed his finger at Erway again, and crushed Erway's remaining head. Hitaki Tsukumo broke out with all his strength and slashed off Erway's other tail with a knife. More than a dozen elite Jonin level roots, at the same time, all kinds of ninjutsu hit Erway's body, blowing Erway's body uneven, and his momentum continued to decline. As for Erway, he almost woke up from the state of conscious shock, but the sudden attack once again caused severe pain in his soul. The consciousness could not bear the pain, and instinctively entered a state of shock. Only in this state, its consciousness will not be destroyed, at least it will not be tortured into madness by severe pain. The amount of chakra that surpasses cage level is extraordinary. I don't know how long it took. When Erway's breath dropped to Jonin, the golden chain pulled hard, Erway turned into a black blue light and rushed into Kushina. Body. 4 elephant seals. Yuzan teleported to Kushina's side and slapped Kushina's abdomen with a palm. After a while, the seal of the 4 elephants was formed, and the fragile Erway did not even resist. Kushina. Kushina didn't hesitate, and immediately handed the seal. In an instant, there were 2 lines, one horizontal, one vertical, and 2 lines on the 4-image seal on her abdomen, as if the entire seal was locked. Audiovisual seal, seal. On the border of the country of thunder, a group of people quietly passed through the country of the moon and the country of soup, and returned to the country of fire. The seal that Kushina finally blessed on the seal of the 4 elephants was created by herself, and was specially designed to seal the vision and hearing of the tailed beast. In other words, Orway is not only imprisoned in Kushina's body, but also completely unable to see and hear anything from the outside world, becoming a real dark room. Unfortunately, this seal must be used at the same time as the 4-image seal is formed. Mawako can't do anything about it. QB Ninetails can still see the outside picture through her eyes, which is a pity. Two tails are undead tailed beasts, imprisoned in Kushina's body, and their strength will slowly recover. It's a pity that the seal of the 4 elephants is a special seal technique for sealing tailed beasts. As long as Kushina does not take the initiative to unseal it, Orway will not be able to come out for a lifetime. Chapter 275_Cheap. In the lounge of Shimura's house, Kushina was leaning on the sofa, frowning from time to time, and stretching out from time to time. Her eyes were empty, her consciousness was not here. After a while, the focal length of her eyes finally converged, and when she saw Yizan who was sleeping beside her, she couldn't help being a little angry. Oops! With a scream, Yizan sat up from the sofa in an instant. He rubbed his arms at Kiba and looked at Kushina very angry. Stinky woman, why are you pinching me? I'm sleeping. Sleep, 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 you know sleep in 1 day, are you a pig? Kushina pouted, perhaps feeling that she had done a bit too much just now, and took the initiative to rub Yizan's arms. Stinky rascal, it's not good for me, don't help me think of a way. If you don't tell me, what are you going to tell me? It's not a big deal, I just want to use the power of the tailed beast completely and not be eroded by it. As soon as I entered, Orway kept scolding me and didn't listen to me at all. Oh, it turns out to be this thing. It's a little troublesome. Yizan shrugged and said casually, isn't Orway a huge cat? 243, use the meow stick. Funny meow. Well, you know the fishing rod, right? It's the part where you hold the handle, and the other end is connected to a long wire, which is tied with some feathers or whatever, dangling in front of the cat. It's your consciousness anyway, you are in, you can make whatever you want inside. Quote. Yizan was just joking, but Kushina took it seriously. She kissed Yizan happily, and leaned back on the sofa again, her eyes wandering, her consciousness immersed in her body. At this moment, Orway, who was locked in the cage, had already bent down and was ready to sleep. It yawned tiredly. In order to recover chakra, it consumed a lot of energy. However, it has not been a minute since it fell. Kushina reappeared in front of it, and at that moment, Yuhi's eyes were bloody, releasing a murderous aura. Woman, let me out. Kill, kill, kill. I warn you, order you, let me out immediately. Let me out now and I might leave you with a whole body, if you. Suddenly, Orway's eyes widened. In front of it, a rod composed of chakra was connected to a line, and the line was tied with feathers made by chakra, and it swayed, making it move a little bit. No, not right. What is this? Why do you want to pounce? No, can't. Although Orway resisted with all his might, its body rushed over uncontrollably, and instantly grabbed the dangling feathers to play and bite. It lasted for a full 5 seconds, and finally shattered the feathers made by chakra. Hey, why is it gone? It blinked its eyes suspiciously, and its eyes were full of regret, but it seemed to react, its eyes bloody Yuhi again, and cursed at Kushina. Shoo. Another meow stick appeared in front of it. Although it resisted it, it felt so comfortable to pounce on it just now. Wrong. I can't do that, I'm a dignified cat. I'm serious. I want to be cold. Damn woman keeps looking at me. I can't. Forget it, just this time, let's not do it next time. Thinking of this, Orway suddenly felt relaxed physically and mentally. It jumped up happily and played happily. An hour later, Kushina opened his eyes excitedly, saw Yizan who was snoring beside him, and kissed him at once. Being kissed by Kushina for a while, Yizan finally opened his eyes. He scratched his head stupidly, his eyes were full of doubts. What's wrong? Hee. Thank you for the way you taught me just now, I succeeded. Kushina smiled happily, hugged Yizan's neck again, and took the initiative to send her incensed lip. This time, after kissing for a full 5 minutes, she slowly backed away. Kushina's face was full of yuhi, and she found that Yizan's hand had started to move erratically. Hey, bad guy, don't be like this, Makoto and Conan are here tilde, she whispered. Her shy and cute appearance made Yizan like it more and more. Under that kind of like, something popped up and hit Kushina's body. Don't do that. Kushina's face yuhi got up. Of course she knew what it was, and because of this, she didn't dare to stay in Yizan's arms for another second, for fear that Yizan would be fierce and eat herself. Kushina didn't notice that, at this moment, Yizan's eyes were already burning with an unquenchable flame. He lay on the sofa and let Kushina get up, but his eyes were fixed on Kushina, scanning Kushina from top to bottom. Countless times. The moon is dark and the wind is high, the cold moonlight hangs in the sky, and a few stars shine in the night. Danzo didn't go home today. He should be dealing with some shady documents at the root base. Apart from Yizan, there were only a few girls left in Shimura's big room. The girls were sleeping in their own rooms, but Yizan kept his eyes open and a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Seeing that the clock on the wall passed 12 o'clock in the evening, Yizan suddenly got up, opened the door tiptoeily, and walked through the aisle with all his strength without making a sound. Then, he quietly and slowly came to Kushina's bedroom, controlled chakra to unlock the door, gently opened the bedroom door, and walked in silently. Kushina was already asleep. She pouted her mouth, and made a small snort from time to time. A trace of dream saliva was on the corner of her mouth, as if she dreamed of something delicious. She smashed her mouth, looking extremely cute. Yizan went up to her shop gently, lifted her quilt gently, and got in, and then his hands began to move dishonestly. The strange feeling on her body caused the same situation to appear in Kushina's dream. At first, she thought it was a dream, but for some reason, she suddenly thought of Yizan's behavior during the day-to-day, opened her eyes quickly, and found the sight in front of her face. Shish, don't make a sound. Yizan covered Kushina's mouth that was about to scream, tightly, so that Kushina couldn't scream, but after finding out that it was Yizan, she gradually calmed down. As Yizan moved her hand away, she didn't cry. She just stared at Yizan silently, feeling the love in Yizan's eyes. Yuhi Dizzy appeared on her pretty face. She was always bold and took the initiative to hug Yizan, put his head together. Stinky hooligan, tonight, it's cheaper for you. Chapter 276_Sticky Week. In the early morning, the birds stood on the branches outside the window and chirped. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Mawako got up early. After washing, she was ready to wake up her sister. Dong dong, dong dong dong. Sister, are you still sleeping? Get up soon. Dong dong dong. The bedroom door kept knocking, and finally woke Kushina who was sleeping soundly. Looking at Yizan who was still sleeping beside her, she raised her neck and shouted outside. Sister, I had insomnia last night and only fell asleep for a few minutes. Today don't call me. I want to sleep until afternoon till the afternoon. Ah, why are you insomnia? Hey, forget it, go to sleep, don't disturb you. With the sound of footsteps leaving, the bedroom fell silent again. Kushina sighed softly, turned her head, and found that Yizan's bright eyes were wide open and his eyes shifted. It's all your fault. Last night was so fierce. It was the first time that people didn't consider them at all. She smacked Yizan lightly, and put her head on Yuhi's face. Hey, I'm sorry baby, who called you too cute and cute, I couldn't help it for a while. Oh, Do you mean to blame me? How could it be? It's all my fault. Come on, let my husband hug him. Does it still hurt? Yizan gently hugged Kushina into his arms. Seeing the light, smooth beauty in his arms, he felt again. Disgusting. Don't think about it. You stinky rascal. Kushina noticed Yizan's reaction. She spat lightly. The madness last night still hurts even now. The two held each other like this. After a while, Kushina yawned. She was crazy last night until the middle of the night, and the pain from the first time made her very tired now. Baby, just sleep if you want, I'll accompany you Tilda. Well, you must accompany me. When I wake up, I must see you. Kushina murmured softly, her voice getting smaller and smaller. She yawned again like a kitten, and arched in Yizan's arms, and after a while, even breathing sounded. Kushina fell asleep, but Yizan didn't. He just held the beautiful woman in his arms like this, motionless, feeling a little emotional. He has been so happy in his life. Since Tsunade received an A-level mission 2 weeks ago and was not in Konoha, the next week, Yizan and Kushina were tired of being together all the time, snuggling on the sofa during the day or going out shopping, and quietly having sex at night. And Makoto didn't find it, but Konan found it. Every day she looked at Kushina with a strange look, with a trace of inexplicable emotion. It wasn't until a week later that Yizan went to Hokage's office because of Anbu's news that Kushina finally found Konan. She was about to explain something, but Konan spoke quietly and interrupted Kushina's explanation. Sister Kushina, remember when we were on Dead Island, we said we would resist the teacher's bullying together. That. Ha ha ha. Sorry Konan, I was forced to. Forced. Sister Kushina, it's time for you to make excuses. From what I know about the teacher, if you don't want to, the teacher will never force you. You betrayed our offensive and defensive alliance. That. I'm sorry. I suddenly agreed that night, ha 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 ha. Kushina's wide-eyed smirk made Konan pouted angrily, and at this moment, Mawako and Makoto came out of the kitchen with a tray of snacks each, and found that they were sneaking, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Konan, Kushina, what are you doing? Makoto asked. We didn't do anything, just chatting, ha 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 ha. Kushina had a ghost in her heart, and immediately laughed exaggeratedly, with that idiot look of, I'm definitely covering something up. Only Makoto believed it. Alright, you two, let's have something to eat. Mawako could see at a glance what her sister was covering up, but since she didn't want everyone to know, she changed the subject and finally turned Makoto's attention. Yes, let's all have some snacks. Konan, come and eat too, I made your favorite biscuits Tilda. Konan and Kushina have their own thoughts. Mawako's face is full of doubts. Makoto is happily eating snacks, while Hokage's office is full of joy. Look, haha, there's a warning letter from Kumogakure village. It is said that we kidnapped the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force, and his two-tailed Jinchuriki column force died at the border of the Land of Thunder. What does it matter to us? I won't admit it without any evidence. Sarutobi laughed triumphantly, and finally managed to express the evil in his heart. Jiraiya on the side gave a thumbs up to Yizan in admiration. He didn't know what happened on Dead Island. Sarutobi learned from his mouth. Stinky boy, yes, Kiba for Kiba, so fast. Humph, don't even look at who I am. If Konoha were all slackers like you, they'd be gone, slacker Jiraiya. Hey, stinky boy, what do you mean? He was an ugly ghost before, why did he become a slacker again? Oh, you admit that you are ugly. Jiraiya is speechless. Compared to the name of, ugly Jiraiya, slacker, seems to be a little better, doesn't it? Oh no, why do I want these titles? I'm a madman. Konoha's noble madman Jiraiya understands. Tisk tisk tisk. I thought of some kind of noble idiot beast in Konoha, idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? I have to ask again who I say is an idiot. I think you are no longer worthy of the IQ of an idiot, mentally retarded. Damn. Yizan and Jiraiya started spraying each other in the office like this. Sarutobi sighed helplessly, shook his head, took his pipe, and started processing documents by himself. Hokage is not easy these days. Dead person. Just as Yizan and Jiraiya kept on spraying each other, there was a sudden knock on the door of the office. Dong dong dong. Please come in. Sarutobi looked up and said, and then the door was pushed open, and the tall and strong Kakuzu walked in from the door. Lord Hokage, yo, Shimura-gen, Jiraiya, good morning. Yizan, circle.operator _circle.operator. Chapter 277 ____. Kakuzu for a long time. Be precise, since Yizan has been practicing by the river with Might Guy this year, or bullying girls at home or having sex with Tsunade, he has not seen Kakuzu for 1 year and 3 months. There was no war, nothing happened, the carefree Yizan had long forgotten about Kakuzu. If he hadn't suddenly seen Kakuzu today, he would have almost forgotten that Konoha had Kakuzu. About Kakuzu's current situation, but seeing Kakuzu take the initiative to greet him with a smile on the corner of his mouth, it is obvious that his severe depression has been effectively relieved, although it is not completely relieved, it has improved a lot. According to the memory of the previous life, Kakuzu was a person who loved the village very much and treated people with kindness before he was abandoned by Taki Shinobu village. In the end, he failed. He dragged his severely injured body back to Taki Ninja village, but was betrayed and abandoned by the entire village. From then on, he lost everything and lived in the underground black market all day long. As the only pursuit in life. However, since Yizan used psychology to guess Kakuzu's heart and broke Kakuzu's false pursuit of money, his depression has reached a hopeless situation. Even if Kakuzu is kept in Konoha, and even if Kakuzu recovers to a normal body after 2 years of treatment with Orochimaru, even if it is counted from the end of the treatment, another year and 3 months have passed. Is the change too fast? Hey, Kakuzu, I haven't seen you for so long, how are you doing recently? Looking at your mental outlook, it's pretty good. Although he hadn't seen each other for more than a year, Yizan didn't feel that he was born. He walked straight to Kakuzu, pinched Kakuzu's abdominal muscles, and couldn't help but smacked his mouth. Yes, you are big, you are muscles, yes. Women in their 30s have a fatal attraction. Honestly, how many women have you made over the past year? I didn't. Kakuzu's face Yuhi is a little embarrassed. He has been in Konoha for more than 3 years in total. He is completely used to Konoha's life and can fully feel it. Konoha has a kindness and friendship from the inside out. It is from Senjuhashirama. Will inherit there. Yizan didn't know Kakuzu's current situation, but Sarutobi knew that Sarutobi was of course happy that Konoha had a cage-level powerhouse. He knocked on his pipe and finally attracted Yizan's attention. Okay Xiaoshuan, Kakuzu is here today. He should be here to take the quests, right? Thank you for your hard work. Even though he is of the same rank as me, he has to take these B and C rank quests. It's okay, Lord Hokage, you don't have to blame yourself. I'm doing well now. Today I want to get a B level mission with a relatively high salary, because my child is going to be born. Kakuzu's face was full of Yuhi, and he stuttered constantly. Sarutobi knew, but Yizan's eyes widened in shock. His eyes were full of disbelief. Kakuzu, what did you just say? Wow, you big pervert. It's been over a year since you came out of the Orochimaru lab, and the baby is about to be born. No, listen to my explanation. No need to explain. Kakuzu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Tisk tisk tisk. As expected of a guy the first agree with, let me just say, it feels good to have a wife. Ha 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 ha. Yizan crossed his waist and raised his head to laugh, which made Kakuzu's eager face suddenly stunned. It turned out that Yizan was not trying to scold himself, but Kakuzu, it's good to get used to it. Xiaoshuan is this kind of character. Oh right, there is a B-level task with a reward of 150,000 taels to protect a wealthy businessman from the country of birds. Since this person is offered a reward on the black market, it will be attacked by a lot of Chunin level wandering ninjas, but for you, it is not difficult. Quote. 150,000 taels is the highest reward for a B-level mission. Kakuzu nodded gratefully. After regaining a new life from the despair of destruction, he was grateful for everything around him. Just when Kakuzu was about to receive the task, Yizan suddenly interrupted Kakuzu. Wait. Xiaozan, what's wrong? Dead monkey, I feel that it would be a waste of his talents to continue to let Kakuzu perform low-level tasks. I suggest that Kakuzu manage Konoha's finances so that the money can be used optimally. In Hokage's office, a few more people came. Danzo, the two advisors, looked at Kakuzu with a little scrutiny, not understanding why Xiaoshuan suddenly let Kakuzu manage the finances. This is a big event involving the future development of Konoha. Xiaozan, why did you let Kakuzu manage the finances? In terms of economic development, although I can't match your brain, my level is considered to be the top among the 5 major countries. Homura Mitokado pushed his glasses. His tone was a little heavy. I don't care about this right, but I just feel that it is too disrespectful to ask an unknown stranger to take my place suddenly. Oops, Elder Menyon, you are our Konoha's big advisor, and you are my respected elder, how could I not respect you? But I know Kakuzu's financial ability is very strong, so I recommend him to take care of Konoha's finances. And I just recommend it. As for whether it will work or not, it depends on everyone's opinions. If you doubt Kakuzu's skills, try it out. Yizan trotted over and pinched Homura Mitokado's shoulders. That rare obedient appearance finally made Homura Mitokado feel relieved. He raised his hand and wanted to rub Yizan's head, but found that before he knew it, Yizan had already he is tall. Hey, Xiaozan, before you know it, you've all grown up, and we are all old. Homura Mitokado sighed a little, but his words were recognized by everyone. Sarutobi's work is the most tiring, and the aging speed is the fastest. Although there is no change in his face, there are already a few white hairs. Homura Mitokado and Danzo are the best, almost unchanged. What about Kaharu Udatane? Maybe women are getting old fast, with a little crow's feet at the corners of the eyes. Everyone watched Yizan grow up, and they doted on it very much. Since Yizan made a request, they no longer refused and agreed to let Kakuzu give it a try. If done well, Homura Mitokado will let go of the financial power in his hand, change from the first to the second, and help Kakuzu manage the finances from the side. Since that's the case, the matter is settled, and the salary is not a problem. Because of the huge amount of funds in Konoha, Kakuzu, your monthly salary is in addition to the fixed 500,000 taels. If you manage your money properly, you will get how much money you earn from it. 1%. Chapter 278_Forbearance. Konoha killed the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Although there is no evidence, the Kumogakure village knows that the two tails are definitely killed by Konoha. After all, during the 5-nation joint examination, the third-generation Reikage sent 5 top elites to kidnap Uzumaki Mawako. If the elites did not return, they must have died on the island of death. Third generation of Reikage did not know the details of what happened in the middle. In the following months, the number of commissions from Kumogakure village increased sharply, as if they were deliberately luring the ninjas in the village to go out to do tasks. The delegation disappears. Boom. The fist with the big mouth smashed the expensive desk made of oak. The third generation of Reikage glared in anger, and the terrifying murderous pressure made everyone dare not look up. Damn Sarutobi. I've done everything, but I don't admit it. I'm so stupid, really. I felt something strange at first, but I didn't expect that Konoha would dare to do such a thing. Don't they see themselves as benevolent? These bastards. His hair and beard were constantly rushing upwards due to the extreme anger of 30, and the shreds of thunder burst out of his body uncontrollably. Obviously, he was on the verge of eruption. It wasn't your own carelessness at the beginning. I have reminded you several times that you should be careful about Konoha's conspiracy. Who told you not to listen? What did you say? Swish. The terrifying momentum skyrocketed again, and the third-generation Reikage suddenly stood up, forming a phantom and instantly rushed in front of an elite Jonin, grabbed the opponent's neck, and suddenly threw it into the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, a hole was suddenly broken at the top of the office made of granite, and a black shadow flew out, flying more than 200 meters high, paused in midair for a second, and then began to land. Bang. There was another loud noise, and he tragically fell into the office. Fortunately, this person is a powerful physique master. He was only slightly injured by the third generation of Reikage. Venting, the third generation of Reikage's anger finally subsided. He snorted, turned back to the office chair, sat down with his hands on his knees. His eyes became more and more cold. Judging from the battle traces on the border of the Land of Thunder, the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force is almost determined to be dead. It is unclear where the two tails are, but it is likely to be obtained by Konoha. With the help of the Uzumaki clan, the seal-tailed beast will not be what a problem. It's the Uzumaki clan again. It was Yi who spoke. He was already a teenager in his 20s. Compared with the teenagers many years ago, his muscles are more exploding and he has a beard. After the defeat in World War II, Yui practiced hard every day. In order to quickly improve his strength, he did a lot of S-level tasks. In a few years, he has been promoted from the elite Jonin to the quasi-cage level powerhouse. Hates the Uzumaki clan. 7 or 8 years ago, he first entered the elite Jonin level, before World War II broke out, but the Kumogakur village had already started targeting Konoha. At that time, he took the S-level mission to exterminate the Uzumaki family, kidnapped Uzumaki Liushin's son to deal with Uzumaki Liushin, but he did not expect to be seen by Yizan, who was only 7 years old, so that his mission completion rate was always at 99%. The Uzumaki family has an invincible ability to support the sealing technique. Without the Uzumaki family, the young Kyubi Ninetails Jinchuriki column force would not be able to go to the battlefield, and we would not have so much pressure on the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder, he said. In the end, it's Konoha who fails. It's a pity. Sorry, it's all my fault. I don't blame you. It's all luck. If it wasn't for Shimura-zan who happened to go to the country of Vortex, your plan would not have failed. Shimura-zan is indeed a genius comparable to Senju Hashirama. Regardless of his wisdom or strength, he was defeated by him. Nothing in it. Third generation of Reikage comforted softly. Compared with his son, he suffered a lot of losses from Yizan, especially the last time the Ghost Lantern Moon attacked the Kingdom of Thunder. When Yizan, the Black Hand behind the scenes, was exposed by the Kingdom of Water, he listed Yizan as a sure kill target. The highest reward in the black market was Yizan's head worth 5 billion, and he sent someone to release it. Lord Reikage, what should we do now? Konoha killed our Jinchuriki column force. Looking at the posture, he refused to admit it. Once there is a second time, if Konoha uses the same method to kill Killer Bee, we don't have tailed beasts anymore. But for Killer Bee's growth, we can't keep him locked in the village forever, can we? Indeed, the growth of ninjas must be tempered. Otherwise, even if one's Jinchuriki column strength, it will not have much effect. Reikage-sama, this matter must not be let go. Lord Reikage. Enough. A roar, the momentum of the third generation Reikage instantly scared everyone away. He put his hands on his knees, his head was half lowered, his eyes flickered, and the murderous aura on his body became more and more full. He would love to do everything in his power to fight Konoha directly, but he knows he can't because he's Reikage. He was angry, but no matter how angry he was, he had to restrain himself. At least, he couldn't ruin the country and the village. Konoha is stronger than us now, and can only bear it. I will go to the daimyo tomorrow. The military expenditure of our village, starting from this year, must be tripled by 587. Everything I do is for the country and the village. If he doesn't agree, don't blame me for being cruel. third generation of Hokage's tone is cold. Although the village and the country are interdependent, he is not helpless. In recent years, the body of the name of Lejeguo has been getting worse and worse, and he has 3 sons under his knees. By the way, there is one more thing. We sent people to the country of water. Haven't the elders of the Ghost Lamp clan been in touch with us all the time? Let him match up, and we will do our best to help the development of the country of water. The condition is that after a few years, they must. Because of the death of the human Jinchuriki column force and the disappearance of the second tail, Konoha's growing strength finally made the Kumogakure village unable to sit still, and the 3 generations of Hokage and a group of staff began a new conspiracy. Although these things happened when they provoked Konoha in the first place, in the eyes of this group of people, what they did was right, but they were not allowed to deal with them. Seriously, Kumogakure village is a group of gangsters full of fighting and aggression, and unreasonable. The natural resources of Konoha make these gangsters covet, but the power of Konoha makes these gangsters afraid. Konoha, just be arrogant, give me a few years, and who will win by then, not sure. Chapter 279 17th birthday _ Peaceful days always pass quickly. Spring goes to autumn, autumn goes to spring, 3 years pass by in a flash. Jinchuriki column force 3 years ago, the Land of Thunder has stopped all operations. As if afraid of Konoha, even spies couldn't find any information. Not only the country of thunder, but also the country of wind, land, water, and Konoha have all stopped their operations. All countries have begun a stage of rapid development. There are no foreign wars, no civil wars, and the new generation of ninjas are also in one place. It grows slowly in a warm environment. If there is no war, the people will live very happily, and when they are full, they will embrace their wives and start a happy sex career. Because of this, babies are being born at an ever-increasing rate, and the number of ninjas, although not at the level before World War II, has risen a lot. Cheers! Happy birthday to Brother Zahn. Happy adulthood. After pushing the glass for a while, the orange juice in the glass was replaced by sake. In this world, at the age of 17, you are an adult and you can drink, but everyone has been drinking secretly over the years. The hot pot with the fragrant smell kept rolling, and the pot was full of vegetables, as well as a lot of seafood, cooking, fried food, and barbecue, filling the entire long table. The crystal chandelier is luxurious and luxurious. The floor is not a traditional Japanese floor, but a handmade high-grade wool blanket. The stairs leading to the second floor are made of solid wood, which can accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Small products. This is Yizan's home, a new home full of Earth's 21st century modern style. Well, it's not a special reason. Yizan has grown up and often has sex with girls, but Danzo is at home again, including touching his sister on the sofa before going to bed at night. Too comfortable. Yizan felt uncomfortable, and Danzo also felt uncomfortable. Finally, the two discussed it and decided to buy a new house for Yizan, a big villa. Rich and willful. After Yizan's design, the new home has 3 floors, each of which is about 300 square meters. All the things and materials in the home are selected from the best, and the most expensive things are built. Every place is extremely delicate and looks extremely luxurious. Tsunade, Kushina, Makoto, Konan, all moved to Yizan's new house. Each of the 4 daughters has their own bedroom, and Yizan also has his own bedroom. Brother Zahn, your new home is so big and luxurious. I'm so envious. Shikaku took a sip of his wine, smashed it a few times, and found that even the wine is the most precious sake in the ninja world, sweet and delicious. Fragrance in between. Everyone has grown up. Maybe it's a personal hobby. Shikaku started to grow a beard. He was careless when he was doing the task the year before and left a scar on his face. Many girls love it. Hey, Shikaku, are you envious? Ha 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 ha. I just want you to be envious, but you can't design it, so you can only be envious, ha 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 ha. Yizan laughed. Although he has grown up, his character is still so bad. His mocking laughter made Shikaku speechless, and he could only curl his lips in annoyance. Who said I can't design it? I'm just too lazy to design. Otherwise, with my IQ of 190, your designs are nothing at all. Oh, you also know your IQ of 190. Then you can design a better one and have a look. Also, don't forget our agreement a few years ago. If your son's IQ is higher than yours, you must run all around Konoha. Quote. Humph. Don't forget, if my son's IQ is not as high as mine, you will have to be full. Hee. Shikaku, I believe in your strength, let's have a son with a high IQ. Yizan smirked, then looked at Yamanaka Inoichi. This guy is still a little handsome when he grows up, especially the way he pretends to be deep and sophisticated, especially attracting the attention of girls. Inoichi, how are you? Have you found a girlfriend? No, I like a lot of people, but I don't like them, and what I like. They don't like me. Yamanaka Inoichi's face was expressionless, but his heart was as sad as dripping blood. All the nice girls he pursued rejected him. He was also a perfectionist, and he didn't like the ordinary ones at all. Brother Zan, if you laugh at me, you might as well laugh at Minato. Look at his stupid appearance. He has lived with Mawako for 2 years, and he has done nothing. Hey, Inoichi. Namikaze Minato's face changed drastically. He was watching the fun, but when Inoichi said this, he felt his heart beat a beat slower, and a sharp pain came into his mind. He wanted to scream, but he didn't dare to speak. Minato put one hand on Minato's waist and kept twisting. Mercilessly, Minato was sweating profusely in pain, but he didn't dare to resist. Yeah, I'm sorry Mawako. I stole some wine with Inoichi and the others last time, but I got drunk and asked about it. Such a private matter was actually released, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially Yizan. He stared in shock and made a very exaggerated expression. Minato. You lived with Mawako for 2 years, and you didn't do anything. You can't be sexual incompetent. No, Brother Zan. Everyone. It's not what you think. When Mawako and I just wanted to get married. Ah. Minato screamed, the flesh on his waist was pinched purple, and he blinked pitifully, his eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry Mawako, I just wanted to explain to everyone. Humph. Mawako snorted softly, got up and left Minato, and changed seats to sit next to Kushina. The person on Minato's left became Inuzuka Paws, and a large black dog. Idiot Minato, what an idiot. The big black dog complained mercilessly, opening his mouth at the same time and eating the meat fed by Inuzuka's claws. Hiyomaru, you're too much. Don't think that you can scold me when you grow up and can talk. Last Tuesday night, what did you and Yuhimaru do in the empty alley? Do you think I didn't see it? Inuzuka Claw. _ Kuromaru. Circle.operator_circle.operator. Chapter 280 _ Quietly with Conan after dinner. Kuromaru's whole dog face was stunned. It opened its mouth stupidly, and took a slight step back when it noticed the vicious gaze of Inuzuka's claw. I don't know, Minato framed me. I definitely didn't do anything to Yuhimaru, wow. On the ground, not daring to look at Inuzuka's claws. Inuzuka's claws grabbed Kuromaru's neck and lifted him up. For such a big dog, he didn't dare to resist. Kuromaru, look into my eyes. Say, did you do anything to Yuhimaru? Wong-woo-woo. Heiwan called out in a low voice, as if he couldn't speak. Even an idiot could guess his expression. Ninja dogs are the fighting partners of the Inuzuka clan, but they are not related to contract psychic beasts. Dogs are not in the psychic world. They live with the Inuzuka clan. Every bitch is taken care of by the Inuzuka clan when they are pregnant. Puppies are born directly at the base of the Inuzuka clan. Is a servant. Ninja dogs should also be divided into bloodlines. With strong parents, the possibility of a puppy becoming stronger is higher, so the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka family are not allowed to have sex. They must be matched with strength and blood. Kuromaru, I can tell you. You are the most advanced ninja dog with language ability. Yuhimaru is not. Her strength and bloodline are much weaker than yours. You are against the family rules. Inuzuka's paw stared at Kuromaru fiercely. She didn't mean anything. The main thing was that if Kuromaru violated the family rules and really made Yuhimaru pregnant, Kuromaru would definitely be severely punished by the family. As a child who grew up with Kuromaru comrade in arms, Inuzuka Claw certainly doesn't want Kuromaru to be punished. Wongwu, I'm sorry, I won't be able to. Mistake, and Inuzuka Claw could only sigh. She only hoped that Yuhimaru would not be pregnant, otherwise, once it was found out, the rules of the family, but even the law of Konoha, could not interfere. Okay, I can't take it anymore, today is my birthday. Be happy, I'll take care of Kuromaru's situation this time, come on, drink. That Inuzuka Claw and Himaru were not in a good mood, Yizan directly took the responsibility over. Isn't it just sex? It's normal for a dog, even if something happens. His Shimura-zan's name, the Inuzuka family dare not give face. Little Claw, don't think too much. We and Himaru have been in a relationship for many years, and I will help him with this matter. Those old men of your family who dare not give me face, I will beat them. If they dare to die if the monkeys complained, I will continue to beat them in the office. But so do you, Kuromaru, just this time, it won't be an example. Yizan's arrogant tone finally made Inuzuka's Claw laugh. The girl's heart was also big, so she immediately changed her mood and happily touched a cup with Yizan. Thank you brother Zan. Cheers. Yizan's adult birthday banquet would not end so easily. After lunch, everyone took out Ninja Kill and started playing. Shikaku was lazy and didn't say anything, and fell asleep directly on the handmade carpet. In addition to Shikaku and Yizan, there are 10 people in total, but Ninja Kill can only be played by 8 people. Just when everyone was struggling with which 2 people to exclude, Yizan suddenly spoke up and took the initiative to withdraw. Let me quit with Conan. Conan's strength has been improving recently. There are a lot of questions to ask me. You can play by yourself, leave us alone. Yizan said this, and everyone nodded naturally. Soon, everyone gathered around the huge coffee table, which was filled with fruit sake and juice, as well as a lot of sugar and snacks. At this moment, Yizan took Conan up to the 2nd floor, turned a corner, and then went up to the 3rd floor. There was a small practice room on the 3rd floor, which was specially made for soundproofing, which was suitable for chakra and other meditation practice. Click. The door was closed, and the entire training room was completely silent. Even though everyone downstairs was noisily playing cards, no sound could be heard above. Teacher. Hey, Conan, you forgot, what should you call me at this time? Conan's waist skillfully, and embraced Conan in his arms. Conan is younger than him, currently 14.5 years old, and he is extremely cute. Feeling Yizan's scorching eyes and smirk, Conan's pretty face turned to Yuhi and buried his head in Yizan's arms. She has been curious about certain things since she watched the 1 and 2 of Hell Heaven a few years ago. It was pure curiosity at first, but as she got older, she understood more and more, even more than a year ago, and did some semi-finished things with Yizan. Lips were blocked. Conan's body felt a little hot. She quickly grabbed Yizan's neck. Teacher and student, this secret feeling made them very excited, and this excitement also made their happiness very strong. Conan, I can't do it. Quick. Perhaps after drinking some wine, Yizan's mood was extremely high. He couldn't wait to hold Conan's head, but Conan didn't refuse. He squatted down obediently, and put his hand on Yizan's pants. Half an hour later, Yizan walked downstairs alone. Hey, big brother Zan, where's Conan? She was thinking about her practice. I went down to the toilet and grabbed some water for Conan to drink. Yizan smiled, and everyone had no doubts, and continued to start the lively ninja killing. Yizan walked into the toilet like this. After finding that no one was paying attention to himself, he quickly put the Kiba brush in the bathroom into his arms and hummed. Core went to the toilet, walked into the kitchen, filled the oversized portable kettle that could hold 1 liter of boiled water, and walked slowly back to the 3rd floor. Smelly rascal. Kushina glanced at Yizan and muttered softly, the little friends didn't know, how could she not know, this big pervert must have done something to Conan. It's really a stinky hooligan. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Only the two of them could guess Yizan's behavior. Kushina, Tsunade's sister, what are you talking about? Nothing, Makoto, I'm going to cross the river to tear down your weapon card. Tsunade-san, you're actually a rebel. Invulnerable. I use invulnerability to block your invulnerability. Hey, Kushina, so you are also a rebel. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 281-300. Chapter 281_Aggrieved Kakashi. In the world of Hokage, it is generally more precocious. Just like today, Hatake Kakashi, who is only 6 years old, has become Chunin. It can only be said that he is indeed the genius Kakashi, the son of Hatake Tsukumo's rigorous training. Compared with those ordinary ninjas who entered the ninja school at the age of 7 and graduated at the age of 13, Kakashi entered the ninja school at the age of 5, and then he found that he was directly invincible in the ninja school. After only half a semester, he asked to graduate and became a genin. It took another year for him to officially become a chunin at the age of 6, which is today. See Lord Hokage. In Hokage's office, the masked Kakashi looked serious, not like a 6-year-old. Hey, Tsukumo, isn't your son a little too serious? It's okay to wear a mask at a young age, and he still looks like an adult, so a little kid should look like a little kid. In addition to Kakashi and Sarutobi, there are Yizan and Hatake Tsukumo in the office. At this moment, Yizan is leaning into Hatake Tsukumo's ear and whispering, but that voice can happen to be heard by Kashi and Sarutobi. Hatake Tsukumo was speechless, while Sarutobi closed his eyes in despair. He knew that from this second, the office was out of his control. When Sarutobi closed his eyes, Kakashi suddenly looked at Yizan. His eyes were angry, and his voice was full of dissatisfaction. Hey! Who are you? In fact, when Kakashi entered the door, he found Yizan on the sofa. In the year from genin to chunin, he also came to the office to pick up many CD-level tasks. He never understood why this sofa was set up in the office, but no one sat. Kakashi doesn't know Yizan, because Yizan didn't pay attention to their growth, mainly because he was too young and boring. He practiced every day, had sex with Tsunade, had sex with Kushina, bullied Makoto, bullied Conan. Have time to pay attention to these kids. Oh, by the way, Yizan has been cultivating physique for many years, and his body is in a period of explosive growth. From the outside to the inside, his physique and chakra have undergone earth-shaking changes. Finally advanced to the quasi-shadow powerhouse. Because of the peace in the ninja world, Yizan was lazy. Since he was promoted to Zunin, he had no chance to take action, but he felt that his strength was much stronger than before, and he didn't know how much stronger. Yizan Yuzai stood beside Hatake Tsukumo. Kakashi stared angrily. Sarutobi and Hatake Tsukumo chose to shut up at the same time. They knew that Yizan must have always had a bad personality attack and wanted to bully people. Well, bullying Kakashi is better than bullying yourself, right? After all, it is Konoha's head and face, and it is very embarrassing to be bullied by Yizan. Sarutobi and Hatake Tsukumo looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. Sarutobi shrugged, saying, I can't save your son. It doesn't matter. Over the years, I have focused on making Kakashi a talent, but I have neglected his character building. He is too proud. It is a good thing to let him suffer a little loss. Are you sure it's just a small loss? I don't know. Even if I suffer a big loss, there's nothing I can do. The two kept making eye contact, and here, Kakashi continued to glare at Yizan. Little brat, why are you staring at me? Do you think you can kill someone with just a few eyes? Yo oh yo, the eyes have changed, little one, and you're staring at me like this. Can you see my nose? Yizan swaggered in front of Kakashi, raised his head slightly, and covered his nose with his chin. Kakashi is only as tall as Yizan's navel. He can't really see Yizan's nose, but he knows that he can hit the opponent. Little Fist made a cracking sound, and Kakashi didn't care whether this was Hokage's office, shouted loudly, and hit Yizan with all his strength. Boom! With a soft sound, Yizan still kept his head up in a pretentious posture. Then he scratched his head suspiciously, only to find that Kakashi's fist was printed on his belly. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were hitting me. I thought you just tapped me. I'm sorry, I'll show it right away. Don't worry, my performance is very high. Look. Ah, it hurts. It hurts to death. Yizan covered his belly and yelled. His poor acting made everyone present with black lines, and Kakashi was so angry that his eyes opened to Yuhi. He had never suffered such an insult. The arrogant he finally couldn't help bursting out with all his strength. The splendid thunder and lightning bloomed instantly, and he actually condensed a small thunderbolt in his hand. Kakashi. With a low growl, Kakashi's about to attack steps stopped instantly. I'm sorry, Dad. Seeing Hatakesakumo's slightly angry gaze, Kakashi dissipated Raiden, thunder style, shrugged his head, and then snapped. Hatake Sakumo gave Kakashi a slap in the face. What did I say when I taught you this trick? This is absolutely not allowed against fellow Konoha. Then why did you use it just now? I'm sorry. Kakashi pursed his lips tightly, and his eyes were full of tears. He was always only a 6-year-old child. Although he usually behaved very maturely, when he felt wronged, he still couldn't stop crying. Oops. Sakumo, what are you doing? Kakashi cried, and Yizan gave Hatake Sakumo a reproachful look. He was just joking, but if you did this, it was too much. Sorry, Xiaoshuan, today is because of you, so this trick is nothing, but if one day he and Konoha colleague have a conflict, what should I do with this trick? Once it is used, it is easy to kill people. Yun, Hokage-sama, I'll take Kakashi first. Hatake Sakumo was extremely strict with Kakashi's education. He nodded apologetically to Yizan and Sarutobi, took Kakashi's hand, and slowly left the office. At the last moment of leaving the office, Kakashi finally turned his head and glanced at Yizan, his eyes full of fighting intent, and a hint of pride and unwillingness of a genius. Dad, who is that person? I want to beat him. Chapter 282_Meet 2 Loli. After Hatake Sakumo left with Kakashi, the office finally settled down. Yizan was lying on the sofa, chatting with Sarutobi. I said, dead monkey, you look better now than before, aren't you tired? Well, since the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force was attacked 3 years ago, the Land of Thunder finally stopped its action. After all, we are stronger, and they will suffer even more if we do it. Sarutobi glanced at Yizan with a smile, and then continued to work on the documents. While writing something with his pen, he said, you are also smart, you know that our way is disgraceful. In recent years, your little Uzumaki girlfriend has never I haven't taken the initiative to release the power of the tailed beast, but speaking of it, how did she control it? Fortunately, the proficiency, about 10 times that of Mawako. Ah. Sarutobi was startled, looked up suddenly, and found Yizan's smiling eyes. Cut. Stinky boy, tease me again. Sarutobi pouted and buried his head again. I didn't tease you. Although it's not absolute, Kushina already has half of Urwei's power. It's not forcing the master, but Urwei voluntarily dedicates her power to Kushina. Xiaozan, although I've been teased by you for so many years, I'm really not a fool. Huh, you don't believe it? Only an idiot would believe it. As soon as Sarutobi finished speaking, suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the door of the office was kicked open. Jiraiya, don't know how to knock on the door and come in. Sarutobi knocked on his pipe in annoyance, which immediately made Jiraiya, who was elated, a little aggrieved. He glanced at Yizan on the sofa, and walked in slowly with his mouth pouting. Mr. Sarutobi, you were never like this before, I always kicked if I wanted to, and the stinky boy isn't. It's changed now. I don't allow you to kick the door. Are you unconvinced? Sarutobi stared angrily, making Jiraiya's neck shrink in fright, even more aggrieved. I serve. Stinky brats have privileges. I know. Jiraiya thought a lot, and looked at Yizan with resentful eyes, but at this time, Yizan seemed to think of something. His eyes rolled, and he laughed wickedly. Jiraiya, let me tell you one thing. Kushina became the Jinchuriki column power of the Two Tails 3 years ago. So far, she has half the power of the Master Two Tails, and her master proficiency is 10 times that of Mawako. Wow, that's amazing. Jiraiya's eyes widened with surprise. Yes, what do you think about what I said? What do you think? I think Kushina is really powerful, but she can't use it outside. Urwei has done a disgraceful thing, at least not let Kumogakure village get the handle. Jiraiya held her chin and said seriously, but did not notice Sarutobi's increasingly ugly face. Boom. Ah, Mr. Sarutobi, what are you doing? Jiraiya screamed, covering his head. His forehead was smashed out of a bag by Sarutobi's pipe. What am I doing? You idiot. I'm so embarrassed to ask. Xiaoshuan is teasing you. How could it be possible that Master Urwei has half the power in just 3 years? You are an idiot. An idiot. Sarutobi roared angrily, finally making Jiraiya wake up. He immediately looked at Yizan, and shouted a little angrily, Stinky boy, you're messing with me again. I didn't fix you. You said that you didn't punish me. Wow, I figured it out, and you treated me as an idiot. Half the power of the second-tailed master of 3 years, you think I'm an idiot. Only an idiot would believe you. But you just now, didn't you believe it? I just didn't pay attention. In other words, now you don't believe it. Of course I don't believe it. Oh. Yizan blinked his eyes wickedly, and said proudly, I'm sorry, in fact, my Kushina is really half of the power, I didn't lie to you Tilda. Sarutobi. O_O. Jiraiya. Confused face. Leaving the Hokage building, Yizan walked down the street in a relaxed mood. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he found a few familiar people. Hey, Uncle Yuhi, Uncle Zishao, good afternoon. Yizan walked over happily, but Shi Ryong and Mitarashi Zishao were wary. Xiaozan, hello, ha ha ha. Sunset's tone was a little stiff, looking at the sky, forcing a smile to appear on his face. Tenten is so good today, the sun is shining. Dad, it's obviously cloudy today, Hello brother Tilda. Lowly like a porcelain doll stuck his head out from behind the sunset and bowed obediently to Yizan. Fei Yuhi's eyes were pure and flawless, and his long black hair was slightly curled, looking extremely cute. Yo, how are you, little sister? Come here, please have some candy. Yizan took out a candy from Kabuto and handed it to little Loli. Although she didn't know Yizan, since Yizan and her father knew each other, she took the candy obediently and bowed again, thank you brother Tilda. Hey, Yuhi, you have candy. Big brother, I want to. At this moment, another girl came out from behind Mitarashi Zishao. She had brown shoulder-length hair and a little confusion in her big eyes. Judging from her direct request for candy, she was obviously a carefree character. Playful and cute. Anko, stop fooling around. Seeing Anko walking in front of Yizan without hesitation, Mitarashi Zishao became nervous, but Anko was probably born careless and rebellious. Seeing that Zishao wanted to stop her, she sneaked through Zishao's arm, thinking Rush 1.7, slipped under his feet, and threw himself out. In front of Anko was Yizan. Seeing that she was about to fall, Yizan quickly squatted down and hugged Anko in his arms. Little sister, are you not hurt? I'm not hurt. Brother, you are so kind. Just not falling down, Anko laughed happily, she smiled brightly, and there were 2 cute little dimples on her face. Your name is Anko, so cute. And you, Yuhi, you are so cute too. In Zishao's eyes that were about to explode, Yi Xuanyi put Enko down reluctantly, then looked at Yuhi, and rubbed her long black curly hair. Brother, how do you know our names? What about you? What's your name? Me. My name is Shimura Gen, and I'm a nice guy. Chapter 283 _ Don't touch that person. The most shameless person in the world is a person who boasts that he is a good person in front of others. For example, at this moment, Yi-zan smiled brightly and his eyes were very gentle. Yuhi, Enko, brother is a good person. Come on, brother Kabuto still has a lot of candy, please eat it. Yi-zan took out a bag of candy in Kabuto and handed it to the two little girls. The main purpose of Yi-zan's going out today was to buy candy for Kushina's little slacker, and he went to Hokage's office for a walk, but he didn't expect to encounter two little loli on the way home. Xiao-zan, don't be like this, Enko is changing to a new kiba now, it's not suitable for candy. Mitarashi Zishao stopped Yi-zan in a hurry. With this bad boy's girl-picking skills, he could easily deceive his daughter. Yes, Yuhi is also changing to a new kiba, can't eat candy. Sunset also stopped him, saying that he didn't want his daughter to contact Yi-zan. The two adults knew that Yi-zan was a villain, but the innocent little girl didn't. Looking at the expensive high-end chocolate sandwich in front of them, the two little girls swallowed at the same time. The gentle and introverted Yuhi is better, but Enko, who has a 30-year-old personality, directly took Yi-zan's candy and kissed Yi-zan's face crisply. Thank you, brother. Enko, what are you doing? Dad. Oh, it's okay, Enko is so cute. Come on, brother, and give you a kiss. Ignoring Mitarashi Zishao's murderous gaze, Yi-zan directly held Enko's pretty face and kissed her on the cheek. The little girl didn't understand either, she just laughed happily, cute and lively. Kissing Enko, Yi-zan turned his eyes to Yuhi again, but Yuhi was not so bold, but looked at the candy in Yi-zan's hand pitifully, wanting it but not daring to. Uncle Sunset's son. That. Yuhi, since Xiaoshuan gave it, you can take it, remember to thank you, brother. Being watched by Yi-zan's threatening gaze, Shiriang was a little insincere. He grabbed Yuhi's back collar slightly, and his face was vigilant to prevent Yi-zan from kissing his daughter. After taking the candy, there was another chat, and then Shiriang and Mitarashi Zishao left with two little loli on the grounds of something important. They walked quickly, as if there were some hungry wolves behind them, for fear of being caught by Yi-zan. Shout out. Yuhi, don't come into contact with that person just now. Enko, you too, never contact Shimura-yun in the future. Why? Because he's a bad guy. Too much contact and he'll eat you up. The two kept warning and saying bad things about Yi-zan. Kurenai Yuhi seemed to believe it, but Enko quietly pouted. The rebellious she not only didn't believe it, but wanted to contact Yi-zan. She was very curious as to why Yi-zan was scolded by her father and Uncle Yang exclusion. But, the candy from my big brother is really delicious. Enko pursed her lips happily, her cheeks were stuffed with 3 or 4 pieces, Yuhi only had one in her mouth, and she was holding another ready to plug in her hand. Compared to the carefree Enko, her pupils were full of tangle. My brother is a good person, and he also invited me and Enko to eat candy, but why doesn't my father allow me to contact my brother? The two big men sighed, and the two little loli were happy. Here, Yi-zan walked home with a happy pace, and happened to meet Makoto, who was about to go out to buy something. Makoto. Brother Zan tilde. Seeing Yi-zan, a touch of tenderness appeared on Makoto's face. She obediently walked up to Yi-zan, and before she could speak, Yi-zan hugged her waist. Boo. It was a customary kiss, but Yi-zan didn't let go of Makoto. He pressed Makoto on the string of the gate, his two foreheads pressed against each other, and the tip of his nose touched lightly. Baby, what are you doing out there? Go out to buy some fruit and milk, and the milk at home is exhausted. Although so many years have passed, every time he is hugged by Yi-zan, Makoto's face is Yuhi's, and he is completely unable to restrain the shyness in his heart. I drank all the milk again. Tisk. As expected of Makoto, I drink a lot of milk, so it grows big here. Yizan smirked, and moved his paws on Makoto's fierceness, making Makoto's handsome Yuhi's face became more and more dizzy. Zan. Brother Zan, don't be like this. Kushina and Tsunade's sister are playing gobang on the sofa. Speaking, Makoto's lips were blocked by Yizan, and with Yizan's increasingly powerful skills, Makoto only felt his body soften and his body temperature kept rising. Discovered by Tsunade and Kushina, who were sitting around the coffee table. Tsunade shook his head speechlessly, while Kushina curled his lips in annoyance. This stinky hooligan is bullying Makoto again. Looking at this posture, Makoto is also fast, right? Humph. I can't stand the stinky hooligan for a few days, what a bad guy. As if thinking of something, Kushina gave Yuhi a light sip, and decided to stop paying attention to the gate. She looked down at Gobang and found that something was wrong. 5-1. Tsunade dropped a white stone and gathered the 4 that were about to be sealed. At that instant, 857, Kushina suddenly realized, and puffed out his mouth in anger. Tsunade, you are lying. I'm not kidding, which I did you see. Tsunade blinked with a smile, the same attitude as Yizan. Humph. You are as bad as a stinky hooligan. It's obviously the chess piece I changed when I looked at the gate just now. Seeing is believing. Since you haven't seen it, you can't say I'm rude. Maybe, you've overlooked it yourself. No way, you bastard. I won't play with you anymore. Kushina got up in anger and ran to the gate with a few steps. At this moment, Yizan was still bullying Makoto. When Kushina came over, Makoto finally woke up from the intoxication, shoved the murderer's claws away, and shyly walked away body. Zan. Brother Zan, I'll go shopping. Like a frightened little rabbit, Makoto hurriedly fled the scene, leaving Yizan and Kushina staring with big eyes. In the end, Yizan hugged Kushina fiercely and pressed Kushina against the wall. Damn woman, you ruined my good. Tenfold compensation. After Yizan finished speaking viciously, he put his head together and blocked Kushina's lips violently. Chapter 284 What about sugar? Where's the sugar? Coffee table in the spacious and gorgeous lounge, Kushina pouted angrily. This. Yizan looked left and right awkwardly, and kept flipping through his kabutos. There were only 4 kabutos on his body, but he flipped it 10 times. Then he scratched his head innocently and cutely, and said honestly, dropped. It's gone. You think I'm an idiot. Kushina was furious, and suddenly rushed over like a little tigress, and threw Yizan on the woolen floor. Stinky bastard. Say it. Did you take my candy to seduce the little sister? Circle.operator. Oh circle.operator, how? How is it possible? I'm definitely not that kind of person. Yizan was shocked by Kushina's sixth sense, but he killed him and refused to admit it. Looking at Kushina's aggressive eyes, he moved his eyes away with some guilt. Look at me. Don't move your eyes. Oh. Wow, you rascal. Sure enough, I guessed it. I'll bite you to death. _____. Okay, then I'll be a kunzi, you stinky bastard, I'll knock you to death. Bang bang ping ping pong. 20 minutes later, Yizan and Kushina were lying on the carpet panting. Yizan had a few small yuhi seals on his forehead, while Kushina had many kiba seals on his shoulders and murderous part. Tsunade went to the kitchen to help Konan make pastries. There were only Yizan and Kushina in the lounge. Stinky rascal, you actually bit me. Humph, who told you to knock me on the head? Yizan turned over and lay on his side, his right hand crossed Kushina's neck, his left hand hugged her whole body, and his left foot was on Kushina's leg, wrapping Kushina around like an octopus. Hate, let me go. Don't let it go, I want to kiss. Yizan buried his head on Kushina's shoulder and kept arching it, his left hand swayed on Kushina's back, and the hand-woven high-grade wool carpet was thick, soft and clean, covering any part of the house, allowing Yizan to be anywhere arms the girls fooling around. Kushina couldn't beat Yizan, and quickly surrendered, and the two kissed on the carpet until Tsunade and Conan came out with some cakes and were still kissing. Okay, you two, don't be ashamed. Tsunade was helpless, and when he saw the two people lying on the ground, he directly stepped on Yizan's ass, stock with his clean feet. By Tsunade, Yizan finally stopped kissing. He let go of Kushina, flipped hard, and knocked Tsunade's feet off. Boo! Oops! Tsunade snorted softly, a Yuhi halo appeared on her beautiful cheeks, and Yizan kissed her delicate and clean feet with Yuhi-colored nail polish. What are you doing? Scent. Sweet ass. It's really fragrant. It feels like Yuhi's roasted pig's trotters tilde. Bah. Tsunade rolled his eyes at Yizan, placed the delicately crafted sweet crystal pastry on the Yuhi wooden square coffee table, picked up the kettle, and poured 3 cups of tea with scalding hot water. After a while, blue smoke lingered, exuding a faint tea fragrance. Little pervert, since you've been getting more and more unruly recently, you are forbidden to drink afternoon tea today. What? Idiot Tsunade. Why am I so bad? Why are you not good? You took the candy you bought for Kushina and used it to seduce the little sister, saying that my feet are Yuhi's roast pork trotters, and what did you do for your birthday yesterday? Ah, you and Conan are practicing on the 3rd floor. What did the room do? Yizan's eyes widened in shock. Conan's hand shook and almost knocked down the teacup. Conan, why are you shaking your hands? Are you guilty? Humph. How can you hide your little tricks from the eyes of me and Kushina? Tsunade put his arms around his arms, raised his head proudly, and looked particularly like a detective girl arrogant. Sister Tsunade, Sister Kushina, it's not what you think. My teacher and I are innocent. Okay Conan, don't explain any more, drink tea obediently, and Tsunade and I don't blame you. Kushina rubbed Conan's cheek lightly, and her carefree appearance finally reassured Conan. Stinky rascal, I can warn you, Conan is still young, don't take his innocence. Huh, smelly woman, you weren't Conan's age when I was. You are strong. But I remember clearly, that night, you. Shut up, Tsunade's sister, Conan, the stinker is getting worse and worse. Let's beat him together. Agree. I agree with. Hey, Tsunade, Conan, you can't do this. Bang bang ping ping pong. The joyful life just keeps passing in the lively days. Week later, there were many people standing in Hokage's office. Yizan's face was serious, and he rarely became serious. Is the news accurate? Cheyenne Village released news directly to the Quan Ninja world. Are you accurate? Sarutobi tapped his pipe lightly and knocked out the ash from the pipe. The too violent news made him frown tightly, thinking about it. I lit another leaf cigarette, but I lost my interest in smoking. Are they crazy? They don't do more research on such an important thing. Just announce it directly to the whole ninja world. What should come will always come. Yizan didn't speak, just frowned tightly, thinking about something in his mind. He didn't speak, and everyone mistakenly thought he couldn't accept this fact. But no matter what, the reason for everyone to be anxious together is to solve the problem. When they found that everyone was silent, Danzo took the initiative to stand up and said in a condensed voice, the 3rd generation of Kazekage has disappeared. It was caused by the Irway incident. In order to put pressure on us, Kumovikar village recklessly kidnapped Kyubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force and failed, and we Konoha retaliated and killed Niue people Jinchuriki column force. Going out, although there is no evidence, the whole ninja world guessed that we did it. That is to say, we have taken the blame. We have a criminal record. As soon as Kazekage disappeared, Cheyenne village subconsciously thought that we had killed 3 generations of Kazekage, and the disappearance of 3 generations of Kazekage had something to do with us. Even if it really had nothing to do with it, other countries would use this news to attack Konoha and destroy Konoha's reputation. Quote. Maybe I will use this opportunity to provoke the Third Ninja War. Chapter 285_War. Too fast. As if everything was ready, when Cheyenne Village announced to the whole ninja world that after Konoha killed the 3 generations of Kazekage, Uzumaki Ryushin dragged his severely injured body and came to Konoha with several elite jonin and his youngest son. The country of the Vortex is destroyed. In just a few days, the kingdom of Vortex was destroyed by a group of powerful ninjas. Uzumaki Ryayama and a group of elites tried their best to escape, and finally arrived at the gate of Konoha with a seriously injured body. All of them are ninjutsu masters who use Raiden, Thunder style. I remember him in the lead. Yayui. It's Yayui who kidnapped my son 7 years ago. He's too strong. I'm not him at all opponent. With Tsunade around, Uzumaki will not die, and the body can heal, but the trauma of the soul makes Uzumaki Ryushin disheartened. The country of the Vortex is over, and the country of the Vortex perished in my hands. How can I be worthy of my ancestors? Why, the country of the Vortex just perished in my hands. Uzumaki Yanayama was crying, and in the Hokage office, everyone was watching, crying. Father. Mawako wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know what to say. She pursed her lips and looked at Kushina. Kushina shook her head slightly, knowing that at such a time, nothing would help. The 2 girls are in a better mood. After all, they have come to live in Konoha since they were young. They completely regard Konoha as their home. Although they are sad about the demise of the country of Vortex, they do not cry. In their impression, the kingdom of Vortex is already very far away. Of memory. Mawako, Kushina, help your father to rest. Yizan sighed softly and motioned the 2 women to take Uzumaki Ryushin out of the office. As Uzumaki Ryushin left, the atmosphere in the office finally became solemn. Come prepared. Come prepared. Those things from the Kingdom of Thunder. It turned out to be a plan. 3 generations of Raikage have never been the one to admit defeat. If we get rid of our way, they will get rid of our Vortex Country Alliance and reduce our overall strength. Looks like they're here for real this time. Yeah, the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Thunder are ready to attack Konoha, but I don't know where the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Earth are. Report. At this moment, an Anbu suddenly appeared in the middle of the office. He took out a scroll from his arms and placed it on Hokage's desk respectfully. Lord Hokage, this is the highest emergency communication. Superlative. Sarutobi thought one thing, and immediately opened the scroll. After a few seconds, his arms trembled and his face was ashen. He raised his head and took a few deep breaths, barely suppressing his inner emotions. Urgent information, the country of water declares war on Konoha. What? How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. When Xiaoshuan collapsed the country of water, he killed Ghost Lantern Wanyu in the country of thunder, and lost thousands of ninjas. They have always held a grudge. But, wouldn't it take 10 years for the country of water to regain its strength? It's the country of thunder. The country of water is close to the country of fire and the country of thunder. Apart from the country of thunder, I can't think of any other possibilities. There were 2 great wisdom advisors, Sarutobi Danzo and Yizan in the chattering discussion, and they quickly sorted out all the ideas. Tsunade Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood on the side stupidly. For this kind of super speed thinking analysis, Orochimaru is better. Tsunade and Jiraiya could only stare, unable to keep up with the rhythm. The Kingdom of Thunder has been unconvinced since its defeat in World War II. The strength of the 3 generations of Raikage has definitely become stronger after years of practice. And Yayui, since it can easily defeat Uzumaki Ryushin, at least it has the strength of Zunying, and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power. This is not comparable to 2 Tails and 3 Tails, unless QB 9 Tails is released. No one can beat Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power. Quote. It depends, but I guess, since the Kingdom of Thunder dares to destroy the Kingdom of Vortex so arrogantly, Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force must be a ruthless character, maybe. Can control it completely. Impossible. How can the tail beast be completely controlled? And the new generation of Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force, is only a teenager now. Absolutely impossible. As long as there is no absolute, at least, Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force can go to the battlefield, otherwise the Kingdom of Thunder would not dare to be so arrogant. The strength of the Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force is unknown. It is temporarily suspended. Is there anything else to add? Land of the Earth. Everyone said in unison, and sure enough, in the hearts of everyone, the land is a very pressured opponent. Call Onoki immediately and explain to him that Konoha definitely did not kill Kazekage. Will he listen? Whether you listen or not, at least stop them. Report. Suddenly, another Anbu appeared in the office. He quickly handed over the scroll, bowed and left. What is it? Yes. Damn. Boom. The office mate of Nanmu shattered. Sarutobi squeezed his fist with anger, and the information scroll fell to the ground. Sarutobi, don't get angry, it's like this now, you must stabilize your emotions. Danzo sternly reprimanded Sarutobi, finally calming Sarutobi's emotions. He nodded apologetically to the crowd, and said slowly, sorry, I was impulsive, maybe you have already guessed the content on the scroll. Indeed, Soil No Country has declared war on us under the pretext of getting justice for Kazekage. Too fast. Everything is so fast. Was so fast that Konoha couldn't react at all, as if everything had been planned for a long time. Once it broke out, it would be destroyed, as if it could destroy Konoha in an instant. 3 generations of Reikage are ambitious, and the diehard Onoki can't be peaceful. The Kingdom of Water is bent on revenge, and the Kingdom of Wind blames Kazecage's death on us. It's really bad luck. Kaharu, it's not bad luck, everything is doomed. After so many years, all countries have cultivated their vitality. As long as there is greed in human beings, the war will never stop. The war is inevitable, for Konoha, for the homeland. Fight. Battle. 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 Very good. Immediately notify all Konoha clan chiefs, and immediately recall all ninjas who are out on missions. Starting today, Konoha will enter the first-level preparation state. Abandon all missions. Return to preparations. Chapter 286_Mutiny of VIPs. War is a very complicated thing. Food and grass, ninja tools, supplies, intelligence, and famous teachers, at least arouse the fighting spirit of the ninjas. Although war has been declared, the 4 countries have not formed an alliance. In order to cooperate better, the 4 countries' intelligence ninjas are constantly running. How to form an alliance and how to divide the interests will take at least 1 or 2 months. At the Konoha Anbu base, Hitaki Sakumo is processing documents in the minister's office. A large number of Anbu's are out to bring back news, and all kinds of news are piled up like a mountain. Report to the minister. Emergency. Speak. The night before yesterday, the whole family of the Minister of Intelligence was killed, and the blood and the smell of corpses were not discovered by the nearby residents until today. We went in to investigate and found that the minister had disappeared, but according to the news from the Konoha guard the night before, the Minister of Intelligence passed through the secret door. Leaving Konoha, the word to the doorman is a top-secret mission. Quote. What? Hitaki Sakumo suddenly raised his head, and the terrifying cage-level chakra burst out, pressing Anbu in front of him to make his feet weak and sweat profusely. The whole family of the Minister of Intelligence was killed and he left Konoha when he himself. Not good. As if he understood something, Hitaki Sakumo turned into a thunderbolt and rushed out of the office and into the square. Hyuga Soji. In. Swish. Hyuga Zonji came to Hitaki Sakumo in an instant, and his strength was still around the top elite Jonin. Even so, he was at the top level in Anbu. The Minister of Intelligence has defected. Follow me. He has been gone for 2 days, follow me. It was too late to call someone, and it was too late to say anything. He had no idea that the head of Konoha's intelligence department was actually a spy from another village. In the end, what country would actually hide a spy in such a state? The Minister of Intelligence Yamada Seichi Master Konoha has a lot of information. Not only that, but he also has a list of our Konoha's spies lurking in the 4 major countries. We must catch up with him and take back the list. Otherwise, the spies of the 4 major countries will be all over. In order to pursue, Hitaki Sakumo can only bring Hyuga Zanji, a top Jonin master. Although the rest of Anbu also have elites, in terms of speed and chakra volume, they are much worse than Hyuga Zanji. Bringing them on the road will reduce the team's performance. Speed. Hitaki Sakumo is good at tracking. Hyuga Soji's Byakugan can see the situation 10 kilometers away, and in order to escape quickly, the Minister of Intelligence Yamada Aoi did not sweep away the traces of escape at all. If the traces are swept away with every step, his speed will drop by a few 10 times. It is better to run away directly. Anyway, someone will pick him up. The sudden situation disrupted all Konoha's deployments, and the 4 top executives were extremely shocked. Fortunately, Hitaki Sakumo had already led the pursuit, and they could only rely on Hitaki Sakumo to get the list back. Sakumo is running too fast. Don't you know how to call me? On the list are all the spies that Konoha has hidden in Shikoku. Not only that, but Seichi Yamada has also mastered a lot of military intelligence and information about our Konoha. The situation is urgent, and Sakumo is all about chasing. How could he come back from the base to find you? Sarutobi glared at Yuzan. This stinky boy is inexperienced. Anbu's tracking skills are weak, and now even if he wants to chase Hitaki Sakumo and Hyuga Soji, it's too late. Don't worry Xiaoshuan, with the strength of Sakumo and Soji, Yamada Seichi should not be able to escape. As soon as Yamada Ching dared to run, he naturally thought of these situations. I hope so. Yuzan sighed softly and could only put this matter aside temporarily. The location of everyone was not in the Hokage office, but in the hidden room of the Hokage building. It will take at least 1 to 2 months for the 4 countries to assemble their armies and alliances. I have a little suggestion. I don't know if you want to hear it or not. Danzo's voice was light, but there was a hint of malice in his tone. Made Sarutobi frown. Danzo, the 3rd ninja war is about to start. Uchiha can't be touched at this time. No, Sarutobi, now is the time to move Uchiha. Although the 4 kingdoms are powerful, don't forget, we are stronger. We have Kyubi, Ninetails, Orway, Hitaki Sakumo, me, and Xiaozan with you, Tsunade Jiraiya Orochimaru, Sunset Sun, Hyuga Soji, Moonlight Yekas, Mitarashi Zishao and many others. Even if we face the Shikoku attack this time, we will not necessarily lose. It's not necessarily going to be a loss, it's going to be tough. What do you want? In the past few years, I have successfully turned against several Uchiha elites. I still remember when Xiaoshuan took Uchiha Makoto to leave. The elites who first spoke against Uchiha Fugaku have completely turned against us. Oh, Sarutobi was surprised. He didn't expect Danzo to do so many tricks in secret. However, that's not enough. I don't know enough, but I have an idea to target Uchiha. What thoughts? I suggest that once the country of water is attacked, the entire front of the country of water is divided among the Uchiha and Hyuga clan, and we only send some ordinary Jonin and Chunin to replenish the number of people, and let Uchiha and Hyuga fight the country of water together. Danzo's words silenced everyone. Sarutobi and the 2 advisors did not refute or agree, but frowned and kept thinking. Since World War II, the strength of the Uchiha clan has been continuously enhanced. If it is not curbed, the strength of Uchiha will definitely increase several times after the Third War. By then, the Uchiha clan will become 3 Tomo, and 2 Tomo will be as many as dogs. Situation. Going with the Hyuga clan, I can understand, to stimulate their contradictions and reduce their combat effectiveness, but why should Uchiha go to the land of water? Because water overcomes fire. Most of the Uchiha clan are Kaden, fire-style ninjas. Everyone was shocked, and they were all shocked by Danzo's words. They didn't expect that Danzo had analyzed the matter to such a degree, that is to say, Danzo was determined to rectify Uchiha and let Uchiha fight in this war. A big loss. The Uchiha family is getting stronger and stronger. The leader Uchiha Ida and the next leader Uchiha Fugaku are very ambitious. It's not a good thing for Konoha. I support Dad. I support Shaozan and Danzo. Second. Hey, you guys. Chapter 287. Inoichi said he was chasing girls. The Land of Wind provoked the Third Ninja War. In order to have enough soldiers, Konoha changed the ninja school system ahead of schedule, graduating from the previous 6 years to 3 years, and the school hours were more evenings and Saturdays, reducing the time for theoretical classes and almost tripling the number of practical classes. The ninjas who were out on the mission came back one after another, and Sarutobi's eldest son, Shinosuke, had trouble with Sarutobi again, and directly abandoned the 3 students, and returned to the Land of Fire to continue to serve as the guardian of the 12. The Ninja World War. Konoha's economy is gradually depressed, fewer and fewer people are happily shopping on the street, and even the restaurants in the commercial street are closed a lot. Cheers. No matter how depressed it is, there are still many people in Konoha's famous restaurant. In the old-fashioned barbecue restaurant, Yizan clinks glasses with everyone and suffocates the sake with one sip. The war is about to start, and we may not have much time for dinner in the future. Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, Xiaopa, Du and I. After the war is over, I don't want to see your names on the memorial tablet. Brother Zan, what about me? You. If you die, I will definitely laugh at you in front of the memorial monument. It's not fair. Namikaze Minato protested, but Yizan gave him a disdainful glance. If even the technique of Hiraishin died on the battlefield, then Namikaze Minato would be really stupid. Okay, Minato, don't be sad. Big Brother Zan believes in your strength. Come and eat meat. Mawako picked up a piece of roasted meat and put it in the Minato bowl. Although she wasn't pretty, she had a virtuous personality. Make Inoichi envious. Inoichi, what are you envious of? Find one for yourself. Brother Zan, don't look at Inoichi's sullen appearance. He actually already has a goal. Oh, got a goal. Did you get it? It's hard. His target this time is a younger sister of his own clan, 16 years old, very beautiful, but unfortunately he doesn't have much feelings for Inoichi. Shikaku, speak clearly, what do you mean by, not much, feeling? No feeling, or a little feeling? Feel a little bit. I don't know, you ask Inoichi yourself. Shikaku yawned lazily, picked up a piece of grilled meat and put it in the choza bowl. Thank you Shikaku. No thanks. I think you guys can fuck up. Big Brother Zan. Okay, when I didn't say it. Yizan scratched his head, found the slightly angry eyes of Choza and Shikaku, and decisively turned his head to look at Inoichi. Tell me, what kind of clan girl does you have a feeling for you? Still don't feel it? I don't know. Yamanaka Inoichi tilted his head slightly, not daring to look directly at Yizan's inquiring eyes. A dizziness appeared on his face very rarely. Obviously he was a little shy when talking about the girl he liked. She called Yamanaka Huali, the daughter of the uncle from the Yuanfang family, is very beautiful, and I like her character very much. Some time ago, I made an excuse to ask her to do me a favor, and then invited her to dinner, but what? Yizan immediately asked. It was not an easy task for Yamanaka Inoichi's rare love history. But later, when I asked her out for dinner alone, she insisted on the system, just wouldn't let me invite her to eat. Ino Shikacho and Inazuka Claw who have zero emotional experience do not understand this situation, including Minato, Mawako, Makoto, Konan, do not understand. Konan and Makoto obediently grilled meat for Yizan, but Kushina took the lead and snatched Yizan's words. Idiot, is this not clear? Inoichi, you have to remember that if a girl is willing to go out on a date with you, it means she has feelings for you. You also said that she is a very beautiful girl, and the person who chases her, you are definitely not the only one. If you don't like it, she will never waste time dating. As for the issue of the system, it can only show that she is a stubborn type and doesn't want to take advantage of you. It doesn't mean that she doesn't like it. Kushina was boastful and eloquent. Everyone was shocked by her performance, until Yizan suddenly raised his hand and slapped it fiercely. She let out a soft cry, and covered her ass stock with a face yuhi. Stinky rascal, what are you doing? Don't do anything, you sit down with me. Talking idiot. Huh, you call me an idiot? It was stupid. Yizan pulled Kushina to the position mercilessly, grabbed Kushina's hand, and kissed him on the mouth. Humph. Being kissed gently by Yizan, Kushina's dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. She snorted softly, and leaned on Yizan's shoulder obediently, her face full of happiness. Inoichi, just now Kushina was right and wrong. That girl does have feelings for you, but the OS system is not stubborn, but it doesn't recognize you. That is to say, the people who are chasing her at the same time, except you, there are other excellent ones, so she chooses the OS system. Even if she rejects you in the end, she doesn't take advantage of you. From a personality point of view, it's not bad. Yizan's analysis is straightforward, and he is much more reliable than Kushina. After listening to Inoichi, a trace of anxiety finally appeared in his heart. Brother Zan, what should I do? 2 ways. In what way? First, you have become better than other suitors. I can tailor this for you and teach you step by step. As Konoha's goddess of picking up girls, Boom. Ah, you stinky woman hit me again. Humph, the goddess of picking up girls is so cool. Makoto, Conan, what do you think? I don't know. Makoto pursed his lips, a little aggrieved. Teacher, you are too much. The god of picking up girls. Conan also pouted, his eyes full of resentment. Stinky hooligan apologize. I'm sorry Kushina wife, I'm sorry Makoto wife, I'm sorry Conan wife, it's all my husband's fault. 2.3, my husband apologizes to you. Disgusting. Take advantage of us at this time. Who is your wife? Beat you up. Kushina waved her fist viciously, but when she heard Yizan calling her wife, she was just angry on purpose. Her heart was already blooming with joy. Her vicious expression only lasted for a few seconds, and she happily hugged Yizan's arm, and kissed Yizan on the cheek by the way. Hey, really? Yizan shook his head. Kushina's carefree and crazy personality always made him speechless. Okay Inoichi, the first method is a joke. Let me tell you the second method. The second method is to find all the suitors who are pursuing that girl, and beat them one by one. If you don't agree, just keep going. Punch him out. Chapter 288 Chase into the land of the land. In the forest of the land of fire, 2 silhouettes are flashing rapidly at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Every time they pass a place, the surrounding branches are constantly swaying by the strong wind. Zanji, take a look. Byakugan, open. Hyuga Zanji's eyes were hideous, and he looked forward with a solemn face. After a while, he retracted Byakugan and shook his head at Hatake Sakumo. Sorry, there is no sign of Yamada Aochi 10 kilometers ahead. Isn't there anyone yet? If you keep chasing like this, you will enter the country of grass. Hatake Sakumo frowned slightly, and Yamada Seichi, an elite Jonin, became the head of the Konoha Intelligence Department because of his brilliant mind and ability to handle affairs. Such an important position, of course, has undergone various investigations, but Yamada Ching has a clean life and was born in an ordinary family in Konoha. He still can't figure out why this happened. Sakumo, do you want to chase? Chase. He has information on all the spies lurking in the 4 major countries by Konoha, and he has mastered a lot of secret information. He must chase. If he catches it, kill him. Otherwise, we Konoha will suffer unimaginable losses. Now the Ninja World War is about to start. If there are no spies provide information, we are 30 blind men surrounded by 4 major countries. Hatake Sakumo's words also made Hyuga Soji understand the seriousness of the matter. The two looked at each other and burst out all their strength at the same time, chasing forward frantically. After half a day, the two crossed the Canopy Bridge. Half a day, the two came to the border of the land of fire. Half a day, the two crossed the land of grass and entered the land of earth. And after another day, the two had penetrated into the land of land a short distance. Zongzi, look again. Byakugan, open. Hyuga Zongji opened Byakugan, and after a while, his face changed greatly, and he quickly retracted Byakugan. How is it? I see. 9 kilometers away, Yamada Seichi, 9 kilometers away. Chase. Wait. Hyuga Zongji suddenly stopped Sakumo. He frowned tightly, and his tone was very dignified. Not only Yamada Aochi, but also dozens of Jonins from the land of the land. Among them, there are 2 more elite Jonins. The strong man. Although I don't know each other, the chakra in one of them is chaotic and violent, and it is the power of Jinchuriki column. People Jinchuriki column force. Hearing Hyuga Soji's words, Hataki Sakumo finally hesitated. It seems that this time, the land of the land has made a lot of money and sent dozens of elite Jonin, a quasi-cage and a person Jinchuriki column to take Yamada Ching back. But thinking of the lives of so many spies lurking in the 4 kingdoms and the crisis of Konoha, Hataki Sakumo Kiba took a bite and rushed out. Zongzi, you go back, I'll chase it alone. Wait, Sakumo. Hyuga Soji raised his hand, but couldn't hold it back. Looking at Hataki Sakumo's back, he shook his head, chuckled lightly, raised chakra, and quickly chased towards Hataki Sakumo. Sakumo, you've all gone, how could I not? 10 years of brotherhood, how can I bear you to take risks alone? The 6-kilometer distance is not too far, but with the time the opponent was still fleeing, Hataki Sakumo and Hyuga Soji chased for a full 10 kilometers, and finally caught the enemy. Yamada Seichi. The icy voice spread out for 100 meters, and a flash of thunder flashed. Hataki Sakumo instantly appeared on a rock not far away. His face was icy cold, and his eyes were extremely angry. Traitor. Hyuga Soji also came to Sakumo, facing dozens of ninjas of the same level and 2 more powerful masters. His face was extremely solemn, and he quickly assumed a defensive stance. The arrival of Hataki Sakumo and Soji surprised the ninja of the land of the land. The leader waved his hand to stop the team's progress, waited left and right, and then scratched his head in confusion. Just 2. With you bastards, 2 people are enough. Hataki Sakumo said in a cold voice, making Zongzi a little speechless. He actually wanted to say that the 2 of us are really not enough, but seeing Sakumo's increasingly cold aura, he could only shrink his neck, not daring to complain about himself at this time. Mr. Minister. Yamada Aochi didn't speak. He was a slightly thin man with messy hair, about 30 years old, a little tall, wearing glasses, not wearing a ninja suit, but a white lab coat, looking gentle like a researcher. This is Yamada Seichi's disguise, because the position of the Minister of Intelligence is extremely important and needs to be kept absolutely secret. In his outfit, no one knows that he masters all the information on Konoha, even Yizan. When Yamada Seichi defected, I just found out that Konoha has this person. The distance between the 2 teams was not too far, so they looked at each other like this. The person headed by the land of the land was an extremely tall man with a simple and honest face, and his arms were a little fat, but the inner muscles definitely exploded. A strong threat to people. Another person, who has a terrible chakra amount, is a young man with a beard in purple clothes with his hair tied back like a ponytail. The person Hyuga Zongji said is Jinchuriki column force, that is him. Jinchuriki column force. 4 tails or 5 tails. And you, are you? My name is Lois. The tall and strong man had a simple and honest face. He recognized that 913 was really looking at Hataki Sakumo, and his tone was very sincere. Konoha White Fang, please leave, with me, Lao Zi, and dozens of elite masters here, you can't take back the information. The tone of the fight here is both hurt. Why don't you give up the pursuit? If you die, you Konoha. You can't face the siege of our 4 major countries. Humph. Give up. Konoha White Fang, never say give up or admit defeat when I do things. Just you dozens of rubbish, still want to fight with me and lose both sides. Zongzi, come on. Preemptive strike. Hatake Sakumo pulled out the short knife on his back, and instantly turned into a thunderbolt to kill Lois. Hatake Sakumo's speed is extremely fast, and with the bright white light, the thin dagger emits a light that symbolizes death. Hatake flow. Instant slash. Yoden, lava style. Granite. Quote. Boom. With a loud bang, the lava rock shattered, and Laozi on the side blocked Hatake Sakumo's attack with a Yoden, lava style. Lois quickly turned sideways to avoid the short knife attack. At the same time, the quasi-cage level chakra burst out with all his strength. Facing a strong man like Hatake Sakumo, he directly used his strongest trick. Doden, Earth Style. The Art of Mountain Earth. Chapter 289_Old Friend. 2 tens of meters high mountains appeared at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and in half a second, Hatake Sakumo could become Mi-chan. Zzz. The thunder made an ear-piercing sharpness. Hatake Sakumo shouted violently, and the short sword in his hand once again burst into a dazzling white light, like a river pouring down, containing infinite power. Hatake flow. Cut off the water. Whoa. The rocky and earthy mountain tens of meters high was split in half. Hatake Sakumo escaped the attack of the other mountain unscathed. His breath was steady, and this attack did not affect him in any way. It's so strong. As expected of Konoha White Fang. Old Z and I attacked together, didn't we even catch our breath? Lois looked solemn, then looked at the dozens of elite jonin around him. Brothers, let's go together. Kill Konoha White Fang. Quote. Shish. Dozens of elite jonin teamed up with Lois and the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Column Force Laozi, instantly pushing Hatake Sakumo back and evading attacks. Hatake Sakumo is a powerhouse of assassination. No matter how strong he is, he can't face the enemy as hard as the third-generation Hokage. Facing so many powerhouses, he can only choose to retreat, and in the future, speed and guerrilla warfare will kill the opponent's number. But trigrams break the mountain. Quote. Boom. A ninja from the land vomited blood and flew out, and at the moment when Hyuga Zongji came to an end, 5 elites rushed in at the same time. Doden, Earth Style. The Art of the Iron Cannon. Doden, Earth Style. Swamp of the Underworld. Doden, Earth Style. Toon Gun. Quote. Revolving Heaven. Boom. The blue semicircle collided with the 5 chakras, and a violent vibration broke out. Hatake Sakumo saw it in his eyes and wanted to rescue him, but he could only dodge dozens of ninjutsu attacks in embarrassment, and occasionally glanced at Hyuga Zongji. His eyes were full worry. Zongji, hold on. He bit Kiba tightly, scolding Zongzi for following, but he also knew that Zongzi would not let himself pursue alone. He suddenly raised his short knife and slashed to the right with force, and in an instant, a head flew high. Hatake Sakumo and Hyuga Soji fought fiercely in the land of the land. On the commercial street of Konoha, Yizan met an old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Hey, stop the war. Yizan raised his hand, the other party turned his head to look at him, a smile appeared on his face. Hi, Xiaozan, long time no see. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a long time. If you think about it seriously, it's at least 8 years, right? Uchiha Nomi War, one of Yizan's comrades when he entered Anbu at the age of 7, because Yizan has been working in Anbu, he is busy with work, and was responsible for guarding Konoha during the Second Ninja World War, which also caused him not to participate in the large-scale battles on the 3 fronts. War. With the end of the war, Yizan never went to Anbu again, and the two never met. Xiaozan, good boy. You have finally grown up. Uchiha Nomi-zan patted Yizan on the shoulder. Compared with the teenagers, Uchiha Nomi-zan is already 27 years old. He has a mustache and has a mature and vicissitudes of life. Hey, I've grown up, and you've matured too. Where's your Uchiha arrogance? You kept squinting at me back then, but now you're not arrogant. Yizan smiled, feeling very close to this comrade in arms he hadn't seen for many years. You kid, are you still making fun of me with what happened back then? Let me tell you, in the pure physique contest, I let you down because of your young age, or I'll beat you into a pig's head with a few punches. Yo, how many punches will you beat me? Come on, why don't you find a place to make a gesture? I'd like to see how your strength has grown after so many years. Yizan rubbed his fists, but Uchiha Nomi shook his head with a smile. He pointed to the ninja shop in front of him, and after a while, a little boy walked out of the ninja shop. Have you bought it? Well, I bought it, I bought some more, and it cost a lot of money tilde. The little boy dressed in Uchiha's unique costume obediently walked to Yizan's side. He looked up at Yizan with doubts in his eyes. Dad, who is this brother? My good friend and comrade in arms, Shimura Gen. Shimura. Well, it's the Shimura house that the clansman said. Uchiha Nomi rubbed his son's head lightly, and looked at Yizan a little apologetically. Over the years, the father and son Uchiha Ida and Uchiha Fugaku have been promoting the conflict between Uchiha and Shimura's family, and most people in the family think that the Shimura family is not what a good thing. There are even a small number of people who hate Shimura's family. Fortunately, although the two hadn't seen each other for 8 years, it was Anbu's and Sarutobi's who stopped the war after all. He taught his son not to listen to the clan's declaration since he was a child, so that his son has the ability to think alone, and his son is also obedient. He has never been hostile to Shimura with his clan, so when we met for the first time today, he was not hostile to Yizan, just a little curious. This Shimura home, why is it so hostile to the clan? Yizan didn't know all of this. Looking at the little boy about 6 years old in front of him, he smiled, raised his hand and flicked the forehead guard on the child's forehead. Graduated. How old are you? 6 years old. Yo tilde not bad. Genius. Even worse than Kakashi. Haha, I don't dare to compare with the minister. Kakashi was taught by the minister with great effort. He graduated at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. My son, who only applied for graduation a few days ago, is completely inferior to Kakashi. Uchiha Nomi smiled heroically. After years of growth, he has lost the arrogance and naivety he used to be when he matured, and maybe he has a lot of responsibilities in his heart after becoming a father. But seriously, you didn't notify me when you got married. Hey, Xiaoshuan, that's not the case. Although I married my wife, we didn't have a wedding banquet. It was still during the Second Ninja World War. Not long after we got married, the war ended. I wanted to do it again, but we discussed it and felt that there was no need to make a big deal, so. Cut. Forget it. Forgive you once. Yizan patted Jizan's shoulder carelessly, then turned his eyes to the child again. Your son is okay, his future achievements are not under you. What is his name? Shisui, Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 290_Break the Stone. Dead monkey, you never told me that Uchiha Nomi is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. In Hokage's office, Yizan patted the table unhappily, which surprised Sarutobi. Xiaozan, what's the matter? Uchiha Nomi is indeed a descendant of the mirror, isn't it normal? Otherwise, why did you join Anbu in the sense of Shujin? Some old things. Sarutobi didn't put this matter in his head at all. When Jirjan joined Anbu, it was a kind of protection for Jirjan. After all, Uchiha Kagami was a pro-Konoha faction. After Jing died, only Chunin's strength was strong. It is difficult for Jirjan to gain a foothold in Uchiha, and giving him an Anbu status is also a shock to the family, and he is not allowed to take action on Jirjan. Anbu represents Hokage. If Uchiha attacks or even kills Anbu, it means that Uchiha officially rebels. Uchiha Ida understands the implied meaning, so although Uchiha Nomi lives in the Uchiha family, the two sides are at peace. Sarutobi didn't understand why Yizan was so excited, because he didn't know the future, but Yizan knew. Uchiha Nomi's son, Shisui. And Shisui, 547 is the genius who will open Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. I don't care. You offended me anyway. I'm so angry. Yizan was unrelenting, sitting on the desk obstructing Sarutobi's work. Sarutobi had no choice but to put down his pen and rub his head bitterly. Well, I was wrong, everything is my fault. Then Xiaoshuan, how do you want me to make up for you? Uncle Yuhio and Uncle Mitarashi are so annoying. I've never been allowed to get close to their daughter. You have to find a way for me, you know. I don't understand. I understand. Sarutobi nodded immediately upon seeing Yizan's vicious gaze. Don't worry. I will say good things in front of them and let them stop blocking you, okay? One more question. What's the problem? When Jiraiya comes to the office next time, you must promise me to punch him the moment you see him. Ah, why is that? Because you beat him suddenly, he will feel wrong for no reason. If he is wronged, I am happy. Yizan smiled and raised his head, his feet dangling on the desk, looking very happy. Sarutobi was powerless to resist Yizan's wicked taste. He agreed in a dejected manner, and finally drove Yizan off the desk. And at this moment, boom! A loud bang, Jiraiya kicked the door open and walked in swaggeringly. Dead monkey. I see. Sarutobi sighed, seeing Jiraiya walking and beaming. He suddenly raised his fist and hit Jiraiya's face with lightning speed. Boom! Oops! Jiraiya screamed, covering his face with his hands and squatting back a few steps on the ground. His nose happened to be hit by Sarutobi. It was sour and sour, making his tears and snot flow continuously. Mr. Sarutobi, why are you beating me? Jiraiya's face was full of grief and anger. He wiped his nosebleed with all his might, and sat on the ground. Jiraiya, get up. I don't. You hit me. I didn't make a mistake. Why did you hit me? Jiraiya sat on the ground like a child playing tricks. He was extremely wronged. One punch. Jiraiya and Sarutobi were arguing, but Yizan happily stood up. He walked past Jiraiya smartly, and when he reached the gate, he turned around and waved to Sarutobi, and hopped out of the office. Dead monkey, work hard, I'll go back and play with my wives, bye. Leaving the office, Yizan walked leisurely on the road. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit the back of his head. Yizan slightly over his head, and easily dodged the attack. Yo, little brat, it's you. Asshole, I'm not a brat. Then what's your name? My name is Kakashi, Hataki Kakashi. Silver white hair, covered face, short stature is only 6 years old. I have to say, Kakashi is a genius. Just 6 years old, he has been promoted to Chunin. Kakashi little brat, what's the matter with me? Yizan picked his nose idly, and Kakashi was a little angry with his leisurely appearance. I said it all. I'm not a brat. Also, I'm here today. I'm here to challenge you. Kakashi's face was full of yuhi, not shy, but by Yi Xuanqi. He squeezed his fist angrily. Chunin's aura was invincible for his peers. Unfortunately, in Yizan's eyes, Kakashi was too weak. As if thinking of something, his eyes lit up, looked left and right, and pointed to a palm-sized stone not far away. Kakashi, you are not qualified to challenge me, but if you can fulfill my requirements, I can also consider fighting you. What request? Well, that stone. Yizan raised his chin, and a hint of mockery crossed the corner of his mouth. If you can break that stone, I will accept your challenge. Really? Never lie to you. Yizan bowed, and finally made Kakashi believe it. He turned his head to look at the stone. For Chunin, breaking a stone is completely simple. In order to challenge Yizan, Kakashi hurried over to pick up the stone. At this moment, Yizan chuckled, and an illusory golden force field spread out instantly, covering the stone. Stone, give me face and become stronger than iron. That moment, a large amount of Kakashi's invisible golden light poured into the stone, strengthening the molecular density of the stone. Kakashi couldn't stop it at all. He squeezed it hard, and unexpectedly found that the stone didn't move at all. Isn't it? I'm Chunin, this stone. Isn't it stronger? Kakashi frowned slightly, then intensified his strength, getting bigger and bigger, until finally, he tried his best, the stone still didn't move. How is that possible? Kakashi was shocked. At the age of 6, he couldn't hide his inner emotions at all. He looked at Yizan and found that Yizan still looked lazy and obviously didn't look at him. Damn, I'm Chunin. I won't lose. Isn't it just breaking a stone? I don't believe that even a stone can't be broken. Since that's the case. Chidori. Chapter 291_Will of Fire. For the next few days, Yizan has been in a relatively cheerful state. Every day at home with a few girls tired, go out on time to go to the Hokage office after lunch to see Konoha's pre-war preparations and various deployments, and meet Kakashi on time after leaving the Hokage building. As I said, I don't believe you can do it without crushing stones in my face. Yizan said as he walked. Kakashi foolishly followed Yizan's side, looking at the stone in his hand and couldn't say anything. He didn't understand why every time Yizan appeared, the stone in his hand was extremely hard, and every time Yizan left, he could easily crush the stone. I'm not convinced. You must have done something. You have the ability to accept my challenge. Huh. Kakashi attacked Yizan again, but Chunin's speed was like a snail in Yizan's eyes. Yizan didn't even look at it. He took a step to the left at will, dodging Kakashi's attack. Kakashi, if you have to die, don't blame me for bullying you. Zai's nose bridge at a lightning speed. Boom. Ah. Kakashi screamed and fell back 10 steps to the ground. He held his nose tightly, tears and nosebleeds flowing out instantly. You are cheating. How did I cheat? You attacked me. Oh. Yizan nodded irrefutably, strode over to Kakashi, raised his fist, and swiped it fiercely. Bang bang ping ping pong. Beating Kakashi into a pig's head, Yizan walked towards the house refreshed, but he had just walked a few steps, and when he was still halfway away from home, an Anbu suddenly appeared beside Yizan, silently. Bowing. Master Zan, in an emergency, Master Hokage is looking for you. Huh, why are you looking for me again? I just left him. Yizan blinked his eyes, his face full of doubts. It's like this, just now, the headmaster came back with a seriously injured Soji-sama. Currently, Soji-sama is in the hospital for emergency treatment. When I left, Tsunade-sama had already been notified and was on the way to the hospital. Hokage-sama wants you to get to the office as soon as possible. Anbu's words made Yizan's heart jump, and a bad premonition emerged. He raised his head and looked into the distance, his eyes locked on the top of the Hokage building, his figure flashed, and the space was instantly torn apart to reach the Hokage building. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi, Danzo, and the two major advisors gathered together. Hatake Sakumo had a lot of bandages on his body, and it seemed that he had suffered a lot of skin injuries. At this moment, he rarely knelt on one knee on the ground, lowered his head, and didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the office is extremely depressing to ultimate. Sarutobi held the pipe tightly in his hand and kept trembling. If you look closely, you can see that there are many fine lines and cracks on the solid top pipe, which was pinched by Sarutobi. Danzo's eyes were gloomy, and his fingers shrouded in his robes clenched tightly, making a crisp, click, click, sound. If you choose to give up Hyuga Soji and adopt guerrilla tactics, you can gradually deplete their numbers and force them to give up on Yamada Seichi. Do you understand? I understand. Understood. I don't think you understand. Asshole. Do you know how much Konoha will suffer if you do this? There are more than 500 spies in the land of soil, 400 spies in the land of wind, and 600 spies in the land of thunder. And more than 200 spies from the land of water, as well as our Konoha military force, deployed in secret. And all our intelligence bases in the land of fire, all finished. Hatake Sakumo, what the hell are you doing? Quote. Danzo yelled, the office windows rattled, Hatake Sakumo lowered his head, his eyes were hollow, as if he had lost his strength, and faced Danzo's anger without further explanation. I'm sorry, all the responsibility is on me. His mood was extremely low, not only because the mission failed, but also because he came back with Hyuga Zongji on his back, and was scolded by Hyuga Zongji along the way. Is it worth it? Thinking of Hyuga Soji's angry and even hateful eyes, he asked himself countless times. In order to save his good friend, he gave up his mission, and even his good friend could not understand. To Hyuga Soji, his own life is nothing compared to the lives of all spies, nor to the impending crisis of Konoha, because he loves Konoha, so he hates Hatake Sakumo and Hatake Sakumo's wife. Just when the atmosphere in the office was so oppressive that everyone was about to suffocate, Yizan jumped off the roof of the Hokage building and got in directly through the window. The moment he entered the office, his heart tightened and he was almost stunned by the breath of the office. What are you doing? Looking like you are going to die. Dead monkey, Dad, 2 elders, what are you doing? Yizan walked slowly in front of Hatake Sakumo, turned around, and instantly blocked the sight of the 4 senior executives. Once blocked by Yizan, the 4 finally retracted their gazes, and the dignified atmosphere that was almost suffocating finally eased a little. Sorry, Xiaoshuan, Needless to say, I know. Yizan waved his hand to interrupt Hatake Sakumo's words. He didn't look back at Hatake Sakumo, and looked at the 4 senior executives with bright eyes. Hatake Sakumo did nothing wrong. You shouldn't be like this. Xiaozan, now is not the time for you to be self-willed. Dad, I know you are very angry now. There are thousands of spies from the 4 countries, including senior spies who have been lurking for 10 years. The Third Ninja War will break out at any time. When this happens, Konoha will suffer unprecedented, but I also want to say, Sakumo is right. Quote. The face of Danzo's rebuke. Yizan did not give in. His eyes were very clear, even to the point of bright. What is the will of fire? We Konoha, why have we always been the strongest in the ninja world? Because there are so many geniuses. Because too many families. Wrong. We Konoha are strong because of unity, protection and love. Indeed, because of Sakumo's single thought, we Konoha will suffer unprecedented losses, and will kill many fellow spy. In the big picture, Hatake Sakumo committed death penalty. But isn't his behavior the will of fire? If he is wrong, the will of fire is wrong. Yizan roared out the last sentence, and the fierce tone shocked everyone. Hatake Sakumo behind him suddenly raised his head and stared at Yizan's back. At that moment, tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Those who can't protect their comrades don't deserve to be ninjas. Chapter 292_Punishment and Surface Kung Fu. There was no sound in Hokage's office. Sarutobi took out some leaf smoke and stuffed it into his pipe, struck a match, and puffed hard without making a sound. Danzo's fist hidden in his sleeve relaxed a little, and he looked at Yizan silently, his eyes full of relief. Since Yizan finished saying this, the 2 advisors directly fought Chan Oil. Hatake Sakumo is an important fighting force of Konoha, from the heart. Of course they do not want Hatake Sakumo to have an accident, but this is really a big mistake. If the law is used to it can really be regarded as a death sentence. Smoke lingered. Sarutobi sighed softly, looked at Danzo, moved the corners of his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Danzo, what do you think? You're Hokage, you can handle this, I won't judge. Danzo took a step back, remaining neutral. Although he was angry with Hatake Sakumo, but since his son was arguing with reason and speaking righteously, he couldn't refute it. His son's behavior was obvious, and he had to protect Sakumo. As a father, he would not touch his son. Danzo remained neutral, and Sarutobi almost guessed. Looking at the 2 advisors, Homura Mitokado took a step back, abstaining from neutral. Kaharu, how about you? I think Xiaoshuan is right. The will of fire is the will passed down from the first generation, protecting, loving, uniting, and being friendly, but Hatake Sakumo made such a big mistake. Just let him go, how can he convince the public? The village has village rules, the death penalty can be avoided, and the living crime cannot escape. Kaharu Udatane's words made everyone in the room nodded in unison, and even Yizan did not refute. After all, this would kill thousands of people and leak the information of the whole country. Such a big mistake will not be punished. If it spreads out well, it could be an uncontrollable disaster. If there is one, there will be two. If there is two, there will be three. If you let everyone know that if you make a mistake, you can find an excuse to escape. At that time, the ninjas will make mistakes and settle it with a will of fire. A death penalty can be avoided, but a living crime can't be escaped. Xiaoshuan, what do you think? Yes. Tsukumo. I made a big mistake, shamelessly confronted my fellow Konoha. Death is my best destination, and I abide by any punishment. Hatake Tsukumo said so. Sarutobi nodded. He thought for a while, and issued the punishment order in a deep voice. Hatake Tsukumo, from now on, deprive you of the position of Minister Anbu. In order to quell public grievances, you must not appear in front of Konoha civilians and ninjas for 10 years. Tsukumo, do you understand? Understood. From today, Konoha will no longer have Hatake Tsukumo. My current name is Zuo Yun. For the next 10 years, I will be an ordinary member of Anbu. But, Anbu cannot be without a minister. Zuo Yun will go to Hokage again. Lord Zan proposes to promote Lord Zan to Minister Anbu. PFF'd. Tsukumo, you are courting death. I'm not a minister. I don't handle documents. You bastard. Even if you are an ordinary member of Anbu, you have to do what the minister should do for me. Yizan was furious, pointed at Hatake Tsukumo and scolded. The jumping appearance dispelled the last repression in the office. Sarutobi smiled cheerfully, looked at Danzo, and nodded in agreement. Tsukumo. Oh no, Zuo Yun, your suggestion is very reasonable. Then from now on, mention Shimura-gen as Konoha Anbu minister. Hey, dead monkey, haven't beaten you for a long time, your skin is itchy. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Yizan fiercely rushed in front of Sarutobi. Seeing that he was about to start, Sarutobi immediately begged for mercy. His face finally appeared bitter expression. Xiaozan, don't. Everyone is watching. Oh, even if you are mentioned as the minister, Zuo Yun is also a member of Anbu. You can order him to do whatever you want, even if you hand over all the documents and things to Zuo Yun's actions are also your power. Really? Are you sure you're not trolling me on purpose? Of course not. Don't forget, Anbu's first rule is to absolutely obey the arrangements of his superiors. Oh, that's right. Then, Tsukumo, bark like a dog. Sorry, Minister, I'm Zuo Yun. Then Zuian, you. Sorry, Lord Minister, Anbu obeys the arrangement of his superiors, only limited to work and tasks. Yizan. The matter of Hatake Tsukumo is solved perfectly. It can even be said that these so-called punishments are only for outsiders to see, only for Konoha civilians and other ninjas. Hatake Tsukumo still handles all things of Anbu, just in a different name. Well, in some cases, superficiality really matters, at least in the eyes of the uninformed. Hatake Tsukumo has disappeared. In order to make the matter more real, Danzo started to spread the news as soon as he went back, saying that Hatake Tsukumo had committed suicide in the Hokage office. With the spread and fermentation of the news, only a week later, all Konoha knew the ins and outs of the matter, and for Hatake Tsukumo's suicide, there was no way for them to continue insulting, and they could only stop there. Of course, Hatake Tsukumo is still in Anbu, and the members of Anbu will never reveal the news that Hatake Tsukumo is alive. After all, this is their most respected minister, and one of Anbu's rules is that anything about Anbu happens, absolutely confidential. Yamada Seichi has almost arrived at Iwagakure village. The spies in Iwagakure village have no hope of escaping. I suggest sending the 3.1 fastest communication ninja to recall all the spies from the Land of Wind, Land of Thunder and Land of Water. Come, how much can you come back alive? At least, you can't be wiped out. Yizan's suggestion was completely approved, and soon, the messenger bird flew in 3 directions. In this case, the country that cannot bet on the soil will not share spy information. Even if the hidden efforts fall short for many years, the lives of the spies must be guaranteed. After all, these spies were carefully trained by Konoha. After so many years of lurking, they could still bring some information back. Hatake Tsukumo's feigned death. Kakashi is the saddest one. Since the day the news came out, this kid has never looked for Yizan again. Hatake Tsukumo is worried about Kakashi. At his strong request, Yizan finally came to the Hatake family mansion. Chapter 293_Education Kakashi. Dong dong dong. Hatake Mansion. Yizan kept knocking on the door. Kakashi, there's a handsome guy for door-to-door service, open the door. Dong dong dong. He kept knocking for 5 minutes, but there was no movement inside. Finally, Yizan knocked impatiently. Seeing that no one opened the door, he raised his right foot and kicked out. Boom. The door was kicked open, and a few pieces of material on the door panel were even shattered. Yizan walked in leisurely. Before taking a few steps, he found Kakashi standing on the outer edge of the wooden corridor of the mansion, staring silently. With Yizan. You're at home, why don't you open the door for me? You can come in directly, why did you kick down the door of my house? Kakashi was expressionless, but with a natural poisonous tongue. Yizan turned his head and glanced at the door, shrugged, passed Kakashi, and walked into the room on his own. I am a civilized person. I never do anything like over 30 walls. Yizan is relatively familiar with Hatake Mansion. When he was 7 years old, he spent several months at Hatake's house every day after school to receive training from Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo is an old-fashioned person. From the courtyard to the room, all the furnishings have not changed. Pass. Yizan ignored Kakashi, took out a blue and white porcelain from the locker next to the room, lifted the lid, and took a half-ton of tea leaves from it. Boil the water, set the tea set, and after a while, Yizan sat lazily at the coffee table, the smoke lingered, and the faint scent of tea permeated the entire room. You know my father very well. Well, when I was very young, I practiced in your house for a few months. Seriously, I used to be your father's subordinate. Sit down. Yizan pointed to the tatami mat opposite. Kakashi hesitated for a while, and finally knelt down on the tatami mat. Yizan frowned and reprimanded. You are not allowed to sit on your knees, your feet are placed casually, as long as you are comfortable. What? Shit etiquette is a piece of shit in my eyes. Yizan's words. He had been taught by Hatake Tsukumo since he was a child, and his practice and living habits were all straightforward, but today, this person in front of him told him not to abide by etiquette. But, it seems to be really comfortable. Kakashi changed his posture. His feet were casually slanted on the ground, his body leaned to the right, his elbows were on the ground, and he was so comfortable that he couldn't help yawning. Are you comfortable? Well, Kakashi nodded, as if thinking of something. His face changed slightly, he got up immediately, and sat upright again. What's the matter with you looking for me? If it's just to comfort me, I don't think so. His tone was a bit cold. Hatake Tsukumo's death caused a serious change in his mentality. Ninjas must obey the rules and violate the rules of the ninjas. Humans are trash. My father's death will be worthy of death. Don't worry, I, Hatake Kakashi, will not repeat the mistakes of my father. His voice is getting colder and colder, but his tone is mixed with extremely suppressed emotions. He is just suppressing the emotions that are about to collapse at any time. He looked at Yizan coldly like this, and Yizan took a sip from the teacup in a leisurely manner. Hey, it's so hot. The hot tea finally couldn't make Yizan leisurely. He opened his mouth and spread out his tongue, head and kept breathing, then put the teacup in the tea tray, and his mouth kept making a hoo-hoo sound. And Yizan's carefree look finally made Kakashi frown. His face was cold, and his eyes were full of deep rejection. Shimura-san, did you listen to me? I said, if you made a special trip to comfort me, it's not necessary. This is my home. I don't welcome you. If there's nothing wrong, please leave. He directly issued an eviction order, and the death of his father made him not have any good feelings for the top management of Konoha, whether the Shimura family or the Sarutobi family were the murderers who forced his father to death. Seeing Kakashi's attitude, Yizan finally fell silent. He sat quietly for a while, took a sip of the teacup, got up, and walked silently to the door. Kakashi, you're right, those who violate the rules of the ninja, we call them trash. Yizan walked to the door step by step, then he turned to look at Kakashi with a serious face. However, people who don't know how to value their companions are not even worthless. Konoha White Fang is a true hero. Yizan's words completely shocked Kakashi. He just sat in the room in a daze, and here, Yizan had already left the Hotake mansion. A man was covered with black cloth, even his head and hair were wrapped in black cloth. Anbu appeared in front of Yizan. How is it? That's it, I've said what I have to say, and I don't know what the final effect will be, but you really don't go home. I won't come back. My wife died of illness 2 years ago, and Kakashi is the only one left in the family. If I fake death, I can make Kakashi mature quickly. Hey. I'll talk about it later. Hatake Sakumo sighed softly, although Konoha forgave him his sins, but he always made a big mistake. As a part of Konoha who loves deeply, he can't cross the hurdle in his heart. He must atone for his sins, only in this way can he peace of mind. Since you have made up your mind, I won't advise you anymore. Go back to the Anbu base by yourself. You still have to deal with the documents that should be dealt with, but don't think I'm Minister Anbu, you bastards, don't try to impose your work on me. I don't have enough time for girls every day, and I will never accept your work. Yizan cursed angrily, his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Hatake Sakumo was left alone in a daze. He glanced at the Hatake mansion again, and finally turned around, turning into a lightning bolt and rushing into the distance. Hatake Sakumo didn't realize that, when he left, Kakashi happened to open the door and saw the familiar thunder light in the distance. He widened his eyes in shock and blinked, and the thunder light had disappeared. Father! Kakashi quickly chased out, but it was a clear sky, without any trace of lightning. He stood on the eaves, silent for a long time, a little lonely, and finally sighed softly, turned and jumped off the eaves, dragging tiredness body returned to the room. It's an illusion. Chapter 294 Promise me one thing. Hatake Sakumo's suicide shocked the whole ninja world. At the same time, all the spies lurking in the land were cleared, and the spies of the 3 kingdoms of wind, thunder and water fled wildly. Konoha, there is an unprecedented crisis. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 3 generations of Hokage hurriedly contacted Onoki, and Onoki agreed to send troops without hesitation. The land of wind and the land of water also chose to send troops at the same time. How about the water country? It has been negotiated with the Uchiha Hyuga clan, and the 2 clans and some ordinary Jonin and Chunin will unite against each other. Who are the strong enemies? There are 2 top powerhouses. One is the current 4th generation Mizukage Yagura, and the other is the chief elder of the village of Kurigakure, who is the 3rd generation Mizukage who has stepped down. What? 3 generations of Mizukage have become the great elder. In Hokage's office, Yizan's eyes widened in surprise. He had no idea that Kurigakure village would actually do this trick. It's normal. The 3rd generation of Mizukage was originally the 1st generation's guard. After the death of Ghost Lantern, he was the strongest at the Kage level, and he became Mizukage with his ability as a shadow. Later, Yagura became a Kage-level powerhouse. The 3rd generation of Mizukage voluntarily abdicated and became Great Elder. Yagura is a child. No, Yagura seems to have dwarfism and is only 1.4 meters tall, but he is in his 20s. 2 years ago, he became a 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Relying on his own strength and the tailed beast chakra, his strength is not weak. Sarutobi explained in a slow voice, which also made Yizan gradually understand the situation. Although he has memories of his previous life, some of his memories are relatively vague after so many years, such as parallel imports like Yagura. Clear. The Ghost Lantern clan, the Water Moon clan, and the Kagaya clan in the Land of Water are not as powerful as Tu and Lei, but their combined combat power surpasses that of the Land of Wind. Can Uchiha and Hyuga alone do it? Kaharu Udatane was worried, frowning. Although he wants to deal with Uchiha, he can't gamble on Konoha's fate. No problem. Although there are 4 generations of Mizukage Yagura and the first 3 generations of Mizukage in the Land of Water, there are many 3 Tomo elite Jonins in Uchiha, and there are also many top elite Jonins. The first 3 generations of Mizukage and Yagura are not members of the Bloodstain family, only Uchiha Ida. People, you can deal with the first 3 generations of Mizukage. Danzo said in a condensed voice. His eyes kept flickering, looking a little weird. Danzo, you won't do anything, right? Sarutobi knew Danzo best, and his face suddenly became very serious after seeing Danzo's strange eyes. Now it's a ninja war. Don't worry, Sarutobi, trust me, my ultimate purpose is for Konoha. Danzo smiled. Obviously, he had some intrigue on Uchiha's side, but Danzo didn't want to say. Sarutobi couldn't do anything about him either. Forget it, Danzo, you can figure it out for yourself. We have recalled all the spies, and we have no way of knowing when the 4 powers will go out. In order to prevent this from happening, everyone should be prepared and gather your legion early tomorrow morning to fight to protect Konoha. The gorgeous house was lively and lively. This time, I didn't call my friends, only Yizan and a few women in the family were lively. The sun was setting and the lanterns were just going up. The girls happily ate a sumptuous dinner, but Yizan rolled his eyes, not knowing what bad idea he was playing. Tomorrow all of us will go to the battlefield. Tsunade's sister, which team are we assigned to? Kushina asked while eating. Since the 4 major powers have already torn their faces to destroy Konoha, her hidden way does not need to continue. Hidden, it's time to show. Let's go to the Land of Wind. The little lecher is the leader. I will be in charge of Chiyo. The lecher will be in charge of Kazekage for the 4th generation. Kushina will be in charge of Jinchuriki Column Force. Makoto, Conan, you have to pay attention to safety. Once they appear crisis, run in the direction of the bastard immediately. After Tsunade finished speaking, seeing that Yizan was sneaky, he couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and raised his hand to knock. Boom. Ouch. Tsunade, why are you knocking on me? Why not? What were you thinking just now? I didn't think of anything. Yi Xuantian really blinked his eyes. His eyes were still rolling. His hand under the dining table slowly moved to Tsunade's lap, covered by the tablecloth. Everything seemed very secret. Moved inward along the legs, Tsunade hummed softly, and his body began to soften. Girls were still eating the vegetables. For the sake of face, Tsunade resisted the feeling of his body and his face was calm, but as Yizan's claws were placed in the innermost part, Tsunade's cheeks finally showed a dizziness of Yuhi. Little bastard. She glared at Yizan sternly, put down her left hand quietly, and stopped Yizan's behavior, but Yizan did not give up because of Tsunade's stop. His fingers were very flexible, and he pushed hard inside. Ah! Tsunade exclaimed, and immediately attracted the attention of the girls. She resisted the feeling of weakness all over her body and said calmly, "It's okay, I just thought of something and forgot to do it. Let's continue eating." After she finished speaking, she squeezed Yizan's hand again. She had no idea that Yizan would dare to do such a thing when everyone was eating. Little pervert, come out. I'm not coming out, Tilda. Please. Body became softer and softer. Tsunade couldn't control it gradually. She looked at Yizan pitifully, like a kitten, very cute. You can come out, but you have to promise me one thing tonight. What's the matter? Don't worry about it, just ask if you agree. The two kept making eye contact, and in order to realize the bad idea in their hearts, Yizan moved his hands again, which immediately caused Tsunade to tremble and Yuhi all over his face. Little bastard, you're so annoying. Alright, I promise. Whatever I do tonight, I promise. Now let me go. Tsunade agreed. Yizan thief took out his hand, and he wiped his finger on the corner of Tsunade's clothes, leaving behind a piece of water. Hate. Tsunade was embarrassed, and immediately buried his head to eat, and at this moment, Yizan put another hand on Kushina's lap, and after a while, Kushina's face became Yuhi. Stinky bastard. What are you doing? Come out. You can come out, but tonight, you have to promise me one thing. Chapter 295 Makoto's Decision. 11 p.m. The entire Konoha fell into complete silence. The lights on the street were flickering dimly, and a few mice were running through the garbage cans. The moon hangs high in the sky, bright, and the cold silver light scatters, covering the ground with a layer of silver frost. In the huge and luxurious 3-story villa, Yizan had a bad expression on his face. If you look closely, you can find 2 women lying on the huge bunk. Stinky rascal, you are getting more and more lustful. Kushina's face was full of Yuhi. She curled her toes nervously, and by the bright moonlight, she was pure and flawless. Little bastard. Tsunade has the same face as Yuhi, but compared to Kushina, she is bolder. Seeing Yizan walking to the edge of the shop step by step, she took the initiative to open her hand and put her arms around Yizan's neck. Little bastard, do you have a big appetite tonight? Want to eat me and Kushina together? He. As expected of my Tsunade wife, since you guessed it right, I'll give you a reward. Yizan smirked, hugged Tsunade and kissed him fiercely. After a while, Tsunade was lying on the bunk, and Yizan was sitting on top of her. 910 dark clouds gradually appeared in the bright night sky, which soon blocked the moonlight. In the spacious and gorgeous bedroom, there were several suppressed calls from time to time, followed by another equally beautiful voice. The 2 voices interweaved to form a dark night. Dance music. Early in the morning, the sun was shining softly, and Makoto yawned sleepily. Today was the day of Konoha's expedition. At 9 o'clock in the morning, all the ninjas had to gather in the vast square under the Hokage rock. There was no one in the living room, and there was no sound in the bathroom. Makoto was helpless. She knew that these slackers were sleeping late again. Brothers on, Sister Tsunade, Kushina, Konan, get up. Today is the day when the ninja army gathers, don't be late. Makoto stood on the first floor and shouted loudly, but there was no sound from the bedrooms on the second floor. She blinked her eyes suspiciously, and stepped up the stairs step by step. Since Yizan's room was at the outermost side, she prepared wake up Yizan first. Brothers on, get up soon. She held the door handle and gently twisted the door open. Then, her eyes widened in disbelief, and her delicate cheeks instantly turned into Yuhi color. In her eyes, there were 2 naked women lying beside Yizan. Since Kushina and Tsunade were both careless people who liked to kick the quilt had already slipped onto the wool carpet. Makoto is very simple. Over the years, Yizan did not deliberately eat Makoto, and then he usually made some small moves, but she never expected that Tsunade and Kushina would actually have sex with Yizan. Yizan tried this feeling for the first time. Because of the excitement in his heart and the excitement in his body, he and the 2 women fought until dawn. The intense exercise consumed a lot of physical strength, so that after the 3 fell asleep, they did not hear Makoto's voice at all. Makoto. The sudden sound made Makoto shrink in fright, and immediately turned his head, only to find that Konan was standing at the end of the corridor tired, with deep bags under his eyes and a bad mental outlook, as if he hadn't slept all night. Konan. Shish. Konan put his index finger on his mouth and made a silent motion, walked over slowly, gently closed the door of Yizan's bedroom, and took Makoto back to the first floor. They didn't sleep until 7 o'clock this morning, let them sleep. After Konan finished speaking, he yawned tiredly again, and lay on the sofa, his eyes closed as soon as they caught up. Konan, what's wrong with you? Me, ha. Konan yawned again, his cheeks slightly Yuhi, his eyes flashed with strange colors. They didn't close the door last night. I looked through the crack of the door and watched all night. Ah. Ah what, Makoto's sister, you are too simple, the teacher is a very lustful villain, you. Conan shook his head. As a loyal fan of Hell and Heaven, Conan knew a lot, and although she and Yizan did not break through the last floor, she often quietly used her mouth to help Yizan solve the problem. In the whole family, only Mrs. Makoto too simple, know nothing. However, Conan missed a bit. Makoto grew up with Yizan's childhood sweetheart. She has long regarded herself as Yizan's wife. She always wanted to be Yizan's real woman, but Yizan did not act. She was gentle and shy. Of course she couldn't take the initiative to attack. However, she was extremely shocked by today's scene. She didn't expect Yizan to do this with the two girls. Brother Zan. Makoto silently recited Yizan's name in her heart, her hands covering her heart. She seemed to decide something. Her eyes were firm and silent, but she had already made an unprecedented plan. Today is the time for the ninjas to gather. Although Yizan and the two girls were exhausted, they finally opened their eyes under the constant calls of Conan. It's 8:40. I'm dizzy. It's all your fault, the little pervert. Wash up quickly, it's a shame to be late. Tsunade got up in a hurry, pulled the confused Kushina and rushed towards the bathroom. Conan was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and Yizan was alone in the bedroom. Ha! Yizan lay on the bed and yawned tiredly. He wiped the tears from his yawn, pulled up the bed, and covered his head. Go to sleep. The dead monkey's pre-war speech took an hour. With this plan in mind, Yizan fell asleep shortly after, but before he slept for a long time, he felt something moving below. He opened his eyes lazily, and found that a human figure was arched inside the bed. Conan, you little pervert. Yizan shook his head amusingly. Although he fighted all night, his body was extremely strong, and he felt it soon. He slowly opened the bed and was about to say something, but the next second, his eyes widened in shock. His eyes were full of disbelief. Makoto. Yizan was dumbfounded, and at this time, Makoto raised his head with a face full of yuhi, and threw himself on Yizan. She stared straight at Yizan, her eyes full of stubbornness. Brother Zan, I want to be your woman. Chapter 296_Snoring. About 8,000 ninjas gather in the wide square below Hokage Rock. Among them, there are Jonin, Chunin, and some Genin, which occupy the entire square densely. After the consumption of the Second Ninja World War, the total number of Konoha ninjas dropped from 15,000 to 10,000. This is still after years of rapid development, otherwise there are not even 10,000. Among them, 2,000 people stayed behind Konoha as the last protection and trump card, and the other 8,000 people gathered in the square, divided into 4 large square teams, neatly arranged. Yizan stood alone in the front of one of the squads. Tsunade and several top elite Jonin stood in the first row. Kushina, Makoto and Conan were mixed in the middle of the team. At least before leaving Konoha, they had no privileges and Yizan side by side. Sarutobi kept giving speeches on the Hokage Rock, igniting the emotions of thousands of ninjas guarding their homes. Yizan yawned tiredly, as if a chain reaction. Tsunade and Kushina also yawned. As if feeling the resentful gaze behind him, Yizan shivered slightly. He knew that gaze must have come from Makoto. Makoto, calm down. We'll be gathering now, I swear. When this war is over, I'll make you my woman. This is what Yizan said to Makoto 15 minutes ago. Although Makoto agreed, she still looked at Yizan with resentful eyes. In her heart, she had fallen a long way behind Tsunade Kushina, and even made her reach the point of eager devotion. To the point of. However, things like popping need a very comfortable environment. Only when they are very feeling, will they burst out with strong happiness. Yizan cherishes Makoto very much, so he doesn't want to take Makoto's first time just like that. Look for an opportunity in the future to create a very romantic and warm atmosphere, and blend with Makoto in beauty and love. Cough cough. Yizan said that as a man of literature and art, picking up girls should use literary and artistic techniques, full of artistic flavor. Sarutobi kept talking on the Hokage Rock. Yizan, who had fighted all night, only felt his brain was chaotic. Sarutobi's voice sounded from all directions. Exhausted, he had to take out 2 kiba sticks from the kabuto. The bottom of the kiba sticks supported the lower eyelid, and the top was against the eyelids, but gradually, the eyelids became heavier and heavier. Cut. Even failed to sign kiba. Yizan knew that he really couldn't do it. He yawned deeply, took out a pen from his arms, closed his eyes, drew 2 circles on his eyelids, and clicked one in the middle. Clicked, then threw away the pen, put his arms around his arms, and after a while, he made a uniform snoring sound. Comrades, behind us are our relatives and friends. Our wives and children. Can we let the enemy in? No, for our family, we must defeat the enemy. We. Who? Snort. A snoring sound suddenly came from the crowd of 10,000 people below. As everyone listened to Sarutobi's speech quietly and enthusiastically, the sudden snoring suddenly caught everyone's attention. Who is it? Sarutobi glanced down with a black line on his face. A crowd of people crowded in a square, shaking Sarutobi dizzy. He also glanced at Yizan, but due to the distance, he saw that Yizan had his eyes open, indicating that it was not Yizan. Zan is sleeping. Apart from Xiaoshuan and Jiraiya, who would dare to sleep while I'm giving a speech? Sarutobi was puzzled, and below, Tsunade finally couldn't help but stepped forward and pinched Yizan hard. Ah, Tsunade, what are you doing? By Tsunade, Yizan instantly woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, the eyes drawn on his eyelids looked particularly funny. Idiot, your snoring was so loud just now that you interrupted Mr. Sarutobi. Huh, oh, I'll pay attention. Yizan shook his head and was barely awake. Due to the dense crowd of ninjas in the square, Sarutobi didn't see Tsunade and Yizan's small movements. The snoring in the square disappeared, and Sarutobi could only choose to forget. After all, the most important thing now is to take an oath, and must arouse the enthusiasm of the ninjas to protect their homes. Comrades, we Konoha ninjas are united and fraternal. For the families behind us. We. Snoring. Who the hell is it? The snoring that appeared again in the square made Sarutobi clench his fists angrily. He swept in all directions viciously, and suddenly, as if he had discovered something, his face finally changed. Stinky boy, it's you. Sarutobi was furious, took a few steps down the Hokage rock, and came to Yizan's side. Stinky boy, don't wake me up yet. He yelled at Yizan's ear, and the violent roar instantly woke Yizan. Yizan shook his head in a daze, and looked extremely cute with a dumb look. Yo, dead monkey, finished. Stop talking, you bastard. Quiet me when you sleep. Sarutobi roared loudly, but Yizan was still dumbfounded, blinking his eyes in confusion. Hey, didn't I draw an eye? Dead monkey, how did you find me? Bah, you little bastard, you forgot to draw your double eyelids. The end, Yizan endured the long pre-war speech, and the 8,000-strong team slowly advanced towards the Konoha gate, then stopped outside the Konoha gate, and Sarutobi said goodbye to everyone. Danzo. No problem, leave the land of the earth to me. Danzo nodded to Sarutobi, glanced at Yizan, waved his hand, and led the 2,000 ninjas to leave quickly. The 2 patriarchs, the country of water depends on you. Don't worry, Konoha will die, Uchiha will die, I understand the truth, the country of water, no problem. Uchiha Ida said, and the Hyuga patriarch also nodded. Although Konoha had internal conflicts, they still understood the reason why the egg was laid under the nest. Sarutobi was in charge of dealing with the Land of Thunder, and after Uchiha and Hyuga's team left, 2 advisors came over. Monkey, the Land of Thunder is up to you. I will try my best. And, with Tsukumo here, the pressure on the Land of Thunder is not too great. Sarutobi glanced at Hitaki Tsukumo, who had his head wrapped in black cloth beside him. In order to conceal the identity of Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo gave up his short sword. Although his combat power would decrease, he was also a cage-level powerhouse. Xiao Zan, I'll take care of you in the Land of Wind. Ha, don't worry, I will solve the wind country as quickly as possible. You guys come on, wait for me to support you. Chapter 297 Action After Camp. In the Third Ninja World War, although more countries of water joined, the overall number of people was completely inferior to the level of World War II. During World War II, Konoha and the Kingdom of Thunder suffered the worst losses. The Kingdom of Wind developed very slowly because of its scum and scarcity of natural resources. The Land of Earth was slightly better, and there were not many losses in the subsequent battles of World War II, but at the beginning, Yizan blew up Kikyo City, resulting in the annihilation of 1,500 strikers of the Land of Earth, which was a relatively heavy blow. On the water countryside, Ghost Lantern Wanyu was instigated by Yizan to attack Kumogakure village. As a result, Ghost Lantern Wanyu died in Raikage's hands. The 3,000 ninjas he brought with him only escaped back half, and the water country took many years to restore the economy. The strength is not as good as when World War II began. The total number of people in the Third World War is not comparable to that of World War II, but the high-end combat power of the Third World War can completely crush the World War II period. Currently, there are Cage, Level Onoki, Cage Level 4-Tailed Man Jinchuriki, Column Li Laozi, Cage Level 5-Tailed Man Jinchuriki, Column Lihen, and Quenying Level Lois. 3 generations of top Cage Level powerhouses Raikage, Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Power Killer Bee with Quasi-Shadow Power, Cage Level with Cage Level completely released, Yayui of Quasi-Shadow, and Quasi-Cage Level Dodai. Dodai is the one who used Yoden, Lava style. During World War II, he was the elite Jonin of the Kingdom of Thunder. After several years of hard practice, he became a quasi-shadow powerhouse. His Yoden, Lava style, is not a burning Yoden, Lava style but a very strong Yoden, Lava style with elasticity and toughness. The Land of Water. There are 4 generations of Mizukage Yagura in Cage Level strength, and the 3rd generation Mizukage in Quasi-Cage Level. The top elite Jonin is of course the 7 ninja swordsmen, as well as various powerful bloodstained families. Of Wind, since the 3rd generation of Kazekage was killed by Sasori, the successor is the 4th generation of Cage Level powerhouse Kazekage, the quasi-shadow power is Chiyo, Ebizo, and the completely uncontrollable one-tailed person Jinchuriki, Column Force. The current Jinchuriki column power is not Gaara, but because the seal technique of the Land of Wind is too weak, this generation of Jinchuriki column power is still unable to control Yue, and the overall strength of the entire village ranks at the bottom of the 5 countries. These are the current high-end combat power of the 5 major countries, and the most important thing is that, according to the timeline, in this war, many people will be promoted to cage-level powerhouses. Such as pornography gambling, such as Chiyo, such as Yayui, oh yes, and Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Mawako followed Danzo against the Land of the Land. After all, in addition to Onoki, the Land of the Land also has Lois and 2 people Jinchuiki, Column Force. After several years of hard practice and crazy execution of his level tasks, 17-year-old Namikaze Minato has the strength of an elite Jonin, plus Yizan's careful guidance. Namikaze Minato has Master Hiraishin plus Rasengan's unsolved routine. But seriously, can we camp right there? I want to sleep. Just less than 10 kilometers away from Konoha, Yizan started to feel lazy. Tsunade held his forehead silently, really wanted to beat this little pervert. Stinky hooligan, you're so embarrassed. If you didn't have to play this last night, it wouldn't be like this. Kushina yawned lazily, although most of Yizan was exercising, but she moved for a long time in a woman's position, and she was exhausted all night. I think it's normal for Kushina to be like this, but... Conan, why are you listless? Tsunade looked at Conan suspiciously. The girl kept yawning all the way, as if she hadn't slept all night, and had deep dark circles under her eyes. I didn't. Conan yawned again before he could finish. The ninja army and the team performed different tasks. They had to rest on their way. After an 8-hour march, Yizan's army finally found a high ground with open terrain to camp, and Yizan finally couldn't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep. Uncle Sunset, You will assign patrols at night and stationing in the camp. Everyone should have dinner. If you don't want to eat dinner to lose weight, go and lose weight. Don't bother me. I want sleep. Yizan temporarily handed over the command of the army to Sunset, and then got into his big tent. After a while, Makoto followed suit. Makoto. I want to sleep with you. Ah, this is in the camp. I want to sleep with you. But they. I want to sleep with you. Makoto's eyes were firm, and regardless of Yizan's agreement or refusal, he walked directly to the side of the temporary shop, helped Yizan tidy up the bed, opened it, and got in on his own. Brother Zan, come to sleep. Makoto's face Yuhi was a little shy, but she still insisted, making Yizan helpless and full of emotion. You little girl. Yizan sighed softly, then took off his coat and pants, washed a little, got into the bed, and lay beside Makoto. Brother Zan, hug. Okay, hug. Yizan crossed Makoto's neck with his left hand and hugged Makoto in his arms. He hugged him quietly, and then found that cannot fall asleep. That, Makoto. Huh. Why don't you put your arms around you? I'm a little restless and can't sleep. Do you want me to help you? Makoto opened her bright eyes, and before Yizan could answer, she suddenly got into the bed, and after a while, her head was arched to the position under her abdomen. Although I don't know when Makoto learned it, once something starts, there is no way to stop it. Yizan's face is relieved, his hands are sealed, and using some simple 3.7 single sealing techniques he learned from Kushina, the tent entrance was sealed. This way no one will bother you, Makoto, just hurry up. Oh. That's cool. It wasn't until half an hour later that Makoto got out of the bed. As the army commander of the army, Yizan's tent was 50 square meters, and the equipment was very complete. Makoto rushed directly to the washing place, wrapped his mouth in paper and spit something. Come out, knead the ball, and throw the paper into the trash can. Afterwards, she picked up the Kobo ointment and the Kobo brush and started rinsing her mouth. After rinsing many times, she finally cleaned the smell from her mouth. Brother Zan. She returned to Yizan beautifully. Yizan hugged her contentedly, and after a while, a wave of tiredness flooded into his mind. Yizan yawned deeply, and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 298 _ The desert is shattered. The land of wind, Cheyenne village. The wind howled, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and the 5,000 ninjas remained motionless in the wind, as if nothing could be destroyed. The 4 generations of Kazekage and Chiyo stood in front of the army with serious faces. Ebizo took a half step back. From his heart, Ebizo did not support starting a war, but seeing the murderous aura emanating from Chiyo, he could only be silent, not saying a word. Dare not say. Cage-level powerhouse. Chiyo, who is 50 years old this year, has actually become a cage-level powerhouse. You know, 10 years ago, Chiyo was just an elite Jonin, and she became a quasi-shadow in the early days of World War II. Unexpectedly, she has been promoted again, exuding the monstrous atmosphere of a cage-level powerhouse. Blah, among all human emotions, hatred, and love, can stimulate the human body's potential the most. This was completely unexpected by Konoha. After all, a cage-level powerhouse wants to hide his strength, and it is not the information that a mere spy can find out. Now because of the leak of information, all the spies are evacuated. 30A spy sent word that Konoha was vulnerable. Konoha White Fang committed suicide. All Konoha spies retreated. Now is the weakest time for Konoha and the best time for us to defeat Konoha. Go out. Between the country of wind and the country of fire, there is a country of rivers. The Konoha army was moving fast, and when the army reached the border of the land of fire, the land of wind was preparing to go out. Xiaozan, do you need to set up a defensive position here? Sunset looked at the nearby terrain and thought it was a good defensive position. No, move on. Yizan rejected Yuhyang's suggestion, waved his hand, and led 2,000 ninjas into the country of the Riverland. The cross-sectional area of the Land of Rivers is not very long, and in just one day, the Konoha army crossed the land of rivers and reached the border of the land of winds. Just here. It's a good defensive spot. No, keep going. Yizan rejected Yuryong's suggestion again. Just when he was about to order to move on, Yuryong finally held him back. Wait, Xiaoshuan, what are you thinking? Sandy ninjas are best at fighting in desert areas. Aren't we deliberately lowering our combat effectiveness when we enter the land of the wind? Why keep moving forward? You don't understand, and I don't want to explain. Execute orders. Yizan didn't know how to explain it, so he directly used the power of the army commander to press Shiryong to shut up. Then, Yizan took the lead again, and Shiryong had no choice but to follow, with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. In order to resist the attack of the Shikoku, our ninjas were forcibly divided into 4 parts. It is very difficult to resist the attack of the sand ninja with only so many people. Why do you want to step into the country of the wind? What is Xiaoshuan thinking? 80% of the land of winds is desert and gobi. The golden sun hangs high in the sky. In the desert, 2,000 ninjas march on the sand, and their actions are much slower than before. Along the way, the setting sun is frowning. Konoha ninjas can't adapt to the desert climate at all. Once they encounter the ninjas in the sandy village, they will suffer annihilation. Xiaozan. Shiryong wanted to dissuade Yizan again, but the next second, his face changed greatly. He saw that at the end of the distant desert, dense black shadows appeared. Xiaozan. Sunset shouted, but Yizan had an indifferent attitude. He stood lazily on the spot, not worried at all. Uncle Shiryong, don't worry, wait for them to come. No, Xiaoshuan, we should retreat now. We can't fight them in the desert. I said it all, don't worry, let everyone get ready for the attack. Yizan's tone was full of confidence, as if he was sure he could defeat the enemy, but the sunset was helpless, so he could only order all the ninjas to get ready to work hard at any time. At this moment, the sand ninjas at the end of the desert also discovered the Konoha army, and the 4 generations of Kazekage and Chiyo, headed by them, looked at each other and found surprises in each other's eyes. That's the Konoha ninja. How dare they rush into our territory? This is our home. Go, can't let them go. The 4 generations of Kazekage gave the order, and the 5,000 sand ninjas suddenly accelerated and madly killed the Konoha core. Their number was more than double that of the Konoha, and this was the desert, the home of the sand ninjas. In their hearts, they even appeared the excitement and joy of the upcoming victory. The 5,000 sand ninjas are getting closer and closer, and Konoha's side is also concentrating on making a counterattack. No one noticed, an illusory golden light spreads in all directions. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The golden light covered the 10,000-meter desert, forming a super-huge golden cube that enveloped the entire desert. Yizan clasped his palms together, chakra shook suddenly, and there were a few Yuhi-colored lines on his face. Sage mode, on. Desert, give me face, break it. Boom. A muffled sound of 093, a heart-pounding fear suddenly poured into the hearts of all the sand ninjas. The 4th generation Kazekage and Chiyo stopped in an instant, and they stared vigilantly at the Konoha Legion 200 meters ahead. For some reason, the fear in their hearts getting stronger. Boom. Another muffled sound seemed to come from the bottom of the desert. The 4th generation Kazekage lowered his head with a serious face, and suddenly found that the gravel under his feet began to shake. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sound became stronger and stronger, as if it contained an indescribable power. Suddenly, the 4th generation Kazekage's eyes widened, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief, and then, the expression of ultimate fear. Run, run, don't stay here. Boom. A loud explosion. The Konoha ninjas saw in horror that the 10,000-meter desert in front of them suddenly shattered. It was as if the mouth of a giant beast swallowed up 5,000 sand ninjas. Konoha ninja, kill. The terrifying desert buried all sand ninjas, but such power was not enough to kill ninjas. One by one, the sand ninja rushed out of the crumbling desert. Before they could react, they ushered in the crazy attack of the Konoha ninja. Chapter 299 Kushina, the Idiot. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Say the important thing 3 times. The whole army retreats. The 4th generation of Kage issued an order to retreat, and the apocalyptic desert collapsed just now, shattering all the morale of the Wind Nation Legion. Kage during World War II. The strength of the 4th generation Kage is indeed not very strong in Kage level, and it is not even comparable to Chio. Although Chio was unscathed, seeing the morale of the army exploded, she had no choice but to use the 10 people of Kinmatsu and manipulate 10 puppets to block the Konoha ninjas and be the queen of the defeated Sand Ninja. Boom! A loud bang, the puppet shattered. Tsunade waved her fists and kept chasing Chio. Although she only has Kage level strength, chakra-enhanced strength still sees whoever is second, but the speed and sensitivity are not comparable to Kage level Chio. Tsunade, don't think I dare not kill you. Get out. 9 puppets flew towards Tsunade quickly, but they were blocked by the 9 elite Jonin in midair, unable to get close to Tsunade's body at all. Kill me, I want to see how you can kill me without a puppet. Tsunade shouted, chakra poured into his feet, jumped suddenly, jumped 100 meters high, raised his right foot, and slammed his heel towards Chio. Heavenly foot of pain. Boom. The shattered desert once again stirred up the sky with yellow sand. Tsunade kicked it with all his strength, blasting the desert into a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of 5 meters. The hole is filled. There are 2 most terrifying things in the desert. The first is the super desert tornado, and the second is the quicksand. Yizan just used his fruit ability to collapse the desert. Since the desert is soft, even if the sand ninjas fall, they will not be injured, but after the desert collapses, quicksand will form. Because the scope of Yizan's collapse is too wide, it also causes it is extremely difficult for the sand ninjas to escape from the quicksand. Even if they escape in embarrassment, they are attacked by Konoha ninjas with all their strength. At this moment, an extremely violent chakra burst into black and purple light. In this hot summer day, it suddenly became cold and suffocated. Small-tailed beast bomb. Quote. The black-purple chakra ball that condensed to ultimate flew out more than 2,000 meters in an instant, and Sand Ninja, who fled in the front, didn't even react, and was hit by tailed beast bomb. Bang! The violent explosion dyed most of the sky black and purple. Once the high-density chakra ball exploded, the power produced was no less than the Rasengan Shuriken. Roar! A loud bang, a huge raccoon dog covered in violets appeared in the desert. With the help of the tailed beast bomb released by Erway, Kushina happened to hit the Jinchuriki column force of the one who was fleeing, and forced Shukaku to come out. Kushina, you big idiot. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be such a coincidence. Kushina pouted aggrievedly, she just put a tailed beast bomb casually. How did she know that she hit the Jinchuriki column force of the one-tailed man so coincidentally? You know, in the desert, Shukaku of Sand's strength is doubled. Even if Kushina fully releases Erway, it is not Shukaku's opponent. Fortunately, the tailed beasts have no division of their own camps. In their minds, humans are their enemies. After Shukaku came out, no matter whether Konoha or Sand Ninja, they just screamed and kept releasing huge air-making bombs in all directions. One can blow up a dozen people, scaring everyone to flee frantically. Boom. Ouch. You rascal, you actually knocked on me. Kushina covered her forehead aggrieved, tears flashing in her big beautiful eyes. Don't be cute. Don't fake crying. You big idiot, you had such an advantage in the pursuit, but you ruined it. Let me solve Shukaku. Ooh, this is the desert, it's Shukaku's territory, and the master only has half of Erway's power, so he can't beat it. Makoto, you judge, I'm just here to help Konoha establish an advantage, stinky hooligans blame me. Kushina hugged Makoto and deliberately buried her head in Makoto's murderous part to fake crying. While crying, she quietly raised her head and glanced at Yizan. When she saw Yizan's helpless expression, She stuck out her tongue proudly. Meter Desert was shattered. Even with the support of Sage Mode, Yizan's physical strength was almost exhausted. He stood in the original position and didn't move. Except Tsunade was chasing Chiyo, the other women surrounded Yizan to protect him. Shukaku appeared, and the Konoha ninja's pursuit gradually slowed down. After all, such a terrifying big thing was randomly releasing large-scale ninjutsu. Konoha slowed down his pursuit. Sand Ninja finally escaped from the 10,000-meter-long desert, and Tsunade stopped fighting Chiyo more than 3,000 meters away. Sun also stopped here. He and more than 30 elite Jonin contained the 4th-generation Kazekage. Fortunately, the 4th-generation Kazekage was only for the rear of the palace, and did not burst out with full force. Except for one unlucky ghost whose arm was crushed by gold dust, the others were not injured. Shukaku on the battlefield turned into a mass of chakra and disappeared without any external force. The 4th-generation Kazekage and Chiyo rushed to the place where Shukaku disappeared at the fastest speed. Yi Xuanxu looked into the distance with his eyes wide open. It was discovered that the 4th-generation Kazekage was carrying a bald old monk, and it was obvious that this old monk was the one-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Kushina. Aim for that spot and shoot again. Okay. The black-blue light lit up again, and Kushina was burning with cold chakra. After a while, a fist-sized high-density chakra ball appeared in front of Kushina. She closed her left eye and stared at the 4th-generation Kazekage several kilometers away with her right eye, as if she had already aimed at it. She suddenly swallowed the chakra ball into her mouth, spit it out with all her strength. Small-tailed beast bomb. Quote. A soft sound, the tiny-tailed beast bomb flew towards the 4th Kazekage with the power to destroy everything. Because the speed of tailed beast bomb is too fast and the scope is too wide, when the 4th-generation Kazekage discovered it, it could no longer run out of the attack range. Let me come. Chiyo shouted, quickly controlled a puppet, and slammed into the tailed beast bomb in midair. Boom. The violent explosion shook the desert again, and Chiyo once again lost a crowd of nearly 10 people, blocking the tailed beast bomb. Chapter 300_Space Ninjutsu shows off its might. Sand Ninja lost more than 600 ninjas and retreated. Among them, more than 200 people died in the desert collapse, and the other 400 people died in the pursuit battle. Konoha Fang did not retreat, but rested in place for a day. After the spirit and chakra of the ninjas recovered, they continued to pursue. Yizan was fighting in the Land of Wind, and at the same time, a big event happened on the front of the Land of Water, thousands of miles away. Uchiha Ida is dead. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ida, was cut off by the former 3rd-generation Mizukage, the current chief elder of the Kurigakure village, 10 seconds ago. Father. Uchiha Fugaku yelled angrily and wanted to take revenge, but was held up by his companions. You must know that the other party was a quasi-cage-level powerhouse, and Fugaku stepped forward, just to deliver food. In a large-scale war of thousands of people, countless detonating talismans were flying, and countless escape techniques broke out. In this kind of battlefield, people would die almost every second. The ninjas were all focused on fighting their opponents. Clearly, Uchiha Ida died suddenly. But it's also right, although Uchiha Ida is a top elite Jonin, although he has 3 hooks 353 Jade Sharingan, but the opponent is always a quasi-cage level powerhouse, even if he is killed, it makes sense. It's just that Ida's identity is too sensitive. As the Uchiha Patriarch, he was actually beaten by the other party. Dad. A certain corner of the battlefield, Uchiha Nomi retreated after killing an enemy, and Shisui, who was powerful in Genin, suddenly approached him, his eyes flashing strangely. Dad, why are you doing this? Have you found it? Shisui nodded. He clearly saw just now that his father and a Kurigakure Jonin were fighting and retreating. When passing by Uchiha Ida, he suddenly slapped Ida and punched chakra into Ida's body. At that moment, Ida's chakra was in chaos, and even the ninjutsu he was using failed. The former third-generation Mizukage seized this opportunity and cut off Ida's head with one sword. And a few seconds after Ida's death, Jirjan broke out and killed Kurigakure Jonin with all his strength, so that no one knew that he killed Ida. Shisui, this matter must be rotten in the bottom of my heart. Don't leak any news, understand? Got it. But, Dad, can you tell me why I'm doing this? I'll tell you later. Don't talk about it. The patriarch died and morale plummeted. Let's go and retreat with the big army. Konoha, there are 3 people in the Hokage office. I just got the news that Uchiha Ida is dead, and Uchiha Fugaku will succeed the Uchiha clan on the spot. They asked for reinforcements. What do you think? Homura Mitokado pushed his glasses, and a white light flashed through the lenses. Uchiha Ida's strength is not weak, and he died so quickly. It should be Danzo's trick. Hey, it's okay to die, take advantage of this war, we must weaken Uchiha, they ask for reinforcements. Yes, but not now. Kaharu Udatane smiled, a wise gleam in his eyes. Kakuzu, are you okay? No problem, I'm ready for reinforcements at any time. Very good, immediately return the information to the front of the country of water. We will send experts to reinforce them, and hope they can withstand the pressure. Then Kakuzu, wait for a week, and set off in a week. Excuse you. The news of Uchiha Ida's death was quickly passed from Konoha to several other fronts. After seeing the information, Danzo smiled proudly. Sarutobi cursed Danzo in his heart, and Yizan showed an indifferent attitude. At this moment, Yizan is taking the Konoha Legion to attack the Land of Wind, from being invaded to becoming a powerful invader. Call out. Shish. On the battlefield, Yizan's figure kept flashing, and every time he flashed, he would take away the life of a ninja. Damn, what did Shimura use? This is not the futon wind style mode at all. Can't even see the trajectory, what is it? The 4th generation of Kazekage cursed, as if hearing him scolding him. Yizan suddenly turned his head and stared at the 4th generation of Kazekage. Oops. A strong crisis came. The 4 generations of Kazekage didn't even think about it. They tried their best to mobilize all the chakras. In an instant, all the gold dust gathered in the sky and wrapped him into a ball. Absolute defense. Shield of gold dust. Boom. There was a deep depression in the solid sand ball. Yizan's right hand was on the gold dust, and Rasengan was spinning frantically. Cut. Absolute defense. Seeing that several spikes pierced from the smooth sand ball, Yizan pulled away and disappeared again. Swish. Shish. Yizan kept using the Hiraishin technique to teleport on the battlefield. He teleported to the enemy's blind spot every time, and hit the back of the enemy's head with Rasengan while the enemy was fighting Konoha ninjas. Back of the head is the most vulnerable. When hit by Rasengan, it explodes into a brain flower in an instant. Hiraishin's technique is too buggy. In order to quickly consume the comprehensive strength of the sand ninja, he avoids Kazekage, avoids Chio, avoids Ebizo, and specializes in picking elite Jonin. Get started. 1 life per second. 1 second, an elite Jonin was blown to the head by Yizan. So far, Yizan hasn't even turned on Sage mode. He just keeps using Hiraishin technique with his infinite chakra, like a harvester, constantly reaping the life of the sand ninja. Oh, of course, before the battle, he had already used the dual ability of the face fruit. Every time he killed a person, he would explode a purple or orange skill book. Blue is the minority. Any ninjutsu in this world can see the trajectory. Back then, Shimura-zan's futon wind style mode was so fast that he could still clearly see the trajectory. The only thing that couldn't see the trajectory was space ninjutsu. This is Hiraishin from the 2nd generation of Hokage. The technique. Shimura General has inherited the unique skills of the 2nd generation Hokage. Chio quickly pushed back Tsunade, and she came to Kazekage Sidai with a heavy face, her eyes full of worry. Sidai, we can't continue like this. Shimura-zan has space ninjutsu. If we keep fighting like this, we will lose. I know what you said, but what can I do now? There are 2 ways. First, we retreat. Second, we fight with human life. Space ninjutsu is an S-level forbidden technique that tears apart space. Every time it is performed, it will consume a lot of chakra. Shimura-zan is only a quasi-cage level. When he runs out of chakra, we can fight back. Are you willing to bet? Bet. Hokage, give me a face. Chapter 301 to 320. Chapter 301 _ can't stand it. The endless roaring sound resounded continuously on the battlefield, the collision of ninjutsu, the collision of taijutsu, the roar, and the screams were endless. 30 elite Jonin trapped Tsunade and Sunset, while on the other side, Yizan would teleport to the edge of the battlefield while beheading elite Jonin to help his little girlfriends kill the enemy. Cut. Even B-grade blue junk books appeared. 10 ingots are useless. 30% of Yizan's attention has been on Makoto and Conan. Once in danger, he will immediately teleport over to relieve the predicament of the two girls. However, when encountering evenly matched opponents, he would not help. He brought them to the battlefield for the purpose of training, including some minor injuries. Yizan did not help either. No need to be a ninja. Yizan didn't want to care about Kushina's side at all. This crazy girl turned on the tail beast mode and rushed into the crowd. She even suppressed the Jinchuriki column power of the one-tailed person by herself. In recent years, her strength has skyrocketed. Jonin, also because of Erway's problem. In the past few years, she has been teasing Erway in her body space when she has nothing to do. In addition to using the Meow Stick, she also uses chakra to transform into fingers, constantly scratching Erway's chin. A cat, although it is a big cat at the level of a tailed beast, Erway's body is always a cat, and his favorite is to be scratched on the chin. Because of this, Erway gradually lost his hostility to Kushina, and was even more willing to give some of his power to Kushina for free, hoping that Kushina would scratch his chin more. 30% of Yizan's attention was on Makoto and Conan, 50% of his attention was on his thoughts, and the last 20% of his attention was used to kill the enemy. With a bug-like Hiraishin's technique, combined with his infinite chakra, he felt that the war was too simple. The previous battle shattered the desert, but now that I think about it, it is simply stupid. Yizan didn't know. At this moment, Chiyo and the 4th generation Kazekage were looking at him eagerly. Knowing that Yizan could not be stopped, they attacked the Konoha ninja frantically, and by the way waited for Yizan to consume all the chakra. Swarmed up, 2Kage the siege of the level can easily kill the weak Yizan in seconds. But 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Yizan is still beheading the sand ninja vigorously, sending occasional delays and dazes. Yizan has killed 500 sand ninjas in just 10 minutes. How can this happen? Can't use up Shimura-zan's chakra. This is an S-level forbidden technique. Where can he use it like this? 4 generations of Kazekage cursed. He felt that Yizan would not be able to do it for a minute at most, but now a full 10 minutes have passed, but the other party has not responded. 4th generation, are you still holding on? It's all for this sake. How could it be possible to retreat? Maybe Shimura-zan will die soon. Hold on. 4 generations of Kazekage finished speaking. They started attacking the Konoha ninja again, and then another 10 minutes passed. Sao Mom. When the 4th generation of Kazekage found that Yizan was still alive and well, he finally couldn't help but utter a foul language, his eyes flashing with violent killing intent. I can't bear it anymore. He roared violently, and once again controlled the overwhelming gold dust to attack Yizan. Yizan easily dodged, and finally turned his eyes to Kazekage. What are you doing? It's disrupting my rhythm. Yizan's face was full of grievances. That feeling of 1 second was very refreshing. As a result, as soon as it was interrupted by the 4 Kazekage, the sense of rhythm disappeared. You were wronged. Seeing Yizan's appearance, the 4th generation Kazekage was really angry. He raised the chakra frantically, and with an irrational attitude, condensed a super gold sea of more than 5,000 square meters in the air. Shimura-gen, go die. More than 5,000 square meters of sand and gold enclosed forming a super huge sandball with a diameter of 900 meters, and then call out. With a light sound, Yizan teleported directly from the sandball to Makoto's side on the edge of the battlefield, and easily dealt with a Chunin who was trying to sneak attack on Makoto, then looked at the 4 generations of Kage in the distant desert, and shrugged innocently. How about you? Shall I drill back again? Damn, bullying is too much. I can't kill you. I will kill you all. Konoha. Mystery. Sand waterfall burial. At that moment, the sandball in the sky turned into a thick ocean again, and fell madly towards the bottom. Once the sand sea, which is countless times heavier than water, falls, even Jonin will be smashed. 4th generation. You're crazy. Stop it. Chiyo yelled. You know, there are not only Konoha, but also Sharon on the battlefield. If you smash like this, your own people will die. The 4th generation of Kage, who had been driven crazy by Yizan, was desperate, but Yizan just shook his head helplessly, and teleported behind Kage with the Hiraishin technique. You put all your power in midair, and your body can't hide. It's you who didn't defend yourself. Don't blame me. Futon, wind style. Spiral thrust. The sharp index finger burst into a terrifying hurricane. Yizan fiercely stabbed at the heart of the 4th generation Kage mercilessly. However, at this moment, several puppets rushed towards Yizan at a very fast speed. Yizan opened his eyes slightly, his eyes full of surprise. Anticipate. It's a prediction. With his Hiraishin speed, Chiyo's puppet cannot keep up, unless Chiyo guesses that he will attack Kage and uses the puppet to rescue in advance. He couldn't open the futon wind style armor and couldn't use the Hiraishin technique when using the spiral thrust. Yizan instantly judged that if he pierced Kage's heart, he would also be pierced by a puppet. Dodge, that's for sure. However, Yizan has never been a loser. He suddenly shifted his body, and when Qianjun escaped the fatal point, his back was slashed by a puppet knife. Ruined. Seeing Yizan's actions, Chiyo's face turned ashen. She didn't expect Yizan to use this method at all, because at this moment, although Yizan was slashed by his own puppet, the ninjutsu in Yizan's hand did not disappear. Yizan never suffers in doing things. When he shifted his body, his fingers also shifted. The spiral thrust didn't hit Kage's back, but like an indestructible cyan laser, it hit Kage's back shoulder, following the deviation of his body, and pulled out an arc. Ah! An earth-shattering scream, blood splattered all over the sky. 4th generation Kage were chopped off by Yizan with the tips of his fingers. Chapter 302 _ The Butterfly Effect. Kage is back. It was Chiyo who brought him back. But the sea of gold dust in the sky is still falling downwards. Once the range and weight of more than 5,000 meters are dropped, Konoha will lose at least 700 people. There was no way. Yizan had to use the ability of the face fruit to stop the gold falling, and he did not cancel the ability until the Konoha ninja below escaped. From the beginning of the war to the defeat of Kage, it took less than 3 weeks in total. Everyone understands the principle of chasing after victory, and Yizan is no exception. He continued to lead the army to attack the Country of Wind, so that the Country of Wind kept losing towns and retreating. Yizan didn't know that he had lived in this world for more than 10 years and made so many changes. At this moment, the butterfly effect finally occurred. The land of Earth, Danzo's army is fighting a tough battle with Onoki. Uzumaki Mawako can't control Kyubi, Nine-Tails, and with Uzumaki Liushin's help, she can only tie with the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column Lilaozi. Danzo couldn't beat Onoki. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato used Hiraishin's technique to constantly harass Onoki, and the 2-volts one was barely tied. 5-tailed Jinchuriki column can't be controlled. This man kills the quartet on the battlefield, and it is difficult for a group of elite Jonin to control. The most important thing is that there are more powerhouses in the land of the earth than Konoha, and the number is twice that of Konoha. After several battles, the Danzo Legion kept retreating and lost a lot of towns. As for these towns, Onoki did not destroy a single bit of the towns except for camping and rest. After all, in his mind, these towns will be the land of the land in the future, yes, of course, to protect. Quote exclamation mark. The strength of the land is too strong, and we have been beaten so badly in these weeks. Morale continues to decline, and our legion will collapse if it continues like this. The status quo must be changed. The tent, Danzo's face was solemn. In order to stabilize the military, he did not call anyone except Namikaze Minato. Lord Danzo, is there any way to change it? Namikaze Minato was equally serious, and as a part of Konoha, he has deep feelings for Konoha. There are many strong people in the land of the earth, and there are many people. There is only one method at present, but this method is difficult and the risk factor is extremely high. If you are not careful, you will die. Danzo was a little hesitant. Namikaze Minato was Yizan's good friend after all, and he was a genius with amazing talent. Because of his age, Minato was just a jonin. If he hadn't reached a desperate situation, he would have been reluctant to let Namikaze Minato be involved. For Danzo, Minato completely trusts, because he believes in Yizan, and he also believes that Danzo will not hurt himself on purpose. Lord Danzo, if there is anything that can be used for me, please feel free to speak. For the sake of Konoha, no matter how dangerous it is, I am willing to do it. Namikaze Minato has a serious face. He is not afraid of sacrifice, because Konoha is his home. This point, Danzo finally made up his mind. He looked for Minato because Minato knew the technique of Hiraishin. Perhaps, there was a glimmer of hope of success. It is impossible to defeat the land head-on. If you can't face it, you will develop from the side. The essence of war is strength, military supplies, and food and grass. The land occupied New Kikyo Castle 2 weeks ago. Because of the mountains, they must be transported through the canopy bridge. Forage, as long as the canopy bridge is blown up, the land of Earth will not be able to continue transporting food and forage. If we take a detour, the delivery time will be at least 10 times longer. Even if the land of Earth does not retreat, it will not be so radical, but the construction of canopy bridge in the highest place in New Kikyo Castle. If you want to blow up the canopy bridge, you must pass through a large number of ninjas residing in the New Kikyo city. This mission is a life and death mission. Minato, are you willing to accept it? Quote. Danzo's tone was very sincere. He analyzed the matter thoroughly and spoke out the harm. Hearing Danzo's words, Minato nodded without hesitation. I do. Very good. In order to increase the success rate of mission completion, I suggest to find a squad as bait, you know what I mean. Understood. Don't worry, Lord Danzo, I will complete the task for our common home. Leaving Danzo's tent, Namikaze Minato walked around the camp with a heavy face. He already had a few candidates in mind, but was it too Ms. Minato? At this moment, a cheerful voice sounded. Such an optimistic attitude is extremely rare in this dignified defeat station. Oh, Obito, do you have anything to do with me? Namikaze Minato gently rubbed Obito's hair. This is the team he led, 6-year-old genius Kakashi, 8-year-old Obito and 8-year-old Ms. Minato. Another voice sounded, and a girl with 2 lines of purple oil paint on her face came out of the tent next to her. Her face was delicate and white, with a little baby fat, and she looked extremely cute. Rin, why is it just the 2 of you, Kakashi? In the tent, he was slightly injured before. I treated him for 2 days and finally recovered. Nohara Rin bent his neck and narrowed his eyes happily. Nohara Rin finished speaking. Kakashi came out of the tent, still wearing a mask, his cold eyes showing no emotion. Ms. Minato, why did you suddenly come to our Chunin tent area? Is there something wrong? Since Hatake Sakumo feigned death, Kakashi's mental outlook has completely changed, losing the pride of genius that he used to be, and is now a cold, emotionless one. Kakashi didn't know. His words made Namikaze Minato stunned for a moment. only to realize that he had unconsciously walked to the Chunin tent area and in front of the 3 students brought by 4.6, all subconsciously. In other words, from the very beginning, did you make up your mind to let them accompany you to carry out the mission of life and death? He blamed himself a bit, but he had to think so. After all, this was a war about the overall situation of Konoha, and because of the huge disadvantage on the frontal battlefield, he could only take a few kittens and dogs to carry out the mission. Bait. With my Hiraishin, as long as they can hold on for a while, I can rescue them when I blow up the Canopy Bridge. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato finally made up his mind. He looked at the 3 of them, the corners of his mouth moved, and he finally came out. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, there's an urgent mission, and I hope you'll do it with me. Chapter 303_Bait. Here, this is my special kunai. When I blow up the Canopy Bridge, I will come to you immediately. Namikaze Minato handed the 3 specially made kunai to the 3, and the serious look made the 3 of them nervous. Minato, sensei, are we really going to blow up the Canopy Bridge? Obito's voice was a little false. Now, most of the western territory of the Land of Fire is occupied by the Land of the Land. The new Kikyo Castle connected by the Canopy Bridge is the lifeline of the Land of the Land. Just a few of them. No way. I also know that this is a very dangerous mission, but we Konoha are about to lose. With only a quarter of the power of all Konoha, we can't fight the land of the country at all, and it is imperative to blow up the Canopy Bridge. Don't worry, the 3 of you are just bait. It's enough to attract on the outside. Kakashi, remember to protect Obito and Rin, your strength is the strongest. Oh. Kakashi replied lightly, if something happened to his teammate, he would of course save him, provided that it didn't affect the mission. The group quietly left the Konoha station, made a big circle, avoided the ninjas in the Land of the Land, and quickly moved towards the new Kikyo Castle. 30. Canopy Bridge is the only weakness of the Land of the Land. Konoha knows it, doesn't the Land of the Land know? In order to ensure absolute defense, Onoki arranged for 500 ninjas to be stationed in New Kikyo Castle. In order to prevent Konoha ninjas from becoming civilians, New Kikyo Castle has already restricted access, only allowed to go out, not allowed to enter. Canopy Bridge, the highest point of the New Kikyo city. There are more than a dozen Jonins standing at both ends of the bridge. With such a lineup, even if cage-level powerhouses come, they will at least have a chance to shout. By then, hundreds of ninjas will swarm up. Cage-level also only run. Since the Canopy Bridge is made of the best materials in the world, it is spacious and strong, so if you want to blow up the bridge, you must use dozens of detonating symbols to detonate them at the same time. Otherwise the bridge will not be able to blow up at all. Minato-sensei, how do we get in? Behind the rock outside the new Kikyo city, Uchiha Obito was full of doubts. A dozen ninjas were guarding the door. Only civilians were allowed out, but they were not allowed in. No matter what, they could not get in. Of course the 3 of you can't go in. As for the way, I have already discussed with Mr. Danzo. Namikaze Minato smiled mysteriously, then took out a special kunai from his arms again and handed it to Kakashi. A battle will break out. You throw this kunai into the city with all your strength. It's better to throw it on the roofs of the houses in the city. Do you have faith? It's no problem, Mr. Minato. I am very strong. Don't underestimate me. Kakashi's voice was cold, obviously not satisfied with Minato's tone. Minato didn't care either. He patted Kakashi's head and said with a smile, Kakashi, use transformation technique. Transformation technique. Well, you know Shimura Gen, become like him. Kakashi felt inexplicable. Although he knew Yizan, he only had contact with Yizan a few times. He knew that Yizan used to be his father's subordinate. As for Yizan's reputation in the ninja world, he really didn't know because of his age. Not to mention Obito and Rin, they don't even know what Yizan looks like. Although Obito has heard about the conflict between Uchiha and Shimura's family, he still hears about it. As for the conflict, Why is there conflict with Shimura's family? He was completely unaware. But Minato wanted to change, just change. Thinking of this, Kakashi released a slight trace of chakra, and instantly turned into Yizan's appearance. Very good, Kakashi, your transformation technique is good, but your demeanor needs to change a bit. No. It's not arrogant. Smile, the corners of your mouth laugh, yes. And the corners of your eyes. Don't smirk. Do you understand the hippie smile? Namikaze Minato kept correcting Kakashi's demeanor, but Kakashi was taught to be serious by Hatake Tsukumo since he was a child, and because of Hatake Tsukumo's feigned death, he couldn't laugh at all and couldn't make Yizan's giggling expression. Hey, Kakashi, didn't you just say that you shouldn't look down on you? Why can't you even imitate your demeanor? If you look like this, people will know that you are fake. Minato-sensei, are you going too far? How can you guarantee that the ninjas of the Land of the Gate know Shimura-san? I don't laugh, I don't look like Shimura. How could these ninjas of the Land know such a thing? That's right, Mr. Minato, Kakashi is right, that's Shimura you said. Shimura, what is it? Oh, it's that person anyway. Who are you, and why do ninjas from the Land know him? Obito, it is rare to stand on the same front as Kakashi. In his heart, it is just a transformation technique, how can it become more and more complicated? Nohara Rin didn't say a word, but she also agreed in her eyes. Unless it's a very familiar person, who would pay attention to the mere demeanor. Seeing the dissatisfaction of the three, Minato shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't grown up with Yizan, he wouldn't believe that Yizan, who was the same age as himself, had such an exaggerated reputation in the ninja world. Kakashi, forget it if you don't believe it, but I have to warn you, if the gatekeeper finds something wrong, you have to laugh immediately. Remember, it's not a smirk, it's not a smile, it's a hippie smile, understand? Understood. Kakashi dragged a long tail, obviously disbelieving, and Minato didn't say anything anymore. He looked at Obito and Rin, and said slowly, Obito, you have transformed into the appearance of Danzo-sama. Rin, you have transformed into the appearance of Tsunade. Have you seen Tsunade? I met Tsunade-sama on the street. She is so beautiful, so pretty. My biggest dream is to become a female ninja like Tsunade-sama. Yizan is quiet. Tsunade's reputation among the Konoha commoners and genin circles is very loud. Okay, it's almost time. You remember, when the three of you walk past, the ninja guarding the gate will not rush to you. They will move rescue soldiers. Kakashi, you must remember to throw the special kunai into the city, and throw it away. The farther away the better, preferably on the roof. Do you understand? Got it. Chapter 304 Blow up the Canopy Bridge. The gate of New Kikyo Castle. Dozen Jonin chatted in boredom. The dozen or so Jonin, there are 5 elite Jonin. Obviously, the Land has already made sufficient preparations for the new Kikyo city. When will this day come to an end? I will stay here like a corpse every day, if only I could go to the battlefield. One of the Jonin yawned boredly, with a lazy expression on his face. Don't be lazy, I can warn you that the new Kikyo castle is the most fatal weakness of our land. Lord Tsuchikage has already said that if Konoha wants to win the war, he will blow up the Canopy Bridge at some point. Come on, another elite Jonin reprimanded. Although the yawning Jonin was upset, he didn't dare to talk back. He slapped his lips lazily, looking at the environment outside the city without doing anything. He had seen these environments thousands of times, and even remembered the locations of flowers and grasses clearly. The sudden appearance of 3 figures made the ninja rubbed his eyes in confusion. He felt that he was wrong. How could these 3 people appear here? But, Canopy Bridge is the most fatal weakness of the Land. It seems possible for them to come, right? Maybe it will come. Thinking of this Jonin opened his mouth exaggeratedly, and his voice became very sharp due to nervousness. Enemy attack! Jonin screamed, and the dozen or so ninjas at the gate of the city suddenly looked over. The elite Jonin's pupils shrank sharply, Staring at Kakashi, his body subconsciously took a step back. Shimura-gen. How could it be? Shimura-gen is here to attack the new Kikyo castle. And Shimura Danzo. And Tsunade. Quick. Call for reinforcements. Elite Jonin yelled, but instead of advancing, he quickly retreated toward the city gate. Facing such a terrifying trio, he would die if he attacked alone. However, the next second, as if he had discovered something, he frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. That's not right. Isn't Shimura-san like to wriggle his ass, like to laugh? Why don't you laugh today? Elite Jonin instantly made Kakashi change color. In order to complete the task, he resisted his inner rejection, cracked his mouth, and laughed hilariously. Shit, sure enough, it's Shimura-gen. This is Shimura-gen's expression. What? Rewind. Call out. The dozen or so Jonins were retreating at the gate. Kakashi violently threw the special kunai into the city, accurately inserting it at the top of the house in the city, and his behavior did not attract the attention of these Jonin. After all, he just threw a kunai, what does it count? Shimura-gen is here. This kind of news quickly spread to the ears of all the ninjas in the new Kikyo city, and after a while, they saw the dark shadows rushing down from the sky and gathered towards the city gate. Run! Seeing that the mission was completed, Kakashi made a decisive decision and fled into the distance frantically. Obito and Rin also reacted and started to escape following Kakashi's footsteps. In the eyes of this group of Jonins, the three Kakashi were very slow, very slow, very slow, as if they were as slow as one Chunin and two Genin, but they did not dare to chase, and they stared vigilantly at the three who were getting further and further away. In the personal shadow, one of the elites, Jonin, shrunk in the back. Don't chase. They're obviously trying to lure us to attack. We just need to defend Kikyo Castle. Shimura-san is the best at burying detonating charms, so if you go out, you'll be dead. His words were approved by everyone, and at this moment, another elite Jonin rushed down from the top of the higher altitude. Looking at the three Kakashi who could hardly be seen in the distance, he suddenly closed his eyes, and his body radiated there as a chakra fluctuation. Not Shimura-gen. What? Not Shimura-gen, nor Shimura Danzo, nor Tsunade. They are in disguise. It's transformation technique. Chase. Don't. It's just three pieces of rubbish. If it's a trap, it'll be bad. In this case, the five of you go after them, and if you kill them, come back immediately. As ordered. 5 ordinary Jonin quickly chased in the direction where Kakashi fled, and just when most of the ninjas gathered at the gate of the city, Namikaze Minato had used the special kunai coordinates of Hiraishin's technique to enter the new Kikyo castle. He turned into the appearance of a ninja of the land guarding the gate, and walked swaggeringly on the street. Hi, Yanmakusabushi, aren't you guarding the gate? Why are you back? That. I went back to the house to get something, but I forgot to bring it. Namikaze Minato let out a ha-ha, but luckily the other party didn't care too much, just nodded, obviously not someone he was particularly familiar with. Maybe he thought the gate guard was too perfect, and Minato turned into a ninja in the land of the earth. He walked all the way for about 20 minutes, and finally came to the highest section of Kikyo Castle. At the end of the road, it was spacious and solid. The Canopy Bridge, but on this stretch of the road, stand a dozen elite Jonin. Rockmakusabushi, why are you here? An elite Jonin saw Minato first and asked aloud. It's like this, Shimura-san and Shimura Danzo attacked at the gate just now. Let me inform you now, all gather together, and prevent Shimura-san from attacking one by one. Minato said it righteously, and this elite Jonin didn't have any doubts. He quickly greeted him a few times, and soon, a dozen elite Jonin were completely concentrated. The opportunity was fleeting. At that moment, Minato's eyes flashed for a while, and he suddenly put his hand into the ninja pouch around his waist. The sudden scene suddenly made all the elite Jonin vigilant. Rockmakusabushi, what are you doing? Shish. Dozens of specially made kunai attacked the group of ninjas in an instant, and the group of ninjas immediately pulled out the kunai block, but the next second, a golden figure appeared in the blind spot beside him, and flashed a dozen times in an instant. Hiraishin Ure. Swish swish. Blood in the sky and screams, and a dozen elite Jonins who gathered together were killed by the unexpected Hiraishin formation. The sudden situation finally alarmed the ninjas several hundred meters below. When the ninjas below found the dead more than a dozen elite Jonin, they immediately roared loudly. At this moment, Namikaze Minato had already attached the chakra-triggering detonator to the canopy bridge with great speed. When a large group of ninjas arrived from a few hundred meters below the ramp, Minato had already rushed over the canopy bridge, and the bridge was covered with stickers. Detonator. Mission accomplished. Boom. Chapter 305 Sharingan, Kakashi. In a cave a few kilometers outside of the new Kikyo castle, Obito was smashed into half by a rock. Nohara Rin looked at Obito with a sad face. Obito's mouth kept bleeding, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Reikiri. Quote. Sizzle. Thunder shrieked sharply, bursting with dazzling rays of light, and under the unbelievable gazes of the other four land kingdoms, Jonin, Kakashi's right hand pierced the heart of his companion. Whoa! Orangutan Yuhi's eyes, the two black tomo slowly turned. Kakashi was half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. What he just used was the ninjutsu he developed independently based on the thunder attribute nature transformation taught to him by Hatake Tsukumo, Reikiri. Rin, run away. Kakashi cheered up again, quickly hand seal, and condensed Reikiri in his right hand. Obito entrusted you to me, so even if I die, I will protect you. His eyes were fixed on Jonin, the land of four, and his tone became more and more serious. Rin, you know, Obito likes you. I like you very, very much. He entrusted you to me, and I will not let you hurt. Run away. But, Rin, stop talking nonsense. Run, Reikiri. Kakashi yelled again, jumped up suddenly, and rushed towards the other Jonin frantically. There were two Tomo Sharingan. But, want to fight recklessly, dream about it. Bang. The soil was flying, and Jonin, the land of the earth, easily avoided Kakashi's Reikiri with a stand-in technique. After this move, Kakashi opened the door wide, and there were flaws all over his body. Shish. Four Jonins shot at the same time, and Kakashi, who was only a few years old, brought back their memories of 10 years ago. It was a 7-year-old child who was equally talented. He grew up and became an existence that many people feared. Konoha has Shimura-zan. There is no way to have a second one. Kid, go to hell. Doden, Earth Style. The Art of the Iron Cannon. Doden, Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bullet. Doden, Earth Style. Rock Stealing Stick. Doden, Earth Style. Toon Gun. 4 Jonin level ninjutsu came from 4 directions, and the terrifying chakra fluctuations made Kakashi close his eyes in despair. The midsummer night wind blows the grass swaying, and the fragrance of the soil and grasses mixed together. In the night, countless stars are shining. Sitting on the big boulders in the wide grass, Namikaze Minato sighed softly. Teacher. Minato's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden voice, and when he turned to look, he realized that Kakashi had woken up. You're finally awake. Minato looked at Kakashi and took out a special kunai. This kunai art allows me to travel through space. It's alright, those 4 Jonin were all taken, I beat it. Kakashi was a little surprised by Minato's words. As if he remembered something, Kakashi looked around in panic, and kept saying, where is Rin? Where is Rin? Over there. Minato pointed to the distance, where Rin Nohara was standing alone on the grassland. The night wind was blowing constantly, blowing the corners of her clothes and short hair away, and she silently looked up at the starry sky, feeling lonely. I'm really sorry for not being able to catch up in time, Rin, Kakashi. The canopy bridge was blown up, and the Onoki side finally got the news. Without supplies, the war could not continue. In desperation, Onoki could only choose to retreat, withdraw from the country of fire, the country of grass, and retreat to the border of the country of soil. The Canopy Bridge was blown up, and the Land of Earth could not attack. After only a week, the news reached the ears of several other countries. This was a serious blow to the Land of Thunder and the Land of Water. Then another 2 weeks later, a more serious blow came. What? The Kingdom of Wind announced its surrender. What are you doing? 4 generations of Kazekage, Chio, are you sick? Onoki yelled in the tent that the Ninja World War was provoked by the Kingdom of Wind. As a result, after only 2 months of fighting, the Kingdom of Wind surrendered. What's the specific situation? Is there any news? Report to Lord Tsuchikage. According to the intelligence description, Shimura learned the technique of Hiraishin, the second-generation Hokage's unique trick, killed thousands of sand ninjas with his own strength, and cut off the shoulder blades and the entire right hand of the 4th-generation Kazekage. Currently, the 4th generation of Kazekage is still on the verge of death from serious injuries. If not for Chio's superb medical skills, the 4th generation of Kazekage would have died. What? Hiraishin again. Damn, why does Konoha always have so much talent? Shimura Gen, Namikaze Minato. Ah. Bang. Wooden table shattered, and Onoki clenched his fists tightly. After a long time, he seemed to have lost all his strength and slumped on the chair with some weakness. Lord Tsuchikage, what should we do? You ask me, who am I to ask? You bastards, what else can you do other than ask me? Ah, say, what else can you do? Onoki was so angry that he kicked Jonin, who was questioning him, into the air. This Jonin didn't dare to be stubborn, so he could only pout pitifully. Lord Tsuchikage, I have a suggestion. The speaker is Lois. As the son of Onoki, Lois is simple and honest, but not stupid. He is very smart and has a high sense of responsibility and team spirit. Lois, tell me what you think. I think so. Lois coughed lightly and continued, the Land of Wind surrenders, Shimura-zan will definitely support another front. We lost the Canopy Bridge. In Konoha's eyes, temporarily lost the threat, so Shimura-zan either support the front of the Country of Thunder, or support the front of the Country of Water. Well, your analysis is right, go ahead. The problem is, no matter which front Shimura-zan supports, this front will collapse. That is to say, the war seems to be continuing, but in fact, we have lost. Instead of admitting defeat, why not take the opportunity to switch targets and occupy another territory? Who is it? Land of Thunder. How? It's very simple. There are no permanent enemies in this world, and there are no permanent friends. We quietly send people to Konoha United, we can. Chapter 306 The face fruit is upgraded again, it is against the sky. Not to mention the cowards of the land for the time being, at this moment, Yi-zan is standing proudly in the sea of consciousness. Sleep until I wake up naturally, count money until my hand cramps, it should be my current state. The golden light curtain exudes golden rays of light. In the sea of consciousness, Yi-zan kept counting the skill books, which were densely packed, too many. Sell, sell, sell. All sold. Yi-zan sold book by book, and his more than 50,000 yuan treasure that he had saved after World War II finally began to rush up. When he sold 90% of the skill book, his ingot count finally broke the 100,000 mark. Then, Yi-zan was shocked to see again, 2 options appeared on the screen. Achieving the upgrade conditions, 100,000 yuan treasure can be upgraded to face fruit, yes or no? Yes. I choose yes. Call out. Rushed up from the bottom of the screen with a swish. So, is it still so pitiful? Obviously I'm the master, bastard. Yi-zan kept complaining. He thought that the upgrade special effects would rise from his feet. At this moment, the golden light curtain that has been upgraded for the second time has become platinum gold, from the original white to gold, and then to platinum. This uncreative upgrade routine feels like a completely third-rate web game, bastard. But then again, with Lao Su's 100,000 yuan treasure to upgrade, what new abilities do you have? Yi-zan blinked his eyes, but the platinum-colored screen was silent and motionless. He just stared at the screen silently, and waited, and then a blue vein gradually emerged from his forehead. So do you still want me to experiment by myself? Yizan shouted while holding the screen. The platinum gold screen just radiated light, as if mocking Yizan, and even the light became brighter. Don't give me any face. It's a shame that you are the host of the face fruit. I'll kill you. Yizan angrily poked the screen with his fingers, poking the screen constantly, what he wanted to do, but suddenly felt a movement from the outside world, and immediately returned his consciousness to the outside world. Why? His consciousness returned. Yizan squinted at Kushina. The girl was hugging his neck carelessly. He lifted it up and hugged Kushina in his arms. I miss you. Kushina pouted, took the initiative to lean in for a kiss. Yizan slammed it a few times, and turned his head in disgust. Ah. What did you eat? A garlic smell. Humph. Nasty. Kushina puffed up her face angrily. She let go of the hand holding Yizan's neck, jumped down, and was about to leave, but Yizan hugged her slender waist tightly. Stinky bastard, what else do you want to do? I ate garlic, don't kiss if you don't want to. Ha! As soon as Kushina finished speaking, Yizan tightly pressed her lips and kissed her for a full 5 minutes in this quiet tent. Kissing and kissing, Yizan gradually came to the feeling. He stared at Kushina with burning eyes, those eyes like a hungry wolf. Kushina's face was full of yuhi, but he didn't struggle. Little girl. It's not. You rascal, big pervert. Kushina buried her head in Yizan's arms. She could already feel the object under Yizan. Her hands hugged Yizan's waist. Driven by Yizan's emotions, she also felt it. At this moment, the tent was suddenly opened. Yizan and Kushina were shocked and immediately separated. Yo 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 yo. It turns out that someone was stealing love in the tent. Tsunade brought Makoto and Conan in. She came to Yizan like a hooligan, raised her green fingers and gently lifted Yizan's chin. Come on, give my sister a smile tilde. Smile a fart. Yizan turned his head in annoyance. Although Tsunade was his own woman, the good deeds of breaking him and Kushina kept the flames in his body from being released. However, Yizan never expected that just when he was muffled, Tsunade suddenly laughed evilly, and she put her head to Yizan's ear. Sizzle. With a light sound, Yizan shuddered all over. He widened his eyes in disbelief, and found Tsunade pursed his lips in his soul-sucking eyes. Little pervert, make up for you tonight tilde. The Kingdom of Wind surrendered, and Yizan rushed to the front of the Kingdom of Thunder with the ninja army non-stop. As for the Land of Water, Kakuzu relied on the unexpected characteristics of the ground resentment to kill the predecessor, the third-generation Mizukage, and captured the opponent's heart. Afterwards, he fought against the 4 generations of Mizukage Yagura by himself. Uchiha and Hyuga fought frantically with the blood-stained family of the Land of Water. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. In this environment, many ninjas showed their genius. One side, such as Uchiha Shisui, was promoted from Genin to Chunin after 2 months on the battlefield. Regardless of the country of water, Yizan continued to consume Uchiha's power, and Yizan took the troops to the country of thunder. During this journey, Yizan continued to study the new abilities of the face fruit, day and night, for a long time, and finally, last night, he researched the upgrade ability of the face fruit. Yizan divided the abilities of the face fruit into 3 levels. The first step is to use strength to intimidate others, and you can also release skill books to enhance the strength of those who are capable. The second gear, you can talk to all the natural elements between heaven and earth, no matter whether it is land, desert, river water or flames, including space, as long as you pay the price of physical strength, you can control it, which can be called element control. The third gear, that is, Yizan's latest research ability, the effect is extremely exaggerated, extremely perverted, extremely buggy, extremely tragic, extremely slappy. This ability, in general terms, is material control. Substance. What is matter? Matter is the birds in the sky, the fish in the water, the beasts, the buildings, anything we see or hear, including Ourselves. Last night, when Yizan's army was stationed in the forest of the Land of Fire, they caught a flying squirrel. In order to test his conjecture about the new ability, he took Momonga and locked himself in the tent. Then, Yizan took a deep breath and stared at Momonga. An illusory light enveloped Momonga. Momong squirrel, give me a face and become a puppy. Under Yizan's shocked and almost frantic gaze, Momonga's body gradually shrank, lost its hair, became whiter and more tender, and finally turned into a cub whose eyes had not yet opened. Chapter 307_3 More Generations of Rakage. It's not about controlling time. It's not about controlling time. It's not about controlling time. Important things said 3 times. Yizan faced the camera excitedly, with a, yeah, smile. He wanted to commemorate this moment, and when he got old, he could. Oh no. When Yizan understood the role of the third-order face fruit, he knew that he would never grow old. Not only himself, he could make anyone stay young forever if he wanted to. This is not to control time, but to directly target the substance. For example, just now, he turned Momonga back into a cub, not to change the survival time of Momonga, but also to modify the body cells of Momonga, forcibly modifying Momonga to a juvenile state. Compared with the physical price paid in the second order, the fruit ability, mental power and physical power that act on the material will be consumed at the same time, and the consumption of mental power can be regarded as a manifestation of will. By consuming Yizan's spiritual will, forcibly, change the existing state of existence of matter. The border of the Land of Fire, Sarutobi's face was very tired. The Kingdom of Thunder is very strong, there is no doubt about that. In addition to the very powerful third-generation Rakage, there are Yaoyai who is quasi-shadow, Dodai who is quasi-cage level, and Killer Bee who can perfectly control the 8 tails. On Konoha's side, there is Sarutobi, there is Hatake Tsukumo who hides his identity, there is Jiraiya, there is a gap in high-end combat power. This also led to that, although Konoha set off ahead of schedule and established defense lines in the Land of Tang and even the Land of the Moon in advance, they had been beaten and retreated, and even the northern territory of the Land of Fire was occupied by Kumogakure village 30%. Then, Yizan came with the ninja army. That group of scumbags. If they don't surrender, I will fight them to surrender. Tomorrow we will fight directly, and I will make Kumogakure village bleed. I don't know if it was because of the advancement of the fruit ability. Yizan's tone was unprecedentedly arrogant. He also has the capital of arrogance. Although Sarutobi kept persuading Yizan to take it slow, Yizan didn't listen and insisted. Directly to the decisive battle. Stinky boy, don't think you're arrogant if you beat Kazekage. Let me tell you, the strength of Kumogakure village is completely unmatched during World War II. The strength of the third-generation Rakage is much stronger than it was a few years ago. Maybe tomorrow, you will be running around. Jiraiya sneered aside, his chakra was a little unstable, showing a strange feeling. Jiraiya, are you going to break through? Jiraiya wrapped her arms around her arms, her chin held up proudly, her nostrils almost lifted to the sky. So you're very hung up now. Can you mock me at will? Just mocking you. Brat, beat me up if you refuse to accept it. Boom. A loud bang, Jiraiya's entire head was smashed into the ground. His exposed body struggled frantically, his hands resting on the ground, trying to pull his head out. Kushina. Understood. A look from Yizan, Kushina immediately took off, raised his right foot, and stepped on Jiraiya fiercely. Boom. The power of the second tail exploded and directly stepped on the ground into a big pit. Jiraiya lay in the pit and hummed, unable to get up for a long time. Go ahead, tomorrow I'll deal with the 3 generations of Rakage. Dead Monkey against Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force Killer Bee, Kushina against Dodai, Jiraiya against Iyuyu, Tsukumo, Tsunade, you 2 normal ninjas in charge of harvesting Kumogakure on the battlefield. Then, are there any questions? No. Sarutobi shook his head bitterly. Yizan had already made up his mind. Even if he refuted it, it would be in vain. Moreover, Sarutobi is also curious, is this brat so confident in defeating 3 generations of Reikage? You know, since the end of World War II, after years of practice, the Raiden Thunder style ninjutsu of 3 generations of Reikage has reached the pinnacle, even Sarutobi is not its opponent. Although the stinky boy defeated Kazekage, the 4th generation of Kazekage is scum, so we can't confuse the two. Thinking of this, Sarutobi became nervous again. He glanced at Yizan, hesitated for a moment, and finally said it. Xiaozan, the strength of Reikage and Kazekage are not the same level. Do you really have the confidence to defeat the 3 generations of Reikage? No problem. Sarutobi casually turned his head and whispered in Tsunade's ear. That indifferent attitude made Sarutobi's head full of black lines, but he couldn't refute it again. The next day, the 2 Konoha legions merged into one big legion, led by Sarutobi, and it was magnificent. 3rd generation of Reikage knew that Yizan's army was coming, which not only did not frighten him, but aroused his strong desire to fight. Shimura Gen. On the endless plain, the 2 legions looked at each other from afar, and the sound of the 3 generation Reikage rough ore spread with chakra, like an angry lion, deafening. What a roar! It's so loud. Yizan stood at the forefront of the Konoha Corps. Shimura-zan. Back then, you used your conspiracy and tricks to let the ghost lantern Moon attack my Kumogakure village, causing most of my village to be destroyed. Do you know the guilt? Guilty you, Mom. There's something wrong with your head. Come and hit me if you're not happy. Nonsense. Stupid. Yizan hated this kind of slobber the most. He directly sucked in his phlegm, wrapped it in chakra and spat out fiercely. With a sound of bew, the thick phlegm leapt thousands of meters and hit the collar of the 3rd generation Reikage. Shimura-zan. You. Kill. Generation Reikage was furious, instantly turning on the Raiden Thunder-style armor, and madly killing the Konoha Legion. As if a barrel of dynamite was detonated, thousands of Kumogakure ninjas, thousands of Konoha ninjas burst out with deafening screams, and the detonating symbols flew all over the sky. Sage Mode. On. The Art of Hiraishin. Yizan's figure flickered, and instantly crossed several kilometers. The 3rd generation Reikage didn't even react, and a violent depression appeared in the Raiden Thunder-style armor. Senpo, Sage Art. Futon, Wind Style. Spiral Thrust. The sharp hurricane spun wildly, piercing a crack in the Raiden Thunder-style armor, and the pupils of the 3rd generation Reikage shrank dramatically. He had no idea how Yizan appeared by his side, until he hit the Raiden Thunder-style armor, and he just reacted. It's terrifying. How did Shimura-zan's strength grow so fast in recent years? What was that just now? That's right. I remember that I seem to have seen this scene when I was a child, the Art of Hiraishin. It's not wrong. This is the 2nd generation Hokage's trick. The Art of Hiraishin. Chapter 308 What's Wrong with Me? The Art of Hiraishin. In this world, it is bug-level ninjutsu. In terms of attacking and escaping, he will always take the initiative, and because there is no trajectory when moving in space, even a top-level powerhouse with an extremely fast response is difficult to block. Of course, Hiraishin's technique is not absolutely perfect, because it is just a space ninjutsu, and it does not have any power in itself. In order to cooperate with this high-speed teleportation, the user's attack method must also reach the realm of instant release. For example, Yizan, his strongest attack at present is the spiral thrust in Sage Mode, but this kind of attack cannot be instant. Break through the Raiden Thunder-style armor of 3 generations of Reikage. Boom. A loud bang, Yizan was kicked out by the 3rd generation Reikage. Due to the high density and high precision effect of the spiral thrust, other ninjutsu cannot be used when using the spiral thrust. Fortunately, Yizan has practiced taijutsu for many years, plus the enhancement of the Sage Mode. The 3rd generation Reikage kick did not cause him any damage. What harm? 3 generations of Reikage 30 is stronger. Compared to World War II a few years ago, the current 3 generation Reikage is his strongest period. The technique of Hiraishin can easily harvest the lives of ordinary ninjas, but if the opponent is a top-level powerhouse and has strong defensive capabilities, the technique of Hiraishin can only guarantee undefeated, but not victory. And the third generation of Reikage also understood this. He looked at Yizan coldly, his eyes full of ridicule. Why, the technique of Hiraishin is the result of your past few years. Oh, your strength has also improved a lot, but, so what? With your means, can you defeat me? Seriously, Yizan has never won the third generation Reikage. During the several battles during World War II, he relied on the help of others, and in the only one-on-one duel, he also exchanged the injury and coma for the third generation Reikage's right hand fracture and lost one piece. But today, hearing the other party's sarcastic tone, Yizan didn't feel angry at all. Since he dared to let Konoha and Kumogakure village fight, he has the confidence to win the third generation of Reikage. Ninjutsu can't win, but Yizan has taijutsu. Oh, you can't win with physique. It's just a joke. Yizan smiled wickedly. He just stared at the third generation Reikage like this. His eyes were full of strong malice. A strange icy aura of death caused the pupils of the third generation Reikage to shrink sharply. His muscles were tense, and the Raiden Thunder style armor on his body gradually turned into black thunder. At this moment, he has applied Raiden Thunder style to ultimate, but for some reason, he still feels a breath of death pouring into his body like a tide, and he even feels that his bones have problems. Is it a hallucination? Wrong. With my chakra impact, I won't hit demonic illusion at all. What's wrong? Third generation of Reikage frowned and thought, surrounded by the endless breath of death, he did not dare to attack and move at will. He could only concentrate on the defense. He knew that this kind of crisis that even he felt would die. If he didn't pay attention, he would definitely be attacked. There were endless screams of killing and ninjutsu explosions on the battlefield, but Yizan and the third generation of Reikage looked at each other like two statues. If the third generation of Reikage could see, he would find that a few seconds ago, a golden illusory box enveloped him, and the golden light invaded every cell in his body. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. 3 generations of Reikage, give me a face and die fast. Order, that Yizan quietly issued a few seconds ago. He has followed Might Dai to practice physical skills for so many years. His physical quality is no worse than that of Jonin. After turning on Sage mode, his physical strength has skyrocketed tenfold, so he has the guts to use the ability directly on the third generation Reikage. The third order face fruit consumes not only physical strength, but also mental power. Yizan is not afraid. His mental power is naturally 3 times higher than others. In addition to the tempering and natural growth during World War II, his mental power has grown to normal. 5 times as many people. Generation Reikage has strong strength and high anti-aging ability. Yizan's physical and mental strength is rapidly depleted. Gradually, Yizan felt tired, and the third generation of Reikage also felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker. It's not the weakness of illness and injury, but a kind of weakness, as if his energy is only so small, especially when he turns on the Black Raiden Thunder-style armor and goes all out. It's a heavy burden on an old man like him. The old man. I am not an old man. Third generation of Reikage didn't know why he had this idea, but he could only ignore this idea for a while. After all, he didn't understand at all that there was such a peculiar ability as the face fruit in this world. With the frantic use of the third order face fruit, Yizan became more and more tired. He bit Kiba tightly and persisted on this turbulent battlefield, watching the third generation of Reikage's hair continue to change color in a very slow manner. Speed, from grayish yellow to pure white. At this moment, the cells on the body of the third generation Reikage 533 have been forcibly controlled by the fruit's ability to age, regardless of the skin or internal organs, and this effect is that the flesh on the third generation Reikage's face begins to relax, and deep wrinkles and nasolabial lines appear. At this moment, Yayoi kicked back Jiraiya with a punch, as if she felt something in her heart. She was distracted on the battlefield, and turned to look at the third generation Reikage who was fighting Yizan several kilometers away. It's amazing. Father. A roar of horror. Yaoi Rough Mind's voice spread throughout the entire battlefield, and the third generation of Rakage jumped in his heart, thinking that something had happened to his son, and immediately turned to look. Later, he discovered that Yaoi's terrified expression was not panicked by danger, but as if he had seen something unbelievable, and his son's eyes were looking at him. What happened to I? Why is he calling me? What's his expression like? Is he looking at me? Panic. The breath of death was still around, and the third generation of Rakage's mood fell to the freezing point. Because of Yaoi's roar just now, half of the battlefield focused their attention on himself, and he saw that everyone seemed to have seen a ghost. Everyone's eyes were full of surprise and shock. Why did they look at me like that? What's wrong with me? Chapter 309 _ Strong Collision. The battlefield stopped in a very strange situation. Quickly came to the third generation Rakage. He stared at Rakage in shock, his eyes were full of incredible. Father, how are you getting old? Old. Third generation of Rakage was puzzled, he didn't understand what Yaoi meant. Come to a sweetened water style. Yaoi beckoned, and after a while, a Kumogakur ninja who was good at sweetened water style came to Yaoi and Rakage. Sweetened water style. Water mirror. Quote. This Kumogakur ninja hand sealed with both hands, and ripples suddenly appeared in the air, which then formed a mirror. What is this? When the third generation Rakage saw himself in the mirror, his eyes widened in shock. He saw an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face, but he is only 50 years old this year. As if thinking of something, he suddenly turned his head to look at Yizan in the distance. His eyes were shocked and mixed with a hint of anger. Shimura-gen, is that you? It's not me. I've been standing still, I've been wronged. Yizan spread his hands with a face full of injustice, and that serious expression made the third generation Rakage frown slightly. It's not you. It's not me. Yizan pouted aggrievedly. Although he used the fruit of face, he would never admit it. This ability is too strange, and it can no longer be explained by blood. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, no matter how suspicious it is, as long as he does not admit it, no one can do anything about him. The three generations of Rakage, who are old-fashioned, now look like an old man in his 70s or 80s, no. Not like, he really is an old man now. Since the third generation of Rakage's body is very strong, after Rakage has aged his cells for more than 20 years, he can't continue to use the fruit ability. Even so, the third level fruit ability is enough to defy the sky. As cells age, they cannot sustain the strong thunder attribute chakra, their metabolism declines, their internal organs are even weaker, and their bones become more fragile. 3 generations of Rakage turned from middle-aged to old people. Although they are still cage level, their strength has plummeted and they have lost any threat. Retreat, or keep fighting. Speaking, the third generation of Rakage wants to retreat, at least to find out the reason for his aging, but kill. A loud shout, a Konoha Jonin holding a kunai pierced the heart of a Kumogakur Jonin. As if a bowl of oil was poured into the flames that were about to go out, at that moment, the entire battlefield erupted with earth-shattering screams. Boom. Yizan kicked the 3 generation Rakage into the air with a ruthless kick. Due to the excessive use of fruit power, Yizan's physical strength was consumed by 90%, and his mental power was almost exhausted. Chakra, no recovery. QB 9 Tails chakra recovery power needs to be restored with mental power. If the chakra in his body does not recover, it means that the mental power is about to be exhausted, and there is only the last mental power that is barely awake. Once the chakra is exhausted, you will fall into a coma. Jiraiya took Yaoi to the field thousands of meters away to continue the battle. The strength and aura of the two have climbed to the top. Once this kind of battle is advanced to the cage-level powerhouse first, whoever is the winner. Sarutobi fought the giant 8-tailed farther away, with Sarutobi relying on the golden hoops to gain a slight upper hand. Sage mode for the last time, and transformed the remaining chakras in his body into Sage Art chakras. Senpo, Sage Art. Futon Wind Style Mode On. Boom. The hurricane of the strong wind blew the dust around. Yizan clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes burst into a strong fighting spirit. Without the infinitely replenished chakra, Yizan lost his greatest reliance, but for some reason, a touch of excitement rose in his heart. He wants to fight. In this kind of environment with no trump card and sinking the boat, it has inspired his competitive spirit to rise in adversity. Fight! Yizan shouted excitedly, stepped on his feet, turned into a blue light and rushed towards the third-generation Reikage, and although the third-generation Reikage was already weak, he still insisted on turning on the Raiden Thunder-style mode, and clenched his right fist tightly. The violent aura was like a liger, waving his arms and punching Yizan. Ha! Yizan bent down and avoided his fists. He twisted his waist with all his strength, and his body rotated along this twisting force. With the help of the power of rotation, his right foot formed a whip leg and swept away fiercely. Konoha Whirlwind. Boom. The tenfold power of the Sage mode hit the Raiden Thunder-style armor in an instant, knocking the armor into a depression. At the same time, several wind blades erupted from Yizan's toes, each of which had a level ninjutsu skills. Power, cut out a few cracks that are invisible to the naked eye. It's so strong. No, it's me who has become weaker. The pupils of the third-generation Reikage shrank sharply. Yizan lost his vitality for more than 20 years, but his thinking was the previous thinking. But there was a threat. Damn it. Why is this happening? Shimura-zan, you must have done it. Heavy flow of violence. Boom. The elbow containing the violent thunder hit the futon wind-style armor. The hurricane spun rapidly to digest the attack. Yizan's face changed slightly. You know, once his chakra is used up, he will be in a coma. Don't waste chakra like this. The art of Hiraishin. Ha! Yizan disappeared in an instant, letting the double attack of the third-generation Reikage be empty. He turned off the futon wind-style mode. Compared with the chakra that was hard to resist, the technique of Hiraishin was obviously much more cost-effective. The art of Hiraishin. Call out. A palpitating aura came from the blind spot behind him. The third-generation Reikage was already ready. He didn't even look at it. What a rogue space ninjutsu. Where is it? Left. Consciousness is faster than eyes, and the third-generation Reikage directly relies on his fighting instinct to strike Yizan again. It can only be said that it is worthy of the third generation of Reikage. In the case of old age and frailty, it still has such amazing speed and responsiveness. However, all this was calculated by Yizan. He suddenly increased the amount of chakra used, and instantly teleported 10 times in front of and behind the opponent. When the other party was dizzy and there was a short delay in judging, he finally issued his killer. Double the heart of the strong. Senpo, Sage Art. Futon, Wind Style. Spiral Thrusts. Chapter 310 _ The Death of 3 Generations of Reikage. Puff. A soft sound seemed insignificant on the battlefield. With Sage Art, blessed with double power spiral thrusts, easily penetrated the armor of 3 generations of Reikage, and pierced into his heart. After more than 20 years of life, his strength has never been enough. At the moment when Yizan pierced the heart of the third generation Reikage, Yaoi, who was thousands of meters away, seemed to feel it. Father! Yaoi roared again, and at that moment, his breath increased several times. Seeing that Jiraiya was still pestering himself, he clenched his fists angrily and let out a huge roar. Restream burst. Needle Jizo. Boom. The violent force instantly shattered Jiraiya's hair, as if it was just a layer of paper, passed through the hair, and hit Jiraiya's heart. PFFT. Jiraiya vomited blood and flew out. His eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect Yaoi to be promoted to a cage-level powerhouse just now. Jiraiya was seriously injured. Originally this was the best time to kill Jiraiya, but Yaoi gave up the attack. He turned into a thunderbolt, and frantically killed Yi 543 Zan. At this moment, Yi Zan, who had used the spiral thorn, had almost run out of chakra. With only the last 10% of the Sage Art Chakra, he was no match for the new cage-level Yaoi. At the last moment, he pulled his finger out of the heart of the third Reikage. Due to the extremely terrifying tearing ability of the spiral thrust, the heart of the third Reikage disappeared, leaving only a hole. Swish. Yizan used his last chakra to teleport a few kilometers again and moved directly to Sarutobi's side. His feet softened, he stumbled, and was supported by Sarutobi. Sarutobi switched the golden hoop to his other hand and smashed it hard. Smashed Yaoi's tentacles into the air. Xiaozan, how are you? I see a ant stand still, but the third generation of Reikage, it's over. Due to the inexplicable aging of the previous 3 generations of Reikage, the ninjas on the surrounding battlefields all paid attention to the battle between Yizan and the 3 generations of Reikage. When the 3 generations of Reikage were pierced in the heart, the morale of the Konoha ninjas soared, but the ninjas of Kumogakure village appeared briefly absent and were killed by the Konoha ninjas. Bleeding. Heart shattered, a hole appeared in his heart, and the 3rd generation Reikage fell to the ground. Yiyai immediately rushed over and hugged the 3rd generation Reikage in his arms. Father. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Don't, Father. Why is this happening? Yaoi's words were incoherent, and his eyes were open to Yuhi. Although he was used to seeing life and death, and when he became a ninja, he didn't care about his own life or death, but now, he still can't accept the death of his relatives. The battlefield is still crazy. This is a war between 2 countries, not when it comes to sympathy. Konoha ninjas continue to suppress Kumogakure ninjas with this momentum, but there are also very few people who stop attacking. Master Reikage. Yaoi disappeared and turned into a teenager. He glanced at Yizan and Sarutobi angrily, and quickly rushed to Reikage, who was thousands of meters away. His eyes were full of sadness. Hey, I knew this earlier, why bother? We, Konoha, never wanted to fight. Yizan sighed lightly. The feud between him and the 3rd generation of Reikage can be traced back to 10 years ago, but they Konoha have always been the passive side. If possible, Yizan doesn't want war at all. Tenten lived a comfortable life in Konoha. Aren't you happier? But the Kingdom of Thunder is going to attack Konoha. In order to protect his homeland, Yizan must go to the battlefield and must kill 3 generations of Reikage. Only in this way can his homeland be defended and he can protect his beloved woman. The vitality of cage-level powerhouses is not guaranteed. Although the 3rd generation Reikage is sure to die, he still sighs and lies in Yaoi's arms. With all his strength, he turned his head little by little. This turning of his head finally consumed his last vitality. He silently looked at Yizan, who was thousands of meters away, with a bitter look in his eyes, and a touch of relief. Shimura-gen, if it's from our Kumogakure village, that would be great. 3rd generation of Reikage was killed in battle, the Kumogakure village was defeated, and Yaoi retreated with the body of the 3rd generation of Reikage. 1. Really 1. Thousands of Konoha ninjas cheered around Yizan, and a few daring elite jonin directly held Yizan and threw them into the sky. Yizan, who could not stand still, had no resistance. He could only be thrown into the sky pitifully by the crowd, caught, and thrown into the sky again. The cheers broke through the clouds and resounded through the sky. Tsunade Kushina and several girls stood on the outermost layer, and saw Yizan's helpless face being thrown into the sky by everyone. He couldn't help covering his mouth and snickering. And the cheering stopped only when Sarutobi stopped, and when Yizan was thrown into the sky by the last few hands, everyone turned into birds and beasts, and they were caught off guard. When he hit the ground, the pain brought tears to his eyes. Who is it? Who are they? You bastards! Stand up for the last few. Don't let me catch you. Yizan was sad and angry, but at this moment Tsunade came over. His eyes lit up and he was about to say something, but Tsunade hugged him in his arms and patted his back lightly, as if to coax a child like. The tone is very gentle. Oh, the baby doesn't cry, it hurts when you fall. Come, let my sister knead it for you. Oh, don't cry. Quote. Being surrounded by thousands of people, Yizan wanted to die. He had no strength and was hugged by Tsunade, unable to break free at all. Tsunade, you bastard. I'll tell you you're screwed. You're really screwed. When I get back to Konoha, I'll let you know how the word, husband, is written. Yizan's face was buried in Tsunade's murderous part, and Tsunade put his head close to Yizan's ear with a smile, and his voice was so small that only Yizan could hear it. Hee, don't just talk about it. If you have the ability, it will make me unable to go to the bunk, little tilde sex tilde ghost tilde. You stinky woman, how dare you provoke me? Good, you remember it for me. If I don't make you unable to bunk, I will. What are you? I'll be a cat, humph. Chapter 311_Get a shot. The village of Kumogakure was defeated, but did not announce its surrender. With Yayui's rude temper, it might really be desperate to avenge the third generation of Hokage. The Konoha Legion camped in place and would not relax their vigilance until the opponent announced their surrender. They were beaten too badly by the Kumogakure village. Although they relied on the last round to come back, Konoha still lost a lot more ninjas than the Kumogakure village. The front line of the Kingdom of Thunder was temporarily calm, but there was a major incident on the side of the Kingdom of Water. During World War II, because Yizan collapsed the economy of the Land of Water, the Land of Water was unable to send troops and did not participate in World War II. Although a lot of people were lost due to the sneak attack on Kumogakure village, the overall strength was not weakened too much. Compared to the more than 1,000 ninja army of Uchiha, Hyuga and some ordinary Konoha Jonin, the water country sent 6,000 people to beat Konoha into a dog. Fortunately, Uchiha and Hyuga are very powerful blood-stained families. The ordinary Jonin is used as the elite Jonin, and the elite Jonin is used as the top elite. The top elites such as Uchiha Ida and the Hyuga Patriarch are even more comparable to Zunin. What happened to the Land of Water? Big thing is that after Uchiha Ida was killed, the Hyuga Patriarch also died at the hands of the Kurigakure ninja. The Hyuga clan leader died in battle, and the 20-year-old Hyuga Hiyashi succeeded as the new clan chief. The younger generation did not have the spirit of, Konoha is in trouble and must be united, like the older generation. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hiyashi directly fought on the battlefield. In addition, the two tribes suffered heavy losses. Even with Kakuzu's help, Konoha ninjas lost their morale. One town after another was taken over by the Kurigakure ninjas. We must block Kurigakure village. My father promised. My father died, and the promise will naturally expire. If you don't send reinforcements, our side can only abandon all towns and return to Konoha village to defend. This is Uchiha Fugaku's letter, and Sarutobi's shameless attitude angered Sarutobi, but for Konoha, Sarutobi can only restrain his anger and prepare to send ninja reinforcements. Now the Kingdom of Thunder is silent, whether it is a war or a fall, it is not clear for the time being, but the third generation of Hokage has died, and our pressure has dropped a lot. Xiaoshuan, you lead the team to support Uchiha and Hyuga. Me, I'm not going to support them. Two idiot families, it's best if they die. Yizan put his hands on his hips with disdain on his face, but Yizan was the only one who had the strength to support the front of the Land of Water. Seeing that there were only Jiraiya and Tsunade in the conference room, Sarutobi finally disregarded his face with a bitter expression on his face. Xiaozan, our Konoha's smartest, handsomest, cutest, and most powerful Xiaozan, if you don't go, the battle of the water country will be over. You are the only one who can save them. You can do it, Dafa Mercy, help them. Sarutobi trotted to Yizan's side, handing him bananas and tea, then he picked up the pipe to wipe the mouthpiece clean, and handed the pipe in front of Yizan. A shot. Smoke wool. Don't you know that girls don't like boys smoking? And they will turn Kiba's teeth yellow. Dead monkey, did you do it on purpose? No. Xiaoshuan, how could I deliberately harass you? I'm just sharing good things with you. This good thing, cigarettes, can not only refresh the mind, but also. Shut up. Causing Sarutobi to shrink his neck in fright, and he wrinkled his face aggrieved, looking extremely pitiful. Xiaozan, over there in the land of water. Okay, I'll go. I can't stand it. Yizan agreed, and Sarutobi's face burst into a smile, but in order to prevent the Country of Thunder's revenge attack, Yizan decided to keep Tsunade and Kushina in the Country of Thunder. The two women are high-end combat power. Even if Yui leads the army crazy revenge, the two women can also play a big role. I'll take Konan and Makoto. I'm not worried about leaving them here. When will we leave? How many people will we take? Bring 800 people. If you can set off immediately after selecting people. The situation in the land of water is very miserable. If you can hurry up. Yes. Sarutobi asked Yizan to reinforce the front of the land of water. At this moment, there were a few people standing in front of the fourth-generation Mizukage Yagura in the temporary residence of Kurigakure. Konoha ninjas are more tenacious. In order to reduce the losses of our ninjas, I give you a task. Yagura paused and said slowly, this mission is more dangerous for others, but for you, it shouldn't be difficult. I hope you will bypass the Konoha army, go deep into the hinterland of the Country of Fire, and hunt outside the Konoha ninja village. Killing Konoha ninjas, causing riots and panic, no problem. Quote. No problem. Biwa Juzo held the beheading knife with a carefree look that was very casual. Just the 5 of us. Tsukazan Fubuki and Ghost Lantern Full Moon won't come. Kurosuke Lei Kiba had a bad tone, obviously displeased with someone of the two. Recently, the shark muscle has started to lose his temper again. Tsukazan Fubuki is trying to appease the shark muscle, but he can't do the task. As for the ghost lamp Full Moon, Yagura thought about it, and finally decided to tell the truth. The ghost lamp Full Moon is too young, although he is a genius, but in the event of an accident going deep into the hinterland of the Fire Nation, it will be too worthless. Oh, according to what you mean, as long as the ghost lantern is worth the full moon, it doesn't matter if a few of us have an accident. Of course, the last sentence didn't come out, it just sounded in the hearts of 5 people at the same time. They don't dare to contradict Yagura. You must know that since Yagura came to power, Kurigakure village has undergone a very bloody rectification. Whether it is the ninja exam or other things, all become very harsh and cruel. Biwajuzo, Kuriarer Kushimaru, Akabi no Jinin, Munashi Jinpachi, Kurosuke Rai Kiba, get the mission. The mission time limit is set to 3 months. After receiving the task, the 5 of them left the conference room. Yagura was tired from the recent war. He was just about to rest. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man walked into the conference room with a girl of about 13 years old. Mizukage-sama. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? I have nothing to do, but my daughter insists on seeing you and saying that she has something important to report to you. After the man finished speaking, Yagura looked at the girl beside the man. The girl had long brown curly hair and her right eye was covered by the long hair. Terumi May, tell me, what's so urgent? Chapter 312_Simple Terumi May. Terumi May was talking mainly about the Konoha reinforcements. The surrender of the Country of Wind has spread throughout the ninja world, and the collapse of the Canopy Bridge, the lifeline of the Country of Earth, has also spread throughout the ninja world. Terumi May, your care is commendable. Since we in the Land of Water did not find reinforcements immediately, it proves that Shimura-zan's group is heading for the Land of Thunder. The 3rd generation of Raikage is currently the strongest person in the ninja world. I want to defeat it. The Country of Thunder. He. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with the Country of Thunder. But. Okay, Terumi May, you are still young, and although you are talented, you still have to learn from your father in this regard. Let's go. Yagura issued the order to evict the guests. He was really tired. He felt the need to take a good night's sleep. If it wasn't for the sake of Terumi May becoming a jonin at the age of 13, he didn't even want to say a word, let alone waste so much. The words disturbed my sleep. Even so, Yagura still doesn't feel much about Terumi May's talent. In his eyes, Cage level is all ants, so what if the talent is high? There are many people with high talent, such as the current leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen Ghost Lantern Manu, whose talent is even higher than Terumi Mei. Who is the genius? Only those who survive are geniuses. And in Yagura's heart, the ghost lamp full moon has the secret technique of the ghost lamp family, Terumi Mei. Although she has a high talent, she has nothing. The survival rate and growth type of the two can be known at a glance. Yagura didn't know that Terumi Mei was a double-blooded ninja, all because of the concealment of the head of the family, Terumi Mei's father. He didn't allow Terumi Mei to use bloodstain, because since Yagura came to power, he found that Yagura hated bloodstained ninjas very much. If it wasn't for the bloodstain family needed for fighting now, Yagura might even do extreme things. Father, does Mizukage-sama really do such a thing? Maybe, maybe not, but from the current situation, the probability of occurrence is very high. Now some people are beginning to say that our village of Kurigakure is a village of blood fog. This is still a war. If there is no war, the bloodstain family may be suffering a round of cleaning, Meimei, remember. Unless you are in a desperate situation, you must not expose blood. Got it. Yagura said that it was impossible for the Kingdom of Thunder to come to the reinforcements, so a week later, Yizan arrived with 800 ninjas. The feeling of being slapped in the face is really hurt, especially Terumi Mei's, I reminded you, look, which makes Yagura's face ashen, but it's not easy to reprimand a little girl. That bastard Rakage, what the hell are you doing? He clearly has an absolute advantage, so why did you let Shimura-san come over? Isn't this blocking me? Someone, send me a letter immediately, and I will condemn him. Yagura did what he said, wrote a letter expressing his dissatisfaction, and sent a communication ninja to the front of the Country of Thunder. He couldn't imagine that the person he wanted to condemn had already died in Yizan's hands. He just waved Terumi Mei back in annoyance, and then called all the top elites of the Water Kingdom, Jonin, to the conference room. Shimura-san is here. Bring 800 reinforcements. Ah, why is Shimura-yun here? Exclamation. Sukazan Fubuki immediately covered his mouth when he saw Yagura's dissatisfied gaze, but there was already a strong fear in his heart. In the Five-Nation joint examination that year, he sneaked into Yizan's hotel room and stole the shark muscle. Even so, the shark muscle often lost his temper over the years, and when he lost his temper, he stabbed his hand with a barb. Only a very few people know about Sukazan Fubuki, and it just so happens that all the top elites in the village of Kurigakure are present, and they all belong to that very few people. Sukazan Fubuki, you were so frightened by Shimura-san that you lost your weapon. Now you hear your name and you are so scared. I think you should cry and go back to your mother. Ha 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 ha, find your mother. Patriarch Kagaya laughed loudly, and Sukazan Fubuki dared not to speak out because of his bastard appearance. Even though he is one of the 7 members of Ninja Swordsmen, his strength is really not comparable to Patriarch Kagaya, and he was born as a commoner. The ninja, no one is powerless, dare not provoke the Kagaya clan. Kagaya-san Kwang, you should say a few words less. Shimura-san was a monster during World War II, and Sukazan Fubuki's performance is also normal, the second generation of Mizukage and the head of the 7 people of the Ninja Sword Ghost Moon. Didn't they all die because of Shimura-gen? Shui Wuyu Qingzi, what did you just say? Say it again. A cold and stern voice suddenly sounded, and a boy of about 12 years old was full of killing intent. He was closer to Yagura than Sukazan Fubuki in the conference room. From his shark-like kiba teeth, it could be seen that he belonged to the Ghost Lantern family. Ghost Lamp Full Moon, when your mother named you the right name, proud and complacent. When the water is full, it overflows. I want to teach you a lesson for a long time. Hee hee, don't just talk and do it, you're going to do it. The Ghost Lamp Full Moon sneered, and suddenly, the atmosphere in the conference room became solemn. No one spoke, all the elites were Schadenfreude, and in the entire conference room, only Terumi Mei and the head of the family sitting in the far corner saw that Yagura's complexion had changed. It was a kind of killing intent, a killing intent that was forcibly endured, especially when he looked at Shui Wuyu Qingzi. Perhaps remembering that he was fighting now, he immediately lowered his head and hid the killing intent. Father. Shish, do and talk. According to the patriarch's gesture of silence, as a medium-sized family with no bloodstains, he did not want to be involved in any battles. Terumi Mei is just a little girl who has just entered Jonin. Although she has some wisdom, when faced with this situation, she can only listen to her father's words. Seeing the increasingly tense atmosphere on the field, for some reason, a burst of courage came to her heart. She suddenly stood up and walked to the center of the conference room under everyone's astonished eyes. Seniors, my name is Terumi Mei. Today, 0.2 is honored to follow my father to participate in the meeting. My strength and wisdom are not worth mentioning in the eyes of the seniors, but now that the reinforcements from Konoha have arrived, and there are powerful enemies like Shimura-san, now when it's not a quarrel, everyone, can we discuss the enemy first? 13-year-old Terumi Mei is naive and innocent. For the sake of Kurigakure village, she fought back her fear and spoke out. However, she did not expect that when she said what she said from the bottom of her heart, the patriarchs of several major blood-stained families showed disdainful expressions. Little girl, don't think that you have read a few more books and learned some knowledge on paper. Just fill your head here. What is a strong enemy like Shimura-san? Do you know Shimura-san? Do you know how strong he is? On paper, go back. Chapter 313 Hugahiyashi's Careful Thoughts. Terumi Mei is aggrieved. Being ridiculed by the patriarchs of several blood-stained families, her innocent and young heart was hurt. She returned to her father, pouted, her beautiful big eyes flashing with tears, and together, she hated Yi-san. Damn Shimura-san. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be scolded. It's all your fault. Don't let me see you on the battlefield. She clenched her fists angrily, completely forgetting the difference in strength between herself and Yi-san. Little girl, once she gets angry, she doesn't care about anything. Bloodstained patriarchs taunted Terumi Mei for a while, and really focused their attention on the meeting. The purpose of Yagura's summoning them was to deal with the Konoha reinforcements. If they continued to quarrel like this meeting would not need to be opened. At this moment, a Kurigakure Anbu suddenly rushed into the conference room, knelt down on one knee, and said in a panicked tone, Mizukage-sama, the Konoha army is attacking. What? How is that possible? Would only 30,000 Konoha ninjas dare to take the initiative to attack? The patriarchs of the bloodstained clan widened their eyes in surprise. You must know that there are 6,000 people here. Sure enough, it's because of Shimura-san. This monster has a good rhythm. Yagura frowned tightly, his eyes dignified. He had only been in the position in recent years. He had never seen Yi-san, and he had never fought against Yi-san. But Konoha dared to take the initiative to attack with such a ninja, which means that Yi-san is in Konoha ninja has a high reputation, and it is the spiritual branch of Konoha ninja Jinchuriki column. I can't let Shimura take the rhythm. Go out and fight. Just him. I still don't believe that I can fight against our army of 6,000. Yagura stood up suddenly, the cage-level aura spread out, and the faces of several blood-stained patriarchs in the conference room were slightly condensed. The strongest among them was the Shui Wuyu patriarch Shui Wuyu blue-purple level, but under the momentum of Yagura, it can't provoke any resistance at all. 6,000 Kurigakure quickly rushed out of the camp tent to gather. Seeing that all the people were gathered, Yagura waved abruptly and walked towards Konoha with the army. At this moment, in the Konoha Corps, Konoha army, which suffered heavy losses, was finally replenished to 2,000. But compared to the 6,000 people in Kurigakure village, this gap is quite large. Yi-san took Makoto and Konan at the front. Kakuzu deliberately trailed half a body to show respect to Yi-san. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hiyashi were behind Kakuzu, and behind them, there were 2,000 Konoha troops. The Konoha Legion is powerful, but if you look closely, you can find that there are some inexplicable strangeness in the Legion. Uchiha Fugaku's forehead was covered with a bandage, and his left cheek was swollen. He looked at Yizan in front of him with hatred in his eyes. Yizan came to support and asked the Konoha army to take the initiative to attack. He refused to accept the order, and then was directly beaten by Yizan. Next to him glanced at Fugaku lightly, with pure white pupils showing no emotion, but a trace of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Short-sighted, narrow-minded, and fighting against Shimura-san is simply courting death. Hyuga Hiyashi thought. The disdain on the corner of his mouth became stronger and stronger. A genius like Shimura-san is comparable to the first Hokage in terms of strength and intelligence, and with the support of the 4 top executives, he will definitely be the actual ruler of Konoha in the future. Unfortunately, Shimura-san is about the same age as me. If possible, I really want to have one daughter. Marry your daughter to him. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hiyashi had an epiphany, and a strong desire emerged in his heart. He is 20 years old this year, and he was not in a hurry to get married, but because of the sudden thoughts in his heart just now, he decided that as soon as the war was over, he would immediately marry a wife and have a baby. If he was lucky enough to have a daughter, then. As if feeling Hyuga Hiyashi's intense gaze, Yizan looked back and scratched his head in confusion. Hiyashi, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just. Hyuga Hiyashi paused, not knowing what to say. Could it be that I'm going to give birth to a daughter as soon as possible to betroth to you? For the time being, let's not talk about whether I can give birth to a daughter. What if my daughter is ugly? So he shut up in the end. All the Konoha Jonin circles know that Yizan is a lustful little villain. As long as he keeps his daughter nice and cute, are you afraid that the other party won't take the bait? Cough cough. Can't use the word, hooked. Hiyashi means that he is very optimistic about Yizan, and hopes to turn Yizan into a friend of the Hyuga family. Even if he encounters something in the future, he can talk. Hyuga Hiyashi was playing with his own abacus, and at this moment, in a certain town in the Land of Fire, Kurigakure ninjas poured out of the town. The ninja army on both sides stopped when they were 1,000 meters away. Yizan looked up at the sign at the entrance of the town, and found that the name of the town that he was very familiar with was written on the sign. Short Book Street. This is actually Short Book Street. Yeah, Lord Zan, this is the most famous entertainment town in the country of fire. Unfortunately it was occupied by Kurigakure. Hyuga Hiyashi walked to Yizan's side from behind, since he decided to regard Yizan as the future ally of the Hyuga family. Jinchuriki column. He immediately began to get close to Yizan, at least before his daughter grew up, to make the relationship between the two families better. The villages of Kurigakure and Iwagakure behave the same way. Although they occupied many towns in Konoha, they did not destroy the towns along the way, and they even paid for meals. Well, of course, these civilians don't dare to ask for money from enemy ninjas. It's not for any reason. Every time they pay, these Kurigakure ninjas are holding kunai around their fingers. Although the high-level orders must be followed, there are policies. There is a countermeasure. But seriously, I heard that there are all kinds of gambling in the Short Book Street. Playing cards, playing dice, playing the big wheel. I remember there are slot machines, right? Yes, Master Zan, not only these, but also one-stop services provided in Short Book Street. When rich businessmen come here, they will bet all afternoon in the most high-end casinos. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they will have a sumptuous meal in the evening. Seafood feast. Each casino here has its own exclusive hotel in Uenizumi. After dinner, you can go to Uenizumi. As long as you can afford the money, any type of girl can provide it. Quote. Hiyashi, I can't see it. You are still an old driver. How about you, take me to play in the future? Brother Zan. Oh sorry Makoto, I was just joking with Hiyashi. Hiyashi. How can you lure me to a place like this? I'm Masato, Kunzi. Hyuga Hiyashi. Chapter 314 Terumi made playing sneak attack. In the Konoha Corps, Yizan commented on the Short Book Street from time to time, and from time to time quietly asked Hiyashi about the gameplay, but every time he was heard by Makoto, Makoto even teamed up with Conan to make Yizan give up this kind of bad idea. Yizan didn't know that his careless attitude made Yagura, who was thousands of meters away, at the town entrance of Short Book Street, with a pale face. Disrespect. Shimura-san disrespects me too much. This is a battlefield. This is a war. This is an insult to me. Yagura squeezed his fist tightly, the chakra rioted, and the cage-level murderous aura burst out. The violent breath finally attracted Yizan. He turned his head to look, and found that Yagura was standing in front of Kurigakure, with a small size like a child. As if he had discovered something shocking, Yizan exclaimed exaggeratedly, staggering back a step, with strong surprise in his eyes. Wow, who is that little dwarf? What a powerful aura, so short. Brother Zan, you've overdone your performance. Ah, really? Cough. Then so. Yizan coughed lightly, then slowed down, looked at Yagura, scratched his head in doubt. Who is that kid on the opposite side? Yizan's giggling look made Yagura's face get colder and colder. Although he looks short, his actual age is older than Yizan. The most unbearable thing in his life is that people call him short, and no one is allowed to call him a child. But now, in front of thousands of people, his fourth-generation Mizukage was actually mocked by Yizan. That moment, Yagura only felt an indescribable anger burst through his head, and the violent chakra leaked out, shattering the surrounding earthquake. Shimura-san, you are courting death. Kill. Unable to bear it. No need to bear it any longer, Yagura shouted, and 6,000 Kurigakure ninjas rushed towards Konoha like a tide. The sky is full of kunai. Kunai is tied with a detonating talisman, and a large number of taijutsu ninjas are the first to charge. Large number of Kurigakure ninjas used Suiten, water-style, ninjutsu together. Dozens of people used them at the same time, forming a vast ocean hundreds of meters wide. The Uchiha people also gathered together and used Kaiden, fire-style, ninjutsu to resist the tsunami. Attack. Call out. Call out. Call out. Yizan's figure flew across the endless wilderness outside the town, and no one could see his trajectory clearly, because he had no trajectory at all. Shoo! A streak of blood spurted out, and the outside of Yizan's right palm shone with cyan light. He used the technique of Hiraishin to teleport on the battlefield without interruption. Every time he teleported to the enemy's blind spot, he wiped the enemy's neck with his palm. With Yizan's control over futon wind style, the cyan futon wind style is no weaker than a grade ninjutsu, and this high-density cutting produces even better destructive power. There are only less than 2,000 people in Konoha and 6,000 in the Land of Water. Yizan knows that the gap between the numbers is too big. Even if he defeats Yagura, Kurigakure will continue to attack. Futon wind style. Oppression. Raiden thunder style. False darkness. Kaiden fire style. Head hard. Doden earth style. Earth dragon bullet. Suiten water style. Great waterfall technique. Rumbling. The ninjutsu of the 5 attributes flocked to Yagura in an instant. Especially the Suiten water style. Kakuzu captured the water attribute heart of the first 3 generations of Mizukage, and with this heart alone, he showed the strength of the quasi-shadow. Plus 4 other elite Jonin's heart monsters, with Kakuzu cage level chakra and super combat experience, it's easy to entangle Yagura. Yagura was entangled by Kakuzu, which was the plan made by Konoha from the beginning, and Yizan, who possessed the technique of Hiraishin, began to harvest wildly on the battlefield. Teleport, shoot, an average of 2 seconds, you can kill a Kurigakure ninja. Of course, among them, there are also some super fast physique Jonin that can avoid Yizan's attack, and the Ghost Lamp family, because of their hydration properties, they will not die if they are attacked by Yizan. Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Yizan's random attack targets. As long as he can see, there will be Kurigakure ninjas dying. Makoto and Conan also follow the Konoha army to attack the enemy. Both women are at the level of the elite Jonin, and they are the backbone of the battlefield. However, facing 3 times the number of enemies, the 2 women encounter danger from time to time, and every time they encounter a fatal threat, Yi-zan will appear in an instant to protect the safety of the two girls. And all of this was seen by Terumi Mei. Since Terumi Mei is only 13 years old and has not grown up, her petite, small stature is inconspicuous in the chaos of the battlefield. She stared closely at Makoto and Konan in the middle and rear of Konoha, her long brown hair flying in the wind. Are those two women Shimura-zan's wives? Every time they are in danger, Shimura-zan will go back to save them. Terumi Mei pursed her lips, as if she had made a decision, and waved Kyunin, who was attacking Chunin in front of her. She stared at Konan like this. Compared to Makoto of the Uchiha clan, this girl who uses paper seems to be easier to attack. The chaotic battlefield, colorful ninjutsu and roaring, Terumi Mei quickly shuttled across the battlefield, and after a few minutes, she came 10 meters behind Konan, and her eyes finally poured out a strong belief. For the land of water, everything is worth it. Thinking of this, she suddenly burst into chakra. The ordinary Jonin's breath instantly aroused Konan's alert. She quickly rushed to Konan, and when she was 3 meters away from Konan, she suddenly paused and opened her mouth. Yoden, lava style. The art of dissolving monsters. Quote. Brown mist quickly rushed towards Konan, and the mist contained extremely strong corrosiveness. This was the first time Terumi Mei was exposed to blood. She knew that doing so would lead to Mizukage's killing intent. After all, her father had told him that Lord Mizukage would always clean up the blood-stained ninjas. However, for the water country, it's all worth it. The brown mist surrounded Konan, and the strong corrosive power instantly destroyed the paper shield around Konan. Konan's complexion changed greatly. Only at this moment did she realize that this seemingly ordinary mist had such terrifying power. Kekkei Genkei. Oops. Seeing that the corrosive mist was about to touch her body, Konan closed her eyes in despair, but the next second, she suddenly felt herself in a warm embrace, and a familiar voice came from her ear. Give me a face, the fog dissipates. Whoa. Under Terumi Mei's shocked gaze, Yoden lava style, which he used with all his might, disappeared without a trace. Chapter 315_killing takes seconds. Boom. Sound. Yi-zan's hand knife accurately slashed Terumi Mei's neck, but this time, Yi-zan's hand didn't have any chakra, just a blow to stun Terumi Mei. She is my captive, and no one is allowed to touch her without my order. You two, take her back. Yi-zan's strength was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. No matter how unreasonable the request was, the Konoha ninja did not dare to refuse. The two Chunin, who had been ordered by Yi-zan, nodded immediately, and with Terumi Mei on their backs, they retreated towards the temporary Konoha station a few kilometers away. Teacher. Konan was still held in Yi-zan's arms. She grabbed Yi-zan's clothes like a kitten. Her eyes were a little resentful. Teacher, what do you think about the girl just now? Konan, don't talk nonsense. She's a Kurigakure ninja. Where did I get the idea? Humph. But she almost killed me. You're just knocking out someone else. Teacher, you must have a plan, you bastard. Konan pouted in grievance. Yi-zan rolled his eyes and kissed Konan's face immediately, and the two flirted on the battlefield like this, as if it were a tourist resort. Brother Zan, you seduce girls again. Makoto, who was not far away, repelled an enemy and retreated. Her eyes were even more resentful. She lost 840 to Tsunade and Kushina, but she didn't expect a new one to come. Oops, Makoto, don't think too much. That girl is a genius girl from Kurigakure village, a genius who can use 2 bloodstains. I have absolutely no other idea. You swear. I almost forgot. There's a war going on. I'm going to support them. Yi-zan rubbed the back of his head and smirked a few times, and instantly disappeared using the Hiraishin technique. Makoto and Konan looked at each other on the spot, and a feeling of sympathy emerged spontaneously. The teacher is getting worse and worse. Brother Zan is a big bad guy. I'm angry. Yi-zan had no idea that his act of knocking Terumi Mei stunned made the two girls unhappy. At this moment, he was raging on the battlefield again. The unsolvable Hiraishin technique, infinite chakra, no one belonged to Yizan. The opponent can't even stop one move. Until. Boom. With a loud noise, countless bones held Yizan's palm. The blue-colored futon, wind style, made a tearing sound of caskets, but the density of those bones was extremely hard, and Yizan was comparable to an A-grade ninjutsu palm knife, and could not be shattered at all. Shimura Gen. Really strong. Kill. Fight. Don't die. Let me enjoy this fight. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Dance of the Camellia. Shish. The bone knife attacked Yizan at a speed of more than 10 times per second. Yizan ducked left and right. His physical skills were not weak, and this attack could not cause damage to him. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Dance of the Clematis. Flower. Whoa. A long bone whip swung over, trying to tie Yizan. Yizan frowned slightly. He didn't know the name of the person in front of him, but he was able to awaken Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, which should be regarded as the strong man of the Kagaya clan. The reason for his frowning wasn't anything. He just felt that Jonin, the mere top elite, was so arrogant. He actually said, "Let him not die." Are you joking? Yizan wanted to ask a question very much, but seeing that Konoha was besieged by 6,000 enemies, and there were casualties every second, he really didn't want to waste time. Hiraishin's technique flashed, and he came behind the Kagaya man in an instant. Futon, wind style. Spiral thrust. Puff. Fingers easily smashed the protruding defensive bones, and instantly penetrated the heart of the strong Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Yizan did not stop. His figure flashed, and he waved his right hand, cutting a Chunin's neck. In Yizan's eyes, the Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, man he just killed was just a slightly stronger scum, but the surrounding ninjas from the land of water saw the Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, man dead. They were too shocked to speak. Come. The Kagaya Patriarch is dead. Killed by Shimura Genyu. Inexplicably, this news spread on the battlefield. You must know that the Kagaya Patriarch is the third strongest after the fourth generation Mizukage and the Shui Wuyu Patriarch Shui Wuyu Qingzi, but now, Shimura-zan has killed him. Information dissemination, continuous dissemination. When Shui Wuyu Qingzi heard the news, her face changed greatly. You must know that before she was promoted to the quasi-shadow, there was no difference in the strength between her and Kagaya Patriarch. Just when she was shocked, suddenly, a danger bloomed from her neck. The breath of death made her tremble all over, but her super ninja qualities made her instinctively tilt her head, and a few strands of long hair fluttered in the wind. Shimura Gen. Shui Wuyu's blue and purple faces dignified. What should come will always come. This terrifying guy finally found himself. Yo, hello, you did a good job of hiding just now, and your strength is also good. Yizan slapped his mouth. He was a quasi-cage level, and the other party was a quasi-cage level. It was not easy to kill the opponent instantly. At this moment, Shui Wuyu Qingzi didn't want to waste time at all. She instantly lifted all the chakras and burst out, turning the surrounding area of tens of meters into a world of ice and snow. Hyoten, ice style, mystery. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. A large number of ice mirrors shrouded Yizan, but Yizan still stood in the same place and did not move. Shui Wuyu blue and purple sneered. You must know that this move is one of the 4 secrets of Shui Wuyu, and the easy end is. Swish. Sound, 500 meters away. Yizan once again ended the life of a Kurigakure Jonin. He looked back at Shui Wuyu blue-purple, who was stunned in place, scratched his head, his face shy. I'm sorry, I'm used to it, wait for me to come back tilde. Swish. With another soft sound, Yizan used the Hiraishin technique to return to the demonic mirroring ice crystals, and found Shui Wuyu's blue and purple angry eyes. He blinked innocently. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look down on you. Hiraishin has been used a lot these days, and sometimes I can't help but want to make up for the knife. After all, one move is one, and the rhythm is very comfortable. Bastard. Hyoten, ice style, secret art. Ningxie secret realm. Shui Wuyu blue-purple was furious, suddenly hand seal, and unleashed her strongest attack. At that moment, the ice mirror surrounding Yizan exuded an extremely terrifying cold. Yizan was surprised to find that this cold directly ignored the protection of chakra, penetrated blood, and froze his own blood. As expected of Shui Wuyu, the strongest Hyoten ice-style secret technique that ignores defense, amazing. Chapter 316_Poor Ghost Lanterns. Yizan looked at Shui Wuyu's blue-purple with admiration on his face, and in the other party's arrogant eyes, he gently spat out a few words. Give me a face, keep the 50-meter area around me at 30 degrees Celsius. A burst of golden light spread, covering the 50-meter area around Yizan. In an instant, the cold dissipated, and the blood that was about to solidify began to flow. How is it possible? The temperature was getting warmer, and even Shui Wuyu was blue and purple. She widened her eyes in shock and couldn't figure out how her strongest Hyoten, ice-style, secret technique had been cracked. At this time, Yizan looked at Shui Wuyu blue and purple with a simple and honest face, with a smile on his face, as if he had just played a game of mahjong, and he seemed very relaxed. It's almost there, you don't have any stronger moves, why don't you just end it like this? Yizan's laughing words made Shui Wuyu's blue and purple pupils shrink sharply. What else did she want to say? Suddenly, Yizan disappeared. The next moment, she felt a pain in her neck and gradually lost consciousness. After killing Shui Wuyu Qingzi, there will be fewer strongmen in the country of water, and since the start of the war, Yizan has killed more than 1,000 people. The morale of the country of water began to collapse, and the Konoha army gradually appeared counter-pressure. Don't kill randomly, let's aim one by one. Mizuka Yagura stays at the end, except for him, let me see. Yizan raised his head and swept around, constantly glanced, and finally fixed his eyes on a battle circle more than 2,000 meters away. Double knife flounder, a very familiar weapon. I think that when I was deeply encircled by the land of water, I was tortured by Ghost Lantern Yaoyu's double knife flounder. If Tsunade hadn't come to save me, I would have been on the memorial tablet. The names are a bit vague, right? Huh, it's so small. Yizan looked at the ghost lamp full moon holding a flounder. He looked about 11 or 12 years old, and his strength was Jonin. There were several elite Jonins around, and it was obvious that he was deliberately protecting the ghost lamp full moon. A new generation of geniuses from the ghost lamp clan. Hey, let's just sec. Yizan sighed lightly, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind Ghost Lantern Manu. His right hand glowed with blue light, and one palm cut off Ghost Lanman Moon's head. However, whoa! A splash of water sounded, Ghost Lantern Manu's head grew out again, and the head that had been cut off before fell to the ground and turned into a pool of water. Yizan's attack had no warning. When the ghost lamp full moon used the hydration technique to grow his head, he only reacted. Several elites of the ghost lamp family, Jonin, stared at Yizan with solemn faces. They didn't expect that this terrifying the guy will eventually shoot at the ghost lamp clan. Shimura-zan, you don't attack other ninjas, why are you attacking us? Your attack is ineffective against our ghost lamp clan, you. What? You look down on me. Yizan interrupted the other party's words, widening his eyes in disbelief. What do you mean by this? It's not valid for the ghost lamp family, are you looking down on me? Still look down on me. Facing the terrifying guy Yizan, the ghost lamp elite Jonin seemed to have burnt out his brain and nodded stupidly. Not only that, he raised his chin proudly and squinted, with a look of, I just look down on it, you're like. Uncle Third, what are you doing? Are you crazy? This elite Jonin has a showy head, but the ghost lamp full moon beside him is about to collapse, and his third uncle actually mocks Shimura-zan. Shit, how many of us are really enough to kill him? Speaking of which, Ghost Lantern Manu knew that everything was irreconcilable. He held the flounder with double knives nervously, chakra poured in frantically, and the holes in the flounder knife began to breathe, and he was directly turned on by him as semi-liberated. Condition. Ghost Lantern Manu is extremely talented. He can use 7 knives proficiently at a young age. Relying on his talent and family power, he can walk sideways in the land of water, but now it's a battlefield, and he's still facing Konoha's ace god. Although the ghost lamp full moon is small, he knows when to act coercive and when not to, but with a single word from his third uncle, he instantly forced himself to act like he shouldn't. Sage mode, on. Yizan didn't want to talk anymore. He puffed out his face angrily, slapped his hands suddenly, and a few Yuhi-colored lines appeared on his face. Dare to mess with me? Humph! How dare you look down on me? You bastards, I'll let you know why Huar is like Yuhi. Yizan pouted angrily. The golden force field continued to spread, spreading tens of thousands of meters, covering the entire battlefield in it. Give me a face. The Ghost Lamp clan cannot use the hydration technique. The ability that Yizan uses is not the second-order control element, but the third-order ability to control matter. The second order can only control natural elements. Although the hydration technique is also a water element, it has changed from elements to substances because of the specific people of the Ghost Lamp family. This is why Yizan directly used the third order. The second level cannot target individuals, but can only target elements. Compared with prohibiting the use of water elements in the entire battlefield, the consumption of specific selection of individuals will be much smaller. The third order ability of the face fruit was fully exerted. A golden force field covering the entire battlefield continued to release illusory light, and the light entered the bodies of all the people of the Ghost Lamp family. Swish! The technique of Hiraishin ripped apart the space and appeared behind Uncle San, in an instant. He waved his hand violently and crossed the opponent's neck with lightning speed. Puff! The blood burst into the air, spraying 5 meters into the sky. His head just fell to the ground, and his eyes were full of shock and surprise. Uncle San. The Ghost Lamp full moon was furious. After the fury, there was endless fear. He couldn't figure it out. The third uncle, who was much stronger than himself, didn't even need the hydration technique, so he was killed by Yizan like this. Ghost Lamp Manu didn't know that the moment Yizan cut open the third uncle with a knife, the golden light that penetrated into the third uncle's body forced the hydration technique to solidify, and the third uncle was very confident in the hydration technique. At that time, there was no chance of escape. More than 10 seconds after the third uncle died, a large number of ninjas from the Ghost Lantern clan died. Because of the power of the hydration technique, the fighting style of the Ghost Lamp clan is to go forward without any defense, which also leads to, within a dozen seconds, the Ghost Lamp ninja one after another was killed by kunai and ninjutsu. Ghost Lantern Full Moon, it's your turn. Chapter 317 _ So arrogant. The chaotic battlefield continues, and there are only 4,000 ninjas left in the land of 6,000 water. However, Konoha's side is also miserable. After Yizan's support, there were a total of 1,800 Konoha ninjas, and now there are only more than 700 people left. After all, every ninja faces a siege of 2 to 3 people. If Yizan hadn't killed the quartet on the battlefield, Konoha would have collapsed long ago. Yizan shuttled on the battlefield, but if you look carefully, you can find that there seems to be any difference. Boom. Boom. Rumbling. Every 3 seconds, there will be an earth-shattering explosion on the battlefield. Yizan is holding a double knife flounder, and he is actually liberating the flounder without limit. The technique of Hiraishin flashed on the head of Jonin, an elite of the Land of Water. Yizan held the flounder high and smashed it down. Boom. There was another big explosion, and the surrounding tens of meters of land turned into powder, and Yizan, who had unlimited chakra, was so savage, rude, and unscrupulous to liberate the flounder. Damn it. It's savage. It's domineering. It's so handsome. Lord Zan, it's so handsome. The Konoha ninjas were full of admiration, and some fans were shaking with excitement. This kind of rough and savage feeling is too domineering. Simply handsome. My big sword is already hungry, thirsty. You scumbags, can't you hold the 3 swords of this barbarian king? Yizan carried the flounder on his shoulders and held his head arrogantly, as if he could handle the day. Master Zan, stop posing, kill the enemy quickly, everyone is miserable. Hyuga Hiyashi happened to be beside Yizan, he said carefully, and Yizan's face suddenly turned cold. I'm sorry, Lord Zan. I'm joking. You can do whatever you want. We Konoha, it's fine. Hyuga Hiyashi only felt that his heart was about to jump out, but Yizan was not angry, but gave Hiyashi a meaningful look, as if pity yes, with a slight sigh. Hiyashi, your emotional intelligence needs to be improved. Remember, no matter what happens, when the leader is in a good mood, don't interrupt, understand? Understood O_O. In order to make a good impression in front of the leader of Zan, Hiyashi looks like a good baby and can't tell that he is a person with an old-fashioned personality. It can only be said that Yizan's charm is too great. Okay, Hiyashi, you go on. Where's Hazashi? I'm fighting the second elder Shui Wuyu over there. Oops. He's injured. I'm going to help him. Hiyashi's face is full of tension. Hazashi is his brother. Although the younger brother was engraved with a caged bird because of the ancient system of the Hyuga family, the relationship between the two brothers has never changed. When Hiyashi left, there was a large circle around Yizan. Konoha ninjas were desperate, Kurigakure ninjas. No one dared to approach Yizan. At this time, Kurigakure's morale has almost dropped, and several strong people were killed by Yizan. If it wasn't for the fourth generation of Mizukage Yagura, the country of water would have collapsed. So, now it's finally your turn. Yizan looked at Yagura from a distance. The 2,000-meter range around Yagura was not an open space, but a huge ocean. On the ocean, only Kakuzu and Yagura were fighting. Sweden, water style. Asada Falls. Quote. Boom. Earthquake was accompanied by the tsunami, and Yagura relied on the power of the three-tailed Jinchuriki column. Yagura wasted chakra without hesitation, and every ninjutsu has an extremely powerful power. Sweden, water style. Isoda Iron Cannonball. Boom. With a loud bang, the fire attribute mask monster was smashed into pieces. On the sea, Kakuzu retreated 100 meters with a solemn face. Although he has cage-level chakra and superb fighting experience, Yagura is too lazy. Relying on the three-tailed chakra, he continues to use powerful and wide-ranging ninjutsu, and finally just now, the fire-type mask monster died. HMPH. Konoha Kakuzu, I've seen through your abilities completely. If you're like this, I think it's time to end the battle. Yagura sneered, the tailed beast coat gradually emerging from her body. It is indeed time to end the battle. Although I lost a fire attribute heart, my mission has been completed. Kakuzu's face was calm and his voice was calm. He raised his chin slightly and looked into the distance, as if he was waiting for something. Huh. Kakuzu's movements made Yagura puzzled. He followed Kakuzu's gaze and looked back into the distance. Except for some fighting ninjas, there was nothing. And then, he felt an aura of extreme crisis descending from the sky, and even he, a cage-level powerhouse wearing a tail beast coat, felt the aura of fear. Boom. The 100-meter ocean exploded, and a huge hammer made of chakra hit Yagura. Boom. Bang. The ocean is constantly bursting. If you stand in the distance, you can find that this ocean has stirred up huge waves dozens of meters high, spreading overwhelmingly in all directions. Tisk tisk tisk, Kakuzu, you're actually deceiving people now, attracting Yagura to look into the distance. You're so bad. Yizan carried the flounder, and stood on the water carelessly. Kakuzu gave Yizan a faint glance, and his voice was still calm. Soldiers never tire of deceit. Fighting depends on strength, but skills are also very important. Not everyone is so savage and can squander chakra at will. He said lightly, but Yizan pouted in disgust. He could totally hear that Kakuzu was blackmailing himself. You are saying that you are savage. Kakuzu, you learn to complain. It's not a joke, it's a fact. You're really making fun of me. And you're blacking me. Well, let's just. Kakuzu was still indifferent, but that indifference made Yizan mad. He didn't understand at all, when did Kakuzu become a poisonous tongue? To actually mock yourself so openly. Oh, I'll just say it. That's it. As if zero point 0.9 had understood something, Yizan had an expression of sudden realization on his face. It seems that after you go back, you will have to cancel your position as Minister of Finance and have been with the dead monkey for a long time. Well, learned so badly. I was discovered by you. Humph, I'm a genius. A born fool. Hee hee, Kakuzu, when the war is over, I think it's necessary to teach you something, and dead monkeys, hee hee hee. Yizan was standing on the water carrying the flounder, and he complained to Kakuzu like this. Under the water, a terrifying breath suddenly burst out, setting off a stormy sea in an instant. Yo, the three tails were beaten out tilde. What you type, you solve it yourself. Kakuzu, if you do this again, believe it or not I'll beat you. Chapter 318_Run. The big devil is here. The three tails are beaten out, and they are not the real body of the three tails. Yagura can become Mizukage, in addition to his strength, mainly because he can control the three tails perfectly. At this moment, a huge turtle emerges from the water, and the breath is not as good as the wild three tails, but because of Yagura's control, the fighting ability is better than the wild one. Powerful. But then again, the three-tailed tortoise that can sleep for countless years can really control it completely. This Yagura, won't it be the illegitimate child of the three-tailed? How? Lay an egg, incubate it for 3 years, and Yagura will come out of the shell. Kakuzu didn't want to talk to Yizan anymore. He was afraid that he would become a fool if he continued like this. He took a few dozen steps back decisively, as if he had nothing to do with him. It's fine if Kakuzu doesn't go to war. Looking at the huge tortoise in front of him, Yizan smirked, his eyes flashing with interesting light. Yagura, it doesn't matter if you are Yagura or Asada, I'm in a good mood today, let's have some fun. After Yizan finished speaking, he instantly flashed onto the turtle's head, held up the flounder, and smashed it down. Boom! The huge hammer condensed by chakra slammed on the turtle's head, and the huge force smashed the turtle into the sea, stirring up the sky and waves. Roar! The tortoise let out a painful roar, and actually used its head to hold the flounder, opened its mouth, and spat out a huge chakra bullet. Call out! The huge water bomb hit the sky, but Yizan's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he came directly to the back of the turtle. Boom! 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 The flounder was released 3 times in a row, smashing the tortoise into constant howls, and found that the tortoise's back was too hard. Yizan pouted, flashed to the turtle's tail again, and knocked on the tail. At this moment, Yagura has already made up. He never imagined that after he was completely transformed into a beast, he would become a sandbag. Moreover, in order to achieve the hearty percussion, every time Yizan liberates the flounder, he produces a quasi-cage level chakra, and every attack has the effect of a cage level full blow. When Yizan tapped the flounder for the 10th time, Yagura finally couldn't bear it any longer and released the tail beast. Seeing that Yizan was about to smash the flounder again, Yagura was finally scared. He turned his head and ran away without thinking about it. Run away. Yizan laughed. For the first time in his life, he felt that hitting someone with a hammer was really cool. Seeing that Yagura ran a few hundred meters, Yizan immediately used Hiraishin to chase after him, and then picked up the flounder. Boom! A loud noise, the surrounding 100-meter ground collapsed, and Yagura was smashed into the ground by a huge force. But is that the end of it? Do not. When Yagura was smashed into the ground, he directly used the Doden Earth-style technique to escape. Although he is a Mizukage, he also has several chakra changes, and the mere Doden Earth-style technique is easy. Then, land, give me a face, the surrounding 2,000 meters are all raised. A miraculous sight appeared in the eyes of thousands of ninjas. The thick earth took off. Yizan locked Yagura, picked up the flounder and smashed it again. Boom. Shimura-zan, don't deceive people too much. If you keep doing this, the fish will die and the net will be broken. Boom. Shimura-gen, you. Boom. G. Boom. With Izan's last smash, Yagura was covered in blood and lay weakly in the deep pit. The entire battlefield was quiet, and everyone looked at this scene, shocked and terrified. Nura. Zan. Cough. Yagura kept vomiting blood and was continuously attacked violently. His internal organs were shattered by the flounder, and even his back was broken in two. The seal of the tailed beast. Completely liberated. Roar. A loud roar, Chakra, who surpassed the cage level, instantly sent Izan flying. Yagura, who was seriously injured and dying, finally chose to lift the seal of the three tails and release the three tails. Without the last protection of the three-tailed chakra, Yagura's injuries broke out completely, the internal organs were crushed, the bones were crushed, and the blood vessels were all burst, and he had died no longer. Tisk tisk tisk. I'm dead, that's fine, Sanwei, let's continue playing. Yizan excitedly picked up the flounder, Sanwei glared at Yizan, sprayed tailed beast bomb, and then ran away. Well, it ran like this, running fast, and there happened to be a big river near the battlefield. It rushed into the river at the fastest speed, and disappeared without a trace after a while. Circled.operator_circled.operator. Seeing Sanwei disappear at an extremely fast speed, Yizan was immediately stunned. He stared in disbelief, then puffed out his face in anger. Three Tails, why did you run away? Hey, come back. What about the dignity of the tailed beast? Hey! Yizan rushed to the river and shouted, but received no response. He sighed helplessly and turned his head. At that moment, the battlefield collapsed. Run! The big devil is here! One of the Kurigakure ninjas shouted in horror and ran frantically in the direction of the land of water. He regretted it. Why did he hit the hinterland of the land of fire? 757 is far from home, so far. Run. Take one slow step and you'll be dead. Ah, don't kill me. Another Kurigakure ninja shouted, and some of them, Chunin and Genin, who were mentally fragile, even had their feet weak. Kneeling directly to the ground. Ooh, great demon king, please let me live. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 5-year-old child waiting to be fed. Hey, you look like you're only in your teens, but you've been a girl since you were 10. Your mother is 80. Yizan carried the flounder and came to the Kurigakure Chunin, and found that Yizan was coming. He retreated back in horror, using both hands and feet together, retreating frantically. Boom! The flounder swept past his ear and smashed into the ground, causing a crater. At that moment, as if he had lost all his strength, the Chunin slumped directly to the ground. The surrenderer will not be killed, and the escapee will not be killed. Hyuga, you and your family are responsible for sealing these surrendering ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku, you follow me with the Uchiha family to continue chasing. The remaining Konoha colleagues, cooperate with Hyuga to prevent the surrenderers from resisting. Go. Yizan gave the order, although Uchiha Fugaku wanted to refuse, but when he looked at the flounder not far away, he didn't dare to resist. He nodded silently, waved his hand, and followed Yizan's pace with the entire clan. Chapter 319_Days Crisis. At Konoha's temporary residence, Yizan sat with a golden sword, with Kakuzu, Hyuga Zongji, Uchiha Fugaku and others on either side. Before, he forcibly took the Uchiha clan to chase the fleeing Kurigakure ninjas. Due to the order to kill, these Kurigakure ninjas began to frantically and desperately saw that they were caught up, causing a lot of casualties to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku dared not speak his anger. He could only sit in his seat silently, not even daring to look at Yizan, for fear that the other party would see his resentful eyes and be targeted for revenge. This decisive battle, the country of water is almost over. Kakuzu, have the statistics come out yet? Come out. We lost 1,200 people, the country of water lost about 3,000 people, most of them were killed by you, and the high-end power of the country of water, the 4 generations of Mizukage, the patriarch of the water moon, the patriarch of Kagaya and on the battlefield all the Ghost Lamp clan, all killed. Kakuzu's words made the dozen elites in the room take a deep breath. They didn't dare to be distracted on the battlefield. Although they knew that Shimura-zan had killed many people, they didn't realize until this moment that Shimura-zan killed all of the water country alone. Master. But there is one thing, I can't figure it out. Kakuzu frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his green eyes. The 7 ninja swordsmen who were active on the battlefield a few times ago did not appear at all in the decisive battle. Didn't I kill Ghost Lantern Moon? Yes, there are only Ghost Lantern Manmoon and Tsukazan Fuguki on the battlefield, and the others are not there. Oh right, there is one interesting thing, you may not have noticed, on the battlefield, Tsukazan Fuguki has been hiding from you. Where did you kill? He ran away in the opposite direction, as if afraid of you. PFF'd. Yizan was drinking water, and as soon as it reached his mouth, he spit it out. He grinned and looked very happy. That idiot Tsukazan Fuguki, if you don't tell me, I will almost forget him. He is afraid of me, of course he is afraid of me. Thinking of the 5-nation joint entrance exam a few years ago, the smile on Yizan's face got bigger and bigger. At the beginning, Tsukazan Fuguki followed behind him and kept begging him to give him the shark muscle back. With that nuo appearance, his tall figure and fierce face, the contrast was so cute that he couldn't stand it. But then again, where did the other 7 people go? I don't know. Then what do you know? I know money management. Unlike you, I can't do anything. Quote. Seeing Kakuzu complaining about himself calmly, Yizan immediately clenched his fists, waved Kakuzu fiercely a few times, pouted, and lay down comfortably on the chair. At this moment, Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Yizan cautiously, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, Master Zan, I know where they went. Oh, how do you know? Before the war, our Hyuga clan had been using Byakugan to monitor each other's movements. Hazashi happened to be watching. He found that a group of 7 had left the temporary camp in Kurigakure village and made a large circle towards our Konoha. Our army can't hold it anymore, so I dare not say it. Hazashi, is that so? Lord Zan, that's what my brother said. I speculate that they should be wandering outside Konoha village, attacking Genin and Chunin who went out of the village to do missions. In order to shake our already fragile military heart, I discussed it with my brother. For a moment, in that situation, the army could no longer withstand the blow, so I didn't say. Hyuga Hazashi's analysis makes sense. In that case, withholding the news is the best way, but can Yizan bear it? When he heard a group of 7 people wandering around Konoha village, he thought of a somewhat vague but memorable image. That picture is, Might Dai, in order to protect Might Gai, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu who are still Genin, open the death gate of the 8 inner gates and block the powerful 7 people of ninja swords. I don't want to say anything right now, Hiyashi, Hazashi, you wait for me, and I'll take care of you when I get back. Yizan was very anxious. Might Dai was his good friend. For 7 years, since he was 10 years old, Might Dai selflessly taught himself the complete cultivation system of the Might family, although he did not open the might of the 8 inner gates. Dai is very weak, but some friendships cannot be divided by strength. Call out. With a light sound, Yizan disappeared instantly. In the conference room, only everyone was left with big eyes and small eyes. Hiyashi and Hazashi felt even more aggrieved. They couldn't figure out why they had provoked Lord Zan. On the other side, 20 kilometers outside the village of Konoha. Surrounded. It's over, I can't escape now. Are you going to die? Might Gai, Shiranui's anima, and Ebisu knelt on one knee on the ground. The 3 of them were just genin, and the imposing manner of the other party made them unable to stand up. There are 7 ninja swordsmen in Kurigakure village, although there are only 5 of them. Why? Why are they here? Shiranui's face was full of despair. Compared with Might Gai, who only knew how to practice, and Ebisu, who was born as a commoner, Shiranui between the strings knows more. Yo, I didn't expect that even other ninjas from Shinobi village knew about us. We're also very famous. Dewa Juzo smiled cruelly, his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. He hates Konoha ninjas so much, he hated it 10 years ago. Every time he saw the Konoha ninja, he couldn't help the killing intent in his heart. He couldn't help but recall the picture 10 years ago, that nasty little devil who played himself around and made himself the laughingstock of the country of water. Thinking of this, Biwajuku suddenly burst out with a terrifying murderous aura. Facing the 3 Konoha genins, he mercilessly exploded all his power, as if he could tear the 3 genins to shreds in the next second. Just when Biwajuzo was about to shoot. Call out. A green light flew from a distance. Might Dai, who opened the 3rd door, rushed to the front of the 3 genin at an extremely fast speed. Dad. Might Gai's eyes widened in disbelief, and his tone was extremely surprised. What are you doing here? I'm here to save you guys. Gai, take your companions away. The 7 people of Kurigakure's ninja swords, let me resist. Chapter 320 only paid me 500. Over the forest of the land of fire, a figure flickered from time to time. Where is it? Might Dai, you idiot, wait for me. Yizan was nervous. He knew that if he was late, Might Dai, his long-term friend, would die today. Yizan has used the technique of Horizon to ultimate. Every time he teleports, he locks his eyes to the horizon. Every time he teleports, he can teleport tens of thousands of meters. Fortunately, he has infinite chakra consumption. The quasi-shadow chakra has been used up long ago. He kept teleporting, using his eyes and perception at the same time, to search for the movement of chakra on the ground. Suddenly, a touch of green appeared in the forest in the extreme distance. Yizan's eyes narrowed, and he found that a chakra momentum began to climb towards the cage level. Shit, Might Dai, you idiot. Yizan was shocked, locked on the green light, and instantly crossed 10,000 meters. At this moment, Might Dai had put his hand on his heart, and the momentum on his body was still rising. The 8 inner gates, Dai. Boom. With a loud noise, Yizan kicked Might Dai away with one kick, and opened the 8 inner gates in half, allowing Might Dai to quickly react, spinning a few times in midair, and stood firmly on the ground. Shaozan. Idiot, don't close the 8 inner gates. Yizan snorted angrily, which immediately made Might Dai a little embarrassed. He quickly closed the 8 inner gates. Fortunately, he did not open the door to death and did not fight. With his physical fitness, such a 1-second opening did not cause too much damage. Much damage. Big brother's on. Well, Guy, back up a little with your mates. After Yizan finished speaking, he finally fixed his gaze on the 7 people of ninja blades. To be precise, there were only 5 people. Biwajuzo, long time no see, 10 years. To be precise, it's been 10 years and 3 months, Shimura-san. Biwajukuren's tone was calm, but there was a sense of depression that was about to explode. You remember very carefully. Of course, be careful, I will never forget the insult you gave me back then. Biwa Tenku's face was icy cold. Back then, Yizan and Hyuga Zongzi and other Anbu were trapped in the country of water. He was ordered to arrest him, but was deceived by Yizan's little fortune teller and became the laughing stock of the country of water. Remember the fate I gave you back then? Of course I remember. It may take 10 years for the results to come to fruition after a single thought. This is exactly in line with my name, Juzo. Today is the 10th year. I have to admit, Shimura-san, your level of fortune-telling is very good. Do you regret it? You let me slip away from your eyes after a single thought. Regret. If I had recognized you, the Water Kingdom would not have collapsed, and the 2nd generation Mizukage would not have died. You Konoha might be wiped out by our 4 great kingdoms. This, Biwa Tenku pulled out the beheading sword on his back, and the aura of the top elite burst out. Shimura-san, let's fight. 10 years later, I really want to know whether you are dead or I am dead. Battle. Swish. Yizan tore through the space and came to the back of Biwa Tenzo in an instant. The knife in his right palm burst into a violent wind, and slashed towards Biwa Tenzo's neck. Clang. With a light sound, the beheading sword narrowly blocked the attack. At the same time, Kuriarere Kushimaru, Akabi no Jinin, Munashi Jinpachi, Kurosuke Lei Kiba drew their swords and attacked at the same time. Shish. The first to attack was the fastest Kuriare Kushimaru. He wore an Anbu mask and had slender limbs. He looked weak, but he was actually walking fast. Holding a long knife needle, he swept past Yizan with a very strange movement technique, and the long knife needle instantly extended and stabbed in an attempt to pierce Yizan. However, in the next second, Kuriare Kushimaru's pupils shrank sharply, and the face hidden under the mask completely changed color. Yizan lifted his foot and swept away, and several wind blades that were comparable to A-level ninjutsu burst out. Because he rushed too fast, Kuriare Kushimaru was unprepared. Puff! Splashed, Kuriare Kushimaru's body was cut off by the wind blade. In the face of me, you still underestimate the enemy. Are you the 7 ninja swordsman at this level? You underestimate your sister. What the hell is futon wind style from your toes? You pervert. Might die in the distance cursed in his heart. He felt that a super genius like Shimura-zan bullied people too much. Others used all their strength to attack quickly, but they were said to be underestimated, and he also saw that Kuriare Kushimaru was originally a ninja who has to attack or not to defend, commonly known as the crispy assassin. Yizan killed Kuriare Kushimaru in one move, and the remaining few felt an overwhelming crisis envelop them. This was the first time they had fought against Yizan. That feeling is so terrifying. Top Elite Jonin was too weak in Yizan's eyes. Seeing that several others were attacking him at the same time, he gently shook his head and disappeared instantly. Haraishin Ure. Swish swish swish. For a moment, Yizan flashed in the space at a speed that the naked eye could not see clearly, and every time he flashed, he could see a splash of blood. Shoo! Yizan's last space teleportation came to Biwa Shizuo. Due to Yizan's previous teleportation, Biwa Shizuo completely lost his ability to react. Yizan waved his palm knife and slashed across it, instantly cutting off Biwa's neck. Yizan stood still, motionless, and the 7 swordsmen who attacked Yizan also remained motionless. Puff! Blood splattered, dying half of the Sky Yuhi, and several top Kurigakure elites fell to the ground, with a wound from the wind blade on their necks. The rest of the people died, but Biwa Shizen was not dead, and for some reason, Yizan held back his hand a little at the last blow. Even so, Biwa Shizen was only a few seconds late, and he stared at him. Yizan, with his mouth open, was unable to speak because his neck was cut. Actually, I just wanted to say that when I gave you fortune-telling back then, it was all a lie to you. I can't tell fortunes at all. Hey, I'll pay you back the money. After going to hell, don't hate me tilde. Yizan squatted down, took out a few pieces of money from the clothes kabuto and stuffed it into Biwa Shizuo's arms. At this moment, Biwa Shizuo was on the verge of dying. Don't be reconciled, I wish you a peaceful age in your next life, bye tilde. Yizan made a wave of his hand, and gradually, Biwa Shizen's consciousness began to blur, and his last thought stayed on the money that Yizan had given him. He was indignant and very unwilling. Stinky brat, when I gave you 1,000 taels, you only paid me 500.